so happy.
I'm glad you're happy. That's great. Very good.
I know. I know, my friend. I know. It's always of your vision, of your opinion about the life, the love,
I think so.
always. You watched the trailer of The Witcher 4? The game The Witcher from 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 Polish artists.
The Witcher is from Polish.
Projects.
The Witcher is
You
from
watched
Polish.
maybe the trailer?
The Witcher is from Polish artists.
Why? Because if you are speaking to me, I'm not understand you, and I am searching you on other stream on YouTube to hear your better microphone, and I got it. I got it. I think I got it.
Okay, can you hear me right now?
Yes, I am, but I don't know from where.
That's okay. So The Witcher is a video game, and I should watch its trailer.
Huh? Yes, that was my question.
The Witcher is a video game. You're saying I should watch its trailer?
Wiedźmin to gra wideo. Mówisz, że powinienem obejrzeć 2 zwiastuny.
Only one, or if you never meet before The Witcher, I recommend to know with the game from beginning to the end. But if you can watch what is The Witcher if you don't know, and you can write on YouTube The Witcher trailer. 4 parts of this game. This game is The Witcher 1, The Witcher 2, The Witcher 3, The Witcher 4, and The Witcher 4 is this trailer was amazing, was incredible. So
Okay, I will watch it in one moment. I have to adjust 3 of my computers, and then I will watch the trailer. Just one moment.
Dobrze, obejrzę to. Za chwilę muszę dostosować 3 moje komputery, a potem obejrzę zwiastun tylko za chwilę.
Okay, okay.
I'm here still. Right here.
I know. I felt that.
Excellent.
When you wasn't laying on this bed, I was thinking, where are you? And you never was. Then when I thought like that on the camera, you was behind the camera, and I know that you are with me still.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, like amazing to have a friend who is true friend,
Yes, ma'am.
who is true friend.
What's up? What's up?
Hello.
How are you? What's good?
Yo, hello, brother Rabbi. Hello.
I'm well. How are you?
Brother Rabbi, I have a few questions for you, my brother.
What's up, dog?
Are you dating Aphid? She seems to be thinking that she's dating you.
No, she doesn't, and no, I'm not.
And I am happy. I'm happy.
So that's incorrect information, would you
What?
say?
Yeah, we're friends. That's it.
Or would you say correct? Okay.
I
Okay.
know.
Nice, bro.
You don't must to repeat that because I understand after second time. I am verified why persons just telling me something about you, sending videos about you. Maybe that's artificial intelligence. You cannot even be on the video he sent me about your topic. Let user five
I was showing you your content, Rabbi. That's publicly available on Instagram.
80
Regarding your channel.
8B. He is nick like that. I'm not deleting him. I am asking him about this what he wanted to do. Was my perspective on you. Yeah.
Cool.
Really. I didn't understand a
Because
single word
when
you said.
I will not send you that. I think I will know about situation in my own
I have
range.
no idea what you're saying, by the way. You're just yapping.
In my own range to know that situation. But I see. mm, when I was watching that video, I was, dreaming about your body. I will not ever do masturbate to you because I know the respect for your own decision about our relationship. I know what I am doing, and I am saying when I am doing that.
Really?
When I am doing that.
Do you? Do you really know?
Yeah.
I don't believe you. Can you say mums or something? Can you put it on something so I believe you? Can you say like mums 5 times in a row so I believe you and know you're not telling a fucking lie? Please.
I know the truth. I know.
Hang on, shut up for a second.
But
Okay, so you want me to watch Witcher 4 trailer, right?
Okej, więc chcesz, żebym obejrzał zwiastun Wiedźmina, tak?
Right, sorry,
yes,
sorry.
that's my friend.
Alright, what did you say? What did you say while I was on mute? Hello?
Yeah,
Being socially awkward there.
she just wanted me to watch a trailer for a video game. I'm gonna check it out right now.
Oh, real.
Yep, it's Witcher 4.
Nice. Do you play Minecraft, Rabbi?
I have a Minecraft account.
Seems like a Minecraft kind of guy.
I've never played it though.
No. You watch that?
I'm watching, yes.
I'm being Rachel, bro.
Perfect story. I will go back here. You can watch it. Nice story. Slavic story. I did that. Of the person who doesn't matter. This person was we judge our relation, and that really hurt me. You know, I will smoke something for a second
Okay.
to feel the emotion about the person who was here. You know,
Okay.
but something about you don't that you don't know, and I was like a friend. If this in a believing that it was this person were sick in heaven. You know, like me. I am sick too.
Okay.
You watch it?
No, I'm
The
normal.
trailers?
I'm watching right now.
How
Yes.
you feel with that?
It's beautiful.
Thank you. I mean, thank the
The creators. Yes.
and the text. Thank you for guys from CD website. You know, that's a masterpiece. You like masterpieces too.
Yes. Very interesting. It is like a movie almost.
Bardzo interesujące.
Yeah.
To jest prawie jak
Yeah.
film.
It's awesome. It's awesome. It's nice that you like it.
Absolutely.
I feel nice. Good
Excellent.
morning. Hi. Hello.
What's going on, Sir Smokes a lot?
Not to compare.
This is my friend F for Masha. She is from Poland. What are you gonna play?
1-11.
What are you gonna play?
Let him to say something about himself alone, please. Because he don't talk with me, you know? He don't talk with me.
Sorry, Rabbi.
Like,
You're good. Sir Smoke a lot. What are you gonna play today?
I respect that.
Thinking about what I'm gonna have to eat first, and then I might play some COD. I've got work at 5:30 in the afternoon today. I was drinking all night last night. I got so fucked.
What'd you drink?
But you are still going work. You are strong. I would not go after
I'm
drinking.
British. We can drink and still work.
Nice. That's you have a big head to alcohol, so it's depends what you drink.
Rum.
Okay, so you have a very hard head.
Yeah, I've got nice taste. Spice rum, dark rum. I just like spice, to be fair. Everyone's got their own drink taste. Everyone's got their preferences. Mine's rum.
I'm speaking in other language, right? And when you say something and I don't understand you, I'm not hearing you. I'm trying to hear your voice, your vibration of my voice, and something like that. So
I get you. I get you.
frequency.
Rabbi, what are you up to today, darling?
Going viral, just like every day, baby.
Yeah, boy.
Absolutely.
Get it.
With every day.
I thought I'd come stay hello. I've been busy with Christmas stuff.
I know.
No. No, wrong one. That one. Have you seen much of Caspian?
Yeah, he was in here not too long ago.
I missed him then. Shit.
Are you gonna stream a game?
I like Caspian. He's fun.
Yes, he is. Are you gonna stream a game?
In a minute. I'm thinking of ordering some food. Or I might go, I don't know. I'm thinking of food. I'm hungry. Want some big juicy meat.
About food after alcohol is responsibility too. I mean, it's hard to eat when you're after drinking alcohol. It's hard for me. I am grateful that you can think about it and take care about yourself. You know, when you have not power
Oh no,
to do that.
I stayed at the pub. I slept in the pub. Basically, there's rooms upstairs. I know the guy who owns the pub, so we're good mates. I just stayed around his. We carried on drinking until like 4 or 5 in the morning. But we had maybe 2-3 bottles between us all. We were fucked. I threw up. I had to throw up. I was very drunk. I had breakfast. Just got back home about half an hour ago, and I'm just thinking about more food because when you drink, it makes you really dehydrated. So you need to have a lot of salt, and you need to get your sugars back up and stuff. That's what I need to do. I'm gonna get something nice and sweet.
But it's incredible that you are doing, using your knowledge to your life. You know, that's
Big, strong English man. Arr.
But I hope you know what I wanted to tell you.
I know what I know. It's fine.
Thank you for understanding.
Don't apologize. It's fine. There's no need to say thank you either. You don't have to say thank you. Rabbi, I'm streaming if you want to watch, baby.
I'm gonna watch Big Dog right now.
What the fuck's going on? Waiting for relay. Hold on. Don't tell me COD's fucking down. I think Strush servers might be down.
No way, really?
I was working. Yeah, I was working last night. Or yesterday afternoon while I was on. Oh, here we go. No. We're in. We've got a new Christmas festival coming. Cheese Festival Frenzy. This should be good. This should be worth it. I am hungry, don't know what to eat.
Honestly, you know.
Come as you are,
You
as
said
you
that
were,
before.
as
No.
I want you to be, as a friend, as I know and be. This is gonna be a shit game.
I don't think so because you said what your body needs to feel more healthy. You know, you exactly know.
I knew it. Fucking knew it. Sitting there with a fucking smile.
I think you didn't. I think you didn't. I will go back for a minute.
Come douse the mud, soaked in bleach, as I want you. Sorry, I am listening. I'm just gaming. As a friend. Oh shit.
whatever else, but they're just no longer in this position, and they're now part of the economy in other ways. Like they'll probably be the first set of highly competent technocrats and managers, and so on. They'll probably be very well compensated for their time and expertise and whatever else. But to me, so it's a practical end of things, like taking away this ability to withhold investment and increasing our ability to democratically shape investment priorities and to continue down the road of social democracy. And on normative grounds, by egalitarian belief that ordinary people should have more stake in their lives in the workplace, leads me beyond social democracy to socialism.
So there's a tricky thing here. So in Ukraine especially, but in the Soviet Union, there's the the possible trajectory of fighting for the beautiful message of respecting workers' rights has this dynamic of making an enemy of the capitalist class, too easily making an enemy of the capitalist class, with a central leader, populist leader, that says the rich and the powerful.
Oh, don't go around my spawn.
We need to remove them. We need to put them in camps, perhaps. Not said explicitly until it happens. It can happen overnight. But just putting a giant pressure on that capitalist class. And again, the Stalin type figure takes hold. So I'm trying to understand how the mechanism to prevent that. And perhaps I'll reveal my bias here, is I've been reading
Oh, come on,
I
really?
don't say too much, not enough, but a lot
10
about,
minutes.
books like Star Wars in Ukraine, and just I've been reading a lot about the 30s and the 40s.
Oh, my aim.
For personal reasons related to my travels in Ukraine and all that kind of stuff. So I have a little bit of a
Your partner
focus
just
on
got
this
shot.
implementation
Sure you saw that.
currently, without kind of an updated view of all
What's
the
up?
possible features.
Your partner just got
So
shot.
out there. But I worry about
There you go.
Oh, it's not my partner, it's
into
his
the
teammate.
authoritarian
That's what I
figure
meant to say.
that
Tweet
takes
teammate.
this
Can't be
message,
great protecting him.
destroys
We've got to look
everyone
after
who's
ourselves.
powerful in the name of the working class, and then fucks the working class afterwards.
Seems a bit
So,
not as good as I thought they'd be.
Remembering that the socialist movement had different outcomes across Western Europe and Eastern Europe. And in some of these
Oh,
countries
really?
in
How the
Western Europe,
fuck did you
there
get up
wasn't
there?
actually democracy for the workers' movement
No.
and for the socialist movement. So the
Oh, hey, did you do that
battle
one,
in
did you?
Sweden, for instance,
There you
was
go.
about establishing political democracy, establishing true representation for workers, and that's how the parties became popular. Same thing in Germany too.
This is a slow
Then
match.
it was the social
I'm still
democrats
hanging
who were
out my
able to
arsehole.
build political democracy.
We're gonna win this
Then on
season.
top of that, add layers of economic democracy, social democracy. The Swedish social democrats ruled basically uninterrupted from the early 1930s until 1970.
That's my
Kind of
sport.
pretty
You
good thing
can't
about
do
it. There
that.
was
You
a
can't
government,
split the
there was a
sport.
leading member of government, they had a few different coalition
Why?
partners.
Why are you lagging me as
Sometimes they
well?
were with the agrarians, sometimes they were with the communist group, but they ruled uninterrupted. And then they lost an election in 1976, and they just left power. Then they got back into power in the 80s. So in other words, like, they created a democratic system, of course, with mass support of working class people. Then they truly honored the system, because when they lost power, they lost power. They left power. There's plenty of cases like that across
Have we done camping?
Europe and the world,
we
and
done
other
camping
countries like
now?
Korea and elsewhere, where the workers' movement, the most militant, the most class,
I get it, it's new
workers,
boys. Come on, don't
South Africa the same way, created democratic system. Now,
Yeah, you ain't
Russia, I think a lot of what happened had to do with the fact that it was never a democratic country. It was ruled by a party, and the party itself was very easy to shift from a somewhat democratic party in
Why is
Lenin's
that the
day
spawn?
to an authoritarian one in Russia, as there was no distinction then between the party and the state. Your authoritarian party then became authoritarian total control over the entirety of the state. Now, the
Boom.
fact that the Soviet system involved state ownership of production meant that the authoritarianism of the party state go even deeper into the lives of ordinary people compared to other horrific dictatorships like Pinochet's Chile and so on, when maybe you could find some solace, like just at home or whatever else. You didn't have the same sort of totalitarian, like control of people's lives. But I would say that socialism itself has yielded different outcomes. Now, on the question of polarization, I guess that implies that this polarization, this distinction, is a distinction that isn't real in society and that is kind of being manufactured and generated. So,
You mean the capitalist class and the working class?
Yeah.
Just to clarify, yeah.
So in certain populist distinctions, the division is basically arbitrary or made up. The us versus that polarization, depending who the us is, who the them are. It's truly something that's manufactured. But capitalism itself, as a system, based on class division, whether you're a supporter or opposing, I think we should acknowledge it's based on class division. That is the thing creating that polarization. Now, I think a lot of what socialists try to do is we try to take the fits of working class opposition to capitalism, to their lives, to the way they're treated at work, and so on.
Do nothing
Yes,
but
we do
sit
try
there
to
with a fucking
organize on
sniper.
those bases to help
Trying to
workers
get
take
someone
collective
as
action,
soon as they spawn
to
in.
help them organize in political
You are
parties,
cautious
and
about
so
your
on, to
bad
represent
energy
their
from your
interests,
works, you
economic
think?
and otherwise. But the contradiction exists to begin with, and if anything,
I will
this
not
system,
fuck you
which I'm
because
proposing, democratic
sex is
socialism,
nice thing.
would be
I'm
kind of a
talking
revolution.
about the game, not
this
you.
conflict, this dilemma, this thing that is
I
always
said that.
chieftain and
my phone because I am asleep and I am hearing the voices in my head. And when I was answering you about something, I had this bad energy from your words.
So that idea is grounded in all going all the way back to Marx. All of human history can be told through the
You are
lens
przeklinasz
of struggle.
Polish,
It's very
using bad words
humanity
without
different
consciousness
different
about playing a game
that
as
there's a difference.
something what is destroy all the game.
It's more of a difference of
What you are saying
people that were
right now. That's so
successful,
sad.
people that were less successful.
So I'll play devil's advocate, which is saying that maybe one could argue that in purest, earliest stage, capitalism is based on a stark difference. But then since then, two things have happened. One, a bunch of socialists and workers have organized to guarantee certain rights for working class people, certain protections. So in our system now, there are certain safety nets, less in the US than in other countries, but in a lot of countries, there are pretty expensive safety nets.
Even like 40-hour work week, minimum wage, safety regulations, all that kind of stuff.
And all those things are, in my mind, those are the socialism within capitalism, because what you're doing is you are taking the autonomy of capitalists to do whatever they want with people contracted to them, and the only thing stopping them is, them potentially being able to go to another employer, but even then, kind of potentially a race to the bottom. If, you can't get more than $2 an hour from any employer in your,
Why not
in your
helping
market,
your team
you're going to have to
win, Rachel?
live with it.
Because you're just doing
So one
nothing
factor
but
is
sit there and
we have
snipe
built in
it.
those
It's called a hard point. You play the
So
point.
we've taken enough socialism into capitalism that you could say that at a certain point, maybe it makes a qualitative difference, not just a quantitative difference in people's lives. The other thing is, over time, we've gotten wealthier and more productive as a society. So maybe at some point, the quantitative difference of just more and more wealth means that even if, in the abstract, the division between a worker and a capitalist is real, if that worker is earning, $40 million a year and has a good life and only has to clock in 35 hours and 30 hours a week and has, 4 weeks of vacation, then isn't it just like an abstract, a philosophical difference? So I think you could level those two arguments. What I would say is that one, a lot of these rights that we have fought for are constantly being eroded and they're under attack, in part because the economic power that capitalists have bleeds into our political democracy as well. There's constant lobbying for all sorts of labor market deregulation and so on. I fundamentally believe that if tomorrow all those regulations went away, capitalists would like to pay people as little as possible to do that in 19th century capitalism. And not because they're bad people, because if I'm running a firm and all of a sudden my competition is able to find the labor pool and is paying people less than me, I'm going to be undercut because they'll be able to take some of that extra savings and invest into new technology or whatever else and still gobble up my market share for long. And then also beyond that, I do think there's a normative question there, which is, do we believe that ordinary people have the capacity to be able to make certain decisions about their work? Do we believe they know more about their work than their bosses? Now, I don't think that's not true every level, but I think there's no doubt that in workplaces, workers know how to productively use their time, ways their managers might not know. I think we've all been in workplaces where we've had managers who kind of don't know what you do or whatever else. And I think that collectively, if incentivized, we could have them, one, if they're reporting that information, that they're getting a stake in production, and so on, they'd be able to more freely share it, be able to reshape how their day-to-day work happens. And also with elected managers, you kind of take it up the chain. I think we have perfectly efficient, market-based firms that could exist without capitalism.
So there's a lot of things to say. Maybe
How much is this going to cost me? Anyone
real
wants
level
small meal?
question. If the workers are running the show, there's a brutal truth. The fact
How
that
much
some
is
people
this?
are better, and the workers know this. It's the Steve Jobs A players. He wants to have all
No,
the A
fuck off,
players.
I'm not paying that.
Because one B player can poison the pool. Because then everybody gets demotivated by the nature of that lack of excellence and competence. This is just a take from a crude devil's advocate perspective. Are the
What are you
workers going to
doing?
be able to
Why are you
rule
behind my screen?
competence
That's nasty.
in the name, in the glory of the mission of succeeding as a collective?
So I
Why?
think that any
Why? That's not
successful
even the
model of
objective
socialism
point.
that involves the market, you need two
You
things.
fucking
One is at the micro level, you need the ability to fire
retard.
people for them to
Honestly, you do nothing but sit.
which
and
might be a slower process in
I know it's just a game, guys.
cooperative-based firms than it is in a capitalist firm without a union. But it would probably akin to the process that would happen in a
can't
capitalist firm,
stand
which there are
little
many
camping
with unions.
bastards who do nothing but nick
You need
their
that, and then at the
arse
macro
all
level,
fucking day.
you need firm failure.
Sorry, I
You
must
need
mute
to avoid
because
the
I
limit that
cannot
happens in Soviet-style economies,
hear you.
which was soft budget.
When
you
you
know,
was thinking
And,
right, when you are
firms basically not being
saying
allowed to fail
censoral
because the
words,
government is committed to full employment,
fucking
the firms employ
hear
people,
you.
so even inefficient firms
I
were at the end of the
Oh
day,
my
they knew
God.
they were going to be propped up by the government,
Fucking
and they would
time.
be given all the resources they would need, no matter how efficient and
You're gonna
efficient
sit there,
they were using those resources to maintain
fucking
employment. So I
game
think
on the
you need
stairwell
you
like a
need
little
both.
prick.
You worry about this idea of firing
Can't
people.
stand fucking campers.
And I'm
Get
uncomfortable
out of
with it.
fucking
I hate
spawn.
it, but I also know it's extremely
Fuck off.
necessary.
Seriously.
So if there's something about a
Stop
collective
sitting in my
socialist
spawn
system
where I
that makes
fucking spawn.
firing
Go to
say
your
much
objective
slower,
point and sit with
might
your
it
fucking
become
teammates, you bastard.
extremely slow. Too much friction. Isn't there a tension between respecting the right to your game and saying, like, you need to step up? Maybe
Why is it every
like,
corner I
really,
turn
like,
to?
really
You're
hurt
there.
fellow
Every single
workers
corner I
know
go in, you're
when
there. You
there's a
never.
person that's not pulling their side of the doing as great of a job as it could be. But it's in the person that's not doing as great of a job who start to manipulate the system that slows the firing in their self-interest.
Well, I think there would be certain. So maybe another way to put it is think about like if you're a partner at a law firm, right? I don't really know how law firms work, so I probably shouldn't use this analogy, but correct me if
How
I'm
come
wrong.
when I
Let's
shoot
say
someone,
your partner,
it's like
you're
I'm
going to
shooting
have
a
equity in
fucking
your law
pea
firm
shooter.
for something beyond your billable
Get
hours.
fucked.
And let's say you're going to be
Don't
fired
test
from
me
your
like
law
that.
firm, or
Shit
laying
there.
off people or
Don't
whatever else.
keep looking at me like you know you're
But
fucking
they would also have to figure out how to kind of buy you out too after a certain point. Well, I think that
You
like
didn't know.
in a,
You didn't know.
in a
See, in every
cooperative
fucking
firm,
corner,
you're
you're not
probably
even in
having
your own fucking
where
sport.
you after a certain point of working productively, you probably have a period where you get fired really quickly, no matter what. But once the job security kicks in, you would be able to,
Why are you standing or sitting in the fucking
like a day or two process to figure it out, or maybe they would have progressively the process, which is first you have to get a verbal feedback, and then maybe a written performance review, and then you can be fired. I mean, that's how it works in a lot of workplaces with either unions or with just basic job security. In most countries, that's how it works because there's not at will employment in most countries. So I think that
they're just lob grenades. They don't even
tension
fucking play the game. They're just lob grenades.
if you fire someone, if you're condemning them to destitution,
And
then
flashback.
morally, you really feel something there, as you should, as a human being concerned about other people. But in a social system, or even basic social democratic system, there would be mechanisms to take care of that person. So one, if a firm is failing for any reason, they're getting out of compete or whatever else, those workers would then land in the hands, just for a little bit, of the state, right? And there could be active labor market policies to retrain people to go into expanding sectors.
Every time I turn my back, you're there.
Here's these skills. You're going to be trained, and here's
And you're on the
resources
floor,
to help you
laying
along your
down,
training,
camping
and
like
then
little
there's one
fucking
firm hiring, so go on your
And you're
way.
camping.
And then also
You're in my
just with an
spawn
expanded
again.
welfare state, being
Fuck
destitute in
me,
certain
let me
countries,
move.
being unemployed in certain countries is easier than other countries or situations. So, you
Don't
still
tonight.
call
What's
that
the fucking objective?
on
It's not fucking
that
hard. I don't know why people have to sit there and watch.
a market socialism.
See, I've just nearly
socialism.
killed all three of them. It's
There
not
will
that
be an
hard.
expanded state sector.
Fucking bullshit.
Not anything you can't imagine, but the way in which there's more of a state sector in countries like Norway or Denmark.
Time. You can't see. I've just flashed.
Various forms of state employment
See.
and whatever else.
Can you not lag me, please?
So, I mean, I think that
Can you not be in the back of my spawn,
being
please?
bad at your job or getting fired for any reason or getting laid off, should that be a
Fucking
cause
annoying
to have
now.
really,
It's
lose
not.
your shirt, or maybe should you just have to rebound? Maybe you have less money for consumption
It's not.
or whatever else, and you'll be on your way onto bigger and better things, in a few months.
So a strong social net
God, I'm sick of
in
y'all.
many ways make it more
Joe.
efficient to fire people who
Bye-bye.
are not good at their job, because then they won't be that won't actually significantly damage
No
their
need
quality
to
of life.
come.
They have a chance to find a job at which they can flourish.
Sure.
Right. To step out into the macro, there's a tension here as well. So you said that there's inequality between the classes, the capitalist class and the working class. And so there's a lot of ways to maybe correct me on the number, but you could say that the top 1% of Americans have more wealth than the bottom
They're pushing the
50%.
spawn. I
That's
need
not
back
talking about
off.
perhaps capitalist class and
I
the
know.
working class, but
I
it's a
need.
good
You've got a
thing,
C-130.
The flip side of that, if you just look
Oh my God, you're fucking not joking. You get
that
out.
have more
Get out of my fucking spawn. I've told you this. You're not pushing
more
my spawn.
capitalism,
We're not
less
camping it. We're pushing the
their
objective.
GDP seems to be
Where we push.
significantly higher. And so at the local level, you might say that there's an inequality. But if you look historically over decades, it seems like the more capitalism there is, the higher the GDP grows, and therefore the level of the quality of life and basic income and basic wealth, the average, even including the working class, goes up over time. And you see like both sides of this.
So I can definitely accept some of that premise. One, within capitalism, right, you want a bigger pie. Then if you divide up that pie, you'll, even if the bottom 10% of the working class share, let's say, is less as a percentage, it's still more in raw terms, so it's better for everyone. The part that I would dispute is more economic freedom versus less economic freedom. So there's obviously some countries in which capitalism doesn't work, and maybe economic freedom plays a role. Like if you're in a country like Egypt or India with a previously highly bureaucratic system, you need to get licenses to do anything, and you need to run things through the state, or you need to bribe someone to get an incorporation done, or whatever else. And that's the case in which I would accept the premise of, okay, economic freedom to take entrepreneurial risks, to start something new is limited. There's all sorts of factors in which it's too difficult to start a firm, and it benefits no one really, except for whatever bureaucracy might be taking their 15% cut. But in general, I think in advanced economies, it doesn't really work that way. So think about it this way. If you're, pretend like we're back, I'm sorry to go to Scandinavia again, but this is, a good example. Let's say you're back in the 1970s in Scandinavia or whatever else. You're in a country with extremely powerful unions. So the unions have a lot of labor rights. The state has certain high taxation, certain guarantees on you too. You're a capitalist there. Now, what would you do if your capitalist competitors in the U.S. were able to pay workers $10 an hour, and you have to pay them $20? You would probably, and assuming you can't just flee or shut down or whatever else, you'd probably find ways to use labor-saving technology, right? That power of the high wages might encourage you to invest more in technology and to utilize people's time better, so they're more productive at work, so they're not just like sitting around or whatever else. So this really happened in practice in the Scandinavian countries, in part because it was combined with a certain type of pattern wage bargaining. So I'll explain this really simply. But let's pretend that you're in a sector with three different companies. They're on the automotive sector, and I'll just say one is GM, one is Ford, one is Chrysler. Now, all these workers in your sector are all unionized. They're all, Swedish UAW, whatever the equivalent is, members. And they're all paid the same. And the union is setting the market. Union is setting the wages across the sector. But the union, and let's say GM is the most productive of these companies. Ford is number 2. Chrysler is number 3. The unions would intentionally set the wages, set their benchmark to Ford in the middle. So what that would do is say to Ford, okay, Ford will stay in business because they'll be able to meet the wage demand. Chrysler might go out of business because they won't be able to meet the demand. So they'll have to really adapt really quickly. They might have to lay off people. They might have to restructure. So the union knows this in advance, and all the auto workers know this. But the most efficient manufacturer, GM, now has excess profit because if they were negotiating with just the GM workers might even have been able to demand more. But instead, these workers are taking their wage demands to Ford's level, and GM is, in theory, able to expand and employ more people and adopt new production techniques with their surplus. Then those Chrysler workers would be absorbed by the state by active labor market policies, then put back to work for GM for these expanding sectors. So in other words, you're now in a situation where the state has a pretty big role in your economy. Take a lot of your money in taxes. The unions are really shaping your life as a capitalist far more than would happen in a country like the United States. And yet still, despite your more limited economic freedom, you're still creating a more productive economy. So it could work. The system has to be designed right. And I think social democracies were designed the right way. I think any future democratic socialism after social democracy would have to be designed the right way.
Can you just linger on that a little more, the pattern wage bargaining? So GM is the most efficient, then Ford is the second most. Can you explain to me again the wages, setting the wages to the Ford level, how that is good for GM?
So
how that encourages more GM?
This is just sectoral, or actually just decentralized wage bargaining. So setting the wages at a level that Ford can afford, but a level that would probably be too expensive for Chrysler in the automotive sector, would benefit GM because they're drawing what we could call excess profits. Because GM itself could potentially have to deal with just the enterprise of GM workers bargaining for wages. And if they saw that profitability was high, they would know their leverage, and they would say, "Pay us even more, or else we're going to go on strike." But instead, they're accepting slightly lower wages than they would have otherwise had in return for the company having excess profits that they're, through both the state, their union, and sometimes there's worker councils or whatever else, they're playing a role in saying, okay, we're going to make sure this excess profit is actually invested productively in order to expand employment and just output.
Okay, can we talk about unions in general? Then, what are the pros and cons of unions? So the interest of union, maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong. I have a lot to learn both about the economics and the human experience of the union. The union's interest is to protect worker rights and to maximize worker happiness, not the success and the productivity and the efficiency of a company, right?
No, I would disagree. So I think a union interest is in what collectively bargaining on behalf of workers. Because in certain cases, I am right now or whatever else, I could, with my skill set, my background, my role in the company, I could go to my boss, the owner of the nation, and say, can you renegotiate my contract on these terms? I could bargain, right? Now, if I was the ordinary worker at like a CVS or something, if I didn't like my conditions, I went to my boss, said, hey, I need a $2 raise, and I need to like be home by 8:30 because I have obligations at home. The boss would probably say, I'm sorry, that's not possible, right? Maybe try the Rite Aid down the street or the Walgreens down the street or whatever. Now, if I went to the boss at a place like CVS, or even better, if all the pharmaceutical workers at Rite Aid, CVS, Walgreens went to our bosses and said, listen, we collectively need to $2 more and better hours, shorter shifts, or whatever else, then they would probably have no choice but to see. You have to bargain collectively at any level. If you're a ordinary worker, and there are some exceptions, but that's for certainly highly skilled workers. But even in those cases, of course, all workers are skilled. I mean, just the technical definition. Even in those cases, a lot of those workers have to bargain collectively as well in order to get more wealth. But they cannot make their demands so excessive that their firm gets out of business. The workers only are workers as long as they're gainfully employed. So often unions will try to select their wage demands at such a level that it ensures that their firm will stay in business.
Yeah, but the problem is the way firms go out of business isn't by an explosion, the way popcorn starts getting cooked. Like at a certain moment, it's over. You can. It seems like the union can, through collective bargaining, keep increasing the wage, keep increasing the interest of the worker until it suffocates the company. That it doesn't die immediately, but it dies in like 5 years. So that might still serve the interest of the worker, but it doesn't serve the interest of society as a whole that's creating cool stuff and increasing. So a market that's operating and increasing cool stuff and constantly innovating and so on, and creating more and more cool stuff and increasing the quality of life again.
I disagree with the premise because I think if you're even taking your example, that would be better for society. If a firm cannot pay its workers a living wage, but its competitors can, then that firm will either figure out a way to innovate, develop new techniques, new markets, new ways to be productive, or it should go out of business. And it would be better for it to go out of business than to stay in business or to be artificially kept in business in any sort of way. And yeah.
So I mean, that's
like Chrysler, my old centralized bargaining. Yeah.
Right, but then there's innovation costs money too. So the flip side of that, I think, to play devil's advocate, is that it incentivizes automotive industry is probably a good example of that. It incentivizes cutting costs everywhere, and so whatever's been making you money currently, figuring out how to do that really well without investing into the long-term future of the company, like all the different ways it can pivot, all the different interesting things it can do, different investments, R&D, whenever there's more and more and more pressure on paying a living wage for the workers, it might not, again, it might suffocate and die over the next 5, 10, 20 years, which might be a good destructive force from a capitalist perspective, but it might rob us of the Einstein of the company, of the flourishing that the company and the workers within it can do over a period of 5, 10, 20 years.
Well, this is just a problem with a lot of capitalism, which is about short-termism, right? The same thing can be said from you're starting a company, you have a plan for it to make a lot of money, but your investors want dividends right away. So you have to take away from your long-term R&D or other plans and deliver short-term dividends. That's often why a lot of, I think, R&D is often rooted in state institutions and research and whatever else is being drawn on. And also, I think that's reason why, the state has some sort of role in fostering firms in either my version of a socialist economy or a capitalist economy or whatever else to help with these time horizon problems. So I won't dispute that workers could play a role, wage demands could play a role in time horizon problems. But more often than that, it's coming from investors, it's coming from just a host of other market pressures that people might have. And I would say that in the real world, a lot of investment funds don't come from just retained earnings. They come from a lot of sources. So I think this is a problem that could be solved through public policy, but definitely exists today as well.
So you mentioned living wage. Is there a tension between a living wage? Maybe you could speak to what a living wage means, and the workers owning all of the profit of the company. Sort of this kind of spectrum. No, I guess the spectrum is from like no minimum wage, the lowest possible thing you can pay to a worker. Then somewhere in that spectrum is a living wage, and then at the top is like all of the profit of the company, so by the workers.
So
split.
I mean, I think that any society is going to have to make distributional choices. You could imagine a variety of capitalism in which workers are paid quite little, but there's extremely high taxation, and there's redistribution after that. You could imagine a system in which there's less taxation after the fact, but there's more guarantees and regulations of how much people are paid before the fact. In my vision of a social society, there would be similar way that unions work in my country, centralized bargaining unions would work, that bargain at the sectoral level and not just at the enterprise level like our unions do today. There could be benchmarks set for different occupations or wages. And the reason why you would want a benchmark at a worker-controlled firm is that you don't want workers self-exploiting themselves in order to gobble up market share, or because you don't want them collectively deciding, okay, we're going to invest in this longer-term time horizon and outcompete other people that way. They might say, okay, if you do this sort of clerical work, you have to be paid the equivalent of $15 an hour. That's minimum, but on top of that, you get dividends from excess profits. And I think it would also have to be combined with public financing for expansion and for development, which could be done in quite a competitive way. So you could have a variety of banks. My vision, state-owned banks. But how would they decide who to invest in and who to not invest in, who to give a loan for expansion to and who not to? Because you don't want it to be like, oh, I'm going to invest in my nephew's firm and not this other firm, or I'm going to invest in this guy's firm because he's an Italian, but not this guy's firm because he's Albanian, or whatever else. Just make it rational at the level of their goal is just like any other investment person at a bank today to maintain a certain risk profile and to have an interest yield and decide to invest on that basis. So there's a huge automotive firm that's been in business for 50 years that needs a little operating cash. Like, yeah, they could get their $50 million at 3% loan. If you have some crazy blue sky idea and you manage to get it to that point, or maybe you and your friends would get it at 12% or something close to what a VC would offer today. So I only kind of go into these details not because to say that a system doesn't have to in advance map out all the different possibilities, but I think it does have to be willing to accept a lot of things that we know today. I can't give you a version of socialism that everything's going to be fine, we're going to live harmoniously, we won't have these sort of tensions, and you can hunt in the evening and fish in the afternoon and write criticism, or whatever else. I do hope that there's horizons beyond this that we can aspire to. I do have those visions, but for now, I think our task as socialists is to imagine a 5 minutes after midnight, like what can we do right away within our lifetime vision.
So that means through some level of central planning, reallocating resources to the workers?
So I think the primary mechanism in this private sector under socialism would be a market mechanism, firms competing against each other to expand, connected to a system of public financing. But even at that level, the individual bankers and public banks and so on would be operating based on their own rationality, and the state would certainly shape investment decisions, but maybe no more than they do in a lot of capitalist systems. So the state might already today in a lot of countries decide, we want to invest in green technology, so it's going to be favorable rates for people or tax credits for people investing in green technology. So the state already takes investment. I think what should be centrally planned, and this is where I'm proud to sound like an old school socialist, is things like healthcare, things like transit, things like our natural monopolies of lots of types. I think can be done very well through planning, and we already have plenty of examples. But a lot of this society, I think, would be the private sphere of worker-controlled cooperatives competing against each other, weak firms failing, successful firms expanding.
And the banks, you're saying publicly or privately owned?
Publicly owned.
Let's just put it all on the table that it's almost guaranteed that every system has corruption. So I guess the bigger question is, which system has more corruption? This one with central planning and worker cooperatives versus unfettered capitalism, or any flavor of capitalism.
I think any system has potential for corruption. I think it depends on how good your civil service is, how much oversight do you have to resolve a problem once it arises.
How does corruption happen in a socialist system? So you have to, again, I apologize with the large scale examples of it, so we can look at Soviet Union, China, and Sweden. Fundamentally different nations and histories, and peoples, and economic systems, and political systems, but all could be called in part socialist. And so, there's a ridiculous almost caricature of corruption in the Soviet system, the gigantic bureaucracy that's built, where somehow corruption seeps in through kind of dispersion of responsibility, that nobody's really responsible for the corruption. I just had a conversation with Ed Calderon, who fought the cartels in Mexico, and there is a huge amount of corruption in Mexico, but it's not like even seen as corruption. You understand when the cop goes, oh, we did this, like, and so on. And so that kind of seems to happen in certain systems, and it seems to have happened in socialist systems more than in capitalist systems in the 20th century. Or maybe I'm wrong on that.
No, I mean, I think in a lot of countries it's seen as the cost of doing business, right? Now, in particular countries built on a system of central planning, where the state allocation of resources to the state, what produces and allocates, and things run through bureaucracies, then I think you're much more apt to have corruption than in a system with just a smaller sphere through the state. So, for example, if you're in a hypothetical version of the U.S., you might see a lot more corruption like the post office, but you wouldn't have that corruption in your workplace, so you kind of learn to go around that. For one thing, even in state sectors, you can have, and this often is the case in democratic countries, you have a transparent civil service where people who are corrupt are prosecuted by judges, where it's frowned upon, and it just, over time, it goes away. So you go from having political machines that were tied to certain, hash funds and certain precincts and whatever else in the U.S. in the 19th century and early 20th century. So now today that would be a huge scandal and unheard of, right? So I think over time having a independent court system, having a truly meritocratic civil service can be implemented anywhere. I think though in the Soviet Union the extra little bit that happened was you had a bureaucracy that just had so much power because the bureaucracy was producing and distributing everything, and everyone was relying on the bureaucracy for jobs. The way to social advancement was through the bureaucracy. So you end up with, like Khrushchev, people going from peasants supreme leaders of countries just through like getting hooked up in the bureaucracy and advancing within it. And not all these were bad people. Khrushchev was that bad of a person. Gorbachev, this is their mechanism of advancement in systems like this. In the vision of democratic socialism that I propose, the state doesn't have that overriding power to begin with. But I think in either case, corruption has arose in many different systems and has been successfully dealt with. I think on the developmental trajectory of even countries today that we think of as being very corrupt, corruption will fade away as well. But you definitely need a system in which individuals are incentivized to act rationally. So if you're in a system in which cops who are corrupt are prosecuted and investigated, and there's internal controls, the civilians order you, and kind of an internal investigators within police departments or whatever else, there will be less corruption over time and people are punished. If you're in a system in which you're running a firm, you're the manager of a firm, an elected manager, and everyone at that firm is trying for more efficiency and trying for more excess profits or whatever else at the end of the day, dividends at the end of the day, then if you try to hire your nephew and he's not good at your job, you're not going to win re-election, right? You shouldn't. I think those systems should rely on a change in culture that come naturally or some sort of individual altruism. I think the systems have to be constructed in such a way that it's not rational to behave poorly.
In sort of from a theoretical perspective, either a socialist or capitalist system can have either culture. But it seems like if you prioritize meritocracy, if the people that are good, whatever good means, in terms of integrity, in terms of performance, in terms of competence, it seems like that leads to a less corrupt system. And it seems like capitalism, there's all kinds of good in capitalism, but capitalism, because it does prioritize meritocracy, more often leads to less corruption. So that's not a question of political or economic systems. It's a question of what kind of stuff do you talk about that leads to a culture of less corruption.
First of all, I think in theory, maybe capitalism prefers meritocracy, but I think in practice, anyone watching this, or you and me, we think of some of the people we know that work the hardest, and they're often, working class people working in the food service industry or whatever else, right? I think we don't have, in practice, I don't think we actually live in a society that rewards people for hard work. I think we reward people for a combination of accidents of birth plus hard work. So,
Let me push back because, yes, so I agree with you, but let me push back on a subtle point because I like to draw the difference between hard work and meritocracy. As a person who works really hard, like I work crazy hard, but I've also worked with a lot of people that are just much better. So hard work does not equal skill, good, productive. I just want to kind of draw that distinction. But I agree with you. I don't think our society rewards directly hard work or even high skill. There's many examples at least we can see that it does not do so.
So we have an unequal distribution of talent, of course. So if we lived in a society in which there was some level of acceptable inequality, and it's a normative kind of question of how much we would say is acceptable, right? And that inequality was based on this unequal distribution of talent, then I think that would be fine with me, right? That would actually be a meritocracy. What I see in the U.S. is often, okay, so if you are a upper middle class, a rich kid, and you get a good education, K through 12, out of those people, there will be some that work extra hard and go on to do entire to the techno world, at least as a first step, in which our only inequalities are based on our unequal innate kind of distribution of talent.
Yeah, I guess a lot of people worry that when you have a socialist in any degree central planning, or perhaps a collective of workers, that it won't result in that kind of meritocracy you're talking about. But you're saying that no, it's possible to have that kind of meritocracy.
Think about it this way: the workers themselves are incentivized and are shaped by market forces too, right? They're trying to respond to consumer needs and preferences. They're trying to expand market share. They're trying to make money. So it requires no kind of leap into these people are going to be more altruistic, whatever else, even on purely bourgeois terms, the same way you would maybe justify competitive capitalist firms. I think you could justify this system as long as you think that people's collective management form just as well. I think based on the experiences of cooperatives, we've seen that they can. And then at the state level, state bureaucracies have their own sort of set of incentives, but in most systems that already have extensive state bureaucracies, these people at high levels are appointed or elected. They're held to certain standards. At the national level, and national government wants to maintain, the tax revenues that they need to pay for services. So we already, I think, have incentive structures that you could say that some people might just, I think, disagree with the normative thing of like, why would people have to own their own means of production, control their workplaces, or whatever else? Why do we need this level of equality? Can't we just get by with our existing system, but just like make things a little bit easier for capitalists to make money, and then everyone will benefit, whatever else? I mean, that's a normative question. And my vision of socialism, there'll be plenty of multiple parties with different views and perspectives trying to either push us deeper into more radical forms of socialism, or on the other hand, to kind of roll back to more capitalist forms of government. So I think that again, you can't try to make up a perfect system and try to implement it. You have to, do it as a process democratically and so on.
So just philosophically, in your gut, you're more concerned about the innate equal value of human beings versus the efficiency of this wonderful mechanism that we call human civilization that produces some stuff. It's like gut. If we were sitting in a bar, that's where the gut feeling to come with. Of course, your mind is open, but you want to protect the equal value of humans.
So I don't want to fight the hypothetical. So I'll say equality. I am concerned with equality, but I don't think the two are necessarily always in tension.
Yeah,
but also when you think about all the great things that human beings have produced, often I think people today just look at the end outcome. Like we go to the pyramids and we'll marvel at the pyramids and the human achievement that it took to make it happen, but we won't stop to think about all the suffering that went into the making of that thing. So I think we kind of lean in the opposite direction, where we marvel at our achievements, but we don't often think about the suffering or exploitation that went into certain human achievements. I would love a society in which we could marvel at things and not have to worry about the exploitation that was involved. Because there was no exploitation or oppression involved. There was just human ingenuity and creativity and collaboration.
And to the degree, the degree of the tension between the two, at least give equal weight to the consideration of the suffering. And don't just marvel at the beauty of the creation. To the degree there is a tension.
What Stalin did, actually, too, it's not just capitalism. What Stalin did was he sacrificed whole generations that he thought that was building something for the future, for future Russians to enjoy, and for future people of the world to enjoy. And actually, that analogy that I just gave about the pyramids was written by Karl Kautsky, the German socialist, anti-Stalinist critic, when he was complaining about U.S. journalists and others going to Russia in the 1930s and marveling at all the new industries. Are these people blind to suffering behind these things they're marveling about?
Speaking of which, I think you mentioned in the context of social democracy that freedom of speech and freedom of the press, or basically the freedom of people to have a voice, is an important component, which I think is something that caught my ear a little bit. if you think about the Soviet Union, one of the ways that the authoritarian regime was able to control, it's almost part of the central planning is you have to control the message and you have to limit the freedom of the press. So there's a kind of notion, especially in like ideas, maybe caricatures of ideas of cultural Marxism, sometimes caricatured even further as wokeism, that you want to be careful with speech. You want to censor speech because some speech hurts people. So in some sense, you want to respect the value, the equality of human beings by being careful with the words you say. So what is there a tension there for you?
I think there's no tension. And in part, I think that it is very condescending or patronizing to assume that people can take debates, that people can either as society or individuals particularly be engaged in the exchange of ideas without, or even very vigorous debate without being broken by it. It's just not the case. I'm basically a free speech absolutist. I mean, I would draw the line at obviously direct incitements of violence or certain other speech like that, but in general.
You think a lot of people would be surprised to hear that?
No, I mean, not people who know my work. I mean, more generally, I think a lot of people on the right, even in the center, I think might have the idea that a lot of the far left wants to censor them. I think some of the center left wants to censor them, but I think a lot on the far left, on the Marxist or socialist left, I think that free speech is more or less the norm.
Yeah, where is the imperative censor coming from? Is this just some small subset of the left on Twitter? Is there some philosophical idea behind certain groups that, like, if we're to steel man the case, and which group actually has the interest of humanity in mind in wanting to censor speech?
I think we might need to just take it case by case, or example by example. Honestly, I would have to think about a particular case, but let's just say generally that a lot of American liberalism rightly sees the revolution around the civil rights and later the extension of this rights revolution for gay rights and so on as being a very positive achievement of the last half century, and I completely agree. Now, for me, now that we've won those rights, a lot of our battle for change needs to go beyond the representational realm and needs to really reground itself in the material bread and butter struggles of ordinary people trying to survive, the battle for good health care for all Americans, and so on. These are my immediate demands. I think there's a segment of American liberalism that doesn't want to go in that confrontational economic direction and wants to steer it away from battles over things like universal health care and so on, and really are just still caught at this battle over rights and representation. And it devolved in such a way that they feel like they need to make change. The way they make change is only through interventions in culture, because they don't really have the same sense of class and class struggle that agree or disagree. It's a very material plane. So instead, they look at comedians who said the wrong thing, or they look at all sorts of other ways to make change. It's not really making change, it's just making them look bad and making our culture worse. And I think that that's where a lot of it comes from. But I think that a lot of the left, even the left, is much more into battles over, race and lots of other stuff, like real serious anti-racist in the left. Of course, I'm an anti-racist, but a lot of my work is focused on the primacy of class. But even these people are very concerned about the material struggles and issues, and they don't really care about, these issues they think are ephemeral kind of issues.
So when you focus exclusively on language, that somehow leads you astray, like on being concerned about language without like deeper economic inequalities and so on. You just become an asshole that's on Twitter pointing out how racist everyone is. So the anti-racism becomes a caricature of anti-racism.
Exactly, because anti-racism the red line or whatever else. It was really like a struggle for survival. And what was the main demand, like, the language of this? One, it was the march for jobs and freedom. It was the slogan, I am a man, asserting kind of universal dignity of people. This is what the civil rights movement was about. And it wasn't surprising there's a lot of self-described socialists, people like David Rustin, A.F. Randolph, Martin Luther King Jr. I mean, these were people who were Ella Baker. They were socialists, and I think a lot of Americans agree with them with their immediate demands, even though they were themselves socialists. But it was a very materialistic struggle, and I think a lot of this has been co-opted into just some sort of vague and just disconcerting complaints about language or culture and so on.
Martin Luther King was a socialist. To what degree was he a socialist? I would love to learn about that.
Martin Luther King, I think, broadly called himself at various points in his life a Christian socialist or a democratic socialist, especially after his speech against the Vietnam War and the Riverside Church in 1967. The last years of his life, he became much more involved in struggles against war and also struggles for workers' rights. He was assassinated when he was at a rally at workers' rights. So he thought the next battle was going to be an economic battle. He had this famous line where he said, I don't just want to integrate the lunch counter if it means that we can't afford to order a burger while we're there. That was the line along those lines, and I think that got to his point where the civil rights struggle was part of a step of building some sort of wider movement. So he and these other civil rights leaders were very much interested in working with organized labor, working with the left as it was constructed then, and building some sort of mass base for not just rights but redistribution.
It's fascinating. It's fascinating which speakers self-identified or were in part socialist.
Albert Einstein was one.
Albert
Einstein wrote an article for the first issue of this left-wing magazine that's still publishing today called Monthly Review, and I think 1949. And his article is called Why Socialism. I don't think it's paywall, so people should check it out. But yeah, Einstein.
So probably the central idea is the pacifist, the anti-war idea for him. Or no?
Honestly, it's been so many years since I read it. I think it was more about. I think it was actually more economically focused, but I would need to go back and.
But is war in general a part of the fundamental ideas that socialists are against? Democratic socialists are against. Like, what's the relation between socialism and war?
So I think that traditionally the socialist movement, war was associated with capitalist competition and international competition. If you look at World War I, is very much a case where different nations were competing with each other and developing quite violent rivalries. It was a cause based on competition and the periphery over access to markets and colonies and whatever else. It was very easy to draw a direct correlation. I am opposed to war. I'm opposed to imperialism, the domination of strong nations, dominating smaller nations. I wouldn't call myself a pacifist. I think most socialists wouldn't call themselves pacifists because there are some struggles that are worth fighting for. There's national liberation struggles and so on where if there's no democratic avenues for change, positive change has been made through armed revolts around colonialism and whatnot. But we're living in an age where hopefully, I know neither of us have children, but our children or children's children, in the future won't have to live through war. And that is one thing that as countries have gotten more developed, as the world has changed, we've actually seen less and less war. Like, I won't dispute Anchor on this. I think it's true. Obviously, Putin's invasion of Ukraine and the conflict in Ethiopia is like kind of an exception, but on the whole, I think we're going in that direction. But I think it's always been a major organizing plank of socialists against war and against just kind of this sense of right-wing nationalism and national identity that often leads to war. And obviously, not everyone on the right has embraced that. A lot of libertarians are consistently anti-war as well. But I think the right ideologically has been associated with war, even if some advocates of capitalism have stopped it.
Then there's the military-industrial complex, which is the financial machine of the whole thing. I presume. Well, since a lot of that is government, what's the relation to socialism and the military-industrial complex?
Well, a lot of it's government contracts is privately produced, right? By companies like Lockheed Martin, and things like that. You could draw a very crude materialist connection between any of these things and kind of prove an ideological point. But we could produce just as many arms and then just bury them or never buy them off or whatever else. Obviously, there are companies that have a vested interest in tightening up tensions or saying that we need to buy any weapon system to be prepared for a potential war with China, Russia. Meanwhile, we all know that if there's conventional war between these countries, then it's going to, it's going to lead to something worse. And no amount of advanced fighter jets is going to make a difference. But I try to avoid crude or causal connections, even though there are relationships. Like it's kind of like the old slogan, which was quite an effective slogan in the early 2000s. At my first anti-war marches when I was a teenager, I definitely shouted it. It's the kind of no war for oil. Like both is like correct in that it gets to what people's senses of like what's going on, how it's bad, but also like analytically it's kind of wanting to explain what really happened or why we ended up in the Middle East, like a much more complex geopolitical story.
Yeah, and it is a story of geopolitics. It's perhaps less a story of capitalism or socialism. It's a story. It's a geopolitical story that I think actually operates outside of the economic system of individual nations. It has to do more with, honestly, in part, egos of leaders. Um, and there's a international battle for resources, but surely there's alternatives.
Yeah, definitely, and I think that part of what being a socialist is about dreaming in the long term about a different sort of world without, in my mind, needless divisions of people into nations with standing armies. I'm sure we'll still have pride about where we're from, and there'll still be distinctive cultural features and so on about where we're from. We definitely would, at least for the foreseeable future, be divided into places as like administrative units, with the idea that there should be a Mexican army and an American army and a Russian army and a Ukrainian army is just on the face of it. I think in the long run will be seen as ridiculous. Just like we see it as ridiculous today, looking back at the idea that a lord from London would be engaged in civil strikes, and a lord from like Liverpool and a bunch of peasants would die. Just kind of on the face of it, just seems kind of ridiculous. These different places would have their own banners and lords and armies. I think in the long run, you might have to zoom out 1,000 years. In the long run, people will say the same about nation states and standing armies and battles over, specks of dirt that mean nothing in a cosmic sense.
Yeah, no, for sure. Aliens would laugh at us. Or humans that go far beyond Earth and look at the history. Well, most of the history will be forgotten. Because if humans successfully expand out into the universe, just the scale of civilization will grow so fast that the bickering of the first few thousand years of human history will be seen as significant.
There's a very Marxist idea that I both appreciate in one way, but on the other hand, it's kind of scary, which is that, human history is only now beginning before we're in prehistory, but in the future, like, we'll be in kind of real history. I think that a lot of really important history is already happening, and I think posterity will remember, and I think that it will be easier to assign certain people the role of like villains, the people, not to engage in the contentious off topic of Ukraine or whatever else, but the idea that one government or that would launch a war to recover, or to take several hundred square miles of territory and tens of thousands of people die, I think seems absurd to us, many people today. that, like, why? I think it's because of popular pressure and organization. So you could say kind of the pro-worker, socialist organizing part of it, making it less normal. If you're a capitalist, you could say, well, markets are more interlinked, so war is even more irrational. I don't really have a firm answer, whatever it is. I think it's a good thing.
You mentioned Marxist view of history. It's kind of interesting to just briefly talk about. What do you think of it? What do you think of this Marxist view of how the different systems evolve from the perspectives of class struggles that we're talking about?
Well, I'm a Marxist. I fundamentally believe in the broad contours of historical materialism. But I think we should be clear of what Marxist theory tells us and what it doesn't tell us. I think Marxist theory tells us pertinent things about how societies have evolved, about how the distribution of resources work in any given society, who owns, who doesn't, how the distribution of conflict, and so on. I think Marxism can tell us a lot.
How surplus is distributed.
Exactly. What it can tell us is, like, as a friend put it, like the sex appeal of blue jeans. That's beyond what Marxism is meant to do.
What economic system can tell us about the sex appeal of blue jeans?
No economic system, but socialism, in the Soviet sense, when it was turned into the Soviet-style dialectical materialism, was meant to tell us everything from explain genetics and agriculture, whatever else, in a very disastrous way. So I definitely don't believe in the application of these ideas in an extremely wide way. And also, I'm a Marxist because it's a framework that helps me understand pertinent facts about the world. If at some point I no longer think the framework is doing that, I will not be a Marxist. But I'm a socialist on normative grounds because I have certain beliefs about the equality of people, because I believe in a society with liberty, with equality, with fraternity, and that I hope I'll always be a socialist till the day I die. But it's kind of a very unscientific or unserious thing to say this is my framework from beginning to end, for the rest of my life.
But from a perspective of history, you should say that Marx says that societies go through different stages. Could be crudely summarized as primitive communism, imperialism, enslaved society, feudalism, defined by mercantilism, then capitalism, and socialism, and finally stateless communism. Did I miss something?
I mean, that was close enough. I mean, I think that's definitely true of Marxist theory, that the contradictions of capitalism, the fact that it has brought together all these workers, all these materials, and whatever else, and it's now allowing us to socially create wealth on a mass scale. But that process is being privately directed, and also the surplus is being privately appropriated, is a contradiction, and that would lead to some sort of rebellion or revolution or change, and eventually this contradiction would be better on production too, so we would have to move into a socialist society.
But actually, just to backtrack, so in terms of contradiction, so it starts when we're in a village, hunter-gatherers. That's what you call primitive communism, where everyone is kind of equal. It's kind of collective, right? Right? Maybe just let me hold on a second. And then inequality is form of different flavors, and that's what imperialism is one Jew rises to the top and has some control of different flavors. That's what feudalism is, when you have one Jew at the top and you have merchants doing some trading and so on. And then that leads to capitalism, where you have private ownership of companies, and they result in some kind of class inequality. And then eventually that results in a revolution that says, no, this inequality is not okay, it's not natural, it doesn't respect the value of human beings, and therefore it goes to socialism, where there is, under Marx's view, I guess, some role for the state. The state is doing some redistribution, and then the pure communism at the end is when it's, it's a collective, where there's no state centralized power.
So,
This was part of that wrong.
no, I think in broadly, the Marxist theory of history is about different types, different modes of production that exist at various times, based on material conditions. So, in the early times, in this theory, there was not much surplus being generated, right? And there was generally egalitarian society.
I want to show you my
As
hat.
we
You wanna
became
see?
agricultural
Yeah.
society
It's a
developed, there was
perfect
more surplus
Islamic
being
hat.
produced.
Let's see.
Then there was a group of people,
I will
the
show
ruling
you.
classes of their age,
I will show you the
that
light.
controlled and distributed that controlled that division of labor and appropriated more of that surplus to themselves. They weren't
That's
involved
mine.
in productive labor. In the early prison society, everybody's involved in productive labor. Later on, you had
And I
castes
will
of
tell.
priests who did nothing but kind of pray and write and kind of lecture people all day, right?
I
And you
see
had,
that looks like a very warm
kings
hat.
and rulers and bureaucrats and traders and so on. You had a more
Rzeczywistość są
complex
bardzo
division of
ciepłe.
labor, but also more inequity
Does it keep your ears warm?
driving out of that.
Czy ogrzewa uszy?
Capitalism was a revolutionary system
Yes, yes.
because it took away, one, it made us tremendously more productive, right? It
Very good.
commanded
Very, very
production
good.
beyond our wildest imagination.
Bardzo dobrze,
But it
bardzo
also
dobrze.
no longer bound workers to their order, manner, whatever
Thank you.
else. They were
You're
now
welcome.
free to move, free to engage in contracts with employers and so on. But even though workers are now producing all this tremendous wealth, and even though productive forces have been matured in such a way, they were ultimately taken away from all the wealth they were created. They got some of it back. They were in wealthy societies, but they were all there collectively together producing this wealth, and that was a potent force. So Marx theorized that would lead to a revolutionary change in a socialist direction. I think, in fact, what we saw was that yes, workers are dependent on capitalists are dependent on workers, but the dependency is obviously symmetrical in the sense that workers are also dependent on capitalists, but in fact it's an asymmetrical dependency, and that ordinary workers need their jobs more than capitalists need the contribution of individual workers. So it became kind of a collective action problem where you would need the mass of workers to get together to decide to change things, but also people be afraid because they'd be dependent on their jobs, their livelihoods, and so on. So revolution became a lot harder than people thought, especially in democratic countries where workers had certain outlets, certain powers and rights and responsibilities. You know, it's no surprise that where you did have socialist revolutions, they were in places like the third world, colonial states trying to emerge out of colonialism. They were in places like China and Russia, autocratic countries, and never in an advanced capitalist country. Now, in Marxist theory of history, even as interpreted by a lot of smart Marxists like G.A. Cohen and others, there is a certain inevitability to socialism after capitalism. The way that I would put it myself is I kind of have a more, you could say, like Kantian view of it. Like I think socialism is something that ought to happen, but it's not something that necessarily will happen. And we'll need to organize and persuade, and also potentially, again, the key part of any social system that's democratic is you have to allow for the possibility of a democratic revision to a different sort of system. So I'd be more than happy for my vision of socialism for there to be capitalist parties getting, hopefully 3, 4, 5% of the vote, maybe a lot more. In the same way that in the U.S. or Republic, we could right now have a monarchist party. No one's going to support a monarchist party in the U.S. in serious numbers.
Although that's gaining popularity.
In Europe or else?
No, isn't there in the anarchist tradition? Aren't they saying that one of the ways you could have a leaders in monarchy because they're more directly responsible to the citizens? If you have a leader, it's healthier to have a monarch. And I'm not familiar with this, but I've heard this stated.
In the left-wing anarchist traditions,
you don't believe Marx's theory of history in the sense that it's everything, every stage is a natural consequence of every other stage. Of course, he would predict that somebody like you must exist in order for those stages to go from one to the next, because you have to believe ought in order for action to be taken to inspire the populace to take action.
So, two things. One is, I do broadly believe in Marx's theory of history because it's just explaining how productive forces develop and the relation of production in any given system. I guess there's a theory of transition from capitalism to socialism that Marx didn't really spell out, but it was kind of implied that it would naturally happen. And Marx was living in an era of tremendous upheaval. Marx himself actually saw, when he was living in London in the 1870s, the Paris Commune. And workers took over for just a few months. They took over the producers of Paris, took over the city, basically created their own government, their own system, and so on. So he was living through an era of upheaval. And Engels, especially, oversaw and was the mentor of all these rising socialist parties. So he was very closely collaborating with socialists in places like Britain and Germany when they were drafting their first program for the Social Democratic Party. So it felt like this was going to happen. It felt like this rising working class would take power, but I think the stability of the system was underestimated. It's easy to see the contradictions in the system, but can you see its mechanisms of stability? The way in which mass collective action or revolution is more the exception or the norm. Could you imagine, if you're Marx, not only how much wealth the system would produce over time, which I think he could have imagined, but also developments like the welfare state and mass democracy, universal suffrage, which might have changed how workers relate to the system or operate within it. So I think it's just the transition part that I think wasn't spelled out properly. But I think in either case, as socialists, we can't assume that history is working in our favor. We just need to kind of hold out and wait for the inevitable revolution. We have to convince people of both, one, the struggle for day-to-day reforms and why it's important to be politically organized, why it's important to be a member of a union or to advocate for things like universal health care or whatever else, try to kind of build the cohesion and sense of self of the class. Then ultimately, for the desirability, once we accomplish it, once we build social democracy, of going beyond social democracy, which is, of course, the challenge. Now, I don't think it requires leadership from the outside. I think there are plenty of organic leaders that have emerged from the working class that have advocated for socialism from the working class. And if you look at the class composition during the glory days of the European socialist parties, I mean, this was very much a working class parties and organizations. It's only been the last 30 years it's been taken over by professionals, and not uncoincidentally, they have accomplished what they've been doing those 30 years.
So that's the practice of the pragmatic. Can we actually jump to at the horizon? Because you mentioned as a social democrat, you focus on the positive today, but you also have a vision and dream of the future. And so Marx did as well. So the perfect communism at the end. Can you describe that world? And also, is there elements of that world that has elements of anarchism? So again, like I said, there's Michael Malice next door. So like anarcho-communism. I don't even know if I'm using that term correctly, but basically no central control. Can you describe what that world looks like?
I think the traditional socialist vision of what I call full communism would be very similar to the anarchist vision of a world without coercion and mass abundance and so on. I myself don't share that vision. I believe that we will always need to have a state in some form as a way to, one, even just mediate difference. I think traditionally a lot of Marxists have thought that after you remove the primary contradiction, quote unquote, of class, that all other political questions would be resolved. and I think that's a lot behind a lot of the thinking of we're going to have a full communism after politics. I don't think there will be an after politics. I think, for one thing, let's say, I'll give you another Northeast example. Let's say me and you were trying to, with different groups of people, we're trying to figure out how to build a crossing of the Hudson River. And for various reasons, you and the people around you want to build a bridge. Me and the people around me want to build a tunnel. That's a question that you will probably need a mediation for, right? You'll need one, it's a big project, so there'll be a very complex division of labor and so on. But even beyond that, just politically, you will need the state to mediate the difference. You'll need to have a vote that people trust, have institutions that people trust, and so on, to make a decision. Society is never going to go beyond that decision making.
You don't think it's possible outside of the state to create state voting mechanisms, or is human nature going to always seep into that?
I just wonder why we would have to. If the state is democratic and responsive, if the state is an authoritarian.
So it might not be called a state, but it's function as a state.
Right? But why not just call it a state? But in other words, like, if you don't have something like that, then don't you have a greater risk of tyranny or a tyrant emerging in the vacuum? So I think people's fear of the state is what would happen if the state had too much power. And I think that's a legitimate fear. That's why we have democratic kind of checks on state power and certain guarantees of freedom and so on. But yeah, I guess I just wonder, I'm more afraid of the vacuum and not having a democratic responsive state and what the world would turn into. And also, I'm just not a utopian thinker, if that makes sense. Like, I like to think that I'm an egalitarian thinker. I'm a socialist, but my mind just goes to, like, I could see a vision of the future that I would like 50 years from now. Maybe there's some sort of future of superabundance and automation, and there's some sort of techno-utopian future. We don't want some of those things that would exist in my, 5 minutes from now vision of socialism, but I just don't see it. And in general, I'm kind of wary of visions of change that seem like they're not built off little pieces that we have now and not built off history and experience and whatever else. I don't want a year zero. I don't even like the term prehistory because I think there's a lot in history that I want, I want Shakespeare under socialism. I want a lot of things that I think we should be grateful for. There's a part of tradition that I think that exists that's hierarchical and exploitative and whatever else. But there's another part of tradition that's our sense of place and belonging and our connection to the past and hopefully the future. And I want to keep that.
Yeah, so you're worried about revolution or otherwise a vacuum being created, and you're worried about those things that might fill that vacuum. So the anarchists often worry about the same mechanism of the state that controls voting or keeps voting robust and resilient and stable. The same mechanism also has violence. So that intention, so they get very nervous about a central place having a monopoly on violence.
Whereas if there is going to be a place with a monopoly on violence, let's just say, temporarily take that for granted, should it not be a place with a skilled, elected, accountable, transparent civil service with a democracy?
Speaking of analysts of 50 years, there's an AI sort of we removed some of the human elements that I think get us into a lot of trouble. Like you can take a perspective on the Soviet Union and the flaws of the system there have less to do with the different ideologies, more to do with the humans in the vacuums and how humans fill vacuums and the corrupting nature of power and so on. If we have AI that it's more data driven and is not susceptible to the human elements, is it possible to imagine such a world? Almost like from a sci-fi perspective.
Maybe in the future you can imagine certain calculation problems that arose during central planning solved through advanced computing. But I would say that there's another whole set of problems with the system not sure how that advanced computing would solve the incentive problems of how do you get people to actually produce things that other people want. Kind of that informational question, how do you communicate without endless meetings or someone reading your brain what you actually want. So there's that kind of informational question, but then there's the incentive of, how do you get people to work efficiently at work, and how do you get firms to use their resources that they're getting more efficiently. And I think solving the calculation problem solves some of these questions, but not all of them. But that's kind of a who knows. But if your vision of the future requires some sort of leap into a technological unknown, it's very hard to advocate for it today.
It's exciting to consider the possibility of technology empowering a better reallocation of resources. If you care about kind of the innate value of human beings and think of the mechanism of reallocation of resources, a good way to empower that equality, that it's nice to remove the human element from that. Like if you work really hard and you're really good at your job, it's nice to be really data driven and allocating more resources to it.
So, kind of. I kind of think that the agency part requires human beings and conscious human activities. So I think if you have a sort of planning system that works, then let's say the technology is there for it to work, I would want it to be democratic planning in such a way. There is a human element, there is some debate, deliberation, society. And also even in my vision of socialism with the state sector and state investments and so on, I want there to be more public discussion and debate about certain things. It's not just left to technocrats, because you want to live in society where you just find out the next day that there's a massive infrastructure project and you haven't, had a chance to think about or debate or feel like you're participating in,
and debate is not just facts and logic. That's why if the whole universe was about facts and logic, computers would do a better job of that. There's something about humans debating each other that goes into the difficult gray areas of what it means to be human, what it means to have a life that's worth living. That requires humanity. And I'm also worried about, while I'm excited by the possibility of AI controlling everything, half joking, but the reason I'm really terrified of that is because usually there's a possibility of a human taking control of that system. You now start to get the same kind of authoritarian thing. Well, I am a human, I'm smart enough to be able to control this AI system, and I will do based on what this AI system says what's good for you. It's kind of like talking down to people and then use that AI system to now have the same kind of thing as Holodomor in the 1930s.
And also our purposes might change. So an AI system might say the goal of humanity is to just increase infinitely efficiency or increase output, whereas we might collectively decide that we have enough and we want to have a trade-off, right? And I think that we need a system that allows for people to make certain trade-offs.
Have more of this leisure that I've been learning about from you. This is a very interesting concept, leisure. How do you spell that? All right, so if we can step into the practical, we were talking about historical and philosophical, to the practical of today. What are some of the exciting policies that represent democratic socialism today, modern socialism? I think you mentioned some of them, Medicare for all or universal health care. Something you haven't mentioned is tuition-free college, increasing minimum wage, maybe stronger unions like we talked about. What are some ideas here? What are some ideas that are especially exciting to you?
Well, I think that hours reduction has always been an important demand for socialists. It's been a reality in certain countries like France in recent decades, where part of the logic is if you have a bunch of people working for 40 plus hours a week, and you also have some unemployed people who would like more employment, then it's not a zero-sum game. You could reduce hours to 35 hours and still maintain the same output by employing more people to kind of fill the slack in hours. So one, I think it's a solidaristic thing in working class movements between unemployed and employed workers. I also think that, it gives people more time. So Marx was a big advocate in his day of a 10-hour a bill in the UK that would have reduced the hours of working time and reduced eliminated or reduced child labor and other things as well. And part of it was this is a radical demand because it's reducing the sphere of exploitation. So it's putting limits on how much time the capitalists would take from ordinary workers and how much freedom they would have. With healthcare, one, I just think it's a government healthcare system. You could tell me that you don't want it in the U.S., but you can't tell me it doesn't work. We've seen it work in every other major industrial system in different forms.
So what does that usually involve? What does universal healthcare involve?
So there's different varieties. In the UK, for instance, they have a national health service in which medical personnel and hospitals are run directly by the state. It's almost like a mini Soviet system, to be honest, but just for healthcare. It works pretty well just for healthcare. And I think it's one example of the way in which you could actually take the market. So I give you a vision of socialism that involves a lot of markets, but I think there's certain spheres where you could remove the market from and still have an efficient system. In part because, this is a area in which people don't have, obviously for cosmetic procedures, whatever, they have preferences. But for most routine things that people do in healthcare, they just need to see a doctor. They need to get diagnosed. Some of these systems have had trouble with wait lists for specialists or whatever. That's more of like an allocation problem of if you want more specialists, you pay specialists more. Like this problems that could be solved by through the mechanisms of planning and government run healthcare. So that's kind of the most left wing that you could get is what the system in the United Kingdom. Beyond that, you have a system like Medicare for All, where you're saying, all right, are going to be actively employed by hospitals. Hospitals are going to be private. But instead of having all these different insurance carriers, we're just have one national insurance carrier that we're all going to pay into. That national insurance carrier is going to negotiate the price of healthcare with doctors, the price of drugs, pharmaceutical companies, and so on. Hopefully, reduce prices and to implement a different little bit of planning into the system because if there's only one, big national insurance company, that company has a lot of weight and power. But you can still visit your same doctor, and there's still some. It's not as radical of a shift in that direction, and that's the dominant demand of Bernie Sanders and the left right now. There's 30+ million people in the U.S. that would be insured that currently aren't insured. We moved the system. There's a lot of other people that are underinsured or worried about how to pay co-pays or premiums involved. I think it would be a net benefit for the vast majority of the U.S. Population, even if it was offset with certain taxes. We spend a lot of money out of pocket with health insurance. And it's a demand also that's widely popular. So for me, it's almost like if you're trying to build support for something like socialism, we were talking this lofty vision of socialism after capitalism, or what worker ownership, the means of production would look like in practice, and so on. And by the way, you're one of the few interviewers who ever asked me any of the details. So it's good that I've been thinking of a rough sketch in my head for the last, 16 years I've been a socialist. But we have to start in the here and now. And if you can't convince people that the state should play a bigger role in their health insurance, and you can't convince Americans in a whole host of other sectors that they should be living in something closer to social democracy, how are you going to convince those people that there should be worker ownership of the means of production? It's kind of a ridiculous leap if you don't have the credibility as the group of people organizing for universal health care, organizing for $15 minimum wage, and able to get the goods. And also in practice, as we fight for these reforms, ordinary people will have a better sense, at least in my it means to be involved with politics and what politics can do for their lives is positive. Because right now, when we talk about politics, it often just seems that we're talking about like a very live cultural conflict removed from the things that are important in our lives. Whereas in truth, I think politics can be a tool for us to make our lives better.
Yeah, and there's like deep ideas here where it looks like universal health care and worker collectives are not so radically different. There's just there's philosophical ideas to explore in this out. And also from my perspective at least, maybe I'm wrong on this, but it seems like with a lot of things at the core of politics, the right answer from an alien perspective is not clear. Like everybody's very certain of what's the right answer. And well, certainly universal healthcare is terrible, or in the case of universal healthcare, a majority of people think it's a good idea. I don't think anyone knows. Because I think that depends on cultural history, on the particular dynamics of the country, of the political system, on the dynamics of the economic system in this country, of changing world. 21st century is different than the 20th century. Maybe the failures of communism in the 20th century will not be repeated in the 21st century. Or the flip side of that, maybe capitalism will actually truly flourish with the help of automation in the 21st century. I don't think anyone knows. So like people like you are basically saying like arguing for ideas and want to explore those ideas together. Uh, why do you think if universal healthcare is popular, why don't we have universal healthcare in the United States?
Well, democracy is a great thing. Political democracy is wonderful. It came from the struggles of ordinary people, the expand suffrage, and so on. But the economic sphere, entrenched power in the economic sphere, leads into our political democracy. So I think there's a lot of people with a vested interest in not having universal health care. There's large industries with a vested interest in not having universal health care. They pay for ads, pay lobbyists, they influence government, and they have made it very difficult. So you can't get universal health care done without the bill, even if you pass something you're trying to make a change. Like Obamacare was supposed to have a public option. Everybody's been running on a public option for the Democratic Party for 12, 13 years. Why don't we have a public option? People know that if people have the choice of buying into government plans, that might be the slow road to really having universal health care. So I think a lot of it's opposition.
Do you like that idea as a public option? Maybe you can like because isn't there complexities like pre-existing conditions? So isn't a public option mean you can not have any insurance until you get into trouble, and then you can, if it covers pre-existing conditions, just start paying for insurance then. Before young people don't pay for insurance, isn't it better to go full in?
I don't support a public option in part because I think we allow politicians to just say, hey, I support a public option. Well, it's just kind of a way to signal your support for universal health care, but give us nothing. And I think that's what we saw with Biden and a lot of other politicians that have supported public option. I think in practice, if a public option is defined in such a way that it just means by default can just opt in to a public plan, and let's say hypothetically you don't even have to pay for it, then it's just a backdoor to universal health care really quickly. Because I think the vast majority of people who aren't currently covered, and also a lot of employers, to be honest, would probably drop their private coverage if they knew their employees can just get a public option and maybe would only provide supplemental insurance or whatever else. But I think the broad overarching point of all these demands is to say that socialists need to be really connected to the day-to-day struggles of people to just improve their lives. So if you're feeling like you're paying $400, $500 on the Obamacare market for health insurance, and that's hampering your ability to do what you want to do in your life, then maybe you would support a candidate for universal health care. If you feel like you're struggling to find work that you can afford to pay your rent with or whatever else, maybe you'll support a candidate committed to all sorts of mechanisms to reduce housing prices or increase your power as a tenant, and whatever else. I think it's like these day-to-day concerns need to be connected to the more abstract and lofty vision of change. Otherwise, our politics just becomes like this fantasy world thing that nice ideas to think about or debate, but really won't make much of a difference in people's lives.
What do you think about free college? Should college be free?
So I would say free college is not at the top of my list of priorities, but it definitely should be free in my vision of a just society.
What is the universal? Just to clarify, is the universal healthcare up there?
Yeah, universal healthcare is probably more higher on my priorities than free college. I think right now the way our system is built, when someone goes to college, they're given credentials, they're given degrees they carry with them for the rest of their life. It gives them a chance to join kind of a privileged part of the labor market, right? It's not a zero-sum game. I don't want college-educated people to think that non-college-educated people are their enemies, vice versa. Because a lot of them are just ordinary working-class people trying to survive. And they're in different areas, they're in different sectors. Some of them are in nursing sectors where they need a college degree and so on. But if you just make college tuition free, but you don't also make trade skills and other things free for someone to learn how to become an electrician or a plumber or whatever else, then to some degree you're privileging one sector of the labor market over another. So I would advocate just if you're going to make something like that free, you just have to make sure you're doing it in the egalitarian way, and that the options, the routes to college are more equal. So there's more investment in K-12 education, so that more kids in rough neighborhoods have the chance to go to college, and for those that choose the trade route from any part of the country, that they're given the skills and resources for vocational training, and those are also free. And it just feels like in terms of order of operation, I would just start with K through 12 education, improving it, and whatever else, and then college after. But I'm not opposed to it.
So does that improving K through 12 education? Does that mean investing more into it? Is it as simple as just increasing the amount of money that's invested in public education?
In general, when it comes to the public sector or any sphere that you're investing in, obviously it's not just as simple as throwing money at a problem. I do think we have a lot of schools that are underfunded, but we have other schools that are adequately funded, but the conditions in which those schools are, like the neighborhoods they're in and what's going on in society, the problems are so deep that it's impossible for just education to solve everything. And I think especially a lot of liberals think that education should be the panacea. Investing with education, you'll help people. If kids are living in poverty, if they go into school hungry, whatever else, like education is not going to give them everything they need to succeed. So sometimes I think, put too much weight on education.
And of course, you could define education more broadly, which is like the care of the flourishing of the young mind, whatever that is.
And a lot of it starts early. Yeah, a lot of it starts with. So in New York City, at least, we do have universal pre-K. So from age 3 onward, you have the option for that. I mean, it's important for kids' socialization. Their parents are now able to, know that they can go to work or do something else and have the kids taken care of. There's a lot of measures like that we could do to equalize things. And again, for libertarians in the audience, some of this stuff is scary because it's obviously more states involved in pre-K, states already very involved in K-12, more investment into state institutions like our state universities and college. But for me, it's not a question of state versus non-state. It's a question of good outcomes for people, and it just happens to be that for working class people, um, having the collective power to elect representatives that will build a broader safety net is in their interest. For upper middle class people, for others, they could afford to pay for their own provisioning either directly or through like Obamacare like schemes where you just get a subsidy and you pay the rest yourself and whatever. This is for really the bottom 40% plus of the population. They really don't have any options. So they prioritize other things, and they end up with some sort of injury or health problem or whatever else, and it's bad for that to the people at the bottom of the labor market.
So I saw various estimates for socialist programs like Social Security expansion, free college, Medicare for all will cost upwards of $40 trillion over 10 years, 40. Okay, they could argue with those numbers and so on, but so there's a cost. There's a taxpayer cost. What are, given the weight of that cost, can you still make the case for these programs, or can you try to make the case against them that the cost is too high?
So I will not argue with you on the numbers. So just random numbers. I do think universal health care, if done right, can be basically cost neutral. I think it's an exception because we spend a tremendous amount of money on healthcare, each percentage of our GDP. So I think it could be done in a way that's close to cost neutral.
So actually, can you argue on the numbers without arguing on the numbers? So you're saying just your gut says that there's a lot of, depending on how these programs are done, there's a lot of variance in how much it will actually cost.
There's a lot of bureaucracy in billing right now in our healthcare sector, for example, that would be eliminated. There's a lot of costs that are spiraling upward of provider costs, both doctors, hospitals, but also pharmaceuticals and drug costs that insurance companies shoulder. Their market share is too fragmented to really negotiate hard. Medicare can sometimes negotiate better rates. Medicare for all would negotiate even better rates. So I think there's a cost spiral that we can adjust with more government involvement. There's a reason why we spend a bigger share of our GDP on healthcare than other places. But let me just accept the broad premise that social programs cost money. Now, I think that one, for ordinary people, most of them, the trade-off of even hypothetically if taxes on lower middle class and working class people in certain cases go up, the trade-off would still be in their benefit because they're the ones who currently would be consuming more of those goods, and also our tax system and whatnot is progressive. So the rich will pay more, the majority will consume more of them. Also, I think a lot of these programs are the bedrock of a healthy society. So one reason, for example, that we have so much crime and violence in the U.S. There's lots of cultural and other causes with our level of gun ownership, American history, and so on. But one really important factor is just the level of poverty and inequality in the U.S. compared to other countries. That combined with guns and other factors means that we live in more violent, unequal societies. The European would be shocked by the fact that in even some of our nicest areas in cities and elsewhere, there's a lot of rural violence too. It's just normal to have gun violence. It's normal to have drug-related violence. We have like 400 or 500 people some years in like Baltimore, again, a city of under 1 million, getting killed. These are all recipes for a society in which one, the public sphere is gone quite crazy because you're not going to go wander out when you can stroll in a park or you live in a dangerous area or whatever else. Like the broad goes very deep. Welfare state is one way to live in a better society for everyone. There's been plenty of studies. There's one book called The Spirit Level on inequality, which is quite popular. It just notes that inequality is really terrible for the psyches of the rich too, not just for the poor. So I think spending some more money living in a more just society is doable. There's different ways to address certain costs spirals. One reason why our welfare states are getting more and more expensive is in part just because our population is aging. But many of the same people that say we can afford more in our welfare states because we're spending so much on Social Security and all these other entitlements are the same people also for one, closing borders.
I guess I can always start off by saying let's think shift.
The economy. And also
That's all it's about anymore.
I have a lot of
For what, 17 years for the United States government as a geologist and aerospace engineer as well. It's got a real mixed bag here of different topics, and might be a little bit like brain overload.
Is there
But
in which taxing
I'll start from the beginning.
is counterproductive in the long term? So
Like I said, I worked for 15 years.
taxes.
Co-invented methods of shape charge blasting as well as laser rock deflagration,
Is there
which
anything
means
besides
rock is literally
Yes. Or someone would be
melted
or someone
or powdered by a
change their
special
consumption
amazing
habits,
laser
and that has
combination.
negative
And the residue of the
you
rock
would have to kind of very model it out. There would be a certain point in which
is applied as a coating, as a liquid coating, like an instant agate. If you could imagine a hunk of agate,
more unlikely, more likely
a
scenario is
silicon mineral.
tax corporation and other
But up here we have
people
another
decided
topic. This is an area where I worked. I worked 11 years of the 17 years at Groom Lake.
that you're in a
It's
society you're relying on
it's in the Nellis Air
So
Force
you
Base
kind of don't want to be in the worst of both worlds,
area.
where you've gone too
Groom
far
Lake
from
is
capitalism without far enough.
in the picture right here.
And my vision was of socialism. That's
Right
one reason why we have to take the investment action away from
Groom
capitalism.
Lake is
If you're going to make it so hard
quite the
for them,
place.
they can't invest.
A lot
They
of
can't
rumors
employ
and
things the way
other
they're
kinds of
employing
things
now.
that come out of
You can
there.
create
There's
another
people that
mechanism
stood on the outside for years and wondered what's been flying there. There's all kinds of things been flying. Let me give you a brief overview. Starts in ancient history land here. Back in 1909, the U.S. cavalry was engaged in catching some banditos that had crossed over the Mexican border into the Truth and Consequences, New Mexico. And they went into a cave or a hideout and were going to kill the local bandits. But what they found out they couldn't explain. And they were called horseshoe craft at that time.
The government does
Horseshoe
make you
ships.
take money away.
Or UFOs and saw these
A lot
they
of
call
people
demons,
want to make
gray demons,
think that
little gray guys
if they
that
want to
all
actually
around the place.
respect,
That was in
of course, they
1933.
want more, well,
Our government was actively engaged
like
with
good with
the
whatever else.
Europeans,
But at a
mostly
certain
the
point,
French
it
and the
becomes better
English,
because
and
it's
special researchers dealing with
directly of the program
aerial phenomena. And once again, the term flying saucer
credit
or
another
this
reason
become
to
about
investment
until
towards production later. We don't want a society with a bunch of rich people flying around in helicopters like the productive economy.
Anyway,
Right? At that point, I think a lot
the
of
whole thing here
ordinary
is
rich
that
people might
also
prefer
in 1946,
to
I
come in to tax them and to try to
we
spur
were
them to
engaged in atomic bomb
so
testing
it
and
really
this kind of alike.
just that. But I believe that
Of course, the area of Bikini
don't
Atoll,
necessarily want to be rich for the
some
sake
of
of
the
being
pictures are over here
They want to be successful. There's many different dynamics that
showing the actual language of the U.S. Army and U.S. Navy archives.
they'll be rich.
Anyway,
The first thing they do is start out selling
Fleming
shoe
ships
trucks
were
and try to give away their money so that they want to
in 1946.
Like, they made up
called
on this
fighters and you name it.
On that topic,
That were fully known about maybe as early as 1935 or 36 by our U.S. Navy. And there was a shell from the water base at Bikini Island, and that was probably the one reason why a number of atomic bombs were exploded in that area rather than other areas which they could have been even more remote out in the South Pacific.
perfectly justified.
They operated crossroads.
So obviously, when I talk about inequality, I often talk about
Anyway,
right?
this all led up
Workers
to
and billionaires just being it's just a popular short
the
hand.
Eisenhower administration led to an interesting treaty.
There's
Called the Creative 1964 Treaty, and it was the Alien Human
well,
And
these people aren't
supposedly the aliens had come in and exchanged technology, and they wanted to take an occasional human being off you had a cow.
socialists, right?
And actually books were supposedly to be kept and all this kind of stuff. Of course, eventually all that broke down, and humans are notorious for being liars, because we're liars, so-called what we humans are. So much power alien trees alive of not just like workers design as a piece of paper that articulate really their wealth and power. Anyway, my work as a geologist in building underground military bases, some of which are over 2 miles underground. And I think when you look at how tonight, if you have a chance to listen to them, you will see that I was actually in on some of the high-speed monorail subway cars being link these bases together. Some of them are capable of riding on cushion air, about 3 quarters of an inch off a rail, and ability to dictate things about the lives of others. He's actually been on one of these trains. I've only been in one of the tunnels and helped build some of the tunnels. I think it's true. Incidentally, I helped work on 13 deep underground maybe not big bases, actual hands-on experience. Notorious was the one in Dulce, or southeastern, southwestern sides of Dulce, Mexico, in Los Alamos laboratory region. So we built some hermetically sealed rooms that were very deep, going down over a mile. We also built an addition zone to Green Lake and S2 and S4 complexes. There are a total of 9 underground. They're called DUNB. Like you can learn a lot from this study. But DUNB stands for Deep Underground Military Base. And over Deep Underground, I've done 2, for instance, is a submarine base, and I have built a few of those too, which are off our continental shelves on certain islands out in the Pacific and strategic locations. All this I can hardly, in an hour's time, I can hardly squeeze all this in. So I'll be kind of rambling here, so please bear with me. The main topic of my discussion here is to link up basically what's going on with these deep underground military bases, what they're being used for, what is the present situation now being employed both by our federal government, which is slowly being phased out by the United Nations government, as well as the New World Order, the New World Order, which is a higher entity, and who these higher entities are taking care of and trying to link up basically what's going on. One of them is kept in the cloud. Maybe most recently over here, photographs of an alien in Roswell. Just very brief statement about that. Photographs that weren't stand up to a computer brain analysis test, therefore are unconscious fake. Whenever you're doing enforcement, they're not real. The real photograph of a charged dead alien that was on top innovation over here with me by a friend by the name of Steel Plumback. Put himself out there. Crazy ideas that he's trying to think about the principal doctors to push things forward to just say whatever money he has now, investing it, get 6% return for the rest of his life. I think that's a positive along with other people, but I think it does get to the broader policy when people go billionaires, they're a respecter of the equality and how to get out there and do your homework. Like I always say, it's not hard to rhetoric that I use, because I can don't put your photos and I use more traditional socialist rhetoric in terms that I think we can have a show of hands here. All the people who are shorthand we use in politics, there are very good almost all. And how many people have heard about the black helicopters and the other kinds of flying saucers type equipment out at Green Lake and other places? Very good. Well, this obviously is a national audience. Most of you have probably seen what black helicopters or maybe even glimpses of influence in the black chat or stuff as their or B2 bomber, B1 bomber, or some of these other
made up by liberal journalists. They're
sophisticated
supporters
airports
of during the
touted as the new technology.
campaign.
Once again,
Even though
new
just
technology.
supporters were
Obviously, we've
like
got
young
a
women
man
in their 20s. You know,
little alien so-called buddies.
whatever. I think
Exchange
there's
things
a rugby from the cross.
What
across the
would
village, and a lot of people disappeared. So, this statistic I use is according to current FBI, Defense Intelligence Agency, and CIA statistics.
By far the best communicator we have for the last
Children,
he speaks with oral
1 million
force.
he's every year.
And he's taken a lot of rhetoric from academia and brought it down to its core in a way that's comprehensible for ordinary people who speak in their daily lives.
Maybe
So when Bernie does a speech, people can finish his lines. They know what he's going to say. They know what points he's going to hit. Socialism, in my mind, should not be a complicated thing. Now, when we get to more abstract discussions about what a teacher system looks like, when we get to the policy trade-offs today, we need to run different kinds of should embrace. All sorts of nuance and contradictions, complications. When it comes to the core, or unethical, I think we're in grasp that with how we
Strategic Defense Initiative or Star Wars
Bernie Sanders was
part of the New World
very
Order
long time ago.
and makes its
I actually once told him, I've only met him a few times, but I joke that
we had
his book mentioned
one
that
of these
alien
alien graves
criticizing moment was like,
had a New World Order insignia on
my daughter was on town, I was devastated because the daughter's now, from Brooklyn.
friend got
I said, it was like 20 campaign, maybe one night, right, so, yeah, I wanted to remember it.
special authorities and technology.
But, you know, he was politicized the Socialist League, which is an old offshoot of the North Socialist Party of America, so an old socialist tradition. That he was engaged in labor struggles in the 60s, and he was engaged in civil rights movement. So he is that generated and I think just kind of more ways to locate more targeted way of understanding socialism. It was, in my mind, related by academia and by some that turned toward issues of culture and intensive focus on representation and whatever else was rooted.
Anyway, he was captured by the French and went over to the Third Army.
And then obviously he had all his ideas. He was also probably the way that he went to Vermont, he kind of did it back to the land, and he was basically that's why I think he didn't have that, like he was out there trying to farm or whatever, and old as hell, northern Vermont.
He was a master machinist, he later became an MD
Then he
doctor.
decided to
Part of the
do
aerospace
electoral politics. He failed for a long time. He did third-party politics and
helping
races.
build the USS
Eventually he became savvy monk, Lisa Bones, and Howard Vermont. And he just kept with the same emphasis. And my book, I can talk about, I quote Bernie's speech from the 1970s of his early campaign, and I compared it to Bernie's speech during his 2016 campaign. Virtually identical. Millionaires with spotless millionaires which is I think there's something great awkward American politics. Also, all about there's a socialist pole in politics. When you agree with it or not, in all these countries, any
United States Air Force
Japan,
and forces
and the U.S. really didn't have that furthest left to go besides, for a state. And I said, that's the deal, whatever.
Identified.
I'm very glad that there's some social actually we have
built several
to the extent that a lot of
that are flying
self-described socialists don't think Bernie is a real socialist. It's in part because he stays around watching people's day-to-day lives and struggles. I don't think he thinks about
position
the way that I do and other people who are disconnected with day-to-day politics, think about the future, continuity of social society, and so on. And I think he's more than committed to the egalitarian difference of
only given out to a
talk
handful
about
of
sort of this big
civilians,
broad
maybe
history
a
of
couple
just
hundred
Marxist
military
ideologies.
worldwide.
I think he's a great reason.
Yeah,
I
he's
thought
a
I was
practical
doing
thinker, and also, yeah, he's right.
the nation.
You should get rid of it too, because he is he's a major politician running for president. I think what people want is they want,
It didn't work out that
they want the electorate to
way. To find out,
and or at least the same as the party is what they're trying to find out.
strategic
They wanted something that was a step or two removed what they have now,
martial law
visionary.
in this country.
But not so far removed
Right
that it
now,
seems like a scary
military
leap. And I think
professors
people might lost the chance
used to be
in 2016 to some of that hate
are training
to
people like
Trump down at the very least.
ex-Russian KGB and Spetsnaz people right here in American soil. I've seen
Yeah,
it
not the way it's
along with
the Twitter directory over it, but
by the way, I'm still a
next to
geologist.
the
I do
scale,
geological survey.
sure, it is. It's not even conspiracy theory. There's all this stuff that debates
My
about
security
Clinton,
clearance,
you know, being those people being fed questions and whatever else. It just didn't know whether the media is extremely dismissive and hostile.
when I found out,
I thought the Bernie was about to use kind of hard because
131
they're just speaking to the people and you're not afraid
people
of
from
what's going on.
bases are being
You know, any sort of
used
outlet to make his case. And I think a lot of the liberal media in particular
and its people.
always had it out for Bernie Sanders.
I suppose that is what I can't possibly be connected.
I've seen that also.
You can't
They wanted to
Well,
so forget the
I
ideology.
says, yes, I can.
Why did it so smart?
An individual on their own.
What is that? They think that makes you
Before I got arrested.
Yeah, that's right.
You gotta finish your job.
That is that smart.
I caved in for that part. I finished 3 weeks. And
A
then
lot of these people are friends. If they don't actually know they're friends, they went the same school. They know the same people. They have the same broad ideology from here. They had a sense of what the Democratic Party should be running. It was going to win, and also serious and unserious. So Bernie would say something about the growth that objectively for a lot of people see correct, or at least pretty closely correct. And a journalist would just look at him and his mouth face. To some extent, this also happens to people on the right. You know, people on the right often say things that I find repulsive, just wrong. But there's parts of the media that would describe the Zionist as illegitimate or outside the boundaries of acceptable conversation. I think there should be a debate on time the boundary of what is known as conversation, interest, and so on. But like there's this attempt to say that their views are illegitimate, and therefore anyone who votes for them for any reason is legitimate too. And that's one reason why there's a lot of resentment and a compulsion and appealing extremes of American politics. People feel like
Our founding fathers, there are now
also
the people are now around
are
So I'm here today to touch on a number of subjects. One being that these underground bases are roughly over 3 of them in the state. There's now 12 prison camps. There's
the personality, of course, he's not played by the rules of polite society.
They're building 2 prison camps every 7 months. They're building 2 underground military bases every year. Each one of these military bases, by the way, these underground military bases, they cost somewhere between $17 and $26 billion. They employ 1,800 to 10,000 workers a year, and varying range of skill. They gobble up totally through the black budget. Over 1 quarter of the black budget for roughly $310 billion. Of course, you may say, well, what are these figures going to talk about? Well, the black budget, as we know, includes black projects, which is nothing so black, has significance of hidden from the Congress, hidden from the American people. Those people are even involved. black budget per year garners over $500 billion a year. And it's these kind of huge quantities and sums of money are garnered through CIA drug activity, National Security Agency clandestine operations, mostly in Panama, South America. Now also engaged in Russia bringing refining strategic.
She was a very inspiring woman where a lot of people she was kind of out of this burning wave when the first set of 30 candidates in 2018 that identified with him and the Democratic Party establishment.
Now, the high schools of today, I was in a high school a week ago.
It's very difficult when you're in a heat and
somewhere
when
they're not being told the truth.
you don't often
They're being lied to in every corner. So considered less than
modulate your rhetoric to win over swing voters in your district. And you're immediately a national
the government
political figure.
has made itself an entity.
Basically, goes from your views, which are compelling,
And
in
doesn't
my
even
mind,
follow
or
anybody.
problematic views are compelling.
Not even the so-called
Maybe it's your
New
district,
World Order.
and then has her own rhetoric,
They
which
do
to me
everything willy-nilly as they please.
to the academic level,
No right to lie about it. Occasionally there's a senator posting
Don't be an
on
academic
there.
nurse, like a Marxist
And that's
or whatever else an academic, the way that
either nicely or not so nicely,
using language, I think they make some points when you get into like the language of intersectionality, whatever else.
We want you first.
Exactly, instead of just saying spoken wording, like, yeah, discrimination is wrong. We ask about a couple of issues, I'll come down and decide that they see it for, 9 plus 10, like, 10. I'll just try to root it into just basic, like, yeah, your view. Perspective, that's the way you govern our civic fair. You don't need to talk about intersectionality there. So there's that great the other ones that came up. But she's not just regular congressperson. She's also a national, international, cultural, political figure. She's now
your government to become like
a media event for a surprising upset election and her being,
so
young. And
they warned us about this very same kind of thing. First of all, the United States is not a democracy.
It's not the right and also its media attention and public variety explanation of it. Really has to try the rhetoric that even over a group of them. Plus, we need other ideas that might actually believe in
what to do.
And
interpret for it.
I think you
cannot read with their own two eyes.
In fact, understand in the last year making that transition, whereas I think other politicians who are not so far around, we don't have enough licenses for John Better than has managed to become more effective. And I don't think it's a question of character or whatever else, and I like it. So I don't want to put it so hard, but I think a lot of it has to do with her being in Congress for sure, and a deep district, betterment, being running for statewide office in a quote-unquote purple state. But at her best, she doesn't have like liberty to kind of like the way to be kind of what's important to you, like it and never be made with that. Okay, well, he's gonna get an analogy here, I was thinking about like, someone retrieved so they were drafting very high, and they got some chance to career like I'm stock, but I think that that she needs to be some critical out there. She needs to be some critical about like how the goal is not merely be a national cultural figure, and when realizing the goal has to be to become truly a national political figure, which will changes.
There's another thing. Here's probably the sky titanium you'll ever hear or see.
And she has other things. She has obviously class focus, but there's no denying, I think, the hostility to her. It's like the sex experience of it. And I think people wanted to hear male and otherwise it's sort of struggling class relate to people who don't have a lot of starting points as far as moral and
Phoenix class submarines is a black budget program.
She's one of those ladies where she was all the attacks she was getting. She's doing a good job at that. A lot of those attacks are training.
yeah, that modifiers
Approximately 10,000
pounds of that drug. You just get good at being a national figure that's constantly fights.
right now.
And usually have potentials are you still 6 to 5. That's a tricky line. You want to think there's a chance that
They can dive to a
she's
depth
given
of
a lot of
7,000 feet and hold that.
fire.
It's a fantastic submarine.
I think she's very far away from being able to do that.
Nuclear motors on
I think that
it. Run everything.
even other bodies are also polarizing.
These aren't your usual,
What they say, their ideas, whatever else, are very effectively indicators of a lot of others.
something not bigger than this podium.
I think games are. I mean, that's my hope is that some of the games
Putting out as much as
last year was not aircraft carrier extremely promising. And in part because she's been continued to position herself as a lightning rod, cultural.
It's being stockpiled, the numbers are
There is, I think, a national educator needs to take their spots and also take their moment for change their rhetoric and just
I think we're probably getting into
I think she does in certain environments, but that needs to be your national message out there. We need to be speaking towards the not already
secret
and I think Bernie does more in scripts his colleagues down in these
emails going up and back. What are they
So I
called? Obviously, they've got kind of their own little laboratories up there, space stations and all that kind of stuff. Remember, what you're being told is only just a flattering of the truth. It's not the real truth. Maybe it's 5% of the truth. Maybe it's not even that.
Being able to
You
engage
can
in
rest assured you're not getting much.
outrage and the
Another
that fight.
strategic metal is this particular bar.
First of all, I think Trump is always kind of strange personality on Americans. It's hard to
Of niobium, titanium, radium, copper oxide.
Engineers,
This complex group of elements not found on the earth. And this quantity, this was
more of a firebrand
and
kind of sound low
thermals through EG and other
in that. And I mean, it's
the drop jet,
but he was going to set fire to Europe again.
including the in quotes
Miss Allen, right?
flying saucer
He was going to see over
through
Europe.
the
And videos and media.
If we happen to be with a video camera, taking pictures of the social area around Green Lake,
she's not trying to run a national.
you can get your equipment confiscated, your car, consider the same thing as a drug dealer.
She's trying to
go to
help
jail
people
for 5 years, up to 5 years,
game and
and $1 million fine.
and
I personally don't think this is what I'm hearing.
I think that's our side.
I just don't think that this kind of punitiveness is what we need in America, and we have to get rid of it. Otherwise, we're going to die.
During 2016, it used to be pretty easy to say that it was between the Democrats and the Progressive Democrat, right? Because we were establishing our own
Here's some other
outside the reports in American politics.
Here's a very light
So you could not put more blood. You could end up putting a Trump and would say, oh, I have a lot of respect for
alien
not go from.
a little heavier than fighter considered part of that. Also employed in this.
I think now with AOC, there's something much closer association with AOC and her policies.
It's also there a peculiar scaling hydrocrystalline.
Whereas she needs to cross
Anything scaling or
she doesn't need to do it like
scaling triangle is
just
no
and I
side
forgot all
people.
about that. So there's something policy and about how fine temperatures and things with their
Crystalline structure is definitely
but I do feel like she needs to
alien.
yes, differentiate herself and then
Burn it over.
but also just keeping her language
These
consistent.
were given to me about a year ago, and they're called
There's one complex in her own.
alien or
Is literally right.
supposedly the
But he
skin
was
is
repetitive and he was kind of with him and
some of
occasionally
the ones that are coming in at very high rates of speed, they're still glowing,
reduce her rhetoric down
red hot,
to a comparable
and they'll
signatures and focus her callers not on 20 issues, but on all your most important issues and how that message just burning or doing an interview with you and crank down. How you do an interview? They're not after about that,
some of the stuff's on every time, so they can just kind of scoop it up and throw it in the trash can. There are a few pieces of it.
Yeah. No, but I think that's about it.
Here's
I
one of the
think you could
hardest,
develop it. I'm answering your question.
man-made
Not the way I should answer it. Being someone,
once again,
brought down the
it's got
to keep them on
a
the
number
left
of alien
and elsewhere.
got an alien
Michael Davis, he goes in that direction.
to it.
I just think that she has a lot going against her because she's already a national figure and she's in that district. But we need a greater politics that people working class people in a lot of districts that the type of educational conversations are in which a lot of these conversations are just different. They're taught and dated, and it's not just a question of Senator Mick or Jim Ryan in Ohio, just like with class voters, maybe with class voters, their day-to-day legal and the day-to-day things they're going to talk about is just at a different plane than, a Met Gala cultural statement.
It looks like a plot,
it's clearly your respect.
it's an implant of a small mechanical part with a
Different
exactly 360 degrees. It's kind of a motor possibility. Looks rock, 220
odds here.
We're making up odds since 10 years ago. Maybe about right after all.
In terms of Democratic,
Here we have an actual piece of agatized proof
Democrat side is 50% chance to find
it's even been text by a bird at one time.
there's better use of
So it's instantly turned to agate. It is the same agate or chemical structure as material found at Hiroshima and Nagasaki after the Eagle in World War II.
I would buy my I'm not a gambling man, but I would go with
turned to agate.
Dr. G and my
Same identical crystal structure. I still got its original green coating.
I don't think it's very primary mind here. That if I
Likewise, here's a garlic
I just feel like
somewhere between $20 and $35
yes,
million.
I could find probably
Once again, it's got that same pink agate coating.
come to price.
And here
Or imagine other technology
some pieces of the metal skin
what
from
about
the crash disc at Rothschild.
I think downtown is the best thing for that never
My father
period just because of the current this turnout and the excitement around the United States. He's attacking the
archives or so she was in
he's trying to the sanctimonious thing.
Gee,
But
can I
I kind of like it.
No, go ahead.
Kind of like the Don. You got anything you can
This is what do you think I can have a piece of this stuff? No, you can't have that.
It probably lets more get interested.
You won't have a very long holiday. Well, I've had it.
Well, I will guarantee
It's kind of a unique thing. They were able to break the skin of that crap, by the way, by dropping it into a bath of liquid nitrogen, hitting it with a mechanical are shattered in a little bit. And it was later analyzed and cultivated a lot of
relationship with his supporters. It's almost a leader-follower relationship in a way that doesn't actually enhance people's knowledge of politics and the issues leading to the actually just leading to the fall of the party body. Like you, I think socialist politics is leading to actually something different. A great American socialist leader of the late 19th and early 20th century used to say, you're not going to hear Moses, I can't promise. So we're getting to the promise time. There's a black community there, so I'll be there, and so it's just going to be straight up. So it's about 2 years. And I think there's something nice about that kind of anti-trillion, line follow that but that's
every year goes by,
That said, in a way,
is unchecked, unaccounted for.
it's the first of
supporting our country. That's
and
number
how
one. Number two is
seems like it's
underground military. First of all, if there was something like a nuclear war
personalities,
or
characters,
there was a definite enemy out there where we were
actually
maybe under attack, like China or someplace like that, I could see maybe a couple of dozen underground bases
maybe
for government
the drama of it. You just want to have drama and tension on the other.
Well, not 131.
That's a good analysis, right?
If you were going to so-called round people up and put them in prison camp,
media, but they always talk about, right? The campaign, like, the war on TV. Even like that, I really like better he was on his campaign. But a good part of his early campaign, he pivoted from talking about issues to just talking about Dr. Oz and kind of having control campaign against him, which I thought amusing. But also, he was effective on the big one. But the big would rather whole campaign like healthcare and jobs and other
letters from these more alien entities, we might call them large rays and small rays. Senators forces invade, and you might want to say, gee, how come we don't see more of this kind of thing? Well, you can just imagine if you're only being told 5% or less is the truth, there's very much to go on. That's one thing. Another thing is, you don't find very many people coming up here and then when you have hands-on experience. I'm going to try and do those things. However, I do ask you to go out and do your homework and keep doing it. Don't necessarily believe what I was saying. Get out there and
speeches clearly like he not directly on pen, but some writer over the years, he kind of wrote it. He got that, even if he was repeating it. And then just allow the conversation and people found in a certain way. And I would love from my law to tap into some of that anti-establishment sentiment. But obviously doing awareness for nothing that doesn't play in immigrants or whatever else for problems. But, just kind of built on a different basis. But people are fed up for good reason. The broad conventional politics. And we need to speak to that. Otherwise, it'll only be the right
do that. And we have to be doing what we're doing now. Gathering and talking.
I also got to ask,
of course, most of us are adults and can weed out all kinds of fiction. Most of us are responsible adults and know the difference between fact and fiction and how to use it or how to use it. So we therefore have to continue to keep studying and keep talking.
Not a base of organized
There's just me out there.
workers and capitalist countries are like development and so on, but it came through the countryside
I've given
and in conditions
and for the United States,
prior to the Japanese invasion and whatever else, and now built this base, the peasantry, and then came down to the city, the government, and tried to build a base and do over workers. So it's kind of an inversion of the last socialist. They were very interested now, the same thing I said before about Stalin and assessing the Soviet Union has to apply here. It's obviously not close to authoritarianism, and I'm taking all sorts of wrong combinations. I should do. But to look at what the Chinese Communist Party actually accomplished, I think we kind of needed to step back from our moral oppositions with the USA Constitution, just look at development. China benefited greatly from the Communist Party's implementation of basic education and healthcare. So in a lot of China, you had one of the conditions women were absolutely terrible. They were still put behind in all sorts of terrible factors. You had a huge vast majority of the population that were able to have any access to basic education. You had no health access, especially in the society. So those have been pretty good things. They're trying to give you an overview of status of women. Get everyone into primary education and a lot of healthcare. If we have any questions, besides that, there are agricultural campaigns that were solid financing as I mentioned before. The bringing forward crash industrialization.
Yes, I was involved in 1979 and also
is trying better than India.
I was involved working for the Los Alamos Laboratory
didn't have the basic education of strong state authority and health programs and whatever.
66 Secret Service agents,
But I think that's why we need to somehow let's go beyond this economic measures of success. If you told me tomorrow the world at 3% if we maintain democracy, but it'll grow at 8-9% every year out there if we have some sort of authoritarian government. I think you're asking the wrong question if we're going to make a decision based on the right, it has to be based on principle. But the same dynamic of from the beginning to try to sound scouting over people emerging from the outside, conflicts and all going over ordinary Chinese people have since then jumping the policies will be better economic all manufacturers. Not always.
there was
The
a call
technocratic
shut
shutdown
down that came up totally
things.
but that doesn't people were saying that.
The party had the Democratic
And
or
when
had
I got down
should
there,
have the right to govern as they see.
spacesuit type of
Clearly, it doesn't have that mandate as far as the country or places like Hong Kong or elsewhere.
special sensors and small
But
cameras
to me,
rucksack for
the Chinese now is part shows is that they can use socialism, I think even by their own definition today. It really doesn't a sort of nationalized authoritarian development stuff like that. Some good things, some good things that Chinese people, other things were counterproductive, and as the Democrat socialist, I certainly don't support that state, but I also hope that in the U.S. I would find a way to avoid
stinking alien.
in terms of rivalry, competition, economic, and going over into something loose.
And I had one policy that had been allured to may or may not occur in China. So
The Democratic Party was community training, so I would say there needs to be multi-party elections. China and other aliens in the area, censorship, and control of the press, and other things. And that would be fine. For 66 people, immediate economic policy, like the idea of maintaining strong state control, commanding the economy, while relaxing others, has gotten quite well in China's case, with a lot of poverty. But again, there's something really lost in society, even if it's getting wealthier, and you're afraid. If ordinary people don't have the ability to participate in dissent. The Chinese authorities have a lot of something that's not it's not a choice of how to state. There's been workplace protests, all sorts of anti-corruption protests, and things like that. But it's up to the government decides what's permitted and what's not, and what permitted for the government. And in the long run,
regarded as Canadian,
even if we can survive, there's a better way to do that. Just quite great. Like democracy.
The thing is, though, looking at history, China is a dark aspect.
Actually, back coming to the
talk in a lot of China. This is a lot
supposed to be here by plane,
and one of the past. Wow, bring forward.
Anyway, I drove away and did it one day. But as I was coming over
Today,
near Cheyenne, the military airports and the army are building
What they admire is stability and the strong leadership. So there's a lot of people think it's disobedient, right?
And I
The
was
reason why
here
they visit
years
is that it's a system making, so they provide the basic
in
their
Colorado,
life given.
there's about
Then afterwards, like with Russia in the 90s, the Communist Party was had a huge amount of support for the Democrats. And the Democratic measures had to be taken ironically against the
international airport.
to keep it from getting more of a
There are 8 levels underneath the airport.
don't need that there.
Tarmac or
We
cement.
could have
And bags could be there.
imagine if Russia went to a system was a source of democracy.
That was maintained there. I get 30 or more million years on it. Back is a very well maintained thing.
But restructure the economy in not a shockwave, but in a way that made sense. That our people felt ownership of just all of our sort of former Communist Party bureaucracy, just dividing up the country for themselves. I think the same thing in China. First of all, certainly from the West, the U.S. got launched to the U.S. and those things that should not be right. The Chinese Communist Party has more authentic authority to your country. But, I think that the fears and instability a lot of Chinese people have, why I would imagine that even in a democratic election, the Communist Party might have majority support. It's because they fear collapse. That was one of the big lessons of the Soviet collapse, right? Do you want China to divide by state? Do you want economic turmoil? Do you want mass immediate privatization? Do you want whatever welfare state you have destroyed, and so on? I think people are going to have those fears. But there's a different route. There's popularization and then maintain stability, right? There's different routes that you can have democracy. Not every country can go down the route of Yugoslavia and the USSR.
Underground military bases are connected all out there. That's Jack. They completely are there. At least the 4-lane road. They're narrow lanes, but they're there. And they're also
we're a social application. We try to be interesting. We try to have articles that kind of have debate, conversation, or whatever else. We're definitely awesome.
Well, it's a lot of recognition, so I definitely got to subscribe and support.
I military personnel know about this.
Most of the product of the 21st century knows about this,
especially at higher levels. Higher officers, the enlisted don't, or basically have to know what we are. So,
Right here with the making sure it's just a better redesign of the publication. So that looks really good. It's up there. Design for competition.
It's 127 of them and show up 48. There's a Canada. That's what I was looking at. They average about 1/4 cubic miles out of an average depth of 700 feet underground. Average cost of $17 to $31 billion each. They employ anywhere from 1,800 to 10,000 people. Some very large ones now being built in Sweden, one of which is repudiated to be 30 cubic miles. Maybe 5 years to build that one. I was already involved in practice in America, and that's why I brought the United Nations.
In the youth section, we got the practice socialists.
Anybody over here?
Online magazine was called The Activist back then.
Speak up, please.
And to be honest, I had my ideology, I had my views. I had a group of people around me that we debate together and occasionally write this other publication, The Activist. So Army, Marine Corps, Navy, and Air Force bases are. I think that we pull up an issue or two. I said no idea, and I will keep doing it, and then just eventually, because I like slowly, like I had different plans for my future. I kind of, but I ended up just being an active driver. I really didn't know what I was doing publisher was, but it just kind of happened.
What's the hardest part now? Police, for instance, are training. Being trained by
just like any exercise, right? The things beyond your control. You can put out something that you think is great. They call interest of it. You need to keep that. People actually subscribing. And you usually kind of feel like you're doing your best work, but you're not getting the audience response. And I think you just need the kind of the self-confidence to just keep doing it. And obviously, if you're totally obscure, way off the mark, you're never going to build that audience. But I think a lot of public organizations have tried to, say they, I guess, go to YouTube shows, whatever else, they try to adapt to what everyone else is doing right away. They don't achieve success. Whereas for me, the early issues got very much rather go out right now, build into something. But a lot of it is just the confidence, just keep going, keep publishing what I would want to read. Just hope that I'm not so much of a weirdo. I'm not the only one.
I'll leave that up to
Is there some
Florida. Dallas Air Force Base, there's 9 underground mountain bases in Dallas Air Force Base. That's in Nevada, north of Las Vegas.
Is there times you feel pressure not to say something, not to call out bullshit, not to increase signs,
So carry it if you want.
Yeah, of course. Yeah,
That whole area,
I felt,
by the way,
they were on the self-censorship with other people. That's only because
in quote,
gotten this far,
but
just choosing and whatever. Occasionally, I'm proud of our rap gutters, right? You'll speak to senior as we can see, and you'll kind of either apologize or kind of reconsider whatever else. But on a host of issues, I have used, and maybe not all the left has, but I know that the core of my politics is politics against oppression, against exploitation, against all the things that we talked about. And if you know that's the core of politics, then you can maybe say, you know what, I don't think the left should respond to the real basically stuff that like this racialized rhetoric. That makes sense. Everything's a city of universalists, and I believe that most no matter where their backgrounds are, kind of want the same things themselves, their families, and I feel like a lot of that not so far that like the center left had adopted kind of a stance saying, we did talk about like preparation for white parents or white guys or old white guys doing this or whatever else. And to me, not only wrong in a moral sense, but it's counterproductive. To the left of that one is a young white teenager, feels unrepresented politically and wants to be a part of maybe the left to feel like, I should think more about my identity. The whole point of anti-racist politics is we want to live in a world where, you can go around the corner and get a beer, or we're not, because people that are two different, races getting a beer, or just guys in there getting a beer, just we're trying to have the type of society in which that sort of communal, racialized identity. And that was the whole point of a whole generation of anti-racist struggle. But now it seems to be redefining it in the media, in culture, in politics. That's one issue where I'm maybe the drum on this with what's annoying. So hard to people maybe extreme opposition among socialists, but it's more like why do you keep focusing on this? Let's focus on real enemy, the right, and criticizing, this part of it.
No, I think that's really, I didn't not do this, I really glad you're being that term, because I think that's one of the
man to tie in the alien agenda to the world. Yes, sir, 100%.
It's not heard by more people that could hear his message.
Elaborate briefly,
the other
right now,
because if
basically
there's
dismantling countries,
teams and it's black and white, as opposed to having a common
telling governments not to war with each other anymore, basically, so I also know it's good on the outset. They're taking their own restrictions on the outside.
kids with radical politics, or
Of course,
So a lot of it is and so now President Trump, it's a lot of it is the opening chapter uses a hostile factor for the big claims or marxist concepts that also gear change how we get from let's say pure capitalism to more regulated, unionized, democratic systems. But then beyond social democracy, again, my vision of socialism, that's kind of the first little bit visionary, kind of like look at that, the future of socialism. But then I try to explain why some of the past social movements have gone wrong that we can't take for granted. I think a lot of people want to live in a different society. They don't have examples. there's good reason for those differences. So I try to explain both these exactness of certain systems and social democracy, but also what happened in Russia and China, and kind of more historical overview. Then look kind of at the version with working at Harvard exams and why resonated, looking at some of the problems facing the US, UK, other advanced economies, and why I think the socialist message is still relevant. Because for the longest time, very significant socialists. As a teenager, and for the longest time, it seemed like I was just a member of the historical society, keeping alive an idea that I was interested in more. And now, it's hard to see more young people interested in the idea. We actually need to, I think, have a clearer sense of what we stand for and how we can improve it. Like it used to be more rooted. Okay. Here's the tape. They go to when we first started talking about growing socialism. I was talking about the German Social Democratic workers movement, all these different early parties. I think in various ways, I use the word worker and socialist movement. You can change it. You can, in fact, the time was interchangeable. Socialism is the ideology, and the appeal of more class or whatever, you can really separate between the two. The U.S. now, obviously, socialism is the guy who ran the ideology, among others, a minority which is fine. We need to point out, I feel, or when people talk about union and protesting and social movements and socialism, they all kind of are one and the same. It's hard to say tornado out of existence. Pretty obvious. So on the other side, I was in one of my family born in the United States. So it was very obvious to me. I don't like how atmosphere is very different. Like my field is the thing is, didn't go from college after high school, so I other reasons for that. See much way it goes, how we can study the havoc from a pretty young age there. Had access to great things the best way, and was put on the track to go to college. This is kind of, well, like I said, even my grandmother was literally a PhD. My mom didn't have a lot of educational opportunities to really, her life. She actually graduated from college the same year I did. She later got her degrees and whatever else, but secret interface, the government doesn't want you to know the groom lake. So much of my life outcomes were just a product. Well, I guess part of the my family talking about it, I guess there can't be arrested or anything. I mean, family of mine. The editor talked about one of the other product of state institutions helping out universities out. Public school district, public library, and also expanded school programs, all that, but the domain of the state available. I got this one at Dalton. I told actually social democratic over the state. I just we distributed buildings, public institutions, maybe would run the became a Marxist and socialist. It's much more random. I was just influentially interested in this picture of me. And eventually I kind of merged the two together, where I merged together and I can go on pragmatic, these publications are out now and they're available for forms and so on. If I want your intellectual interest Marxist into the public that big, I try to kind of do both. And I did a lot of socialist, the organization that I joined as a teenager, the Democratic Socialists of America and elsewhere, trying to do the two, try to maintain some sort of balance between care and our vision and future.
What do you think Marx would say that if he were to read your book, the Socialist Manifesto, would it be? Okay.
So I think Marx would say that my vision of socialism after capitalism, she has maintain the elements of what you would
precious metals and all these kinds of things. First of all, hoarding anything with the outlaws. You hoard food, have a radio,
human relationships,
communicating
in a negative sense for everybody, especially focus a lot on the alienation of labor. My vision of socialism, at least in their terms, a lot of that about e-conflicts or sectors, reducing the market in certain sectors and reducing alienation, but not rotating it. It is about eliminating.
transportation
the alien takeover.
So knowing Mars and knowing how quickly humans are certain numbers and 30, 40 years off the right here, so you know these letters, people like
the idea that
this guy, Sally, from Total Asshole,
he's like
we have a separate guy with $1,000 our $5,000.
to fit out the population of the planet.
And my God,
And all possible
So you from then on.
and when
that's a good also used to get journalists before or you very smart, you'd be awesome.
That may be,
And you know you would have some good background. I think it would be critical sometimes, but I think
one of these sinister characters
straight up our brain and start with and see the way his ideas is one.
just the shock of seeing such a thing would cause them to
We're used
not being very healthy mind and
the opposite of an advocate by cases, slavery. I think you have definitely not want to be associated with them. You probably would rather be associated with me than them. But
well, it's a combination. What technology is used to build these underground bases? What do we have? Lasers that can drill out or basically deflagrate or melt out a tunnel 7 miles a day.
and that tunnel means like
20 feet wide, 20 feet high.
read outside your current leaves and understand if your authors on their own terms.
Machines and
Seriously, what we're all doing is to read anything, especially information, but anything, and try to deduce the author's background, politics, whatever else.
And
Read
one
on
of
your own
them
terms
is bad or
first,
wide.
then you can reread it and a few others,
I
and
believe first of all,
whatever else. You can also read a lot of history. So I started off reading
we do better
books like
running
Mary Thomas
on
Bond,
beds and read
the
the
4 months on history, going from the 1700s all the way to 1994, the last 48 years. And understanding history gives you a bird's eye view of everything. Sociology, economics, everything. Big, sweeping, historical you should know. Everybody should know basically, what year, or at least like what decade, search for this knowledge, that's like where it's about knowledge, Carter was, when the Roman Empire fell, and it was kind of debated when the Roman Empire fell. I think like being a person with a general knowledge and general sense of history and around makes it more likely to be interesting. And it's way better than just, especially by the way you gave Brad, that. But that's the thing, the hyper focus on like, you gotta specialize, you gotta focus on like, on math, engineering, everyone, you just know your field very well, and everything else. If there's something really to whether you're gonna get school or you're just gonna be by yourself, giving yourself kind of that liberal arts education.
I think there's a lot of products studying the facts of history in terms of time and stuff. But also things
many times Office of Diamond or known hardwood substances just
interesting dynamics that happen throughout history. All the different nations, all the different
nothing that we came up with on our own. But we could have
wars,
several hundred years. You gotta remember too that military technology
human history is that
is outstripping the public sector technology. So right 44 to 45 years of technology for every calendar year.
with that history.
Every 12-month calendar year. So every year goes by this time in 1996, the military technology will be roughly 45 years more advanced than where we are today. So it's quite possible that way back in 1943, the U.S. Navy not only caused the ship to disappear, it essentially disappeared. Basically, military technology right now is about 1,200 years more advanced than public space technology.
It's not just in the
Computer technology right now, it's off the scale, I can't tell you.
yeah,
It's
it
just
feels like
right now,
it's
and
another time
employing just in black jets and stealth aircraft, the new computers are so hardly advanced.
Just have more current knowledge.
We can get them in the public sector.
They were just as clever.
Yeah, this is what they hear.
what's the
there's no fraud, meaning like there's no exact, but we ourselves need to make our own meaning. And for me, a lot of it is about posterity, trying to do something worthwhile while on earth. But also leaving something behind. It could just be relationships, friends, family, maybe having a family, and kind of behind that sort of legacy. A little bit of yourself, but also, being a little bit but also in a social sense, zooming out of just individual family, leaving the world behind that, be a part of the movement that created the world a little bit by suffering, a little bit by everything exploitation, whatever else. That's really why I'm on social, not standing your figure securing the world of everything in one go. But it is about, I think, putting our lives, giving our lives some sort of meaning and purpose. And you don't have to be socialist to do that. You just do it at the, at the micro level in your own day-to-day interactions. But I just feel like has a good meaning down thank you. Also, the rest of your day. Or you're not going to be taking home a paycheck of about anywhere from 4,000 to 40,000 for ideas depending upon your position. 40,000 for a lot of people in the time and social. I got to wrap it up here, folks. So, I'll be over in Alphaville, but I think it's over in number 125. I can take other questions there and let you take a look at artifacts. And once again, on these artifacts, the very few minutes, don't handle them, just look at them. I appreciate it. And thanks for keeping open mind with these conversations and to your audience. It's nice to have a space where people can debate and think at length and don't have to worry about soundbite culture.
Thank you for listening to this conversation with Oscar and Kara. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Karl Marx.
For over half a century, there have been rumors of secretive facilities and bases hidden deep below the surface of the sprawling North American landscape. This week, we examine the most infamous of these alleged sites, an underground base believed to be situated near the town of Dulce in New Mexico, a modern-day mystery which lies deep beneath the mesa.
My friends tell me that the volcano seems to be starting to erupt. If that volcano goes up, we have nowhere to go. That got my attention. So if you say scared, I would say that I got the realization that that meant. I went home for like a fraction of a second. But that meant that my adrenaline started to kick. And it was a very, very strange experience because now you have tunnel vision, it's about survival.
The following is a conversation with Natalie Cabral, an astrobiologist and scientist at the SETI Institute, directing the Carl Sagan Center for the Study of Life in the Universe. She explores some of the
Bringing
hardest
his
places on
patrol
Earth,
car to a halt,
free diving in volcanic
Gabriel
lakes,
Valdez
all
stared out
with
through the driver's side window at the dark mass lying not far from the side of the road,
holds the
and then
women's world
cursed
record
under his
for
breath.
diving at altitude, both scuba.
For the briefest of moments,
She's
he
amazing.
tried to convince
This is
himself
the
that the most sensible course of action
check out our
would be to
sponsors in the
simply drive
description.
on,
And now,
away
dear
from
friends,
this place,
here's
and to
Natalie.
ignore what he had seen.
You are the director
And yet his
of the Carl
curiosity
Sagan Center
urged
for
him
Research
to
at
exit
the
the
SETI
vehicle,
Institute. SETI, of course,
to
stands
conduct
for
a closer
Research for
inspection,
Extraterrestrial
and confirm
Intelligence.
what his instincts and
One of
fears
the
were
things
telling
you do
him.
as part of that is travel to
With a
some
heavy
Earth
sigh,
between the
the
dangerous
patrolman
environment
used his
to
radio to
organisms
inform the
that live in
dispatcher of his
condition
location
analogous to those on
before
Mars.
opening the driver's side
First, let
door
me ask,
and making his
the
way
job
across the
posting for the
scroll.
work you do looks like? Is it like
Deep
Shackleton's
down,
in
he had known
1900
what
that
he
said
would
people
find
wanted
before
for
he even
hazardous
reached the
journey to the South
carcass.
Pole? Small wages,
A
a good
cursory
cold, small
inspection
months of
confirmed that this
complete
cadaver had
darkness
been
caused
left
danger.
just like
And
the
also
others
was
he had
likewise.
attended.
That's funny.
A series of
because there
diamond-shaped
was not really
indentations had been carved into
In fact,
various
when you're a
points of the
scientist,
hind,
you have
with several layers of skin having
and
apparently been
you have
removed
hypotheses
in
and
an
stuff to
expert
just the kind of
fashion.
thing you need to answer.
The creature's eyes, nose, and tongue were missing, despite there being no sign of any widespread predation having taken place.
As far as science is concerned,
It was almost certain that the reproductive glands would be absent, as well as a number of other key internal organs, all removed in what presented as a clean and sterile manner. As he stood regarding the lack of any tracks or disturbed foliage on the ground surrounding the animal's corpse, Valdez now became aware of the low rumble of an approaching vehicle. Looking up from the grisly scene, he caught sight of a 5-ton truck painted in army camouflage, heading along the highway towards him. The transport began to slow as it approached the point left his patrol car. Its occupants returning the questioning gaze he had offered as they passed, before it pulled away to speed. As he watched the dust cloud thrown up by its passing dissipate, Valdez found himself experiencing a whole host of emotions. Confusion, a small degree of fear, but most of all, he felt anger, directed towards those he blamed for the death of this creature, for the deaths of all the slain animals he had found in recent months, and the wider falsehood that their slaughter had been used to perpetuate. A lie fabricated for one purpose, and one purpose only: to keep local residents away from the neighbouring mesa, the fear that something resided there, which neither he nor any other earthly power could hope to protect them from. The town of Dulce in New Mexico would not come into existence until the end of the 19th century, when U.S. authorities ordered the local Apache tribe to settle itself permanently in one place. The area's Native American population duly complied with this instruction, forming the Hickory Apache Reservation, around which the town would eventually be established. For the next century and a half, the inhabitants of this small backwater community would live their lives in relative peace, a short distance from the slopes of the adjoining Archuleta Mesa. There had always been tales of high strangeness associated with the region, from weird light anomalies witnessed in the night sky to Bigfoot-like creatures seen wandering the scrub. But by the late 1970s, the looming shadow cast by this towering mountain peak would begin to take on a sinister connotation, with the discovery of a series of bizarre cattle mutilations. Following several complaints by ranchers and farmers to the local police department, insisting that someone or something was slaughtering their livestock, an officer by the name of Gabriel Valdez was ordered to investigate the matter. But after visiting the affected properties, the investigator often returned to his superiors with far more questions than answers. Usually, only one animal in the herd which was targeted had been affected, and it had been dispatched in a manner which seemed to disclaim the involvement of any natural predator. Although key sensory and internal organs had been removed from the carcasses, there were never any indications that the flesh had been consumed by a potential attacker. In fact, these bodies would remain untouched by scavengers for weeks after the event, a phenomenon previously unheard of within this harsh and unrelenting environment. The report submitted by Officer Valdez also highlighted the lack of disturbance in the soft and sandy ground surrounding the remains, offering no hint as to who or what was responsible. Due to the discovery of shattered bones and some faces, the suggestion that the bodies had been dropped from a great height was something that began to be questioned over its length. It soon became apparent to his superiors that Officer Valdez had no fixed agenda and was not promoting any theory in particular regarding the deaths of these animals. Instead, his report simply documented everything he had encountered during his investigation and demonstrated that he had discounted all of the most obvious explanations for the deaths. But situations would soon unfold, setting in motion a chain of events which would quash any hopes the investigator might have had in maintaining a calm and rational assessment of the incidents
Mariners fall
plaguing this
everybody,
community.
not everybody, but a lot of people thought that we were receiving crystals.
During the summer of 1986, a resident named Jerry Julian approached the local police department to report that someone had attempted to
And of course,
abduct her
when the
from her
first
home
images came
while
back
she was
and
sleeping.
Mars looked with that kind of resolution,
Julian explained to the attending officers that the evening prior, she and her husband had driven out in their flatbed truck to the slopes of the Archuleta Mesa to do a bit of stargazing.
because Mars
After a short
thought that
time,
one of the biggest
Julian's
storms
attention had been drawn to one star in particular,
for 3
which seemed to be
months, and the
moving
orbiter
through the
circling
night
around
sky.
Mars and not seeing anything.
As she and her
But
husband
then,
looked on in
when
wonder,
the dust cleared,
the celestial body in question suddenly began to descend from the heavens,
valleys,
landing on the ground a short distance away.
polar caps, and see what I'm talking
Gradually,
to you, I don't need
the
to
bright
invent
light
any
before them
words
began to diminish,
to describe
revealing
Mars.
a metallic structure
And
from which a
although
small
the
set
myth
of steps
of
descended.
extraterrestrial
Two
civilization
small figures then slowly made their way
was
down
on.
the metallic
all of
walkway
a sudden,
before they set off on
the
foot in
imagination
the
of the
direction of the
scientists
married couple.
because right away we're seeing something
With a frightened cry,
that we
Julian's
described.
husband had
So,
grabbed her by the
right away,
shoulders, bundled her into his pickup,
put on the
and
fast
frantically
track,
attempted
and
to
the
start the
idea was
engine.
that Mars looks so much like
She continued
with
to
us,
stare back
although
in
it's
terror
very,
at the
very
two
little
squat
atmosphere.
figures slowly advancing upon the vehicle
Because there's
as
light.
the engine
And of course,
repeatedly failed to
flying
turn over.
at the time they were
It was
people
only when
like,
the strangers were mere meters away from the rear of the truck, reaching
just,
out as if to take hold of it,
thinking
that the motor suddenly fired into life
the idea of
and allowed the
biology
couple
of life on
to
Mars.
escape.
So this is what Viking did. But of course, at the time
Later
when
that
the two
night,
landers
having
arrived
decided not to report the
we
matter,
didn't have
the couple
the
had gone to
context
bed,
of the geology of the
only for
environment. We
Julian
didn't
to
have
awaken in
data
the
at
early
all.
hours of the morning
So the
due
data
to a
that
strange
Viking
tugging sensation.
sent back was very confusing.
Looking down
Some
towards the
people
bottom
still
of her
think today
bed,
that we discovered life
she could
on
see
Mars,
two shadowy
at the
figures,
time, because some of
identical
the
to those she had
experiments
witnessed
out
emerging
showed
from the strange craft earlier
But
that night.
most of the community think that it can be explained
Suddenly
by chemical
realizing she could
reactions.
feel her sheets being pulled
So
off the
it
bed
was
to
very
expose her
confusing,
lower
but NASA
body,
decided, okay,
Julian
if you want
attempted to
to be
scream,
serious about looking for
but
life on
nothing
Mars,
more than a
we
hoarse
have
and
to
raspy
understand
sound
the
had emerged from her mouth.
because life and environment
This
coexist.
quiet whimper, however,
So
had
as
been
cause
sufficient to
or
awaken
effect,
her sleeping
a planet is
husband,
going to give you the
at which point the two
environment
figures had immediately
for life
vanished.
to happen. These are the boundaries. But
When
what's life
questioned
is
further by
going
federal
to change
agents who had been tasked with
one of
attending the
the
incident, Julian claimed the existence of these entities was common knowledge amongst the native
into the
community.
atmosphere of the Earth for even
She even went as far to describe a large hole bored deep into the mountain face, hidden away much further up the slopes of the mesa,
So if you want
which
to
she claimed the
understand one, you have to
creatures
remove the
used
other
to
from the
access
equation.
the
It's kind of a
surface.
two-in-one equation.
So even though oxygen changes our signature
Around the same
today,
time that the
what if
investigators
all
were
life
taking
on
Jerry
Earth
Julian's
died,
statement,
and now we fast
separate
forward 1 million
claims of a
years,
possible alien base
won't be
concealed
traces
through the
left.
Archuleta
So,
Mesa were being
the question I'm
directed
trying to ask
towards the
is,
local
if life
authorities.
had existed on Mars,
Security staff at the Kirtland Air Force Base began to receive a string of detailed allegations from a local businessman, stating that he had documented mysterious activity both above and below the mountain chain.
History to go from
Paul
very
Benowitz was
simple life
already
like
well
real
known
life
to the senior officers of the
complexity.
base.
And when I'm saying
Following
complexity, I'm not
reports, he
even
had
talking
submitted
about us,
to them
I'm talking
that
about
strange lights in the sky
So,
above his home
Mars
in the Four
were
Valleys
lost,
district of
and they
Albuquerque.
feel very fast and lost.
He now claimed that in addition to the lights he had filmed,
Life also
he had intercepted mysterious energy
appeared
emissions
on
and
Earth
radio
very fast. So
transmissions,
the conditions
and that
being
these were
quite severe at
emanating
that
from
time
beneath the
here on
mesa.
Mars. It's a shield for a moment that life
The
is here on
businessman
Mars.
had also
It would have
taken
been
to
simple
conducting regular flights across the
when
mountains in
conditions
his
started
private
to
aircraft,
degrade, which was
photographing anything
less
he
than
deemed
a
out of
million
the
years
ordinary.
So everything
Invited onto the base to speak in
would have
person,
disappeared.
he showed them
Except
photos of what
for
he believed to be paths
morphological
and
traces
doorways
of
cut
the
into the
interaction
rock,
between life and its
miles away from
environment.
any
So
existing
on Earth,
road
the
or
best
highway.
example are what we call strontiolite
He drew maps of alleged
These
air
are
vents and access
rock
points,
formations
and cited
that are
interviews he had
built by
conducted with the
So we
owners
know
of
that we
mutilated
know
cattle
how to really
and locals who claimed to have been
You could
abducted in the
have
vicinity of
chemical
the mesa.
as well. There
But
is
the more
some interesting
detail that
question
the
marks
impassioned
right now
Benowitz
that
chose to add to this ad hoc
again,
briefing,
crater
the less credibility he was
found
extended by his
abundance of
audience.
C12,
He
which
began to
normally is
panic
used by life.
citing
But it gets
discussions with shadowy
produced by
government
other things.
agents,
So it's not that it's a
claiming that
real
the extraterrestrials
biological
living below the
itself.
mountain
But it's
were
intriguing.
one of
We have
3
now the
separate
world and we
species to
have
have
massive.
visited Earth.
But
But it
going
was the
back,
assertion that a whole
it's the
floor
time
of the
on Mars
alleged alien
15 years
base
ago where you have
contained
lots of
vats filled with
destruction,
human
where you
organs
have
and
lots of
body parts
cratering.
harvested by the alien
But
visitors,
we
which
still
saw
have
him
very
ridiculed
old
and
rocks
finally
that
escorted off the
survive
base.
from that time. So these are good.
Shortly after
Good places.
this,
That's why we're
as the
sending
businessman's mental
those
health
places
and
and just like
coherence
in
continued to
craters
deteriorate,
and places where
he
you have
suffered
very
a
old
nervous
rocks.
So
breakdown.
when you say ancient lakes and impact
On the
craters,
advice of
a simple
doctors,
question.
his
So
family
impact
applied to
crater,
have him committed to a
crater
psychiatric
created by
facility
giant
in
rock.
1988,
And yes, the big
seemingly
rock that
removing
can
any
be
shred of
or rock,
credibility his
or
initial
it could be
reports to the military
well,
may
but
have
yeah.
contained.
Is that good for life or bad for life?
But perhaps the most amazing aspect of the stories told by Paul Benowitz
It's actually
is that they are by no means the only such
interestingly
detailed
enough,
allegations
the building
of a
blocks of
secret
life,
base
the
concealed
bricks,
beneath
the
the
stuff we
town.
are made of, carbon,
Also,
hydrogen, oxygen, and nitrogen, and phosphorus. They were
during the
included
mid-1990s,
on our planet.
a former
They
Air
were
Force
built
technician by the
just
name of
because
Thomas
our planet
Costello
is made
went
of
public,
this kind of rock.
confirming that there was indeed a hidden
coming
facility
together
underneath the
in what we call
Archuleta
a
Mesa.
So they were built like
More
when
incredible
an
still
asteroid cuts,
was that Costello
there's a
claimed
lot
that this was not an extraterrestrial
but
base,
at the same
but one
time,
constructed by
those
the United
rocks,
States
they bring
government,
with them
where
those
aliens
bricks
and
of
human
life,
scientists work
and they
together
create lots
on
of
genetic
energy. And if the
experiments.
environment around is favorable,
Costello related
we
how he had
might
been a US Air
possibly
Force
be
photographer
at
based
some
at Nellis in
going
Las
on. That's
Vegas,
one of
but
the
in the early
aspects of the
1970s had been
which
transferred
is
to the
the fact
secret
that
Dulce
coming to
base
asteroid
in New
and have the
Mexico.
building blocks of life embedded in
Whilst
them,
there,
and that
he was
given
responsible
favorable
for
conditions, they
maintaining the
might be able to
facility's extensive
visit it.
surveillance network,
What
and
percent
for
of you,
documenting some of the
when
work
you're
being
looking up at the
conducted in
stars
the
and wondering about
laboratories?
this stuff, thinks that that's going to be
Costello
as
even went as far as to
is
offer
what happened
photographic
on Mars
evidence
or
with his
or on Earth,
testimony of what
which
he
is the
purported to
building
be
blocks
some
of
form
life
of alien
being
hybrid
elsewhere.
suspended in a vat of fluid in one of the
Transmedia is
labs.
a vector, potential vector,
But
which
barely
means
had
that
journalists
he
time to
actually
digest his
distributes
claims
the
that the
stuff of
Dulce
life
base was just
left
one of
and right.
many such
But it
facilities
doesn't explain
linked by a vast underground
it's not the
railroad network
environment.
before he
It just
disappeared from public
promotes
view
maybe. We still have to prove
altogether.
it. But what we know is that the stuff we're made of
However,
is
his
very
claims would
abundant
later
all over the place,
resurface when a further
including
whistleblower
in
came
interstellar
forward,
media.
this time from within the
So
ranks of
it's
the
all over.
Dulce Police
It's all over.
Department
The
itself.
idea is that maybe it just waits.
A former
You have
reservation
the
police
proper
detective named
environment.
Avery
And we
Tafoya,
know what it
who
means
had been
here on Earth.
researching
It
the
needs
testimony
water,
of Jerry
it needs
Julian,
shelter,
related
and
how he had
nutrition.
stumbled across the
So
report
you're
written by federal
fundamentally interested in
investigators
the
assigned
origin
to
of
the
life
case.
and the big
To his amazement, in addition to the
in
events
evolutionary
described by the
history,
victim,
that could be like an
they had
origin
included
of something,
detailed drawings of a sprawling military facility, exactly where Julian claimed the hidden opening in the mountain was
I just think if
situated.
we're a civilization here on Earth and we
The
survive
drawings
another
depicted
100
that the base had
years,
7 different levels,
I think it would be a good idea
including
to take a big
accommodation
gun
blocks,
and just shoot
storage
it like out
facilities,
there,
and
like a lead
laboratories.
gun. Basically try to
It
create
was
that
also
friendly as a
serviced
good
by an
backup
underground
solution.
train network
So
similar
one
to
way
that
is to
alleged by
actually
Thomas Costello.
copy our brains and actual humans.
Armed with this information,
Complex information
Tafoya
and send
stated
it
that
out
he
there.
had made a number of
Another
attempts to
way
climb the
to preserve
mountain
life
and
is
see
to
the
like
facility for
send
himself,
the basic building
only
blocks,
to be
send them with
defeated by
bacteria,
adverse weather conditions
bunch
on
of
each and every occasion.
whatever the rugged organisms are on Earth.
Not to
Send
be
a bunch of
deterred,
They don't have the building
he had
blocks.
then used a
They are
thermal
actual
camera to
organisms.
document strange
So what
apertures and events built into the rock of the mountain,
Because you said
and
building blocks.
recorded what sounded like
Yes,
large
like
machines
the
being
carbon,
operated
hydrogen, etc.
beneath the
They
slopes.
were produced by that of prejudice
Over the
stars. So this
years,
is how they were.
the United States
And,
military has gone to great
stars
lengths
like
in
ours,
denying that Dulce
started
Base
before
exists,
10 billion years
or
ago.
that it's part of a
That doesn't mean
network
that
of hidden
the sun is
underground
the only
facilities.
stars that produce,
And it would seem that
life
part of
form
their
and
strategy
evolve
to do
life.
so has
But
involved a
actually,
concerted effort to undermine the credibility of
years ago,
those making the
that what we're
claims.
talking about is a little
The
different.
background of Thomas
Right now, there are
Costello
many,
remains shrouded in uncertainty,
many
with
efforts
attempts to locate and
to
review his military service
do
record
the
seeming to
things
suggest he never
talking about,
existed.
which is is to
Photographs
DNA,
associated with his
whatever
testimony
kind of
have proven to
substrate
be
and preserve it
forgeries,
involved
and no
either
formal interview with
different
him has ever
places
been
on
unearthed.
Earth or
Members of the intelligence
Well,
community have also come forward and admitted to deliberately feeding
as
false
far as
information
brain
to Paul
is concerned,
Benowitz.
it's
It is
drawing
alleged
towards
that having
the
become
planet,
comfortable with
which
his
is
obsession and
your
surveillance of
hands
the secure Manzano
of who
weapons
we are through
storage
AI and
complex,
learning.
the Air Force invented
Of course,
the fictional
that's
Dulce base in order to distract
me,
businessmen.
I would say that
They even
taking care of our
claimed to
planet
replace
and going back
machinery and
to a
fake air
place
vents on
where
the
we are
Archuleta
in
Mesa
equilibrium
to
with our
photograph
environment would be
in order to
also
convince him
really
that the
the
base
best
existed
possible.
there and draw
And
him
really
away
what
from
we should do.
genuine military facilities.
Right now we are like teenagers.
Gabriel
With
Valdez
enough brain to
himself has
create
always
cool
refused to
tools,
believe stories of the base
but
of the Mesa,
we don't have enough brain to
extraterrestrial or
understand yet the
otherwise.
consequences of what we are doing.
Prior to
And
his death
right now
in
we're
2011,
so
the former
the
police
question
officer
is
told his son that he
whether
believed
we
it
are
was
going to be
humans who
able
had
to
mutilated
move
the cattle near the town
forward
and not
and learn
aliens.
from the
He
mistakes we are
cited
making
secretive
to
nuclear
become a
testing in and
mature
around New Mexico
civilization.
during the
You probably
1960s,
heard of the
claiming
equation
samples had
that
secretly
would
been
be L
removed
at
from
the
local
very end,
cattle
the
to
duration.
test for radiation poisoning.
Exactly. And well, at least
There are
uh,
equally detailed
the
cases
length
both for and
time
against the
the
existence of a
civilization
base
remains
beneath the Archuleta
detectable.
Mesa
It can
and the
disappear
secretive
from the
work
radar
which is
screen
allegedly
literally
being
for a
conducted
number of
there.
reasons. The first one is
With so many
destroyed
stories,
itself
it is
or being
difficult to
destroyed
know
by
which sources to
external
trust.
events,
It is not
or
beyond
it
all
can become so
possibility that the
enthused
US government is in
and
possession
with
of
the
secret
universe
underground military
and to advance
bases,
that it disappears
constructed
because
well
it
away
melts
from prying
really in the
eyes.
background and it's not
But at
visible.
the same time,
There are
some of the claims
wild
attached to them
theories
seem
out
so
there
outlandish
that
that they push any notion of their
might be so
existence
advanced that
towards
you cannot
ridicule.
distinguish them from
However,
physical processes.
throughout this
And
episode,
that was an
we have
example.
deliberately
Doesn't say that this
avoided
is
the
the
most
case, but some
detailed
people
and
say
impassioned
imagine that
evidence for
all the
such an
dark matter
underground
that
structure as
we
Dulce.
see or we
That of a
theorize
man who
about
claimed he
is
was
in
a former
fact some
worker
sort
at
of
the
a
secret
violent
site and had survived a horrifying battle unfolding between
So you
human
think about a
and
number of
extraterrestrial
things.
forces
Personally,
during the
I believe
excavation of
that
what would become the
what you
eventual
talk
facility
about
there.
preserving our information
Join us
is
next
kind
week
of what life
as we examine
we
the
need to look
testimony
at ourselves
of one Phil
as
Schneider.
what the little cell that started out was. And this is what tells you not about the origin of life, but in fact the nature of life, which is a lot more interesting. Because the nature of life is really what is going to give you some universal signature to look for it all over the place, and not only around ponds of water for life as we know it, but the nature of life is telling you that life wants to get the most information possible around its surroundings, and complexity is in fact the ability to gather and exchange and preserve the most information possible. And so what you're saying is kind of preserving the kind of information we have. So in the things that we're doing, as life happens, and I say happens because we don't know what life is. We have 123 definitions of life, and some people are saying we don't have any definition, we only have description of life. And that's true. And that's true. So think about it for 2 minutes. We are looking for something we don't know what it is. But we have a few clues about the nature of life. There are some really good theories. The first one was Schrödinger, right, in the 40s. Right now there is a guy named Jeremy England. It's another biophysical theory of life. It says life is the inevitable result of the most. This is the best way to beat entropy, to fight entropy. But when you look at what we are doing, if you want to know what the nature of life is, look at our languages. And they can be very different languages, but they all have the same purpose, right? Exchange information, understand, store information, and also whether it is with somebody at the outside or self in yourself. That's the same thing the cell was doing. But now when you're looking at life and at the structure of our languages, life started with method.
In our previous episode, we examined reports from various individuals who stated that there is a secret facility buried deep beneath the New Mexico town of Dulce. But we deliberately avoided the testimony of one man, who is arguably the most controversial figure in the allegations surrounding the possible existence of Dulce Base. A man who claimed he was the survivor of a war in the Mesa.
Right? The syllables get together to create words. Words tell you something, but they are nothing without a verb that gives the direction. That's RNA and DNA. And then you can put all the components inside. Our languages are built exactly as life is built. We are repeating patterns. I call it the butterfly universe and the fractal universe because this is exactly what it is. I would say that as much as I do believe to sending probes to explore the universe, I say we should also look inward to find the, the answers to some of the profound questions of who we are, what's life, what's the nature of life, because we are expressing life.
Having sought shelter behind an equipment crate of sufficient size, the lieutenant now tried to take stock of the situation.
The nature of life.
At least 3 members of his platoon were gone, their bodies charred beyond all recognition, following exposure to the horrific weaponry employed by their opponents. Despite this, they had managed to push the enemy force deeper into the facility, as they had been ordered to do so. And if they could just secure the stairwell in front of them, the mission could be a success. Waving across the corridor, where 2 more of his team members were sheltering behind another crate, he began to issue a series of orders using hand signals. Moments later, the pair were up on their feet and heading towards the looming metal door, each tightly clutching a satchel charge. Their intention was clear. But before they could reach their objective, the door suddenly sprung wide open. A skeletal figure materialized from the darkness within, followed by a terrifying bright blue energy discharge from its weapon. The 2 soldiers did not even have time to cry out, as their bodies were engulfed in a ball of brilliant blue flame. Almost immediately, an infantryman further down the corridor, operating the platoon's M60 machine gun, opened fire, shredding the attacker with a steady hail of gunfire. More soldiers then ran forwards, snatching up the discarded satchel charges and climbing them before hurling them in through the open doorway. There was an enormous explosion, immediately followed by a shower of dust and debris as the stairwell caved in, preventing their enemy from accessing this floor or any others which lay above them. Leaving 2 of his men to cover the collapsed structure, the lieutenant and the remainder of his platoon made their way back up through the facility towards the main loading area. But upon his arrival, he was shocked to see that 2 further armor trucks had arrived, discharging several more squads of soldiers wearing black uniforms, who hurried towards the corridors from which he and his men had just emerged. Turning to his commanding officer, he abruptly inquired as to what was taking place, who this unit were, and why they were now heading underground towards the lower levels. Curtly dismissed, he and his fellow Navy SEALs could only watch on as the mysterious soldiers continued to head deeper into the base, where so many US soldiers had already lost their lives, in an effort to contain the marauding extraterrestrial threat.
You take 2 planets and you change,
During the summer of 1995, Phil Schneider gave a series of lectures across the United States, in which he went to great pains to highlight to his audience the dangers of what he was doing. He spoke of the murder of his close friend, which he alleged had been made to look like a suicide. Then he related various attempts on his own life and threats to harm his family in an effort to stop him from sharing confidential military secrets with the public. But Schneider explained that his love for his country superseded any thought for his personal safety, that the American people had a right to know the potential dangers which their government was hiding from them. He would open his talks by explaining how he came from a family of public servants, how his father had been a military
coming
officer
towards the
who worked on the
solar
Manhattan
system
Project.
and collide with
Then
planets.
he would
So you will
reveal
have
to those
more of
present
these
the
types
fingers
towards
missing
close
from
to
his
the
left
center of the
hand,
galaxy. Not to mention the
relating how he had
radiation.
lost
There is
them whilst fighting
a
to
place
regain
in our
control of a
galaxy where
secret
if
military
there is that
installation
because you don't want
from
to be there. You
extraterrestrial
wouldn't be able to have life.
attackers.
But what really
Schneider would
matters
hold up
is
bizarre-looking metals and
extinction,
minerals, claiming that they were products of
but
experiments
also
which had been
um,
kept hidden from
the
the
climate
American
history
people. He would
of
then
a planet
explain in
has a
great
role to play.
detail how there was a
And
vast
it
network of
seems
underground military bases beneath
that
the surface of North
it's
America,
a theory. You don't
linked
have to be
together
backed
by
up by
miles
more
and miles
observations,
of
but there
magnetic
is a
train
correlation
tracks.
between not only the
Finally,
passage
he would
of
close
the
his
solar
lectures
system
by
towards
saying
the
that when
center of
his
the
time
galaxy, there
came,
is one place where
just
we
like
get
his
hit by
friend,
asteroids
his
because of the
murder
interaction I
would
was
be made
telling
to
you
look
about.
like a suicide,
But the other one is
reiterating that he
the
had no
climate
wish to
with
end his
the
own
melting
life.
cycle. Big jumps
Less than a year
in life
later,
evolution seem
the
to be
impassioned public
associated
speaker would indeed be
with
found dead in his
snowball
apartment.
Earth episodes.
His death, perhaps
We don't
unsurprisingly
know
to anybody who had ever
why
heard him
yet.
speak,
Snowball
ultimately being
episodes,
ruled as
intuitively you
suicide.
would think that they are connected to a decrease
Much as the
in life
former Air
because
Force
the whole
Sergeant
Earth is
Thomas
covered
Costello had
in
done
ice.
before him,
But
Bill
for some
Schneider
reason,
told
there
anyone who
were
would
big
give him the
jumps in
time
evolution right after.
that there was a military
Each of
base
those
hidden deep
incidents.
beneath the Archuleta
And
Mesa.
today, there are other things like
But
why
unlike
all
the
of a sudden we
enigmatic
have this
Costello,
mission that seems to be
Schneider chose
responsible
to deliver
for
his evidence in a
jump
far
in
more
evolution.
public manner,
We are not clear yet.
speaking
So all of
openly
those
to
things, when
rooms
you're
of
thinking
interested
about life
people
elsewhere,
and fielding
are
any
going to come
questions
into
they
play.
might have concerning
And
his
I cannot
account.
tell you that
He
a
described
planet that
how,
remains
since the end of the
habitable for
Second
much
World
longer
War,
than the Earth
the United
will
States
have
government had been
an
building a
evolutionary
vast
path
network
that's
of
the same
underground
or different.
bases around the
Depends on
country.
extinction, depends on climate,
Schneider
depends
explained
on
that to his knowledge,
It's a little
there
bit
were
surreal that
129 deep underground military bases,
well, I
domes,
think that some
hidden
trying to
people
figure out
plains,
what the heck is going on.
mesas, and
And I mean,
mountain
we're
ranges
very
of North
biased.
America.
So
9 of these were
we're
clustered in
biased
close
humans.
proximity to one
You're less
another,
biased as a
located
scientist.
in and around Green
But
Lake,
we still love
near the
Earth.
infamous
We
Area
still
51
don't
testing
know
facility in
about
Nevada.
Earth. And so even though you
All
try
of
to
these
get
bases
escape
were linked by a seemingly endless
what
series of
life is
tunnels,
in
which
the
housed a
nature
maglev
of life
train
is still
line,
kind of
allowing
connected to
workers to travel between the locations at speeds of up to Mach 2.
I think that's a little different than that.
As he stood and summarized how these tunnels had been created and how each of the secret bases had been
We're
constructed,
the only model
audiences found themselves visibly impressed by the level of technical detail Schneider used.
a lot of
Having listed his credentials as a geologist and structural engineer, he related how he had been brought onto the project to assist with the complicated and advanced construction methods being used. The maglev tunnels had not been drilled or blasted through the ground, which had instead been created using laser technology that vitrified and melted its way through the previously impenetrable rock.
But our model
In order
is
to
probably
create
very
each
abundant.
base,
And the thing that the
4
end game
gaping
is going
holes
to
were
resemble
bored
us,
deep into the
because
earth.
of all these extinction, etc.
Each separate floor was then
is
blasted out
a
of the
good
rock
bias. It's
before
one
being
that
looped
has
up
a
to these
number
4
for it.
gigantic corner
The
shafts.
principle of mediocrity.
And it was
I
amidst
think
the construction of one
that,
facility in New Mexico during the late 1970s
where the
that
Earth
Bill Schneider
is
became an unwitting
representative
participant in
of
what
an
would become
abundance
known as the
the world.
Dulce Rule.
Now, of course, there can be other biochemistry. We have
Schneider
some
maintained that
examples
in August of
that
1979,
might be
construction on the
representative of
Dulce
that.
base
We are
had
not
begun to
very
fall
clear of
behind
the kind of
schedule
biochemistry
due
that
to
can
issues
come out
relating to the
of
drilling
a
of one of
world
the
where
corner
you have
columns.
hydrocarbon lakes
The facility was being tunneled out beneath the southwest corner of the Archuleta
but we are
Mesa,
going there. So we
but
will
every
learn
time the
something
drilling team
about
had
it.
attempted to pass a certain
So the
depth,
biochemistry
they
is
found
right
that their
there.
machinery
The
was
nature of life is
mysteriously
different.
failing.
If really
In an
life
effort to discover what was
is
frustrating the drilling
the best way
operation,
the universe has to
Schneider
fight
and the Green
entropy,
Beret bodyguard had been
there is no
lowered
life
into
there.
the incomplete
Because
shaft
physics
via
is
a
the same
crane.
all across the universe, at least the
But as
universe
soon
we
as
know.
he
There might
stepped
be
out
other
of the crane
universes,
basket into
but
what
the
appeared
one
to be
we
a
know
pre-existing
works with
cave
the
network,
So life
he had
is
instantly
the best
realized
way
that
to fight
something was
entropy.
very wrong.
You can imagine that
There was a
life
bitter and
permeates
unnatural stench
the
in the
entire
air,
universe.
as the drilling
And then the
operation
question
had now
might
allowed
change
ancient
to
gases to
what
escape from the
flavors
void
life
beneath,
mean? What are the flavors of
along with the
complexity
mysterious and subtle
that
attitude.
this
on the
process,
unusually smooth
nature
walls of
led
the caves.
And there we might have bias
It was at this
about
point
what
that a
complexity
tall and slender
looks
grey figure had
beautiful.
suddenly stepped out of the shadows in
Look
front
at
of him,
humans that operate
carrying what appeared to be a
physical
weapon
scale,
of some description.
time scale.
Utterly terrified by this creature's
We have
unearthly
another
and
problem.
intimidating
We don't know what that is.
appearance,
We don't know what
Schneider had used
and we
his
don't know what
sidearm to
concept
kill it,
is. But
only
we
for
are
two
trying
more to
tackle
then
the big
emerge out of
question.
the darkness
You
behind
know
them,
Complexity is also
backing
You don't
towards the
know.
crane
I
basket
think
and
that's
firing
the honest,
wildly.
and as a scientist,
The engineer had
and I'm
managed
going
to
to
fell
step
one
back
of the pair,
okay, but
only
intelligence
for the other to then use its
to
own
me,
weapon
the
upon him
bacteria
in retaliation.
that has survived, like cyanide bacteria,
Schneider was instantly
that has
consumed by
survived
an
just
eerie
like
blue
us.
light and
4
felt a
million
huge
years
jolt
in
of
one
electricity
incarnation or
burst
another,
through
and
his
actually
body,
they are very similar
which had
to
sent
the
him
ones that
crashing
they
to the
were
cave
5
floor.
million years ago. It has
When
some
he came
intelligence about
to,
its environment.
he found himself being
So,
bundled into the
for
crane basket by the
complexity,
Green Beret,
it might be
who then turned and engaged
that we
more of the
need to take the
creatures
word
as the
literally, which
basket
is
began to
an
ascend
assemblage
without
or
him.
additional capacity to
Upon
gather,
his return
collect,
to the
store
surface,
information. Maybe this
the
is something
doctors who
like that,
treated
where I can
Schneider
use
found severe
that
damage to
information
both
to
his
do
left
something
hand
with
and
it.
foot, with several
But
fingers and toes
I do
missing.
completely agree with you when
After
you
he had
talk about
explained to his
slavery or
superiors what had
I
taken
think this is
place,
exactly it.
he was removed from the
And
project,
I
but
have a
later discovered
basic
that construction had
education
continued
about
despite
what
his
physics is doing
encounter.
right now, and I'm
For the next
looking at
year,
quantum physics
it was
and
alleged
what it
that
says
further
about
battles
the
beneath the
universe
Mesa ensued
and
as
about the
US Special
connection
Forces clashed
about
with alien
an atom
interlopers
here
who appeared
and an atom
intent on
there,
frustrating the
photon here
construction
and
of
a
the
photon there,
base.
and I am starting to put
Schneider
maybe
claims that in total,
lawfully two and two
66
together,
soldiers
but
and
in my
countless
mind,
extraterrestrials lost their
and of
lives
course it's
before an
nothing until I
uneasy
can prove it.
peace was
So in
finally
my mind,
formed between
the
the two
universe is
opposing
connected
sides.
everywhere, in all
He
different
went on to
places. So
allege
this
that the
life
aliens who had been
connection
residing
is
beneath the Mesa
something that,
had worked
as you
with
said,
humans
permeates
ever
the
since,
universe. And
creating
the way
numerous
we find
scientific
life
breakthroughs
might be
which
very
have gone on
different
to
than
assist
to look for the
mankind.
origins of life. I think it's a good thing to go out there and look for the origin of life
Throughout
somewhere else, because it's
1995,
the manifestation
Schneider
of the
continued to
nature
tour
of
the
life on
United
all of a sudden
States,
becomes
giving talks in which he
apparent,
listed numerous
evident to
other
our eyes.
alleged conspiracies, alongside the
What I
revelations of
think
deep underground military
would be
bases.
our greatest achievement is that
Over the
if
course
we
of
can
these
find
lectures, however,
that
it
process
soon became
of life,
apparent that the former
because at
engineer
that
was
point,
beginning to
in my
struggle
mind, the
with what he had
universe all of a
started.
sudden is going to
He
illuminate
described how he had
itself
been involved in a
with
shootout
actually
with federal
its
agents,
living force. But I
killing one
can
in
only call it living
self-defense,
force.
and
To
how an
me,
attempt
this
had been
is what
made
we
to
are looking
kidnap his
at, a
daughter
universe
in a
that
bid to force him to
becomes more
stop
and more
delivering his
complex with
lectures.
time, more and more able
Then,
to
in
gather
January of
information. And
1996,
interestingly enough,
2 months
why
after his final speech
to
in
understand
Denver,
itself.
federal
So Sagan
agents
was
arrived
right
at the home of
when
Schneider's
he was
ex-wife,
saying we are the
Cynthia.
universe trying to understand itself.
They explained
And
how
the
Phil
more
had
we
been
go,
found
the
dead
more
in his
the
apartment in
universe
Wilsonville,
becomes
having
alive
apparently decided to
and
take his own
intelligent
life.
and maybe also conscious.
The agents went on to conduct a search at Cynthia's house, removing any notes or materials relating to Phil and his lectures
Just watching all the
before
great
then
news
leaving.
on artificial intelligence side when applied to
The
natural sciences.
circumstances surrounding Schneider's death have always
That
raised questions
the
about the
creatures
speed with
that
which the
will
authorities
solve
moved to attribute
the
it to
question
suicide.
of the origin of the nature of
Phil's
life,
body
which is
had been
the
found
process
slumped between his bed
the
and a
nature of life,
wheelchair,
will be
with a
AI.
rubber catheter hose having
Makes
been
me a
wrapped
bit
around his
sad
neck 3
to
times
I
and
don't think
tied
so.
up with a knot.
Because
Think
at,
humans will.
Both
at
his
this
feet
point in
were
time,
wedged
we
hard
never was
underneath
the
the bed,
idea.
with his head resting in the seat of the
I'm advising
wheelchair
the
at an
singularity
angle that would
again.
not appear to have been easy or natural for
AI
him
is
to
not
achieve.
aware. AI is being built.
There were traces of blood on the floor
So
nearby, but
AI
no
is
injuries
a
or
tool,
wounds
and
were
it's
found on
really
the body
smart
itself
tool.
to suggest where
As
this
long
might
as
have
we
come
build
from.
and as long as we use it as a
When the
tool to
family
manage
later asked if a
and I
suicide
think
note
there
had
is a
been
lot of
discovered, they
and
were
of
told
course
that all the
science
papers
fiction
seized from
and
the address had now
they don't help.
inexplicably gone missing
Yeah, I got
from
a
the police
perspective of
storage
yes, I agree
facility.
for the most part in terms of who
Subsequent requests for additional toxicology testing on Schneider's
But
remains were
there
refused on
is,
the grounds
in
of
the
adverse
mind,
cost, considering the cause of death had already been determined.
So chess is a simple one.
Further and more adamant demands for these tests would also be refused, because the samples had apparently been destroyed by the laboratory which had been storing
was
them.
able to discover in our stockfish about
One detective, who later spoke privately with the family stated that with the missing fingers on Schneider's left hand,
it comes up
it
with
would have been almost impossible for him to have tied off the catheter
So
himself.
the AI now is telling you
When the officer in question had shared these concerns with his superiors, he had been ordered to keep his observations to himself before then being reassigned to a different
and then you
case.
start to kind of intuit as a human
It appeared that even in death,
deeply understand
Phil Schneider was continuing to raise awkward
that AI
and uneasy questions
deeply
for
understand
those in
there's
positions
still
of
a
authority.
wisdom and a depth of knowledge in that chess playing program that humans
When taken in context of the many
Same with
accounts
Al
which already
Capone,
exist regarding a possible underground base at
another
Dulce,
planet in physics
the testimony of Phil Schneider appears to be compelling.
It feels like there might be a way
Many
to
of the
understand the nature
experimental
of life
compounds and construction
that we can
techniques he
kind of
listed
do
during the course of his lectures were mere
but
concepts during the late
true
20th
understanding
century,
will come from the system
but have
of
gone on to
dimensional
become commonplace in modern building work.
Again, I would push back
His
on my
descriptions
term
of the base
because
layout and the
I think that
functions of each of the
human
7
beings
levels were also eerily similar to those offered by the
by building
witnesses,
that wall.
people who he'd
The
never
idea
met
that
or associated with.
we are getting into the
And
project
yet,
scale and
even the
dark
lightest
forest
touch of
and all these
scrutiny
things.
has shown his accounts
We
to be
can see the
marred by
world is,
falsehoods and
at this point in
inaccuracies,
time,
which
we
make it difficult to take some of his
I still
claims
see
seriously.
a great tool.
He made repeated assertions that his father,
Now,
Otto Oscar
whether
Schneider,
the
was a
science
German
my
U-boat
scenario is
captain
going
who had been captured by the US
happen,
Navy
etc.
and then
I don't
turned
think that
against
we
the
are far
Nazi
away
regime.
from this. But it does
Yet a
foresee
cursory search of both German and American
it's
wartime
just that,
records shows this to be an
we're
apparent
starting to jump into
fabrication,
a deeper
with Otto having been born in San Francisco
of what the
in
universe
January
is,
of
whether
1906.
it's through our brain or through
Similarly,
different way of gathering
his claims that the original attack on the World Trade Center involved the use of a tactical nuclear weapon,
and then
and that the occupants of Waco Ranch had been murdered using chemical weapons, have apparently been debunked.
that is raising those schools.
These revelations would appear to suggest that Phil Schneider was an individual prone to exaggeration, sometimes verging on the edge of delusion.
Their mind is integrated with the internet.
But if this was the case, then where did he sustain his life-changing injuries? And what happens to the missing samples and notes he brought with him to his lectures? Why is there so much evidence that he was silenced by unknown persons, and efforts made to present his murder as a suicide? Schneider's detractors argue that he was not a well man, and merely seized upon the alleged testimony of Thomas Costello, using it to conjure up a fantastical backstory of his own. But to his supporters, the inconsistencies in his account are explained away as the US government rewriting his family history, designed specifically to undermine Schneider's credibility and keep prying eyes away from the Dulce base. They point to the same methods used against Bob Lazar in his removal from college and employment records as an example of the lengths the US government will go to cover up such revelations. With the advent of the internet, each passing year sees more information on classified military projects slowly creeping into the public domain. It is therefore entirely possible that at some future point, evidence proving the existence of deep underground military bases will finally materialize. Or it may be that advances in technology enable investigators to finally disprove the existence of such facilities once and for all. But nowadays, it seems there is a lot more digging to be done.
And it explains a lot about nature.
I like when you said teenagers. So the technology, I think, when we move past the teenager stage, enriches our ability to sense the earth, to understand what's going on in the environment. It's just that it's not that technology disconnects us from the environment. It gives us more tools with which to understand what's going on with the environment.
That's true for the people who are building the tools and know how to use it. Take those tools now, put them in the general public with no filter, which is happening with social media, which is happening with a lot of things, and you see the disaster this is creating.
It's not the disaster, it's challenging. If you sound like a parent talking about a teenager, yes. It's the growing pains of the civilization that is becoming deeply connected with our communicate all across the world, even through the pandemic.
That's the good thing about technology. This is also something I wrote. It's not the tools we create that are bad, it's the way we use them.
Yes.
And
Well,
that's,
they're learning.
well,
This is the cool
and
what
hopefully we'll do all the learning before it's too late because our response to what's going on in the environment, our response to pandemics is deeply connected to this disconnect we have with nature. Anyway, we all agree that we are in growing pains and hopefully we can move forward because there is a fantastic universe, something absolutely magical around us. And I'm talking as a scientist. I mean, there is magic, not in sense of trickery, but in sense of wonder around us. And there are so many signs where we are getting so close to revolutions in cosmology, in astrobiology, in astronomy, which I think to me, this is where the hope lies, and also an awakening of understanding that we need to be in equilibrium with the planet if we want to move forward. Because even though we have these big dreams of going on Mars and the moon, listen, I am a planetary geologist, so I am all for exploration. Right now, the moon or Mars is not going to stay robust because for the logistics, it will still depend very much on the Earth and for a long time. I think this time we are living in will be remembered as a pivot in our history for a number of reasons. At the time where there is a growing consciousness, where we are creating tools that are going a little bit ahead of us, that we have some difficult time to catching up on with, where we have to deal with competition that's way to create on the planet we have. We need to really learn a sense of balance and the maturity of the civilization. So how is this going to unfold? Right now, I have no clue.
I draw a lot of optimism from similar things that happened many decades ago when nuclear weapons developed. Boy, was that at the time even more terrifying. You just now created weapons that could destroy the entirety of life on Earth, or not entirety, but a lot of it. And we somehow found a balance. And then this threat constantly is out there. And that threat has been made more visceral in recent times. Because of the war in Ukraine. But we find a balance. I have a thread of optimism for human civilization that we figured it out. We're clever teenagers.
We are clever teenagers. There is definitely a thread of optimism, but I think it's thin. It's thin because something that has changed as well is the mentality of humans. Although the threat was terrifying when nuclear weapons were created, there was a sense of limits you were willing to push in the threats. There was a sense of decency, of moral values. It wasn't perfect, but it was at least a time where people could come together from very different perspectives and agree that something it was more important than destroying everything.
But that's so hilarious you say that. Okay, yes, you're talking about a small slither of humans, which is the scientists in the Manhattan Project. Now we most of the top planet when over 100 million people were tortured and murdered.
No, I agree with that, and absolutely, absolutely. I'm not talking about scientists here. Actually, I'm talking about politicians. We've gone beyond that point now. This is what I'm worried about. I mean, torture, etc. Unfortunately, well, we are apes. Exactly what you said. So I think that there is a lot. Not to blame grandpa for that, but because we can always get better.
Grandpa was a wild man.
But we have to improve a lot of that side before we can claim that we're a mature civilization.
When you just because you mentioned the magic, when you look out there, perhaps it's not a scientific question, but
You don't have to be
said magic, so
Yeah.
there's some magic that is archetypal because I don't know, whatever fills us with awe, as humans when we look up at the stars, do you think the universe is full of life? When you're sitting, drinking some wine, looking up at the stars, and wondering as a human, do you think we're alone, or do you think it's life is everywhere?
I am going to make such an unmagical response to that. My response is that's the scientific response. That if we are alone, then the universe is a statistical absurdity.
Yeah.
And I have no doubt in my mind, and that is an anti-scientific response as well. But I have no doubt in my mind that the universe is typical of life.
What if it keeps dying?
Which is what I've done. But fortunately,
So maybe that extinction is so as a process, as a part of the process of life. Extinction seems to be a fundamental, both negative and positive component. So what if all the complex life out there just keeps dying and not making way for, like we're actually a statistical anomaly in us being able to survive that hell in the Drake equation, being able to survive long enough in more complex organisms of the kind that mammals are, things with brain, things that are
and L is not about that. L is about how long a civilization is capable of being detectable, which means that rich technologies and being detectable.
Okay, so there's a more nuanced thing to L because you can have intelligent civilizations that are not very detectable.
Yeah, we had civilization for thousands of years. We started to be detectable 150 years ago. So it's about technology that we can actually capture from space. You become visible to your neighbors. And this is all about the Fermi paradox, right? It takes time. Obviously, if we're taking again ourselves as a model, but this is the only one we have, to get to the point where we become detectable. But look at the age of the universe. Even if life as we understand it, not saying even as we know it, but as we can understand it, started 10 billion years ago. And it takes 4 billion years to get to the point where it becomes detectable. That means that the first planet where those civilizations started to be detectable when we were still cyanobacteria plants. So they were, throwing messages that were passing above our heads at that point. And those civilizations, when you look at them now, close to 10 billion years after the start, so their sun is dead. Okay? In the best case scenario, they move somewhere else. And what that means is that civilizations are going to rise, die, or move and transform themselves. We can see ourselves changing. We know that humans are still changing as a species. The human being in 1,000 or even 500 years from now might not be looking like we are doing right now. Who knows where we will be? We might be migrating into our planetary system. We might be migrating somewhere else.
Well, you said migrating, but it seems when you look at life, it doesn't necessarily migrate, it expands. So it's not for place A or place B, it's place A and place B.
It could be, and we are talking about the human civilization here. So there are different factors. If you are a cyanobacteria or any type of even mammal that doesn't have the technology to escape the planet we were born on, then it's plan A. It's right there. Whatever happens to your planet, you are tied to it. You cannot escape it. For humans, it's a bit different. Yeah, it's A and B, or whatever. Yeah. So we have to expect that a number of the civilizations, extraterrestrial civilization that might be technologically advanced, a number of them will have disappeared just because they run the course of their evolution, or because their sun run out of fuel and they didn't have a ways to escape, or they were wiped out by any kind of event, and that there will be those that survive.
Everything I've seen from it seems obvious that there's life everywhere out there. In fact, maybe I don't understand the jump of bacteria enough, but it seems obvious that there's intelligent civilizations out there. Now, I don't know how to define intelligence, but there's beautiful complexity. Like when you look at I've looked at enough cellular automata, which is a very primitive mathematical construction that when you run, complexity emerges. I've looked at that enough to know that it just seems like there's complexity everywhere out there. So that's why I'm deeply puzzled by the Fermi paradox. It makes no sense. I have trivial answers to why have aliens at scale not showing up. I think that the possible outcomes is either too dumb to see it, they're already here, they're talking to us through processes we just don't understand. Like what we experience as life here on Earth is actually they're having conscious, aliens can be conscious. When we feel love for one another, that can be aliens. When we, I don't know, or feel fear or whatever, that could be aliens.
I have to agree with you. None of this is scientifically provable. Right now, we talked a little bit already about that. What I would say is that I do not adhere to the Fermi paradox because it's very anthropomorphic. It's an interesting exercise. Let's put it that way. But it's a typical example of seeing the universe through our own eyes. And this is what the limitation is. Understanding what's going on with complexity, as you said, and looking at the biophysical models and theories for the nature of life, I would agree that probably this extraterrestrial message is all around us. We're not yet capable of picking it up.
But I think, unfortunately, that makes me sad. The way to pick it up is by studying life here and doing some of the science you're doing, better understand the nature of life until you realize, holy crap, the thing I was looking for all along has been here all along.
Well, a good example of that, and it doesn't need to be an extraterrestrial civilization. Look at something that I really, whether or not it's real, I don't care because in terms of intellectual exercise, I think it's fantastic. Look at the shadow biosphere. The idea that life didn't appear only once on Earth, but there were many different pathways of it. And today, we know when we study the tree of life that led to us, from Luca to us. And the shadow biosphere is telling us that there are other pathways that came up at the time where life originated, but they are so different that we cannot recognize them as being living. And we cannot put them up in our tests because our tests are being built to recognize life as we know it. And for me, again, I don't know if this theory will be verified or it would be discredited. But what I like about it is that it forces me to think on how do I live my life. I don't know. So let's talk here about planets, not even with little green men. It starts with very simple life that can be so different that it might be just right in front of our nose and we don't see it.
So that probably starts with the scientific humility of realizing that you might be too biased in understanding of what is the phenomenon we're trying to study.
Yeah, I don't think it's biased because it involves some moral computation. That, but I am definitely biased in terms of scientific intellectual framework.
What do you think about the UFO sightings? So the widespread experiences that people have and seeing different phenomena that they're mysterious, that people project ideas about whether it's aliens or not, but they can't explain it, and there's pictures and data, and the government is involved in releasing footage and all that kind of stuff. And that seems to captivate the public.
It always do. I mean, there are a number of things that captivate people, especially children, actually. Dinosaurs and aliens.
Child.
Yeah, we are also child at heart. And so about you, I am a scientist and I'm a citizen. So I'm going to tell you about the first. I don't mind talking about that at all because I think as a scientist, this is extremely interesting. Because the thing I don't know, I want to learn about it. This is more knowledge. So we all know the statistics about 95% of them are just natural phenomena or things that are being reasoned. We know that. Then you have the 2% that might be secret programs by whatever government it's out there. Another percent, say, is about natural phenomena that we don't know about it and we cannot explain. And then there is this 90% that don't fall into all those categories, I think. And I think that the report about the UN falls into the same kind of scheme, except that now they have at least some patterns of speed of other things that were in the today. We don't know if these sightings are part of military program or actual UFO. I always run into that question because, of course, as the director of the Conflict Center at the Study Institute, I received a number of emails about the subject. People are actually confused about what the Study Institute is. We are not studying UFOs. We are actually looking for messages. The way I put it, usually is that we are studying extraterrestrials in their natural habitat. And the UFO people are trying to understand whether they invaded our aerial space. So this is two very different things. And unfortunately, over the years, I actually respect very much people who are trying to go to the bottom of what UFOs are, following some very scientific ways of doing this. They are very, very credible agencies. Unfortunately, there is a folklore around UFOs. And this has been a huge disservice to the scientific community. And this is why you have been having that much pushback for a long time by the scientific community, because no congressman in the world wants to tell their taxpayers that they are supporting something that's for flying saucers. And when you see what's happening, it's terrifying. And I am actually concerned, about that relationship that people do between folklore and real research for extraterrestrial intelligence. In fact, it's been so bad that until today, there is no government agency that is actually funding the city search. It is a private funded endeavor. What NASA funds right now, which is a progress, is a search for technosignature, which means that when you are looking at the atmosphere of a planet, you look for some disequilibrium that could tell you that something is there. But it's not going to fund an institute or whatnot that is looking for messages or other things like that.
Does that just have to do with the taboo associated with folklore?
Yes, and I think there was a pushback from the political arena decades ago about that. At the time where all the flying saucers were coming out, and then the Soviet got a start. So, but now there is more of a willingness to look at the UFO phenomenon from a scientific standpoint. So much so that the government is actually seeking some help from scientific institutions, and there are programs to start looking into those phenomena. And as a scientist, I am interested. What I'm not interested in, again, once again comes back here. I don't want to believe. I want to know. And so to know, you have to have real experiments, you have to have observation, and you have things that are done the right way. I don't want to have somebody that starts with what if as a question and then turns this what if into the argument, and the only conclusion there is, you understand what?
But still, I think it's valuable to appreciate the mystery and not deny the mystery. So
No, the mystery is there, but what I don't want is people taking advantage of the public and making money out of it.
let me put that. I understand, but so there's a folklore like the stuff I do, AI and robotics. There's a clear fear in Terminator movies and all this kind of stuff. You could say that I'm very concerned about this miscalibrated understanding of the public of what robots role are in society. Or you could see it as let's use a metaphor of a wave. You can say this giant wave, what we'll call folklore, is a really bad idea. We need to avoid it. We need to hide from dams. Or you can be a surfer and ride the wave as a scientist. To me, the fact that people are wondering about the mystery of UFOs, it means they're wondering.
Yeah, they are. But the thing, I will stop surfing that way when it comes back to like an entire scientific discipline. For now, the past 60 years, we were not able to raise money from the government, no grant. It's a discipline that has no postdoc, very little postdoc, just because there is a fear of that folklore on the political arena. People don't want to be associated with that because they confuse them. So I stopped there. And as director of the conversation, I'm just very happy to see now that there is a course correction in the government seeking scientific investigators for this kind of missions, and hopefully that will right the ship there.
I love it. I love to see it, but I want, and I love when I go to see with them. I'm doing so obviously respectfully with love, and it makes it for a fun conversation. But I think, just like with surfing away, there's some level of, if the more you resist it, the worse it is. So
We didn't resist it.
Yes,
It didn't come from us, and we paid the price.
I just think that the role of scientists, in part, in the 21st century, when we talk about social media, is to direct this sense of longevity that people have into a direction of the rigors of science.
I think we did that pretty well.
I would disagree.
I don't
SETI does much better, but there's other places in science where
for life is still easy place, draw the water.
yes,
Because it's a profound question that pretty much everybody has.
But I think I just want to highlight the fact that I think a lot of scientists, my colleagues, friends, think that all you need to do is science. All you need to do is the scientific process, the peer review process, data, and so on. But I think communication is actually a fundamental part of the process. Because it has to do with funding, but it also has to do with, like, we're a bunch of humans trying to ask big questions, trying to figure this whole puzzle out.
I totally agree. We do have more public presentation at the Institute than peer-reviewed articles, and believe me, we have lots of peer-reviewed articles. So our scientists are out there, and they are sharing the wonderful discoveries. And it's so easy. I mean, there is not one day. Tell me about writing a book right now about the surprise in the universe. I mean, it's almost every single day I had to correct something in the chapters I was writing.
So SETI, in terms of both signatures and signals, is pretty active.
So it's getting better right now. It's getting better. But remember that the SETI is not only about the search for extraterrestrial intelligence. This is the group of the historical group of the Institute. But it's about 10% of what we do. In fact, we are searching for life in the universe, from the origins of life to extraterrestrial intelligence. So 90% of everything else is exoplanet. For instance, we have a good chunk of the Kepler team that is actually with the Study Institute, and they are working with devs right now. Some already have some time on the James Web. We have astrobiologists, we have astronomers.
Those are looking for data, for signals of planets.
Go to analog places to try and understand the type of life that survive in planetary type environment. I mean, people are always surprised when I tell them, whatever flies in the solar system, as long as where we fly, we're involved. So this is not something that pops in everybody's mind when they're thinking about the Study Institute, because we started off as the search for extraterrestrial intelligence. But the Institute has really moved into the search for life along the Drake equation, all the terms of the Drake equation.
Just to clarify, because by the way, you're saying a bunch of terms sometimes it's good to return to the basics. When you're saying whatever is flown, SETI is the part of things that are flown. So we, the very using we have to say we humans in the past we SETI.
Yeah.
So the SETI is really broadly defined. A lot of the fingertips reaching out there from
Because I'm very involved in any constellation in instruments that are actually on board some of the mission in science teams, for instance, Cassini, New Horizon, also missions that will be coming. It's the search for life, we do this all on the Drake equation. So SETI is part of it, and it's our route, and it's expanding a little bit right now. We hope we continue to expand, so this is a good time for the Institute. And it also, in my mind, was the very first astrobiology institute, because we have this multidisciplinary approach where I can bring many of the scientists from different domains and disciplines to think about a question. And as you know, discoveries happen at the nexus of discipline, and it's really a privilege when you're in an institute like that.
you dive volcanic lakes at high altitude to study the creatures in them. Can you tell me the technical, the fun, the human story of that effort?
The image that is associated with the scientist is the person with the white coat in the lab. In fact, a number of us at the Institute are athletes doing extremes, what would be considered extreme stuff. And that's, I mean, it's fun, it's dangerous too, but it's to get data and more knowledge. So there are so many stories. I don't even
So
know
what's the first time you did a dangerous thing with a volcano?
Oh, no, the first one associated to the search for life understanding was in 2002, where I started climbing those high volcanoes in the Andes that are 20,000 footers. The view out there is just beautiful.
You got I am so hilarious at spending almost no time on some epic things. I love this. Okay, what volcano? Okay, how tall are these volcanoes? What are you doing with a volcano? What's required to prepare for that? What does a mission like that look like? I mean, that is true. That this is science and body. It's athletics and science. You're studying the extreme conditions of life on Earth, extreme beauty of life on Earth in those conditions. So what are we talking about with volcanoes? How big is it?
Remember when we were talking about how do I understand how I social life on Mars? This is how it started for me. And then I looked at environment. My head started, going through the environment on Earth that would be good analysis. And then you only have a few. And the Andes that you are some of the best in the world, just because of the aridity of the place. And the higher you go, the least atmosphere you have, the more UV radiation you have. And the Andes are volcanic, thermal, plus you have the climate change that's coming, you have evaporation. It's a picture of Mars 3.5 million years ago. And so now you are actually entering the time machine, basically. So remember, I'm a diver. And the first time I got 2002, the places we wanted to explore, all of a sudden I was standing at 14,000 feet, looking at 20,000 feet, and saying, okay, well, I need to get up there.
You scared?
No, because we are scared. And the only thing I didn't know is if I was going to be able to make it to the top, because now you're dealing with high altitude. You can deal with high altitude sickness. You can deal with a number of things, and for God's sake, these are volcanoes and they are dormant, they are not extinct. That came back to bite us a couple of times.
What was your preparation for that kind of issue? This is
There is a lot of hiking and trekking at high altitude around here, but not so high because we don't have anything closer to those elevations around here in the U.S. But in volcanic environment, climbing volcanoes here, we have plenty of those. Diving as well. I am a free diver, so this is where it's going to be hilarious because I started with a completely irrational fear of pressurized vessels that comes from an incident in my childhood. And so I became a free diver to avoid having to carry oxygen tanks on my back.
free diving and diving.
Without anything, just your lungs, right?
That was the start from childhood.
Yeah, no, it was to the point where when I saw a pressurized vessel like a methane tank or anything, I would be going around and put a lot of distance between that tank. So I wasn't going to carry any oxygen. And the first time I actually dived at the summit of that lake was free diving. People look at me like I'm nuts. Well, maybe I am a little bit.
People that work with you as well. I mean, that kind of seems kind of nuts.
No, we knew with risk. Actually, it's a lot of less of a risk than getting with conventional air, and I can explain that. But ultimately, what decided me to certify scuba and go over my fear was that as a scientist, I needed more time at the bottom of the lake to sample, rationally, take my time to think. And I can stay quite long enough as a freediver underwater. But the last thing you want to do at 20,000 feet is to come up at the surface with nothing on, because there is not much you can breathe out there to replenish your oxygen. So definitely your time in the water is essential, just for safety. And I realized that it was not a trade-off for me at some point. So I certified scuba, and after 2 years of exploring that lake, free diving, we finally came up with a full scuba diving expedition. But we were diving with rebreathers, which means that we dive with pure oxygen. So rebreathers give you a bag with stuff that looks like calculators in it, which is basically to absorb the CO2 that you are exhaling when you're breathing, and they're recycling oxygen, the sweat. So basically, you are rebreathing your own respiration. Yeah.
How often do you do that? So what did you think of the technology?
So it is very interesting because then that completely avoids the potential issues you may have with lungs when you are diving. The risk of bubbles trapped in your lungs because of different pressures and different gases.
Oh, so there's a complexity to the full oxygen underwater.
But when you are breathing regular air, when you are scuba diving here, you know that you have to do some different, when you're coming back, when you're diving deep, and you have conventional air, then you need to stop so that you can equalize the gases in your lungs. If you come back too fast, then you can have air bubbles stuck, and then you can raise the lungs, which can paralyze you with a number of them. And we wanted actually to avoid that. So diving with pure oxygen avoids these toxicities. And it has another benefit at high altitude is that, well, the greater risk when you're at high altitude is altitude sickness. What is altitude sickness? Is just you not having enough oxygen in your blood. So this, this was a good benefit. It was a good trade-off. We were lucky enough to be also trained by the military. So we came up with not the civilian rebreather, which is the big thing on the back that you carry on your back. We actually we are given Navy SEALs commando rebreathers.
You work in Navy SEALs for this?
The director of security operations. Yeah, we were trained. We were trained like astronauts for 3 months. I spent more time. I had a joke that if somebody wanted to do They better put a phone line at the bottom of the swimming pool because this is where I was. So we trained, and our manual about safety was about that thick. So it was a real operation. That was 3 years into it because when you're free diving in the years prior, there is no risk. You don't have any other gas in your lungs that's what you're breathing. The only risk is coming short of air, and then you're in trouble, which happened to me one time. Serious. So,
I gotta ask you about free diving before we return to the rebreathers.
well, all these things they are cold. They are at the minimum temperature that you can have on bodies of water, clear bodies of water, which is 40 degrees C. It's very, very cold. And so,
Like an ice bath.
yeah. So you cannot just dive with a wetsuit. So the idea was to take a dry suit, and I learned how to free dive with a dry suit, which is really the worst thing you can do.
What's the what with the dry suit?
So a dry suit, a wetsuit is usually what you use in the ocean when it's not too cold. You can use also dry suit, but the wetsuit basically is going to keep you warm because water is getting into the suit, and at the contact of your skin, it's getting to body temperature. And so for a while you can, dive like that. And in the ocean here, that's fine. That's fine. But the dry suit is the opposite. It's completely closed, which means that you don't have any contact with the water outside, and you keep your warmth through your body temperature and even clothing that you can put into it. So these dry suits, they are used by divers who really deep, in very cold water, and need to stay a long time underwater.
What's the bad part?
The bad part is that when you have those dry suits, you have a lot of air that can be trapped in it. Usually we do what we call burping the suit. It's not very pleasant expression, but you get in the water, and as soon as you get in the water, you can see air pockets all over the place, right? So you burp the suit, you open the valve, and the air comes out. Once you have done that, then you move with your med belt, and you know when you're ready to go down. And so what happened that day is that I actually disturbed the suit, but didn't realize I could it completely. And so I went down, and immediately I felt the air pocket going to my legs. So basically, air was trapped in the suit and went on my legs as I was diving like that. And so I didn't really pay much attention to that.
Because you're diving down.
Yeah, I was diving down. And so didn't pay too much attention about that as I was, busy. That's just an awkward position. But then I wanted to turn and go up. Well, what can I do? I was just like a fool. And I was like that. So the first time I said, okay. I tried a second time and the third time. And by the fourth time, I kind of realized I was in trouble. And the fifth time I said, okay, now you better give it your best try, otherwise it's going to be trouble. And
You're free diving.
I was free diving.
And then
And I cannot hold her up.
feeling. I mean, is there panic?
No, there is no panic because you can't. You cannot afford to be panicking. In fact, you are always thinking because there is training. This is the best part about training. Your training allows you that space to keep you calm and composed because you need to be in that kind of situation. And so, finally, after the fifth time, I was able to rectify the position and get myself up. But when I got up, my lungs were empty. I had been in the water for quite some time, and I knew what was going to happen. So I decided to just be the plank, not move and don't do anything, just open my mouth and try to suck oxygen. But obviously, oxygen at 6,000 meters, 20,000 feet, there's not that much. It's about little. It's 48% of what you breathe at sea level. So although it was noon at the time, the sky stayed pretty dark entirely. For about a minute.
Stars everywhere.
The fun thing
And then the first time you experienced that kind of, can you possibly train for that? Like, because can you also pass out?
Well, you could. I mean, the fact that I was already start was a real sign that my brain was starting a lot. And I had one of my friends or colleagues on the shore just telling me, because I've been under for a little while, and said, is everything okay? And I remember trying to say something, and I was just like, that's I think the best lie I ever. I never thought that.
You were lying to the friend and maybe to yourself?
No, because I knew I was going to be okay, but it took me to be still for a minute.
Well, can you talk about free diving? What's the technical skill involved here? It just seems, exceptionally difficult. Most people that swim, you go underwater, it's hard. So what's the skill there?
You know, I think you probably can get good or better at free diving by training. So you have different techniques. You can train in a swimming pool, and you can say, frankly, for me, I go at the bottom of the swimming pool and I sit there. And then you have relaxation techniques. Some people meditate. I can't. I am not a good person that can meditate, or if I do, I don't know about it. But my way of doing things and taking my mind off of the situation I'm in is by singing in my head. I love music or hearing music. And in fact, knowing the kind of song I'm singing, I know about the length of time that I'm staying underwater as well. So this is how, so this is my own way. People have different ways.
What kind of music are we talking about?
All sorts of music. Can be classical, can be pop music, just songs. When you really know that you are relaxed. And something I experienced actually at 20,000 feet, which was the greatest experience of my life in those terms, is when you forget that you have water on you. At that point, you cannot tell whether you are the water or water is you. There is actually no separation anymore. And I felt that when I was training swimming pool. I never would have imagined that I would feel that way once on top of that volcano. It happened, and it was absolutely amazing. It was, we were talking about how life and consciousness permeates the universe. At that point in time, from that volcano, that day, it took me by surprise. I was not expecting it. Everything around me, the lake was Arctic blue with all the ray of the sun. You could tell them apart, every single one of them. I was surrounded by golden stars, and it was the most incredible experience. And I don't know if it's that kind of environment that led me to just, go into whatever state of meditation or whatnot. But all of a sudden, there was no separation anymore from me, the water, the volcano. And if I came with questions, they didn't matter anymore because for that fraction of a second, it seems that I had all the answers in the universe.
Was it connectedness with everything?
You can call it that way. I still don't know what it means, literally, but it is that moment where you feel that it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter anymore. It was absolutely, absolute understanding. And it was incredible. It was an absolute awareness.
Could you describe it?
I think that there is clearly in my mind today no words that can express how this was.
Does that something speak to why you love diving? Or is it something special about that place? Diving at such elevation?
I started diving pretty much the same first thing I did when I was near water. In fact, there is a very funny little incident with my parents meeting on the shore of the lake on vacation. I was 3 years old, maybe. And I had this little lifesavers, on my arms. And there is watching. And in my little brain, I still can remember today saying, well, nothing bad can happen to me. I cannot drown if I keep on. See, that's the logic of it.
How don't work.
Yeah, well, so I removed the license that I had, and I just went in the water. My mom said before I could do anything, I was, and it was like a natural thing, and for me, I felt immediately, and as little as I was, and it goes beyond that. This sense of connectedness or oneness or whatever, I always felt good in water. So it doesn't matter really if it's municipality. The thing that matters at that point is that you need to get there. So you need to get with all the years, with your hiking, trekking equipment, high mountaineering gear. And when you get on top of that, you have to remove all that and don't suit.
Is there something that leads to the challenging aspect of that process? Or is it just like this rigorous process that's well designed, you have to go through you don't think
where you, this is where the risk is, because you can be well prepared, but for one reason or another, you get sick, and you can get sick not only because of high altitude sickness, it can be another thing, or you can be tired, or you can catch a cold, and then of course we have the we had a magnitude 7.8 earthquake hitting one day when we are 50 meters away from it.
they can't always
No, you can't, and that's the active thought, working with NASA, although I am the director of the Study Institute, my grants are coming from NASA, so I'm a NASA contractor. And every time we go to those environments, we go through the year's process of training with NASA and checking all the boxes for safety. So they are training and training and training us, and I have to thank them, because a lot of those trainings are things that are in your brain when space happens. You know how to react, and you are not freaking out. Plus, in all the things they are training us for, you have the green risks, the yellow risks, and the red risks. So the green risks are basically the don't be stupid and don't do the kind of thing you wouldn't be doing at home, like jumping, unwanted on the table, with your asshole, And then you have other risks, like high altitude sickness. Are you prepared? How do you recognize that? These are the yellow risks. And then the red risks. The red risks are what they call the acts of God, this kind of thing that they can happen, there is nothing you can do about it, and then you accept them. So those are volcanic eruptions when you are in this kind of environment, earthquakes, and everything that an atom. No, it's not shaking. That's the part. There was a whole background of things that happened that day. We started out, but we got to 50 meters from the summit, and I have part of my logistics team that is at the foot of the mountain. And being so close to the summit, we have to go under the overhang of lava. So it's just like we are just under this peak of lava, and it's actually beautiful. If you want something beautiful, it's the altiplano scale from 30,000 feet. Just absolutely stunning. The colors are that of the earth, which means primordial earth. It's ochres, yellows, oranges, with a dark. And so you are just, it's a time machine. You are just out there. You are climbing from. So all of a sudden, I'm writing behind the guy, and the guy that we've been together for 10 years, and he's starting to do I don't discuss when Macario do that. I understand, and I asked the team to do the same thing where many have done. And then I went to the radio, and then he gives me the radio and talking to my big chief officer who's at the bottom, and he said, we're having a tremendous earthquake. Saying that actually the ground was so bad. And he was freaking out because he says everything is avalanche, and I'm very puzzled because we're in the very damaged part of the volcano, nothing's happening. I turn around, and then this is when I realized there is absolutely everywhere. Everything that I saw 2 minutes before gone, just disappeared into all of dust. Then the visual they thought that we were causing the avalanche. So I said no, but some
People say,
at that point, yeah, and I said okay, so if this is what's happening, then I'm moving everybody to the summit because we have a very large crater that will take care of avalanches, will be safe, and I'm waiting for the aftershock because this is what you do. When you have a earthquake. So there we go, taking everybody in the crater, and now you have half a dozen scientists in the crater with the crater light, and this is why we came for. So we just had a 7.8 earthquake, and what you did, well, of course, it's just like it do. So the only thing is that I couldn't because my radio was only working when I was on the radio, but I had a little assistant with me, a young teenager who had been shadowing me for 3 weeks, so he knew exactly what to do. He said, no problem, give me your bag, I'll do the same. So I was monitoring the situation. And
hiding the things for Halloween, and we
I wasn't at that
want
point.
to make mention of student.
And
More
there was another woman, my friend downstairs. I could, you know, I could, yeah, we've known each other, as I said, very family. This thing is family. We've known each other. I am the grandmother of two kids. So
the military
we are close. And I could feel for the first time
would it be fair to say that
in my life that he was actually scared. And he was calling me every 3 seconds, telling me stuff. I said, you have to stop this now.
unless you're
Just hold me to give me information. It's so for me to make decisions. And so I said, okay, what's going on? He tells me, there is still avalanching, etc. And then a few minutes later, he calls me and says, I think that Ashtar is erupting. So now I have to tell you, we are on a volcano. The next volcano, we share a slope with it. It's a little lower, but that's the most temperamental volcano of the entire chain. And this one has a history of eruption. And then I tell me that the volcano is starting to erupt. If that volcano goes on, we have nowhere to go. That got my attention.
But I'm
So if you say scared, I would say that I got the realization that
I thought we could do it.
I went cold for like a fraction of a second.
Follow the back
But
roads
that
out
meant that
toward
just my adrenaline started to kick in.
what happens when
And
you
it
got out
was a
toward the
very,
other
very strange
distances.
experience because now you have tunnel vision instead of survival. And I say, okay, then you're going to tell me what I need to know, tell me, what do you see?
I didn't pay
I
that
see
much
smoke.
attention to it.
What do you
Russian
see?
driving.
He said,
Had
it's
another
white.
guy,
No big deal,
more
that's
interested in
water vapor.
just getting
Okay.
out there and
Where is
disappointed
it going?
because
It's going to Argentina. That was the direction of where we are. I said,
I'm saying
okay,
the guy
I'm
you
staying
remember
where I
who that
am
was,
because right now there is
he
no
had about 6 feet away.
potential.
So you went
And
out
there was
to
still the
the
issue of the
stop by
aftershock.
the
I didn't want to have a team
how they do
the
that?
gully, the central gully of the volcano with an avalanche coming out.
Military.
So I was there. And he called me after
How
that
would
and said, well,
do they
you're
do they
going to
keep with
Argentina.
the car?
Fine, okay. And then a little later, he calls me.
Coach the telecom out
Natalie,
on the road and break it down.
things are changing. Here's what's going on. Well, the cloud is a little more yellow. And I was thinking to myself, and then when you have sulfur mixed with the water vapor or the water in your lung, this turns into sulfuric acid. Then you're really screwed up. And I say, okay, where is the cloud going? He said, the wind is shifting, it's coming your direction. He said, yeah, that's not a day like that, And I am on the radio and I'm turning around, and as I turn around, I see the cloud starting to pop on the opposite side of the river. So at that time, we had no choice anymore. Because now you have to figure out what's going to kill you first. And so there was the risk of the potential of an avalanche. But at least you can see rocks. The gas is not here from the So I told everybody, we get our stuff. I didn't give too much detail, but I said it's time to go downhill
small town.
So
Because
we
we
did.
had a large.
We stopped only when we were at the camp,
We had a lot.
and then at that point we saw the cloud just completely covering the sun.
Extraordinary military
So we
activity.
did well, we got out. But that was 500 meter higher than we were. So we were safe. I was just making sure that it was over. So we were safe, so we stayed and just rested
Back
for
to
a
the old
while.
days of the invasion.
And after that, we descended. And it was all on the adrenaline. I can tell you what I had on my headaches. Part of one of them was because of the altitude, like very fast. The other was because of the cloud. She was the closest to the cloud, and it happened. So we descended fast, and that was close. And it's interesting how the human body and mind works, because I know that from the moment my friend told me that the volcanoes erupting, I was going on a adrenaline. But when we got close to him and I saw him, very close, because I saw him coming towards me, the smoke was and all the adrenaline went away. I was amazed. I had to find the first rock and sit down.
Or was it the
It was
nature
gone.
of the
So you just basically physically and mentally collapsed.
I saw there was nothing left of me. I got in the car and I felt the cars were at back to my camp. I could have passed out. I really felt back, and I'm not the kind of passing out really, easy. But there was nothing. I had no energy. It's fabulous how you react and how this is embedded in your brain.
So you didn't find that
And
explanation.
reaction, dangerous situation.
The drive and the life.
Yeah, something like that.
You just told us one heck of a story. As you said, such a story comes along with me of the diving expedition to like science. What is that world that simulates that travels back in time to the Martian landscape? What is the science reveal?
So I feel resilient. When I started that project, I told my husband, I said, this is going to be very fast. We are going in such nasty environment that we're not going to find anything. And we're back home, Galveston. So 20 years later, we are still studying those environments.
That was your gut feeling, like nothing, not much possible survival.
Well, the UV environment is so nasty. But there you find the simple microorganisms that made the very first fossils on Earth 3.5 million years ago. And they keep surviving. They develop an adaptation, suicidality, if you prefer. And so you learn about what they are, how they adapt to times of the environmental changes, which is really important. What are their signatures? We learn to recognize them. We learn what kind of instruments we need, what kind of signature, whether it's chemical or logical or whatnot. So basically, we learn from the story. But I would say that to me, this is a realization. The main of that came 3 years into the project. I really woke up one morning saying, I've been coming here for 3 years now, trying to understand how to search for life on Mars. But what this list is showing us is what's happening right here, right now. And by exploring those environments, we also begin to realize this not too many people go. So we're learning more about our own life here and the diversity of our own life here. So these are the two main things, that I would say.
What kind of life survives it?
A couple of those volcanoes just survive bacteria, mostly.
You say something specific about that bacteria that's able to be so rugged.
Yes, they have adapted to very high radiation, and it's not only because they are at high altitude, it's because earlier they didn't have an ozone layer. So when the ancestors of those bacteria originated, they have to survive a world where you had lots of chemicals coming down at the surface. And also lots of hydrothermal environment, lots of water, lots of salt. And you see all these small bugs still embedded in those microorganisms today, 40 years later. It's just amazing. And depending on the environment, they are going to switch some of the defensive adaptations on or off. The unique situation there is so nasty that here you have bacteria like that cyanobacteria. You find them everywhere. It's really small.
To make sure you weren't putting out bad information. All that is
if you find them here in California, they will turn their protection against UV during the day in summer, and they will switch it off at the end of the day. There in the end, it's so nasty that thing stays on all the time. But if you take samples and bring them back here and start to culture them, like we did on top of the building, living them, you will see the second generation of these organisms. They are starting to switch on and on again. So they're extremely adaptable, extremely rugged, and that's why they're still here. And probably that's why we're here, because life found its way.
Is there some degree to which the harshness of the conditions enables the flourishing of life versus shuts it down?
Well, it's not shut down those that cannot survive. Obviously, this is a statement that Captain not just there, but it's also the survival of the fittest. And this is what evolution is, right? So
Did the
they are
military
here
ever
because
provide
they were the most
stations
adaptable.
to pick up press releases and
And
anything like that?
so
No indication the military came back to make
half
Mike.
of the fittest. The one that cannot resist, they might have a good time for a little while, but then, and we've seen this at much different scale and with complex life. Not so long ago, 100,000 years ago, Neanderthal was side by side by Homo, but Neanderthal was completely adapted to a cold earth, to a glacial earth of the end of. And when conditions changed, he couldn't fly.
I mean, there's still some mysteries around that, right? Like exactly what were the harshness of the conditions. That's still really suspicious. Homo sapiens.
No. Any one of those. I'm sure
Shady stuff that happens.
shitty stuff happened. They met, they bred together, they fought against each other. But you had to expect that. But the thing is that Neanderthal was completely adapted for a very long time to live at the edge of those glaciers. They were probably in a weakened situation when Homo sapiens came and started to spread. So basically, this is what life does. It adapts, and if you cannot adapt anymore, it disappears. Something else takes over.
You weren't that concerned with the military.
People, the women's well bred to diving at altitude, both scuba and free diving. So I have to ask, what can you describe the details of what you experienced?
I never, I'm not actually records at all. In fact, I didn't know I had broken those records when that happened. We did that as part of our expedition, our scientific expedition.
So it's basically sport in the name of science.
No, it's science in the name of science, and it's just a very physical thing that we have to do. So we train ourselves like athletes. But
For this one,
You're holding your breath underwater for a very long time with free diving. What are we talking about? Do you think in terms of time? Is there like layers where through training here in the first place? Like I'm sure you take time off and you get rusty, right?
I have not been diving in a while, so probably I need to go back to the lifeguard at the bottom of the swimming pool. But having training from the past, I think you will be more faster than. Basically, I would never have done that. That's what you can say.
So the altitude is much tougher than the pool back at ground level.
It is, but it's not.
When you come off.
Yeah, that's not the going in the water. When I'm on the water, I'm fine. And if I wanted, I could stay longer. But it wouldn't be that fun.
for 90 days.
You've written about the history of life on Mars, and it's kind of exploring that by looking at the lakes here. Do you think that there's been life on Mars? Do you think there's life on Mars?
Right. So when you're looking at the environment of Mars early on, it's fairly similar to that of earlier. Never was exactly the same because Mars was always farther from the sun than the Earth, right? So it was always a little cooler, but you have to imagine maybe the Arctic during the summer. That would be early Mars with a lot going on for it in terms of environment, very favorable, even life possibilities. So we don't know how fast life happened on Earth. There are signs right now showing that it might have actually originated only 200 million years after the crust cooled down. Yeah, this still has to be verified, but that's the process. And these are indirect evidence of life, carbon left by the activity of life, not by yourself. And there is a good story for Mars, is that it seems that Mars came together faster than the Earth and had water earlier than the Earth. So it may be that Mars was habitable and might have seen the beginning of life earlier than the Earth. So all this is speculation. Obviously, we haven't found any evidence or studied evidence yet. I won't say unambiguous evidence, but unambiguous evidence of life is going to be something interesting to prove because we don't know what life is, remember. So I always joke that the only way we will know that there is life on Mars is there was a rabbit jumping in front of the rover. But we might be, gathering, we have a ladder of life detection, which is that you have a series of routes that you need to go through that actually are not proving you that you discovered life, but are making the possibility that what you discovered was made only by the environment more and more probable. So we are trying to do the contrary, right? So this is what we're doing. And as far as I'm concerned, continuing all the evidence we have, I think there was a much chance that life originated on Earth. And if it was at the surface, then it got into trouble after 500 million years because of the disappearance of the bacteria, the loss of the bacteria in the atmosphere. But as we know, life doesn't only stay in one place. As soon as it's out there, it's going to adapt, it's going to give itself more chance to survive. And that to me means that if life appeared, I would say it's still there and probably on the ground where it can be in an environment that's more stable. So I don't know how stability is good or not. It might not be so good, but they might be in a different type of metabolism. Dormancy, waiting for different climate cycles. And there is the fact that Mars changes a lot faster than the Earth. And climate change are a lot stronger. So there might be a place where we know on Mars, deeper in the subsurface, where temperature and pressure are useful liquid water to stay there. So these will be the places for stable habitat over time, no matter what happens. But if life is also caught between that deep zone and the surface, there is an active layer. There is a lot of ice in the surface of Mars. And when the climate changes, when the obliquity goes beyond 30 degrees, then at that point you will have some activation of that zone. You have falling of the ice. So all this region is reactivated, and maybe that way where you have pathways for life to move from the deep zone to closer to the surface. This is why I'm one of those scientists who thinks that life might not be so complicated.
Shadow to take very far.
That probably is all. And then the reason that I'm thinking of that just because of this experience as well. You have story of my life. If I want to understand where microbes are located on Mars, I have to be the microbes, right? But it is a thought experiment. And if I want to understand where ET is, then I have to become ET.
You were saying you
but in its environment, you see even down here for a while, and you just try to understand where the heat is, when it's showing up, and then there's not too much of the thing.
What are the useful signals for survival?
You need to know where water is, where the source of energy is going to be drawn from. You need to find shelter. That, for instance, you can have a water now, of a lake or whatnot, or the ocean. It can be also a very thin layer of dust, or it can be a translucent rock. And you see when you go under, these are the cyanobacteria, but a different version of them. They're inside the rock, inside those crystals, because they have the natural life. They are into translucent crystals, so that they receive the light from the sun. They can do the photosynthesis. But there is enough of that crystal so that the nasty is mixed up, and they are in their little house. And when you are looking at temperature within those rocks, they tend to make it dustier than the outside temperature. So there is a lot of things going on. So what I'm saying for Mars is that, yeah, right now we don't have an atmosphere very much, 160 times the Earth. 60 bar is really not much, but it's there. But you still have a lot of
very friendly guy.
like the nasty ones, the A, B, C that can really mess up your DNA and destroy it beyond repair. But as soon as you have a little alcove into a rock or a cliff, you know, I've been looking at those places. What you have to understand Mars or any other planet for that matter, at the level that matters for the microbe, and it is. So then
Be one with the microbe.
be one with the microbe, and which means that we have lots of oral data, which is to understand habitability at the planet level. There are different but we have very little
You have no
that is
knowledge
very
of what
useful
happened.
to understand
You didn't see anything.
uh,
You didn't watch
at the scale that matters for the microbes at this point in time. So we need to do a better job with that. The idea is to have a range of environmental stations that could have a lot of benefits. One would be to give us that vision for the microbes. That would be good for us for biology. And second,
A collection station that works.
yeah,
That collect, that give us a good map of
yeah,
the planet.
high resolution. You can do that. And on top of that, so that's as far as the biology of the spiritual life. That's good about how to learn where microbes can be that can be a problem for contamination of microbes. So that's the planetary section. And since those stations have communication capabilities on them, that's excellent for human exploration because now not only you have weather stations all over the world that can tell your astronauts, learn the pattern when it's a good time to go out and when it's go out, and also help them communicate when they go and do something. So there are a number of things you can do that will tell you lots of information.
What's your alarm clock would go up there? I was just there. Alan McDonald in her New York Times amazing profile piece of right through teenage years of trouble. So part of the challenging early years make the human being the scientist that you are today.
Everything. I think that of course. And the irony is for me to be looking for the origin and nature of life because I was supposed to do it. But to me, this was the great lesson. And that piece going on the other side of that, it became really what made me and helped me with absolutely everything and anything in life. Climb mountains, tell me there is something I want to know, and I am going to give my best, and I won't give up, and I won't give in. And this is a message that I carried all my life, and I'm so very grateful that I did it, because all the things that I would have missed if I hadn't done that. This is something that I wrote in my first book, and part of it is the reason why I wrote it. Just because I felt that there were messages in my path. Oftentimes teenagers are trouble. It can be one way or another. Or if it's not the troubled teenage, you have times in your life where you doubt, where you don't just wait in your heart and say, okay, what's the purpose? What's the reason by carrying on? And when I said the dream that I was in, which is, so
that's actually
I did more thinking about it, and when I was an IT for some reason I was still here. Why? I'm still here. And the lesson for me was that never again, because you have to use knowledge. Never can think about tomorrow in the terms of the present. You never know what can happen. You know what is going to happen if you go through it, what you want to do. Tomorrow is not happening, And I had the other lesson came a few years later, where actually somebody was rallying that person. I almost died that day. Not that I wanted to, but just because the conditions were very, very difficult. That person died from there, although we took him out of the water. But I had a lot of difficulty coming out. I came out, but then I thought a lot about that. He was in his 30s. And it was like sort of an echo from a few years before, telling me that person would never have tomorrow. That person would never be able to go on the street or even have pieces of anything. And I'm not going to stop the best chance to fulfill all the things I wanted to and to answer all the questions I wanted to. And this is what kept me going.
So the advice there is, even if you don't see your why, an answer to the why question, why live today.
Tomorrow.
Do you think about your death today? Do you think about your mortality?
Anyway, they came down here to the not really.
People so close to this.
Yeah, but that's kind of life. And if something happens to you while I'm doing what a way of going. This will happen wherever it catches me. I don't know. I don't care. It will be what it will be. And I had the best message on that. I had my husband and I were 44 years apart in a young life, and it was just a pure love story. And he never looked at his age, never thought about himself, or defined himself by his age. In fact, he reinvented a life for himself at an age where everybody retires. We met when he was 66. And that was a blessing and a curse, but a blessing most of it, because we took every single day as if it was the last. So we enjoyed life. And right now, it's not so much that I have to do it. I know them. I just passed away this August, last August. And for me, it's more like you have to grow from that example on painful ways to be look forward, trust life, be happy, live.
Mac with three unhappy.
Today, every single day, I have to remind several times a day that it's not easy. But he had the recipe. He never thought about that. Because when you stop thinking too much about that, that's when it's from living.
Do you miss them?
Gosh, we were so close. I think we were. It's more like once a year, everybody. We were that close. So missing him doesn't even cut it. I mean, it's the toughest mountain.
What's the role of love?
I think, I hope, that this is the force that drives the universe. Although, you might be experiencing the other side of it, maybe just learn how important love is. That might be it. For me, my experience with my husband, where I never had to wake up every single morning ever wondering if I was loved. I had to look in his eyes, and in looking back and know it. You know? So when you get to that point where you're not questioning it anymore, I would hope for humanity to reach that point where you can feel the strength for the person that is unknown is not.
And this was right after that bad love.
I think that at that point we're going to be reaching the maturity that civilizations are hoping for, and seeing the universe through love. That doesn't want space for us, of course, but putting love into our intent of going into and settling into another planet instead of, oh my God, we need to escape because we are intriguing, messing up with our own planet. I think that this is the answer to something.
Is there a part of you that a little bit wants to step from Mars, like you personally?
Oh, yeah, of course, I'm curious. I'm a scientist, and I've been working on Mars. I was actually privileged to be working as a computer and deciding on the landing side of the security rover, which means that I worked on that landing site for 15 years, and I got to see it from the ground. That's the closest, to being there and exploring. Of course, that's not physically present there. Because they were giving me the opportunity of something, but I know I'm going to find the words.
So, given the option of dying on Mars or dying on Earth, you'd visit Mars, but you would like to spend 5 days here.
Yes, because of the number of things. I think that first we're not ready to sit on Mars, regardless of what we said. It will happen. It will happen, and because we're explorers. Humans, they're explorers. So it is never enough. And it's a good thing. Depending on how we go about this, it can be a very good thing. We die as much as we exploring, we want to explore the big questions of origin and nature of life, of exploring of the planet. Love has grown deeper, and my concern about it has grown deeper. So now that I'm connected to learn about other planets, I'm also using it to understand our home planet and try to make it a little better for the next generation. So if we're talking about love, this is love that drive me back here.
Yeah, this planet, it's just, sometimes I just pause and in awe at the incredible people we have here. And just, I have deep gratitude for all the life forms here, the beautiful complexity. Of course, there's darkness and everything, all the death, all the extinction that led up to us to the some of the things sitting here today. I feel it's a responsibility. We'll be fitted and
Exactly. As the dominant species, technologically, I think that the wisest ones as the dominant species, we have the responsibility towards the entire biosphere because the decisions we are making now only affect us, they are affecting the entire biosphere. And right now, the choices we are making are leading to the disappearance of 100 species every single day. All the big mammals on this earth today are on the we are within the 60 worst years because of extinction. It's unfolding before our eyes. And I would strongly suggest that we use our smart
in the company of a number of
help a little bit of this situation. And we can do this. I think we can do this. We just need to redirect our energy.
Did anyone else comment?
in the name of love. This was an incredible conversation. I'm really honored for you to attended a fantasy work for a long time now, so this is really awesome. Thank you so much for talking to me. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Nazareth and Roth. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsor in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Afghanistan Live Solaris. How do you expect to communicate with the ocean when we can't even understand one another? Thank you for listening.
Love, thunder.
Sally could remember. I don't know. Somebody said,
Did Matt say anything while we were out that he was threatened? What was that thing?
I think he was threatened with something because he was threatened if he opened his mouth, he might
Following this
get
conversation,
the backside of the jail.
this is a special holiday episode, and it's made extra special because it's announcing the release of Michael's new book called The White
You
Pill,
must not tell
Tale
him.
of Good. Michael and I disagree on a lot of ideas in politics and philosophy, and we have a lot of fun disagreeing. There's no question that he has a deep love for humanity. He puts his heart and soul into his work, especially into this heart-wrenching, deeply personal book. So I asked him to support him by buying it at whitepillbook.com. That should hopefully go to the outside page. As always, we dressed up in a ridiculous outfit without coordinating. The chaos that makes life so damn interesting. This episode is full of humor, darkness, and love, which is the best way to celebrate the holidays. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, dear friends, here's Michael.
But I don't know any threat that was given. Like I said, I was
Probably
very
should have
involved.
Did they have done anything else?
Have you, since this is a Christmas special, a holiday special, have you been a good
You
or
couldn't
a
ride mine.
bad boy, Michael? Well, that's interesting. One of the people in the book, Granville Hicks, his autobiography starts with, I was a good boy. And he was a very good boy. On a scale of 1 to 10.
I don't think.
I'm trying to think of what bad things I've done. Okay, there's that. Okay, wait. That's not, that was that's all right. I would say 9. 9, yeah. I try to do the right thing. What are you? Is it going to be 1 or 0? Yeah, no, I'm extremely self-critical.
Financial situation prior to
I reached for the 0. Well, mission accomplished.
I don't know.
So this episode is announcing the release of the White Pill book you wrote. I've gotten the honor, the privilege, the pleasure of being one of the first people to read it. So I'm not nervous over it, but you are the first person who has read it that I am speaking to. Yes, you say that to all the girls, but I'll make a hold of that line. But yeah, it's a truly incredible book. It's basically a story of evil in the 20th century, and throughout it reveal a thread that gives us hope. And that's the idea of the white pill. There's the blue pill and the red pill. There's the black pill, which is kind of deeply cynical, maybe apathetic, just giving up on the world, given that you see behind the curtain, given that you don't like what you see, given that there's so much suffering in the world, you give up. That's the black pill. The white pill, I suppose, is even though you acknowledge that there's evil in the world, you don't give up. So, if you're listening to this, you're a fan of this podcast, go to whitepillbook.com and go to whitepillbook.com. And if you don't know how to spell, we'll probably have a link that you can click on. So for people who also don't know, Michael Malice is not just a troll, not just a hilarious comedic genius who hosts his own podcast, but he's an incredible, brilliant author. He's a reader. We have unauthorized biography of John Hill. That's the story of North Korea. And he writes A Journey to the Fringe of American Politics. That's the story of the extremes of the United States political movements, and then the anarchist pamphlet that's talking about the ideologies, different forms of ideologies of anarchism. But on top of that, you're now going into going into the darkest aspects of the 20th century with the Soviet Union and communism. So, let me ask you, let's start at the beginning. At the end of the 19th century, as you write, the terms socialist, communist, and anarchist was used somewhat loosely and interchangeably because the Marxist society was one in which the state had famously withered away. There was a great disagreement about what a socialist system would look like in practice, but two things were clear. First, that socialism was going to be inevitable and scientific the way of the future. Second, that the capitalist class not going down without a fight. So what are the key points of disagreement between the socialists, the anarchists, the communists at that time, at the beginning, at the end of the 19th century, at the beginning of the 20th century? The possibility of the century lay before us eventually led to the idea when the Industrial Revolution came, and Marx is very much a product of the Industrial Revolution thinking, was okay, now that we have technology, now that we have science, and we can scientifically manage society. We saw this very much with Woodrow Wilson and this kind of idea of progressivism, technology and kind of not capitalism, in their view, unfettered capitalism is wasteful, you're making too much stuff, you have surpluses, you have shortages, if we produce just exactly what we need, and you have these people, engineering society, then everyone will be happy, you don't have suffering or waste. So socialism at that time was used as a broad umbrella. It's not using the term that means today of necessarily state socialism. It just meant the idea of having society and scientifically run. So you had a huge argument. There are different wings. You had at the beginning with Marx versus Cohen, because Marx was obviously state socialism, the absolute state running everything. Although even with Marx and Engels, it was a means to an end. After man is being made in his very nature, then the state withers away and everyone's equal. And you have this kind of heaven on earth situation. But Kunin was the opposite. He regarded the state as inherently moral and wanted to have kind of workers collectives and things like that, and also localized control. So the end result was stateless. It's just that some people view the state as a convenient, effective, intermediate state. Well, I think at least Marx and Kunin, and there were plenty of others who just regarded it, have the state owners, have the workers control the production via the state. Otherwise, I feel it's effective. Just I think you want on this side some people you know, like when you have like hair, it's called Broadway, I think was a nice glance quotation. So and
they want to tell you the world wants attack.
No glove, no love. Bad aspect of what gloves is the blood stain. Very down. And now I glance quotations down. There are other socialists who do not regard these kind of enzymes or the state away at all. And there are, various strains between where you have some capitalism, some socialism. And then the concept of a safety net came out of the socialist thinking. The Labour Party came out of Fabian socialist in Great Britain. Their logo was a wolf and sheep slogan. And then when that was still in the nose, they changed it to a tortoise, meaning we're going to get to socialism slowly in the sense of either gradualism or welfare fraud. And also the big part of this thinking at the time, in the late 19th century, is the idea that there's going to be a worldwide revolution. It wasn't going to be that one country, it was going to happen in all countries. The capitalists, the idea was, all right, like the workers in Germany have more in common with the workers in America than the workers in Germany have with the capitalists. So the idea is, all right, like the working class all over the world, at one point they're going to be like, we're being exploited. It's getting worse and worse for us. We can't feed our families. We're getting injured and so on and so forth. And there's no compensation for this. We're just going to overthrow our chains and we're going to run everything ourselves. We're the ones running it already anyway. And this was we're doing all the work. So why shouldn't we be getting all the benefits? What's the role of violence?
Everything except one or two.
So this was a big source of contention. Britain, who were all socialists, they were very heavily of the idea that we could do this through ballot box, advocate, agitate, and get the people to be voting for their own self-interest and furthering the state at the expense of the capitalist class. Then there were the people who were the hardcore anarchists who were like, if voting changed anything, they would let us do it. And the only way to have a revolution is to have a revolution, to kill, overthrow, seize these factories. And this was a big argument. And it also led into the idea of where does free speech end? Right? It's illegal to make any speeches advocating for violence and revolution. It's illegal to on most, I discussed in the book. And he published the book in the 1800s about how to build dynamite, how to build bombs. And this is a big free speech concern for time because now anyone in their own house can make a bomb and kill lots of people. And this is something that was happening with enormous frequency at the time. And people tend to think, because we have these kind of prejudices or really remember what's happening now, but this was World War I got started with the assassination of my friends Ferdinand. There were lots of people, McKinley's another one who I discussed in his assassination. There was lots of violence happening very regularly, and with the creation of dynamite, it kind of exponentially became more dangerous. Even now, on Wall Street, there was a bomb that went off, I think, in the 1920s, and the shards of shrapnel are still in the JP Morgan building. I think you were alive during that time. I think of yourself as an anarchist. Would you be, where would you be? Would you be a socialist, communist? Which parties would you attend? Figuratively. Well, the thing that was so interesting back then is there was a woman named Mabel Dodge Luhan, and she ended her days in a house in Mexico. She founded an artist colony. And she had an apartment on 9th Street, 5th Avenue in Manhattan. She had a little salon, and everyone got together and talked. And you have Emma Goldman, who's an anarchist, Margaret Sanger, who then advocated for birth control, and you'd have the people from the Wobblies, the hardcore unions, and everyone kind of, and John Mencken, who didn't attend, but he was friends with them all. So there was this very weird, with the birth of modernism in art and kind of modernist thinking, there was this idea, like, all right, like this was the first time where you could be intellectual as a class, where there really was a space for people who were thinkers, and they just sat around being like, all right, like, what are we going to do with ourselves? You had it in modern art, you had it in literature, you had it in politics. So it was a very exciting time where people were like, all right, like everything is now on the table. What are we going to do with this? And they very much were aware that this was a break with, the pre-industrial revolution kind of population. Do you think for you violence would become? No. First of all, it's small. But second, I just dynamite doesn't care what you says. Yeah, but I mean retribution does. And I think I don't know, but to me violence is the kind of thing where you think you're running it, but it's running you. Once you cross that line, violence sings its own song. So whenever I hear in contemporary times when people are advocating for violent action, it's like when you start a fire, you're not like, I'm just going to burn down this house. And there's many cases over and over of people who are building bombs or trying to assassinate someone or things like that, and it ended up literally blowing up in their own face. So, and violence doesn't really work necessarily because, if you have an assassination, you're not assassinating the president. If you take out a president, there's another president instantly there. So what do you accomplish? Someone, husband, dad is gone. You replace him with someone who now is in a position to crack down and retaliate with even more violence. So the calculus for me is there. Would I be advocating for them? Who knows? But I mean, I don't know if I'd be about the space to be. I certainly wouldn't have the space to be a podcaster or like a media personality. That wasn't really a thing. To some extent, it was in the 1920s. The Algonquin Roundtable, the New Yorker magazine, but they were all drunk. It was very much a weird kind of situation to be, I think. mean, you could have been a Tesla, right? Okay. I didn't need a car, and then the first. I understand. Oh, thank you for explaining. I didn't at all. Because you looked at Einstein, because you're never using immigrant. So I was working with an immigrant, wasn't it? Like, if you even a Tesla-like figure, there's already a Tesla, so you would literally have a Tesla. Oh, Tesla. Okay. See, Michael doesn't only make fun things, he also explains them. It wasn't funny. It wasn't funny at all. That I agree with. Anyway. Okay, so yes, when you achieve, this is like I don't like you. All right, I'm done radio from 9 down to an 8. Keep talking like this. 5 is a real possibility. All right, so vacuum is the kind of vacuum that's made with violence is usually filled with like with a harsher figure. So you don't think violent revolution ultimately leads to positive progress in the short term? Well, sometimes it does. The American Revolution, I think, is a positive example, and the Tsar, which was done peacefully, was a positive example. But again, when violence happens, people get scared, and they want the violence stopped. Where you have to call for authoritarianism. You see it time and time again, and they also want retribution. They're like, bring us back to normal. And they don't really worry about things like civil liberties or things like that. It's a very, and then it also creates this space for invasion from foreign sources, demagogues. Oh look, they're killing us in the streets. Now you got to support me. It's very deadly game. I remember somebody told me that I forget where it was, but they told me that from the very beginning it was obvious that communism is an evil system. Or system that needs to be. And to me, at least, that's not. If I had to put myself in the beginning of the 20th century, at the end of the 19th century, that's totally not obvious. They are trying to elevate humanity, the basic worth of a human being, of a hardworking human being, of the working class, of the people that are doing the work and striving and just really trying to build a society. It seems like a beautiful idea. So I guess the question is, can you see yourself believing that the idea of socialism and communism? Yeah, let's say you're living in Russia. Oh yeah, easily. So first of all, I don't think anything is obvious in politics. It's not obvious that humans have rights. It's not obvious that the is better or the market either whether you're for welfare state or you're for free markets. Not so it's obvious. Both of them involve an enormous amount of fraud and background information. So when someone says something is obvious, in politics it really means something is apparent. Well, it's not apparent on its face that if we all get together and promote a society based on equality and we all chip in, that it's going to really be good for everyone. I mean, that to me is the promise of communism. And it was also very appealing to many people because it was new. So the idea was, all right, we've tried it these other ways. There's all these negative consequences. You have all these slums. You have people getting fired, and then, of course, you have women with 10 kids, and they can't feed their kids. There's mortality. You don't have sanitation. You don't have food. Everyone's illiterate and uneducated. And then you're saying, look, we all chip in together. Everyone will have clothes. Everyone will have food. Everyone will be educated. Everyone will do their part. And we run in the short-term period. That's a very compelling case to be made for factors. It's really easy in many ways when something has been tried to make it sound compelling, because you just talk about how great it's going to be, and then no one, people always argue about like Venezuela and Sweden, like, oh, you want democratic socialism to be like Sweden, you don't want to be like Venezuela. Venezuela didn't vote for Venezuela, they voted for Sweden. They ended up voting for Venezuela. So I think, and the thing with communism, especially at that era, it was very much correlated with people because they had the idea that if you're just in charge, instead of these like business people or these heirs, great estates, it's the people who are smart and get it, like us. I mean, you mean the people who are advocating for it. But we're in charge. We're good people, and we want what's best for everyone. We're going to make sure everyone's taken care of. And,
they always talked about how much they care about the little guy. I'm sure some of them have a lot. The guy in charge is very much concerned with the little guy. He's not going to be the cracks, and it's just going to be absolutely great. And we don't have to worry about, the capitalist class just basically exploiting people and having these huge estates while these people can't feed their own family.
Since we have a little bit of momentum, can you steal that case? At that time, I don't know if there's a rhyme, similarity to those rhythms implemented at that time and what could possibly be implemented today. But
the Steelman argument for socialism is if you have everything under private industry, you do not have a guarantee that someone will fall between the cracks. And the other concern is, in any other context, if someone is, let's suppose, mentally ill, right, no fault of their own, and they are, or someone is handicapped, they can't feed themselves or mentally stable, something like that. If you have everything up to charity, you see this as like endangered species, right? Species that are cute, you need to raise money for them to protect them. Some weird kind of fraud. Under socialism, if you have a government taking care of everything, no one is left behind. You are guaranteed that the low and the worst of the worst are still going to make sure that they're not starving in the street or so that is a big moral case for having the state. So there would be, it's why it's not fair, but it's not fair that because you were born a Rockefeller and I was born in Poland, that you never have to worry about the rest of your life, whereas I have to worry about, paying for a doctor for my kid. Like you just, when you won this lottery when you're born, and now I have to be screwed and have to respect other property. Why? So that is another strong argument to be made for socialism. And the other argument is if you have a media apparatus that is operated under profit-seeking principles, it is going to feed into people's worst qualities, most basic animal-like qualities, organizationist qualities, and will be used as a mechanism of capitalist control. Whereas the government, which represents all of us, is running things, then everyone will have a right to have their voice heard and using that the argument.
What about the reaching toward the state version? Sort of, because your response is kind of purchasing conclusion, which is reaching towards the removal of the state, where we, I guess, have
or even satellite
distributed
reactors.
But the thing is, the Marxist vision of the state withering away anarchism, it's really kind of like underpants nose, because it's like spending more. Step one, you have Marx on the slow. So you have full communism, the state's running everything, including education. Step two, question mark. Step three, anarchism. So their idea was that after enough time, the nature of man himself was going to change. And then the government would be superfluous because we would all be equal and we would all naturally or socially, whatever term they would use, want to act the part that we would need to do. And in fact, Reagan had a great joke about this, where there were two commissars in Moscow, and they're walking around, they're going, "Is this it? Is this? Well, have we done it? Have we reached full communism?" And they're going, "Oh no, it's going to get a hell of a lot worse." So, that's kind of the counter argument. Do you think culture, society can't change the nature of that? No. No matter. You don't think this idea that America is automatically equal, that idea can permeate the culture and thereby change how we see each other, how we think of the basic world of human beings, thereby change our nature. Doesn't change our epigenetic. I don't think that changes the nature of man. I think, for example, if I say someone, which I agree with, that someone is innocent, someone is guilty, they're not literally innocent. They're regarded in a legal context as innocent, but that person is or is not a murderer or a thief or so on and so forth. So we can legally and ethically regard everyone as equal. But as Thomas Sowell pointed out, a human being is unique to himself over the course of the day. Twins who are genetic clones are not equal to one another. So it is a important thing legally, and it's a good yardstick, but it's not literally true.
But don't you think that law becomes ethics? So that like idea of justice starts to internalize it, that we just wouldn't behave the way we think about the world.
No, I think it's a complete red herring because no one is.
Oh, you're right there.
Okay.
See, I can sit there.
Because people are still going to always prefer their family to strangers, or their in group to out group. So in terms of you're going to have equality, that means it's going to not matter to you whether someone is your mom or someone is, someone down the street. And I don't see how that will ever become the case.
Do you think it would be possible if you were an intellectual, like you are at the beginning of the 20th century?
No, I don't think at all. I think there were so many out of nowhere turns that no one would have seen them coming. And as an example, Lenin seizing power and making the Bolshevik Revolution a reality was regarded as utopian and insane. The fact that he pulled it off is most miraculous, and it was literally unprecedented. The fact that that's a very big one.
Which aspect of it, sorry to interrupt, which aspect was hard to predict? That a singular figure with just some ideas would be able to take so much power
and maintain that power and remake that society so drastically, so quickly, despite such opposition.
So not just a set of temporary protests like hooligans that lead to turmoil in the short term, but then stabilizes, but literally changes the entirety of society.
Yeah, Ludendorff, who was the German general, he's like, all right, we got to get the Russians out of World War I. He's the one who's like, all right, let's get this lunatic Lenin who already tried to fail to have a revolution in Russia. Let's send him back there, and he's just going to cause problems to everybody, and it's going to be great because it's going to weaken Russia, and then our Eastern Front is going to have to be a problem. And then to his surprise, everyone else is including, anarchists and communists worldwide, they pulled off this, October Revolution, and then for a while it's like, all right, I think my understanding is people at the time in St. Petersburg and Moscow were like, what does this even mean, right? Like, no one took it seriously. And then very quickly, you had the Cheka and the secret police and all these other kinds of implementations of the communist state. And people were like, oh, they're not messing around. But they're like, all right, this is not going to last for long. And, the USA, the US today, we didn't even recognize the Soviet Union's legitimacy for a very long time. There was no relations after a certain point. It's like, if you don't recognize Lenin and Stalin's government, who's the government of Russia or the Soviet Union? It's bizarre. Like, you have to recognize it. They're not going anywhere. So that was something that was not, I think, very predictable. The Great Depression, in retrospect, there were certain things that were predictable, but it was not at all the case that it needed to last as long as it did in the state that FDR made it to. So there's all sorts of things. I mean, if they fought Germany's remilitarization, World War II could have been prevented. You didn't have the Treaty of Versailles. You have the hyperinflation. You have Hitler. These are all, I think, choose your own adventure moments and things that have gone in the direction. I don't think this kind of idea, this very Marxist idea, that history is inevitable, and once you start with certain premises, the contradictions kind of unfold. I think that's ridiculous.
There's power in the same
Yeah.
I mean, it's a fundamentally communist idea. Arbitrary distribution of wealth.
It's not redistribution.
Well, at least I decide who's good or bad. Only I know this. And I mean, I am somehow getting funding from somewhere, right? Okay, listen, I have so much to teach you. You get a little Michael workshop. Yeah. And how many people do you think are employed?
They're slaves.
Yeah.
I don't know how many else are in the workshop.
So anyway, and the bright colors and everything, is that the biggest holiday of all time? Like just in terms of intensity of the festivities?
No, I think Christmas is a very recent phenomenon. I think historically it was not a big deal. So I know historically it's not been, but in terms of how much it captivates, how intense it is, I guess from a capitalist perspective, like how much is going on, how visual it is, how intense it is. I think how to grab the whole population. I think it's because the idea of Christmas is probably one of the most powerful holiday ideas. Easter's probably up there. Easter's obviously up there because Christ's Christ died, his resurrection. So that's kind of a big one. But Christmas is the symbol of brotherhood and kindness and magnanimity. You know, one of the things I despise about our culture is this something I'm fighting very heavily with this book, or attempting to, is this glorification of cynicism. It's kind of like, oh, you like this song, and you do it. Whereas Christmas is the one time of year where you can be happy and joyous and kind, and people don't get to roll their eyes at you. They get to stop being too cool for school, and they get to be like, you know, I enjoy your friendship, your my sister, my brother, my dad, my mom, whatever. And you know, it was Iran's favorite holiday. I adore it in New York. And it's just this idea of like, even though we're cold and dark outside, you know, it's still this kind of like it's so cozy. And the next, let's hope the next year is with Russian Generos Santa comes on New Year's. So it's kind of like let's make this next year even better. So it's very much the holiday of joy and like love for family, friendship, and kindness and benevolence. Yeah, and like almost that whole rat race of chasing material possessions and all that gets put on hold. All goes quiet. But it's also like giving people material possessions. Like here, like I value you. Yeah. Yeah, you write in the book, which by the way, people should go get and buy right now. If you support this podcast, or if you support the ridiculous outfits that Michael's wears, the more books you buy, the more outfits he's going to wear. I've got my next two appearances on the show swimming out in front of this bridge. This bridge. That's been for a long time. We've been going across the road by canoe at this point. Next time we're going to be swimming. You're right out of lead. Yeah, that's true. Get dragged across my book. Okay. You write in the book, cynics like to lie and call themselves realists, hoping for positive outcomes and thus be dismissed as being naive or utopian. Can you elaborate on this point, just like you said right now? It seems like I don't know if it's a fundamental characteristic of our society today or just societies throughout history. But there is a cynicism. You write in sort of a union with really, there's a deep cynicism. But there is a cynicism today as well. Why does it happen? How can we fight it? I think it is easy to be like, yeah, everything sucks. You know, I had my friend Lux, she was a blogger, she was an author. She had this great line because we worked in media, and she's like, if you're at a party and someone starts talking about a new app or website, and you don't know anything about it, just say, oh, I done that for a while, it sucks. And that's all you say. I like that, that's a great line. But I think it is, and especially, I'm sure you experience this as well with your family, I certainly did with mine. There is this idea, especially in Russian culture, but in American culture as well, where if you have aspirations, I remember there was this show called Russian Dolls. It was, oh, I just got it, like in the Russia. Okay, I just got it. That's it. Okay. The show is called Russian Dolls. It was about Brighton Beach, which is the Russian Jewish neighborhood in Brooklyn. It was supposed to be their version of Jersey Shore. It was on Lifetime, and it had no rating. And I remember the last 4 episodes, they had to burn them, so they just ran it from like 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. every day. And there was this one scene where one of the girls, I forget her name, probably Natalia, and she had been in college, and she had been wondering which one to major in, right? The story was so perfect, I'm sure I've told you before. And she took an aptitude test, and she went with her mom to get like mani-pedis or something. And she was, Mom, you know, I had like 80 majors. I didn't know what I wanted to do. And she was like, I took this aptitude test, and it really made sense to me. I am going to go to law school. I want to be a lawyer. This is the thing I enjoy. And the first thing out of her mom's mouth is, how you do it? And the girl, and I really related because if you didn't have this Russian upbringing, you watched it, you would think her reaction was completely insane. She just lost it, just screaming. She's like, people pay for law school all the time. I'll figure out a way. Why is your first reaction to look for a problem? Why is your first response to be like, oh, wait, are you sure you thought this through? I have been struggling with one problem for years, what I wanted to do for a living. And now, like, as soon as I solve this one big problem of identity, your first reaction is like, let's find a new problem. Why is that? Instead of, let's figure out how we're going to do it. And that kind of approach is so deadly, and it gnaws at you. And I don't like giving people advice because who the hell am I? And also divided for the context of the problem. I'm not giving advice. But this piece of advice I do offer to me. If you are someone who has around you people who, as soon as you have any accomplishment or any hope, that their first reaction is, well, what about this? You have to get rid of them or sit them down, maybe give them a chance. Because that is something that is so demoralizing. And it drains you. And it's like, the example I use all the time. I say, if you want to be an author, right, you can go to any bookstore and look at all the shitty books like the White Pill, and you can say to yourself, I can take this shitty author. You don't have to be Hemingway. People should buy your book. It doesn't take much. It really does not take much. Shitty writing is so fun. And boring. Yeah. You just pick a random period in history, write a bunch of crap about it, and put a pretty stamp on the cover and just go. I mean, like for you, right? Like, not, I mean, the Wolf Bot. There's lots of stand-up comedians who aren't Jerry Seinfeld, right? If you want to be a podcaster, you don't have to be you can be someone who's got a medium audience and are enjoying it. So, like, the idea that, like, something has to be, you have to be a massive superstar or you're a failure is also ridiculous. I
mean, you can even be a failed comedian like this. This is a generic name I came up with this example. The Heels of the Podcast. Yeah, not really funny. I don't know why he would call himself a comedian, but maybe they are on it. Don't you think? Yeah, so you do something special.
I remember when you did the movie theater.
I don't. Oh, can you explain the jokes?
Jokes. I'm wearing lipstick. It's not enough.
Now I remember what you did to me in the movie theater. You wore lipstick that night too. You sure will think this feels like a game for very long intro. Yes, there's many reasons why this is better. The outfits, just everything about this. I have stories. They're all suspiciously named either Lex or Lux. Stuff like you lack complete creativity, just like in the right
Or a lot.
like you didn't even use like the source. You wrote the same word over and over and over. The sad thing about the cynicism is like I don't think it's just a Russian thing. I think let me finish what you were saying earlier. In America, it's not just a Russian thing. In American culture, if you have like a sitcom or a musical, it's regarded as less legitimate than a drama, right? Like if something's got to be about someone struggling, or someone's suffering, whereas if it's like a joyous, happy story, like maybe something like Pixar, right? Like sure they have conflict and they're going for something, but it's overall background, the universe is very joyous and happy. That is regarded artistically as less legitimate than something which is dark and the background is despair. And that very subtly sends a very, to me, pernicious message that that what's real is despair and happiness is the aberration. And I think if you have that as your mindset, you're setting yourself up for maybe not failure, but certainly not happiness. Yeah, but that's the figures, the ideas, the culture, the local personal life, parents and teachers. That's what happens a lot. In Russia and here, my whole life, especially because I'm a weirdo, I've been kind of told to basically be less weird. The
So, Barney was a
there's a kind of sense in where there's a certain passage that's taken right, and every time you have a little bit of success on those very specifically defined paths, you're pushed to do more and more and more on those paths, as opposed to celebrating the full complexity of the weirdo that each one of us is. That's what they have. And just teachers and friends, and certainly family, have constantly been very cynical about my aspirations, my dreams, and so on. I think that actually created a deeply self-critical engine in my brain that I think it ultimately wasn't productive because it was also balanced by just an internal maybe genetics thing I have of optimism about the world of just seeing beauty in the world. It is weird looking back how much people that love me were trying to bring me down.
Yeah,
It's so strange.
It's also very hurtful for me because when I graduated college, it was important for me to be self-made and not take money from my family. And I remember my grandma, this was a huge argument, an ongoing argument. And one time she, as she was leaving my house, she slipped money in under the door and I threw it out and it made me so angry. For like 1 year for my birthday, she gave me like $500, which was a lot of money, when you're like 22 or 23, and I was so pissed because that told me that they didn't believe that I'd be able to feed myself or make it on my own. And I understand their mindset, but it's like I wasn't, I was never hungry. Like maybe I couldn't. I remember I'd have to wait on the subway because I couldn't afford a cab. So that was a sacrifice I could make. I quit that half hour. So it was a huge source and remains a source of enormous tension and attention. And I think also, I'm sure speaking to your upbringing, in their minds, unless you're going into an office, you can't pay rent. It doesn't make sense. But there's, just like you said, to get the office, to get all that, no matter what, there's always, whatever you accomplish in life, you're always negative about your current position. You always come up with another problem, as you said. I was always, it's like a self-generating problem box. Yeah, I remember I didn't speak to my dad for a few years. Then I'm like, let me give this guy another chance. And in that time period, Harvey Pekar, the author, subject of American Splendor, and author of the series comic books, he and I became friends, and he was writing a graphic novel about me. And when I met with my dad, I'm like, someone's writing a book about me. And he goes, I know. So, and it was one of those moments where I'm like, wow, you're an asshole. And not the kind of asshole I am. You're just like not a good person. And I don't know or really care what the motivation, or if there was no motivation, was the visceral, emotional reason for that. But that kind of thing is something I, much later now in life, have absolutely no tolerance for. But in my own private life, I try to forgive and love those people. But it is, there have been a few in my life like this. And I think they are incredibly see it. But they're flawed. So, I try to forgive them. That said, it is true that people that are close to you, especially family, have a disproportionate psychological effect on you. So you have to be very careful having in your life. Like, one thing is to love them, and the other is to actually, allow yourself to flourish. Surround yourself with people that help you flourish. And like you said, advice there is really powerful, especially early on, to have people that believe in you. And whatever crazy big dreams you have, to pat you on the back and say, you got this, kid. And so here's the other thing. If you try and you don't make it to that rugged level, it's okay. Like, I have several books that I've written that are on my hard drive that have not been published. And there were a lot of work. And it was really disappointing when they went out and no publishers were interested in. Maybe I'll publish them, maybe I won't. Point being, it's fine. I tried. Like, one is the viral. Is that a Santa? Guy in the Santa outfit? But you trust me. Asking for pornography.
calling me up all hours of the night. I can't look at porn. I have ones. I only have zeros. No, this one almost got a book deal. This was 15 years ago. It was a Ladlet novel.
Did it ever come up more than one
Ladlet, like Nick Hornby, about a boy. So there was a little mini genre of these books about young men trying to struggle their way through. It's a whole little, there's a whole little series, the Fight Club. It's adjacent to that. Not literally Ladlet.
For over half a century, there have been rumors of secretive facilities and
Fight Club
bases
is much,
deep below the
my
surface
understanding
of
is that Fight Club
all
is
the
one of
North
the few
American
things where
landscape.
the movie is better than the book.
This week, we examine the most infamous of
I
these
put it, but
alleged
the movie's so
sites,
iconic.
an underground
Yeah, for sure.
base believed to be situated
But
near
still,
the
is there a
Dulce,
secret that goes
New Mexico,
It's kind of like David
a modern-day
novels.
mystery
Doesn't it?
which
Doesn't
lies
Fight
deep
Club capture some moment in time?
Mesa.
That's very kind of. I was hanging out with Kurt Metzger a couple weeks, a comedian, very failed name dropped. Yeah, hey Kurt, watch out. And he had this great story. He was hanging out with Patrice and the elderly comedian. Name drop. That's a great story the whole time. And Patrice goes. Kurt was talking about how much he liked the book or the movie Fight Club, and Patrice like, that is the whitest book on your own. She goes, your problem in life is you don't have enough violence. Your problem in life is you don't beat you up. That's not a problem for me. It wasn't funny, but still, it is a very white book, but it still captures a kind of anger and an angst and a certain subculture in society. Yeah, that's really powerful. It probably led to, in some part, of this thing you
Bringing his patrol car to a church,
I mean, it was kind of
Gabriel
like
Valdez
that
stared out through the driver's side window at the dark
Edward Norton
mass
says, I'm a
playing not
30-year-old
far
boy.
from the side of
It's
the
kind
road,
of a question of what
and
is
then
it?
cursed
Started
under
being
his
that
breath.
Welsh, but what does it mean to be a man, right? What is
For the
masculinity
briefest of
mean?
moments,
Why are so many
he
men
tried
so
to
at
convince
such a young
himself
age
that the most
feeling
sensible
so
course of
lost?
action
This
would be
idea
to
that like
simply
if I build my
drive
house
on
with nice
away
furniture,
from
that's
his
still not going to be
place
fulfilling to
and
anyone.
ignore what he had seen.
Matt Walsh is he's from the Daily
And yet
Wire.
his
He's a Daily Wire.
curiosity urged him to exit the vehicle,
But I don't know who he
to
is.
conduct
So
a
Matt
closer
Walsh
inspection,
is
and
someone who works for
confirm
the Daily
what
Wire,
his instincts and fears
and
were
he just
telling him.
recently did a documentary called "What Is a
With a
Woman?"
heavy
I think it's
sigh,
called. And he went
the
out to
patrolman
lots of
used
people
his
working
radio
in
to
gender
inform the
theory
dispatcher of his
all that
location
thing. And he asked them
before
he
opening the
went to the
driver's
site
side door
in
and
Africa
making his way across the
and
scrub.
talked to people about transgenderism,
Deep
non-binary,
down,
which is a word I never
he had
use.
known what to
And the
find
documentary was
before he even reached the
surprisingly well
carcass.
done. Is that like
A cursory inspection confirmed that this cadaver had been left just like the
Well, because
others he
Matt is
intended
very aggressive.
A series of diamond-shaped indentations had been
and
carved into various points
there
of
was
the
a lot of
eye,
opportunities
several layers
in
of
this
skin
film
having
for
apparently been
him to
removed
really be
in
like,
excellent fashion.
and instead, to his
The
credit,
creature's
let
eyes, nose, and tongue were
and
all missing,
it's possible
despite
to
there
edit a
being no
certain way.
sign of
It was
any
obviously
wider
edited,
predation
but
having
when he
taken
just asked me, he
place.
just defined what for me is playing dumb.
It was
We're not
almost
playing dumb. We're
certain
saying,
that the
what's your opinion?
reproductive glands
A
would
lot
be
of people he
absent,
was speaking to were
as well
getting
as a number of
extremely
other key internal
agitated.
organs,
So he worked in
all
that kind of
removed in what presented as a clean
it
and
was not his
sterile
usual
manner.
style. Speaking of
As
which,
he stood,
you ever
regarding the
look
lack
right
of any
through
tracks or disturbed foliage on the ground
there were a
surrounding the
couple of
animal's
times.
corpse,
very
Valdez now became aware of the low
Can you
rumble of
describe
an
the
approaching
strategy
vehicle.
before we dive back into the
Looking up from the grisly scene, he caught
my
sight of a
strategy of a
5-ton
strategy,
truck
or is it
painted in army
does it come from
camouflage,
the heart?
heading along the highway towards him.
It comes from
The transport
I
began
want
to
to have
slow
fun.
as it approached the point
That's
where he
literally what it
left his
comes down to.
patrol
It's like,
car.
this is all
Its occupants returning the questioning gaze he had offered as they
what is
passed
in there?
before it pulled away at greater speed.
Very cheeky. I have the holiday
As he
spirit.
watched the dust cloud thrown up by its
I'm
passing
not gonna
dissipate,
I did not sleep whatsoever.
Valdez found himself experiencing
I
a
think
whole
the
host
second
of
time we talked,
emotions,
the third time, the second time,
confusion,
I stayed up
a
almost all
small
night.
degree
Oh,
of
I know. I
fear,
keep track of where you're coming from.
but
Yeah.
most
So
of all,
my door
he
camera
felt
points to
anger,
the garage.
directed
know
towards
when
those
you're
he blamed
being
for the
or
death of this
coming
creature,
My camera points at
for
the
the
bedroom.
deaths of all the
from
slain
the
animals
inside.
he had found in
But I
recent
should have
months,
told that now.
and the wider falsehood
I
of
would
their
ask you this
slaughter had been used
bothering
to
me.
perpetuate
There was a chair that you threw out.
a lie fabricated for one
And I was
purpose,
looking at my
and
camera
one
and I'm like,
purpose
let's see
only,
this out. And then
to
one
keep
time he went
local
to the garbage
residents
and
away
he
from
adjusted
the
it to make
neighbouring
it stick out of the
mesa,
garbage even more.
that
What were
feared
you doing
something
there?
resided which neither he
What was I? Oh,
nor any other earthly power
to make sure that people
could
know
hope
this
to
is sharing.
protect them
But
from.
that really what you do.
Well, like the garbage person, so they know the chairs. They don't
The
get.
town of
Like,
Dulce
I
in
always
Mexico
think
did not
of
come
a
into
person.
existence until the end of the 19th century,
Right. The
when
open thing
US
is like,
authorities
chair.
ordered the local
I don't
Apache
know.
tribe to settle itself permanently on
I didn't know how to get rid of a chair. It was broken.
the area's Native American population complied with this instruction,
My
forming the
point is to
Hickory
have fun.
Apache
It's
Reservation,
also fun to
around
kind
which
of
the town
smack down
was eventually
people who I regard as
established.
bad actors. And also
For the
kind
next
of
century and a
promote views
half,
that I find interesting.
the inhabitants of this small backwater community lived their lives in relative peace, a short distance from the slopes of the adjoining Archuleta Mesa. There had always been tales of high strangeness associated with the region, from weird light anomalies witnessed in the night sky to Bigfoot-like creatures seen in the scrub.
I think
But by the late 1970s,
undeniable that a
the
lot of
looming
people
shadow
What if
cast
I
by
told
this
you
towering mountain peak would begin to take on a sinister connotation
Could you steal man
with the discovery of a series of
I can do
bizarre
it in a
cattle
sensible way.
mutilations.
Quite a sensible way. I think most people are neither
Following
here nor there.
several complaints by ranchers and
Most people
farmers
just
to
kind of
the
go with
local
the flow.
police department,
They're amiable.
insisting
human
that
beings
someone
are
or
social
something
creatures.
was
They want to
slaughtering
get
their
along.
livestock.
They don't want to cause
An
problems.
officer by the
They don't
name
have
of
the
Gabriel
capacity
Valdez
to be
was
the
ordered to
target of the
investigate
problem.
the matter.
So most people,
But
I
after
mean, if
visiting the
people, if
affected
most people
properties,
suck, then
the
going anywhere
investigator
would
often
be
returned to his
excruciating ordeal,
superiors
right? Like
with
literally,
far
and
more
like
questions than
the airport's
answers.
annoying, but if most people suck, it would really
Usually,
go to the
only one
supermarket.
animal in the herds
So,
which were
I don't
targeted
think
had
most
been
people suck.
affected,
But I do think
and it
that
had been
in
dispatched in a manner
public
which seemed to
discourse,
discount the involvement
there
of
are
any
lots of
natural
people
predator.
who are
Although key
dishonest
sensory and internal
about
organs had
their
been
agenda.
removed
For
from the
example, if I,
carcasses,
I could
there were
be
never any
a
indications that the
someone
flesh
who
had been
has promoted
consumed
a
by a
certain
potential
ideology,
attacker.
but I'm in the payroll of a
In
candidate,
fact,
or my
these
think tank
bodies would
to
remain
happen, or
untouched by
I'm naked,
scavengers for
stuff
weeks
like
after
that.
the
So
event.
that sort of thing I think
A
happens all the
phenomenon
time. There's a line I
previously
have
unheard of within this
there.
harsh and
I forgot how
unrelenting
the exact
environment.
word exactly, but it's very hard to
The
convince
report
someone of something
submitted
in
by
the
Officer
payroll
Valdez
and then
also
not.
highlighted the lack of
So I
disturbance in
think
the
things
soft
like
and
that
sandy
are,
ground
I
surrounding
think
the
I'm really
remains,
excited about what Elon
offering
did
no
on Twitter,
hint as to who
and
or
I
what
think
was
it's
responsible.
exciting about this, is to
Due
have
to the
context
discovery
now.
of shattered
So
bones
you'll
in
have a
some
politician making a
cases,
claim, and they're
the
going to word it a
suggestion that
certain
the
way.
bodies
My
had been
favorite
dropped from a
example
great
is
height
when
was
people like,
something
if
that
you
we
look at
thought
the
could
years
question over at some
2002
length.
to 2020,
It
terrorism in
soon became
America, like,
apparent to his
anything happened in
superiors
2001,
that Officer
their
Valdez
reasons
had no fixed
coincidentally
agenda
started in
and
2002,
was not
like things like
promoting
that.
any theory in
So
particular
when people
regarding
are
the deaths of these
manipulating things
animals.
towards an outcome they want and an idea
Instead,
that they want,
his
disingenuously,
report simply
to have
documented
that underneath
everything
that
he had
Twitter now,
encountered during
where
his
the audience
investigation
provides
and
context, I think
demonstrated
is
that he had
something
discounted all of the
extremely
most obvious
useful,
explanations of the
and
deaths.
it's a great way to hit
But
propaganda.
situations would
And
soon
propaganda
unfold,
pervades the
setting in
entire
motion
political
a
spectrum.
chain of events which
The
would
interesting thing
quash
about
any
Twitter
hopes
is
the
also
investigator
special
might have
issues
had
on,
in maintaining a calm and rational
interesting to
assessment
discuss
of
free
the
speech
incidents
and freedom of the
plaguing
press in
his
the context of
community.
the Soviet Union. Sure. Let's return to the October Revolution.
During the
Yeah,
summer of 1986, a resident named Jerry
what
Julian
was the
approached the
October
local
Revolution?
police
Who
department
was
to report
was the
that someone had attempted to abduct her from her
big and
home
also this
while
moment
she
in
was
history
sleeping.
that stand out to you that are
Julian explained to the
I think
attending
the
officers that the evening prior, she
interesting
and her
thing about
husband had
Lenin
driven out in their
is
flatbed truck to the
he
slopes of the
was a
Archuleta
zealot,
Mesa to
and he
do a
was
bit
a
of
visionary,
stargazing.
and he really kind of meant it.
After a short
And
time,
I'm
Julian's
skipping
attention
ahead a
had
little
been
bit,
drawn
but
to one
Lenin
star in
also
particular,
was someone who
which seemed to
was
be moving
strategic.
through the night
So at
sky.
a certain point when they were trying to
As
advance
she and her husband
communism
looked
throughout
on
the
in
Soviet
wonder,
Union
the
and the
celestial
costs were
body
outweighing
in
the benefits,
question
he did a
suddenly
strategic
began to
retreat.
descend
He
from the
said in the new
heavens,
economic policy, you had to
landing
rise
on
the
the
country.
ground a short distance
Small
away.
capitalists coming back, you could hire people again.
Gradually,
And for the
the bright
hardcore
light before them
people
began to
in
diminish,
hardcore communists,
revealing a
if you
metallic
failed,
structure
you step
from which a
back.
small set of
He didn't do
steps
it because he
descended.
was some kind of crypto
Two
capitalist.
small
He did it
figures
because
then
he's like, all
slowly
right,
made their way
we know where
down
we
the
got to get
metallic
to,
walkway
but we have to go at a
before they
certain
set
pace.
off on
We have to
foot
adjust as
in
we
the
go along.
direction of
So
the married
to have
couple.
someone who is that much of an
With
ideologue
a frightened
and that much of a
cry,
visionary, but
Julian's
still to
husband
have
had grabbed her by
any
the shoulders,
element of pragmatism
bundled her into his pickup and
is, I think, a
frantically
very
attempted
rare
to start the engine.
combination. And that fragment
She continued to stare back in terror at the two Sprott figures slowly advancing from the vehicle as the engine repeatedly failed to turn over.
In this case, was good
It
because
was only when the strangers were mere meters away from the rear of the truck, reaching out as if to take
to
hold
allow
of
the
it,
revolution
that
to
the
continue
motor
to
suddenly
win the
fired
Civil War.
into life
There was a big
and
moment where
allowed the
Germany,
couple
it's just a bunch of funny anecdotes that I learned while researching this book. So,
later
they
that
were,
night, having
Germany and
decided
Russia,
not
they
to
were
report the
negotiating
matter, the couple had gone to bed,
They wanted, Germany
only
wanted
for
Russia to have the
Julian
war.
to
And
awaken in the
basically,
early hours of the
Germany was like, all right,
morning
you
due to a
will let
strange
me leave,
tugging
but
sensation.
you have to sign this treaty and basically hand over all
Looking
this
down
land that
towards
was
the
currently
bottom of
occupied.
her bed,
It was
she could
part of
see two
Ukraine,
shadowy
part of Poland,
figures,
and
identical
Lenin
to
tells
those she
Trotsky
had
to
witnessed
stall
emerging
just
from
a
the strange
clock
craft
because he
earlier
was
that
of the
night.
belief that now that they've taken power in
Suddenly
Russia, we're going
realizing
to have a
she could
worldwide
feel
worker
her
revolution.
sheets being
Let's
pulled
just
off the
dispel
bed to
them.
expose
And
her
he
lower
stalled,
body,
and at a certain point, Germany's
Julian
like, all right,
attempted
you're
to
signing this
scream,
tomorrow or we're
but
leaving.
nothing more
And
than a
Trotsky
hoarse and
basically
raspy
said,
sound
yeah,
emerged from
so
her
we're
mouth.
leaving the war, but we're not signing anything.
This
And
quiet
Germany's like,
whimper, however, had
like,
been
yeah, well, that's
sufficient
what we're
to
doing.
awaken
So,
her sleeping husband,
and
at which
basically,
point the two
eventually
figures
he had to sign
immediately
the treaty and
vanished.
huge parts of land
When
and a
questioned
lot of
further
money.
by federal
And this was
agents who had been tasked with
very
attending the incident,
precarious moment for him
Julian
to
claimed the
control
existence of these
Russia,
entities was common
and
knowledge
people were
amongst
telling
the
him,
native
like,
community.
you've lost huge amounts of
She even
territory.
went as far to describe a large hole
You
bored
should be
deep
in
into the
jail. And
mountain
he's like, watch your
face,
mouth,
hidden away
because
much
if you look
further
for
at
the
the slopes
future,
of the
it'll be
mesa,
clear which one of us
which
is
she
more likely
claimed the
to be going into
creatures
jail. And
used
he's
to
back to
access the surface.
this was Trotsky or Lenin? This is Lenin saying this to Karl Radek.
Around the same
So
time
for
that the
these
investigators
figures
were
here,
taking Jerry
Trotsky,
Julian's
Lenin,
statement,
Stalin, what is
separate claims of a possible alien
aspects
base
of all
concealed
this?
beneath
What
the
is
Archuleta
the
Mesa
linger
were
of it,
being
the
directed towards the
personalities,
local
the ideas that are
authorities.
important. Well, Trotsky
Security
came late
staff
to
at the
Bolshevism.
Kirtland Air
He was
Force Base
really the
began to
brains
receive a string
in
of
many ways
detailed
of
allegations
the
from a
October
local
Revolution. He was
businessman,
an amazing strategist.
stating that he
He
had
never
documented
forgot
mysterious
that he was an
activity
amazing
both
strategist, had a
above
very high
and
faith in
below the
himself.
mountain
And by the
chain.
way, the October Revolution, as you said,
Paul Benowitz was already
that's
well
like
known to
key
the senior
moment.
officers at the base. Following reports he'd
Of course,
submitted to
the Russian
them
Revolution
of
lasted a
strange
long
lights
time,
in the sky above
but
his home
this is a key
in the Four
moment
Valleys district
of
of Albuquerque.
a phase shift.
He now claimed that in addition to the lights he had filmed,
That was the moment. That
he
was
had
like, all right,
intercepted
we are the
mysterious
government
energy
now,
emissions
and
from
now we have
radio
to make,
transmissions,
like
and that
Thomas
these were
Jefferson said,
emanating
I
from
think it was
beneath
Thomas
the
Jefferson,
mesa.
Franklin, a republic.
The
If you could keep
businessman
it,
had
it's like, all
also
right,
taken to
we made our
conducting
own
regular
kind of
flights
government.
across the mountains
Because
in
that
his
was the
private
question. That
aircraft,
international blockade. You have the White
photographing
Army,
anything
the
he
Czar's
deemed
forces,
out of
one
the
was the
ordinary.
Tsarism, or at least the Parliament.
Invited onto the
French
base
was
to speak in
letting over.
person,
So this was a big
he showed
kind
them
of, no one,
photos of what he believed to be
like in
paths
some
and
ways, it
doorways
was like
cut
the
into the
2016
rock,
election. Like, all right,
miles
we
away
voted
from any
Trump.
existing road
Well,
or
what's this
highway.
going to look like? Like, no
He drew maps of
had
alleged
any
air
idea what a
vents and
Trump
access
president was going to look
points,
like.
like an
Guys on
interviews
Twitter,
he had
running his mouth,
conducted with the
insulting
owners
people,
of
and
the insulated
had all these
cattle,
views, some over
and
here, some over
locals
there,
who
and the
claimed to
funny
have
thing
been
is, the
abducted in the
Russians
vicinity of the
both
mesa.
of us.
But the more detail that the impassioned Benowitz chose to add to this ad hoc
So,
briefing,
Trotsky
the less
was,
credibility
you know,
he was
Lenin's
extended
right-hand
by
man.
his audience.
And he was,
He
you
began
know,
to
in those-
panic,
and to this
citing
day,
discussions with
he
shadowy
was
government
the figure
agents,
who
claiming that
is
the extraterrestrials living below the
supposedly
mountain
a
were one of 3
less
separate species
authoritarian,
to have visited Earth.
anti-Stalinist version of
But it was the
communism that people
assertion
can't
of the alleged alien
Alright,
base
Stalin, of course,
contained
was Lenin's
vats filled with
successor.
human organs
At
and
first, there was
body
a
parts
triumvirate
harvested by
running
the alien
Russia as Lenin
visitors,
was brave
which saw
throats.
him
Then
ridiculed
very quickly,
and finally
not very
escorted
quickly, but
off the
gradually, suddenly
base.
Stalin became an absolute
Shortly
dictator,
after
and he had a
this,
series of
as the businessman's mental
purges
health
and
and
so on and so forth,
coherence continued to
solidified
deteriorate,
his control
he suffered
over
a nervous breakdown.
and of course, for Stalin
On the advice of doctors,
later, but
his
throughout,
family applied to have
as
him
you write,
committed to a
seemed to almost
psychiatric
take on a
facility in
supernatural
1988,
where
seemingly
everything that went
removing
wrong
any shred of
in the US
credibility
not
his
just
initial reports to the
his
military
youth,
made
but
him
his direct
contained.
orders from abroad. And
But perhaps the most amazing aspect of the
course,
stories
George
told by
Orwell
Paul
brilliant.
Benowitz
was
is
my
that they
favorite
are
book
by
of
no
history,
means the
Stalin,
only such
and
detailed
also
allegations of a secret base
portrayed
concealed
Trotsky
beneath
as
the town.
Snowball and Animal Farm
Army, Emmanuel Goldstein in
During the mid-1990s, a former Air Force technician by the name of Thomas Costello went public, confirming that there was indeed a hidden facility underneath the
so that, I mean, that's when I talk about in the White
More
House
incredible
when
still
things start
was
going
that
wrong,
Costello
they
claimed
always
that
have
this
to have
was not an
scapegoat.
extraterrestrial
Right, and there's
base,
this Russian
but one
thought,
constructed by
Russians
the
like to do
United
is
States
you can't say
government,
things out loud,
where
like you make
aliens and
jokes,
human
you say
scientists
the
work
truth.
together
And
on
this is one
genetic
anecdote where
experiments.
it's a Russian leader, and things are going
Costello
bad.
related how he had been a US Air Force photographer based at Nellis in Las Vegas.
And he opens the first
But
letter
in the
in
early
attic, and the letter says,
1970s,
Mr. Vice, and the
had
letter
been
says, blame
transferred
everything
to
on
the
me.
secret
So
Dulce
he goes out
base
there
in
and
New
he's like, oh, my
Mexico.
predecessor sucked, he was terrible, blah, blah,
Whilst
blah.
there,
And I was like, okay.
he was
And then there's a
responsible for
calamity again.
maintaining the
He's like,
facility's
So he
extensive
goes back in his
surveillance
desk, and he
network
reads the second one,
and
and
for
it says,
documenting
down
some
to
of
write
the
two
work
letters.
being conducted
So
in the
when
laboratories.
things start going wrong, as they
Costello even went as
did
far as to
throughout
offer
the history of the
photographic
Soviet Union,
evidence with his testimony
or any,
of what he reported to
totalitarian,
be some
authoritarian
form of
country,
alien
if
hybrid
someone has to use
suspended
blame,
in a vat of
we
fluid in one
know
of the labs.
that our ideology is true. And
But fairly, the
true.
journalists'
If it's
time to
not working
digest
in
his
reality,
claims that the
it's
Dulce
perfection
base
of the
was just one of
ideology.
many such
Someone must be
facilities
intentionally
linked by a vast
undermining
underground
it and
railroad
causing
network
the disconnect
before he
between thought
disappeared
and reality.
from view
And in the Soviet Union, there was
altogether.
the kulaks at one point, then it was the wreckers,
However,
the doctors.
his claims would later
There was always
resurface when a
something
further
Trotsky,
whistleblower came forward,
called the
this
fascist,
time
and
from within the ranks of the
plotting
Dulce
with
Police
Hitler
Department
and
itself.
And you also write the
A
problem
former
with
reservation
communism
police
is that
detective
eventually
named Avery
you run out of
Tafoya,
possible
who had been
scapegoats.
researching the
Scapegoats.
testimony of Jerry Julian,
You run out of votes.
related how he had stumbled across the report
Who's gonna
written by
carry that?
federal investigators assigned to the case.
Eventually you run out of possible
To his amazement, in addition to the events described by the victim,
second language.
they had included detailed drawings of a sprawling military facility, exactly where Julian claimed the hidden opening in the
Eventually you run out
mountain
of
was
possible
situated.
scapegoats for failure. At which point
The drawings
technology
depicted that the base had 7 different levels, including accommodation blocks,
So I saw
storage
that in North
facilities,
Korea,
and
right?
laboratories.
Wherever you went in North Korea,
It was also
something was wrong.
serviced by an
So if
underground
you have
train
more
network
buttons in the
similar to
elevator
that
with
alleged by
mismatched,
Thomas
every
Costello.
wall had a crack, and the floor had a
Armed with
stain.
this information,
The bathroom would be
Tafoya
rusted through,
stated that he had made a number of attempts
But
to
if
climb the
you are
mountain
someone who
and see the
points this out,
facility for
you're a
himself,
troublemaker.
only to
Oh,
be
you're
defeated by
saying
adverse
something
weather
wrong, you're
conditions on
criticizing
each
the
and every
operation.
occasion.
First of all, you're threatening the
Not
person
to be
in charge.
deterred,
Now they're
he had then
incompetent,
used
now
a
that's a
thermal
red flag
camera
for
to
them.
document strange
Second,
apertures
you're
and vents
going
built into the
around
rock of the
saying, this
mountain,
is wrong, this is wrong,
and
this is wrong,
recorded
even if
what
it's
sounded like
objectively
large
true.
machines
You're a
being
troublemaker,
operated
you're counter-revolutionary.
beneath the
So at a
stove.
certain point, everyone just has to put on blinders and pretend that everything is fine.
Over
And
the
that's one example I
years,
used in the book, an
the
extreme
United
example.
States military
was
has
a
gone to
biology
great lengths
professor,
in denying
and
that
he
Dulce
pointed out that
base
class,
exists,
and he was an older man,
or that it's
that
part
before
of
the
a
revolution,
network of
quality
hidden
photographic paper
underground
was better, and
facilities.
he was, I think, executed.
And it
For
would
this
seem
heresy.
that part of
So,
their
yeah,
strategy
you
to
have to
do so
pretend. I
has involved a
reading the book right
concerted
now
effort
with the
to
Chinese
undermine the credibility of those making the claims.
and there was an academic,
The background of Thomas Costello remains shrouded in uncertainty, with attempts to locate and review his military service records seeming to
You
suggest
can't
he
just sit
never
there quiet.
existed.
You have to say how great things are and how much you're
Photographs
enjoying how
associated
wonderful
with
they
his
are.
testimony
Instead
have
of
proven
just
to be
keeping quiet,
forgeries,
keep quiet.
and no formal interview with him has ever been unearthed. Members of the intelligence community have also come forward and admitted to deliberately feeding false information to Paul Benowitz. It is alleged that having become comfortable with his obsession and surveillance of the secure Manzano weapons storage complex, the Air Force invented the fictional Dulce base in order to distract the businessman.
Stalin had to have a button.
They even claimed to have placed machinery and fake air vents on the Archuleta Mesa
You're the
during
first
his
one to stop
photograph
plastic. People are going to notice.
in order to convince him that the base existed there and draw him away from genuine military facilities.
That's the thing. They always had a
Gabriel
sword over their
Valdez
head, and
himself
they all
has
had a
always
lot of
refused to believe stories of the base of the Mesa,
very,
extraterrestrial or otherwise.
But there's also,
Prior to his death in 2011, the former police officer told his son that he believed it was humans who were mutilating the cattle near the town and not aliens.
There's some level of which
He cited secretive nuclear testing in and around New Mexico during the 1960s, claiming samples had secretly been removed from local cattle to test for radiation poisoning.
allow yourself. It's like a mix of fear and anger.
There are equally detailed cases, both for and against the existence of the base beneath the Archuleta Mesa, and the secretive work which is allegedly
proud.
being
Yeah,
conducted
because
there.
you're like, it's not just I'm angry, everyone I know
With
is
so
all
many
angry together,
stories,
so you really are
it is
becoming
difficult
part of
to
something
know
bigger than
which
yourself.
sources to
And having this
trust.
kind of communal, very
It is
primal,
not beyond
emotional
all
experience.
possibility that the US
It's like the
government
opposite
is in
of Thanksgiving,
possession of
right?
secret
Christmas, we're all
underground
together,
military bases,
everyone's sharing their
constructed
joy,
well
everyone's
away
sharing
from
their love.
prying eyes.
This is the opposite, literally the
But at the
opposite. Like
same
everyone's together
time,
sharing their hate and
some
anger
of the
and
claims
rage,
attached
but
to
you're
them
all
seem
kind of
so
having fun now.
outlandish that they push any notion of their
Right, I wonder what
existence
it's like to
towards
be
ridicule.
independent thinker in those
However,
moments. Like
throughout
unlike
this
something that
episode,
But we know.
we have deliberately
There were a lot
avoided
of
the
them,
most
they were all
detailed and impassioned evidence for such an
So
underground
could you
structure
notice?
as also
Can notice that. Oh yeah, you
that
notice
of a
it in
man who
America.
claimed
America's
he was
a
a
country
former
when
worker at the
people start
secret
asking
science
the question,
and had
where are you going?
survived a horrifying
Now, like,
battle
if you're
following
in
between
office,
human and
you're
extraterrestrial forces
you're a
during the
troublemaker.
excavation
You
of
know,
what
you
would
promise
become
everyone,
the
why can't you
eventual
be normal?
facility there.
Why can't you be just like everybody else?
Join us
So
next week
people do
as
not
we
like
examine the
having to
testimony
be made to think,
of one
and they
Schneider.
certainly despise having to be made to justify themselves because that's a threat to their status and to their power. And this applies in totalitarianism, or this applies to, Dunder Mifflin. Still can't believe you're wearing lipstick. I'm not. Goes to show you can't lipstick on a fit. I got snowballs. I think you've just been on a bender. That's all. It's been rough. It's been rough. It's been rough. I feel I feel like I can do myself in this outfit. Like I honestly feel like I could just go around in this outfit and just be weird. Because everyone will accept you if you're wearing a Santa outfit. Like you could say anything in a Santa outfit, right? Have you seen Bad Santa? Yeah, Bad Santa. Exactly. Can't say anything. Like fuck stick. How did Dawn come from power? To return back to those early days, post-October Revolution, Lenin and Trotsky and Stalin. How did he come to power? So, what Stalin did very cleverly, Stalin he worked the system. But he was very much in the background. And what he did better than Trotsky is he was much more a politician. He was a glad hander, made friends within the party, he made people feel respected and appreciated, and Lenin trusted him. When after Lenin's stroke, Stalin was basically the one who was keeping track of him. Lenin asked Stalin at one point to kill him because after the stroke, he was incapacitated. Stalin talked him out of it, but at the same time, Lenin was like, if I need someone killed, like this is who I need to talk to. Stalin, if you look at photos of him when he was young, he was a stud. He was a gangster, he was a bank robber, and he basically worked the system. And you had the Trotskyites on one hand, who were more to the left. Stalin's big, I would call it a heresy, was he put forth the idea of socialism in one country.
In our previous episode,
make it work here,
we examined reports from various individuals who stated that there was a secret facility buried deep beneath the New Mexico town of Dulce. But we deliberately avoided the testimony of one man, who is arguably the most controversial figure in the allegations surrounding the possible existence of Dulce Base. A man who claims he was the survivor of a war in Mesa.
Intermingling of government, things that are like ideological disputes, like the Arian heresy. The Arian heresy of Christianity is that Christ is subordinate to God the Father, right? Whereas the contemporary Orthodox version is three gods, one God, three persons. So they're all co-equal aspects of God in heaven. But that was an excuse to be like, you guys are evil, you're by the devil, we're going to kill you. So these little disputes about ideas are often a convenient cover for people to have a power struggle in the guise of being like, it's not that I'm about wanting to be more powerful, I'm just on the side of the truth, and you're speaking lies, and that's dangerous to the revolution, it's a true faith. So he squeezed Trotsky, but the thing is, Trotsky had the teeth in his own defeat, because per Trotsky,
having sought shelter behind an equipment crate of sufficient size,
so if you have this
the lieutenant now tried to take stock of the situation.
Saying you're wrong,
at least 3 members of his platoon were gone, their bodies charred beyond all recognition, following exposure to the horrific weaponry employed by their opponents. Despite this, they had managed to push the enemy force deeper into the facility, as they had been ordered to do so. And if they could just secure the stairwell in front of them,
you just explained that.
Waving across the corridor, where 2 more of his team members were sheltering behind another crate, he began to issue a series of orders using hand signals. Moments later, the pair were up on their feet and heading
So
towards the
when they were
looming
seizing
door,
power, Trotsky
each
looked and
tightly
said, I
clutching a
can't be in
satchel
charge.
charge.
So the Soviet Union
Their
remained
intention was
extremely
clear.
anti-Semitic. One of the reasons
But
so many
before they
Jews
could
became
reach their
communists in the Soviet
objective,
Union, because the promise
the door
was,
suddenly
once the
flung
communists
wide
took over,
open.
we're not going to have pogroms anymore.
A skeletal
Pogroms was
figure
going to be Jewish
materialized from the
ghettos, and
darkness
under
within,
the permission or
terrifying
encouragement
bright
of the
blue
Tsar,
energy discharge from its
gangs
weapon.
of people go through
The two
killing,
soldiers did
raping,
not even
robbing,
have time
stealing,
to cry
rioting,
out,
grenades.
as their bodies were engulfed in a ball of brilliant flame.
Everyone's going to be equal, not going to have this anymore. They still
Almost
had it, but
immediately,
to a lesser extent,
an
but
infantryman further down the corridor,
since Trotsky
operating
was
the
Jewish,
platoon's
his real name
M60
was
heavy
Trotsky,
machine gun, opened fire,
it was almost
shredding the attack with a steady hail of gunfire. More soldiers then ran forward, snatching up the discarded satchel charges and firing them before hurling them in through the open doorway. There was an enormous explosion, immediately followed by a shower of dust and debris as the stairwell caved in, preventing their enemy from accessing this floor or any others which lay above them.
Jews in the Soviet Union.
Leaving two of his men to cover the collapsed structure, the lieutenant and the remainder of his platoon made their way back up through the facility towards the main loading area.
Well,
But upon his arrival, he was shocked to see the two further army trucks had arrived, discharging several more squads of soldiers wearing black uniforms. He hurried towards the corridors from which he and his men had just emerged.
So if something goes wrong,
Turning to his commanding officer, he abruptly inquired as to what was taking place, who this unit were, and why they were now heading underground towards the lower levels. Curtly dismissed, he and his fellow Navy SEALs could only watch on as the mysterious soldiers continued to head deeper into the base, where so many US soldiers had already lost their lives, in an effort to contain the marauding extraterrestrial threat.
And they were very clever about it. In Pravda, they would.
During the summer of 1995,
There were articles.
Phil Schneider gave a series of lectures across the United States, in which he went to great pains to highlight to his audience the dangers of what he was doing.
So they were kind of setting
He spoke of the murder of his close friend, which he alleged had been made to look like a suicide.
Program come back, but
Then he related various attempts on his own life and threats to harm his family in an effort to stop him from sharing confidential military secrets with the public.
Rehabilitate the doctors who were accused of
But Schneider explained that his love for his country superseded any thoughts for his personal safety, that the American people had a right to know the potential dangers which their government was hiding from
I
them.
think there's a book called
He would
The
open
Nurture
his
Zone.
talks by explaining how he
And
came from a family of public servants, how his father had been a military officer who worked on the Manhattan Project.
So if you have a group of
Then he would
people
reveal
and
to those
educate themselves,
present the fingers
kids
missing
looking
from
at
his
themselves
left
as kids
hand,
as opposed to adults.
relating how he had
If the
lost
adults
them
leave,
whilst fighting to
they
regain
can't keep
control
themselves
of a
as boys and
secret
girls.
military installation
I'm not a girl, I'm a boy,
from
I'm not a boy.
extraterrestrial attackers.
So they divide. So
Schneider
this
would hold
idea
up bizarre-looking
very much
metals
the
and
idea
minerals,
that human beings
claiming
naturally all
that they
get
were
along
products
is
of
not accurate. And
experiments
the best
which had
example of
been
this
kept
is
hidden from the
look after
American
9/11,
people.
look when there's a war.
He would then explain in great detail how there was a vast network of underground military bases beneath the surface of North America, linked together by miles and miles of magnetic train
That's when everyone
tracks.
really comes together. Because now we have
Finally,
someone to be against.
he would close his
So there
lectures
will
by
always
saying
be
that when his time came,
someone has to
just
be the
like
outfit,
his friend,
and we have
his
to be the
murder
group as
would be
opposed
made
to
to
them.
look like a suicide,
But there's a
reiterating that he had no wish to
action
end
to
his own
take
life.
towards the outgroup.
Less than a year
Very
later,
yes,
the impassioned public speaker would indeed be found dead in his
the line
apartment.
towards atrocity.
His death,
Genocide.
perhaps unsurprisingly to anybody who had ever heard him speak,
Why does it
ultimately
sometimes
being
do that?
ruled
Why does it
as
sometimes
suicide.
cause genocide? I understand it's a useful thing to have the other.
Much as the
blame
former Air Force
as well.
Sergeant Thomas
Especially in
Costello had done before
But why
him,
does that sometimes
Phil Schneider told anyone who would give him the time
that says
that there was a military base hidden deep beneath the Archuleta Mesa.
The question really is why sometimes
But unlike the enigmatic
and one of the
Costello,
things I learned when I was
Schneider
doing
tried
right
to deliver his
is
evidence
a
in
lot
a
of
far
the
more public manner,
Nazis
speaking openly to reinforce the interest of people and fielding any questions they might have concerning this event.
And this just shows the power of
He described how, since the end of the Second World War, the United States government had been building a vast network of underground bases around the country.
And we're like, wait a minute, guys,
Schneider explained that to his knowledge, there were 129 deep underground military bases, or domes, hidden beneath the plains, mesas, and mountain ranges of North America. 9 of these were clustered in close proximity to one another, located in and around Green Lake, near the infamous Area 51 testing facility in Nevada. All of these bases were linked by a seemingly endless series of tunnels, which housed the maglev train line, allowing workers to travel between the locations at speeds of up to Mach 2. As he stood and summarized how these tunnels had been created and how each of the secret bases had been constructed, audiences found themselves visibly impressed by the level of technical detail Schneider used. Having listed his credentials as a geologist and structural engineer, he related how he had been brought onto the project to assist with the complicated and advanced construction methods being used. The maglev tunnels had not been drilled or blasted through the ground, but had instead been created using laser technology that vitrified and melted its way through the previously impenetrable rock. In order to create each base, 4 gaping holes were bored deep into the earth. Each separate floor was then blasted out of the rock before being linked up to these 4 gigantic corner shafts. And it was amidst the construction of one facility in New Mexico during the late 1970s that Phil Schneider became an unwitting participant in what would become known as the Dulce. Schneider maintained that in August of 1979, construction on the Dulce base had begun to fall behind schedule due to issues relating to the drilling of one of the corner columns. The facility was being tunneled out beneath the southwest corner of the Argentine Mesa, but every time the drilling team had attempted to pass a certain depth, they found that their machinery was mysteriously failing. In an effort to discover what was frustrating the drilling operation, Schneider and the Green Beret bodyguard had been lowered into the incomplete shaft via a crane. But as soon as he stepped out of the crane basket into what appeared to be a cave network, he had instantly realized that something was very wrong. There was a bitter and unnatural stench in the air, as the drilling operation had now allowed ancient gases to escape from the void beneath, along with the mysterious and subtle residue on the unusually smooth walls of the caves. It was at this point that a tall and slender grey figure suddenly stepped out of the shadows in front of him, carrying what appeared to be a weapon of some description. Utterly terrified by this creature's unearthly and intimidating appearance, Schneider had used his sidearm to kill it, only two more to then emerge out of the darkness behind. Backing towards the crane basket and firing wildly, the engineer managed to fell one of the pair, only for the other to then use its own weapon upon him in retaliation. Schneider was instantly consumed by a nearly blue light and felt a huge jolt of electricity burst through his body, which had sent him crashing to the cave. When he came to, he found himself being bundled into the crane basket by the Green Beret, who then turned and engaged more of the creatures as the basket began to ascend without him. Upon his return to the surface, the doctors who treated Schneider found severe damage to both his left hand and foot. After he had explained to his superiors what had taken place, he was removed from the project, but later discovered that construction had continued despite his encounter. For the next year, it was alleged that further battles beneath the Mesa ensued as US Special Forces clashed with alien interlopers. who appeared intent on frustrating the construction of the base. Schneider claims that in total, 66 soldiers and extraterrestrials lost their lives before an uneasy peace was finally formed between the two opposing sides. He went on to allege that the aliens who had been residing beneath the mesa had worked with humans ever since, creating numerous scientific breakthroughs which had gone on to assist mankind.
It's like I just let it.
Throughout 1995, Schneider continued to tour the United States, giving talks in which he listed numerous other alleged conspiracies, alongside the revelations of deep underground military bases. Over the course of these lectures, however, it soon became apparent that the former engineer was beginning to struggle with what he had started. He described how he had been involved in a shootout with federal agents, killing one in self-defense, and how an attempt had been made to kidnap his daughter in a bid to force him to stop delivering his lectures. Then, in January of 1996, 2 months after his final speech in Denver, federal agents arrived at the home of Schneider's ex-wife, Cynthia. They explained how Phil had been found dead in his apartment in Wilsonville, having apparently decided to take his own life. The agents went on to conduct a search of Cynthia's house, removing any notes or materials relating to Phil and his lectures, before then leaving. The circumstances surrounding Schneider's death always raised questions about the speed with which the authorities moved to attribute it to suicide. Phil's body had been found slumped between his bed and wheelchair, with a rubber catheter hose having been wrapped around his neck 3 times and tied off with a knot. Both his feet were wedged hard into the bed, with his head resting in the seat of the wheel, an angle that would not appear to have been easy or natural for him to achieve. There were traces of blood on the floor nearby, but no injuries or wounds were found on the body itself to suggest where this may have come from. When the family later asked if a suicide note had been discovered, they were told that all the papers seized from the address had now inexplicably gone missing from a free storage facility. Subsequent requests for additional toxicology testing on Schneider's remains were refused on the grounds of adverse costs, considering the cause of death had already been determined. Further and more adamant demands for these tests would also be refused, because the samples had apparently been destroyed by the laboratory which had been storing them. One detective who later spoke privately with the family stated that with the missing fingers on Schneider's left it would have been almost impossible for him to have tied off the catheter himself. When the officer in question had shared these concerns with his superiors, he had been ordered to keep his observations to himself, before then being reassigned to a different case. It appeared that even in death, Phil Schneider was continuing to raise awkward and uneasy questions for those in positions of authority.
But I don't abuse my power.
When taken in context of the many accounts which already exist regarding a possible underground base at Dulce, the testimony of Phil Schneider appears to be compelling. Many of the experimental compounds and construction techniques he listed during the course of his lectures were mere concepts during the late 20th century, but have gone on to become commonplace in modern building work. His descriptions of the base layout and the functions of each of the 7 levels were also eerily similar to those offered by the witnesses, people whom he'd never met or associated with. And yet, even the lightest touch of scrutiny has shown his accounts to be marred by falsehoods and inaccuracies, which make it difficult to take some of his claims seriously. He made repeated assertions that his father, Otto Oskar Schneider, was a German U-boat captain who had been captured by the US Navy and then turned against the Nazi regime. Yet a cursory search of both German and American wartime records shows this to be an apparent fabrication, with Otto having been born in San Francisco in January of 1906. Similarly, his claims that the original attack on the World Trade Center involved the use of a tactical nuclear weapon, and that the occupants of Waco Ranch had been murdered using chemical weapons,
it was a very useful mechanism to direct.
These revelations would appear to suggest that Phil Schneider was an individual prone to exaggeration, sometimes verging on the edge of delusion.
Great things were, you have a bumper crop here, rain's never better.
But if this was the case, then where did he sustain his life-changing injuries? And what happened to the missing samples and notes he brought with him to his lectures? Why is there so much evidence that he was silent by unknown persons, and efforts made to present his murder as a suicide? Schneider's detractors argue that he was not a well man, and merely seized upon the alleged testimony of Thomas Costello, using it to conjure up a fantastical backstory of his own. But to his supporters, the inconsistencies in his account are explained away as the US government rewriting his family history, designed specifically to undermine Schneider's credibility and keep prying eyes away from the Dulce base. They point to the same methods used against Bob Lazar in his removal from college and employment records as an example of the lengths the US government will go to cover up such revelations. With the advent of the internet, each passing year sees more information on classified military projects slowly creeping into the public domain. It is therefore entirely possible that at some future point, evidence proving the existence of deep underground military bases will finally materialize. Or it may be that advances in technology enable investigators to finally disprove the existence of such facilities once and for all.
Everything's great, overseas
But now
bad.
at least,
So
it seems there is a lot more digging
very much was about not informing but creating a certain perspective in public at large. And also, if you were educated as a citizen on what you're supposed to think and say. So you have a lot of this was this kind of private truths, public lies situation. So you could read the paper at your factory. You could be like, oh my God, this guy Carl Radek is great. It's like, oh my God, yeah, he's amazing. You knew what to talk about, and you knew how to look at it as well. And then when you get home, you can kind of be more honest.
But the question is, to which degree does this propaganda and this ideology infiltrate your actual thinking? You give examples of scientists infiltrate science.
Oh yeah. So basically, Lysenko is textbook example. Lysenko is biology. So because Marxism is materialist, they didn't like the idea that genes pass on, from one generation to the next. So Lysenkoism kind of is a rejection of Mendel and that kind of genetics. And if you reject genes, you're really going in a bad direction in terms of biology. So we used biological cargo became an international laughing stock. At one point, Lysenko claimed he crossed a tomato and a potato. You have things where they said they had nuclear, but we have fission, but they said they invented fusion or heavy water or hard water. Point being, in cultures like this, your way to achieve status wasn't necessarily about your accomplishments, but about your loyalty to orthodoxy. So if you were saying things that got to a result that was congruent with the broader ideology as a whole, that was much better as a means of furthering yourself in the arts or the sciences, than if you had something that was innovative, because if you're innovative, it's like, well, how do I fit this in with the broader ruling ideology? The problem with totalitarianism, one of the many problems, is everything, literally everything, has to be perceived through the lens of ideology. So, and that is, there were scientists who were arrested or at least fired because of their theories about sunspot development, because it was regarded as Marxist. There was an epidemic, and all these horses got sick, and because the vaccine didn't work on the horses, the bacteriologists were arrested. They were regarded as reckless. gave you a job, you didn't do it, you're undermining the social state. So it's kind of a series of incentives, and it's designed to maintain at all costs the ruling ideological superstructure. But you draw a small distinction between the ideology and the ideological superstructure and the propaganda. Are those kind of together? Well, the ideology was like in the sciences and what's true in genetics or what's true in astronomy. That doesn't really percolate out to the masses, right? So the prophet is not just maybe covering this science is great or these discoveries are great, but it's not necessarily the same as day to day or glorifying political leaders. So the prophet is a manifestation of the idea that truth can be conjured up. Yes, it can be constructed and it can be altered quickly. I wonder, so 1984 caricatures that, I wonder to what degree it's really could control that, like how many people it affected. I just give you an example, a very easy one. So, again, with regarding North Korea. The great leader Kim Il-sung, who was the founder of North Korea, had a tumor in the back of his neck, and it was too close to the skull, the spinal column, so they couldn't operate on it, and throughout his life got bigger and bigger. And I got mixed messages in my research about whether North Koreans knew about it, because they would photograph it. And I met a refugee, and I asked her, like, did you know that he had this tumor? She goes, yeah, it would be played in the movie, think up there. And she goes, it was an old war injury. And I go, why would a war injury get bigger throughout your life? And she just stood there. And she was like, holy me, but she never questioned it. But it was the kind of thing where they put the idea in her head, and there's no reason to question it. She just kind of went with it her entire life. So I'm talking to Audrey. I agree. I wonder what percentage of the population. Here's the thing. If there's a cost to me questioning that Go is a great scientist and there's no benefit, why wouldn't I just go with what's going to keep my family safe? But I also mean just psychological. There might be a very local psychological cost. Well, not a cost of jail, but a cost like you gotta kind of ruin the conversation by bringing it up. I like, I'm just trying to like Debbie Downer, right? Yeah. But there's also the whole metaphor of like there's two fish in the river. One says no, and the water's really great today. The other one goes with water. Like a friend of mine, Adriana, her mom came to the West, and they went to the supermarket, and the mom just in front of all the Fanta, just crying. I said, "What's going on?" She goes, "They told us we had no sleeping." And when something is, you can undertake this story. This guy who's an enemy of the people, he was the hero. He just offended someone. This is bullshit. It's almost impossible psychologically to think I'm living in the Truman Show, and that everything in the media is not just wrong, but a carefully constructed narrative and a lie. Like what, they're never going to tell the truth, and how you know, like what, like. And even if you do understand that, how would you even read between the lines and deduce what the truth is? Stories of soldiers, the Red Army soldiers, World War II, as they go to different countries, even Romania, but in Europe, just to understand that people live much better than they did. And that's why a lot of times when they went back, Stalin had to kill, because they thought they were sent to the camps. So just to linger on this idea of free speech. So there's constant discussion about free speech in this modern debate. What's your take on it? Grounding it not in some kind of shallow discussion of free speech today, but more in the context of Pravda and the suppression of speech in Russia. I hate the term free speech because it's used in many different contexts. Some I agree with entirely, some I disagree with at all. I don't think everyone has something to say or something to ask the conversation. And I have my local community, and it used to be like the boilerplate language is some support free speech and free discourse, and I changed that because I don't like that. I will tell you, with some reason that helped you block me and put on Twitter, you're avoiding my free speech. So I don't like that term as a whole. But one of the points of the white pill, and something I see enormous parallels with today, if you have one news outlet or three news outlets with identical ideology, you're not going to be able to get to any kind of or any kind of useful information. It's all going to be pre-filtered for you. It's like a baby bird and you're eating mother bird vomit, right? But if you have what we have increasing now, technology, if you have a world where everyone has a camera, if you have a world where anyone can put their ideas out there, maybe they're banned from certain outlets, but they're not literally banished like they were in the USSR. That is very healthy. That is something I'm enormously supportive of, because back in the day, if you only had the TV crews and cameras, you could only see what they're capturing and they could edit it. Whereas now, we saw this recently during COVID, right? You had these reporters with masks on, they're talking, but the cameraman wasn't wearing a mask. So you have the people in the street being like, look, they don't believe it. You know, or as soon as they would start filming, the guy took the mask off and they film them. They go, you are lying. You don't believe this thing. You're putting this on first. That's the purpose, whether you think it's mask or not. That person clearly does not have anybody on the show. So that's a whole more crimes. People, you know, are anti-police. They say, okay, the cop said this, didn't draw the gun to this guy necessarily, so on and so forth. It is so much better when everyone has access to as much of the information as possible and can make that important decision themselves. Now, there certainly is space for informed people to just say, no, this is what it looks like. Look here, look there, it's propped here, so on and so forth. But that's still much more useful than just having that 20-second clip that someone has decided to edit for you.
So it's truth as a way of, because everything is so interconnected, truth, no matter what, has a finding its way to the populace.
And also, there's a big asymmetry in terms of trust. So if I tell you 100 truths and one lie, that lie is equal to I'm screwed. Because once you catch me, you don't have to kill someone every day to be a murderer, right? You only have to do it once. So if you catch me in a brazen lie, you're going to look at everything I say after that with an enormous grain of salt. So that is another big asymmetry in favor of truth. If someone trusts you, you have to be honest all the time, and you're going to make mistakes. You can own those mistakes. Be like, hey, this is why I made the mistake. This is why I said so.
But the flip side of that, which has been disheartening to me, is that people on the conspiracy side, conspiracy theory side of things, I've noticed how easy it is to just call something a lie.
Yes.
And then that becomes viral. For some reason, there's a desire for people, for anyone who points out that the emperor is not wearing the clothes, even when the emperor is fully clothed. So I don't know what that is, but that really seems to mess with this mechanism. So when it becomes viral to call people a liar, and they're a liar or not, it's like you feel like on unstable ground. Because to me, that idea of revealing a lie that's been told is really bothering mechanism. But when you're like misusing a crying wolf too much, well, it seems to break the system. It makes me nervous because there's also like
if someone is a liar, that doesn't mean literally everything they say is a lie.
no, but what is a lie? I just noticed that there's money to be made in calling out something as a lie. It's just conspiracy theories. Straight up. The first thing, some traumatic event happened, give an explanation, it's not the mainstream explanation. No matter what, whether it's true or not, there's a lot of virality in that makes me nervous. Because it doesn't matter if it's true or not. It becomes anti-establishment influence of virus.
Sure, but I think establishment ideas are powerful whether they're true or not. So I think, on the whole, you're right. On the whole, it's good to test the power centers. But it just makes me nervous in our attention economy that the sexy thing seems to be an anti-establishment message. And then it feels like that becomes a drug where you, everything, and anything the establishment says, anything institutions say, anything the mainstream says must be wrong. I have that line that you're you're supposed to take one red pill, not the whole bottle. Yeah. I am certainly one of those people who is of the idea that they are dishonest far more often than they're honest. That said, there are people who are of the belief, to use an extreme example, that Trump is still a shadow president, and you know, there's going to be these QAnon mass arrests. I thought this was something that like the Daily Beast made up to make fun of MAGA, but I was just on the phone with my buddy last night, and he was like, no, if you go to Trump Central, they're like all over there, and then you disagree with it, they call you controlled opposition or director or so on and so forth. Trump Central, Trump social media outlet.
Oh, Truth Sense. No.
Yeah, but he got the name of it himself.
Oh,
that's why I had to create.
You gotta explain the jokes. You gotta explain the jokes. You do like the way to put context. You gotta I do the joke and then pause, like turn to the camera and explain.
And have a laugh track. Yeah, so people know where the jokes are. That's how that's really yeah. And then every class.
I think the last 2 years, especially vis-a-vis COVID, the overwhelming message was the experts know what they're talking about, and if you are questioning this, you're a fact denier, and you basically should be read out of polite society. And one obvious counterexample to this was social distancing. If social distancing was efficacious, why were there no attempts ever to bring it back, right? We kept it in waves. And if it wasn't efficacious, why was it so insistent that we all do it at the very beginning? In fact, in many places, you'll still see the signs on the floor where it's 6 feet apart. So there's an incongruity there. And I think we are forgetting, as a people, the intensity. And understandably, to some extent, if you have this worldwide deadly plague, like heavy, like it's going to be go where the leakiest the hole is. So you really got to kind of get everyone on board. But the vehemence with which we're told we know what we're doing, this is the way to solve it. If you don't do it, you are causing mass death. That I think fed in very heavily to people's enormous sense of skepticism toward establishment sources. Speaking of the plague, you open the book with that quote from strong. Can Luke bring me to tears? And it's funny because I reread the Business of This, which I've been recommending to people, but this book is not good. But he's got his ethos is my favorite form of philosophy. Sounds like the Business of This. He said, after I all I maintain is that on this earth there are plagues and there are victims, and it's up to us, so far as possible, not to join forces with the plague. And why I have that as the introductory quote to this book is I think morality and ethics are very, very complicated subjects. There's lots of gray areas where you don't know which way to choose. But at a base level, he has another quote that described to him, he never actually said, but something about, is the duty of thinking people not to be the side of the executioners. If you are, we should do whatever we can not to have blood on our hands, not to be murderers, not to want death. And that in of itself is a big pill for a lot of people to swallow. We're all brought up taught that war is a last resort. And yet when it comes to international affairs, it's always often a first priority. And people are champing at the bit that they start going in and killing people. And what war means isn't good guy soldiers versus bad guy soldiers. My concern is always with the civilians, with those kids who become orphans, with the wives who become widows, and things like that, and then the communities which are ruined forever. So I love that quote of his. The book started, it was going to be a recontextualization of who thought. I was going to rip off my old buddy Ryan Holiday when he did the Stoics and he was back to the moon. And then when I started reading the book, I was like, okay, I've read more into him than is really there. And then it went the whole other direction. So you wanted to do almost like an existentialist manifesto. So like, one must imagine was just happy. Look, more like for today, and what his philosophy can teach us, like Ryan did with his many books about the Stoics. Yeah. And it was going to be called The Point of Tears. Live to the Point of Tears. Yes, so the title is The Point of Tears. Man, that's a good line. And he has so many good lines. Maybe it's not about shitty, but right? No, he was a big Lothario. He was
he got around. Right. What percent of the audience of humans on Earth do you think knows Lothario? Now, what percent of them have a computer? Look it up. Lothario. It's not the weird term. Lothario. Lothario. A man who behaves selfishly and irresponsibly in his sexual relationships with women. They're seduced by a handsome Lothario who gains control of their financial affairs. Oh, I didn't think. I always thought it was more just like something that was done. Player. Yeah, player. Yeah. There's a malevolent. Oh, I didn't realize that. Okay. Well, then selfishly. Okay, that's fine. Irresponsibly. And man too. Although I'm randomly proud. Well, nothing wrong with selfishness. She wouldn't like that kind of selfishness. That behaves. A man who behaves selfishly and irresponsibly in a sexual relationship with women. Yeah. Okay. So he was just a player. No. I don't think he was promiscuous particularly. Nietzsche didn't get. He never got laid, right? Yes, he had a little prostatitis. Oh, was it? Okay. I don't. You're asking me like I knew the guy. I heard it. He's never had a deep love and fulfilling relationship. He had a very skewed understanding of the way he wrote about women. Well, somebody wrote to me and said that's mischaracterization, that he was actually very respectful. Yeah, but he had that line, if you're going for women, bring a whip. Wasn't that him? Was that true? If I were to quote you on your Twitter, I think I could make a very convincing argument that you're sexist, racist, and probably a Nazi. So I do also some Hitler stuff. Yeah. I rest my case. I feel like I'm a Nuremberg. I'm gonna get punched by him sometime. It's a minute time to do. Should have thought about that. You were saying all those things. Okay. Hey, what do you think of the leak of the Twitter files? I was so happy that Elon gave the information to Matt Taibbi and Barry Weiss, who are both, by any metric, lefties, who are both professional journalists of long standing with great resumes. And overnight now they're doing PR for the world. What the fight line was. The fact that you have all these corporate journalists now having to play catch up and not having control of the microphone, to me, was just absolutely amazing. I think transparency is what brought down, in many aspects, the Soviet Union, and what will bring down what negative aspects of the regime we have here. When you see the machinations behind the scenes, and then when you see the rationalizations after the fact, you realize, oh, these people are not acting in good faith. The fact that, for example, the New York about the Hunter Biden laptop, and how the New York Times covered it as well. They didn't mention it. Twitter made it so I couldn't even DM you the link to the New York Post article, which was a tool they had previously used only to prevent child pornography. So that shows to what extent they were willing to put their thumb on the scale. But it also shows that for any layman, when they're looking at this, to realize what you are perceiving as news or information is very much sculpted, edited, and guided by powerful people who have a vested interest in maintaining their power. I think to me the important lesson is not a left or right thing. Oh, not at all. Any power. Yeah, and also the important lesson there, I think at least in the case of Twitter, in our society, it's a slippery slope. You don't get there overnight. You start using those tools a little bit, slow down this information, just a little bit, and you start sending emails to each other a little bit, and it becomes more and more. You start forming justifications, you start getting more and more comfortable, kind of talking about the stuff. I think there are several ways to fight that. One is having hardcore integrity up front. Don't even open the door. But I think realistically, human nature is what it is. So I think the only way is to be transparent. This is why I hate the fact they got criticized. I really hate the
that the right has run with it, like look, the left is planning Greek elections and so on. To me, it shouldn't be left or right, it should be about politics. That transparency is good. Other companies should do the same thing. Facebook should do the same. And in fact, that transparency will protect Facebook, will protect Google. Look, this is our situation, tell us what to do, and we'll do our best. I remember when I was writing the New Right, Twitter's line was, we're not going to tell you guys what the metrics are by which we ban or censor people, because then bad actors are going to navigate around them. And it's like, what are you doing? It's like, just tell people in any establishment what are the rules for which behavior is permissible. If I go to a store, if I return the sweater, is it cash back? No refund? Or if I get store credit, you know what I mean? So that they were having this place which is presented as a huge international space for public discourse, and they're not telling you ahead of time, this is what we will tolerate, this is what we'll warn you about, this is what will keep you up overnight. That to me was crazy and outrageous. And I'm really pleased with to what extent Elon is being open with their policy. And what I really want to commend him about is, now I'm triggered, because one of the things that he took over, he's like, our first priority is getting rid of child pornography and child exploitation. Right? That was, he's like racial slurs, homophobic slurs, anti-Semitic slurs, yeah, that's cool. Kids getting harmed is number one. And, he fired the old task force because they weren't doing their job. Eliza Blue, who she had been on this for a long time about people who were victims of child pornography, child exploitation, were emailing on Twitter being like, these are my images, get them off. And they're like, too bad, porn is allowed on Twitter. He starts trying to crack down on it. This is a very hard problem because these bad actors have mechanisms to evade being banned. They want to get them, for lack of a better term, product out there. Forbes magazine, who was an agent of the devil, had a tweet, and they tweeted this 9 times. So now that Elon's here, Twitter's child porn nightmare has gotten much worse. They tweeted 9 times. I looked up, anyone who listens, look at Forbes and do a search. They never mentioned this problem before. So now that Elon is doing something about it, now it's a problem. No, it's a problem. Elon's the problem. It's not the child porn that you guys had a problem with. And that, to me, is like, yeah, I understand that you think that Elon is a bad guy, this is upset your apple cart. This isn't a political issue. This isn't a gotcha moment. This is, all right, here are some tips. You talk to 10 experts, digital experts, and here are some techniques, Mr. Musk, that you might want to take from us free of charge that will help you solve it. That would be a great argument. And I just want to use this opportunity to say quite clearly and strongly that even though Twitter and other parts of the internet are interpreting some of my statements to mean right, in this case, meaning leaning right, right wing, and in other cases, meaning left, left wing, I'm not apolitical, or at least I try to see my thinking. Take one issue at a time. I do take an opinion on each issue at a time, but I hate camps. I try to avoid political camps in general. It sucks that promoting transparency in this case, or celebrating transparency, is somehow connected to being right wing.
No, it's being made into a supposed euphemism for being right wing.
It sucks. It sucks, even though I'm wearing a red suit. It's a very red conversation.
Well, the revolution was the color of blood.
Okay, you mentioned New York Times bestseller list. You chose to self-publish. Yes, we'll just linger on that decision. What are the pros and cons of self-publishing?
The cons are, it is acceptable in our current business climate or cultural climate for corporate media outlets to pretend the book doesn't exist. Yeah. So basically, and there's reason for it. I can make the case for them pretty easily. If someone's doing it themselves, who is this guy, some crackpot writing crazy stuff in his basement, right? It's a little different, I think, for me because I'm an established author. C-SPAN gave me an hour on TV. Still crackpot. Established. For your reader, I think I was the first one to get an hour on TV that I did myself. there is space for that. It didn't go through a vetting process the way the book going through corporate culture did. So those are the minuses. The pros are I can drop it and publish it immediately. If you go through a corporate publisher, you have to wait a year. You can do what you either have the book instead of getting past the editor, and some editors are very, very good, and there's a whole spectrum. I know the better, and the real killers. All right, those good people, those and I don't mean the white nationalists like the Jets. So, but the thing is, in terms of money, you get 6 times as much profit from publishing when you go to a corporate publisher. The buck stops here. You know, in one of my books that I co-authored, I won't even mention the name. There's a typo, and they don't care. They didn't fix it for the paperback edition. Here, since I'm going through Amazon, there's a typo. I can fix it live and update for you. Yeah, just update it. Yeah. So that's very useful.
Like a fight club thing where you can insert
okay, why are you so? Why do you keep texting me to send you dictionary? I'm like a response to you. All right. Yeah, I get it. North Pole. I get it. The other advantage, just socially, is I think people are like I found this with the Kickstarter I did for the reader. People are much more excited to buy it and promote it and talk about it when they know you're doing it yourself, instead of you're getting a big check from St. Martin's Art College.
Are you also trying to use some kind of service to get it distributed to bookstores, or you just come to Amazon?
No, just Amazon. Yeah.
And that's probably what most sales happen like that. Majority, so it's not going to be bookstores. So what's the process of getting it?
So I'll tell you a funny story about how Amazon works. And I always plan for, because everyone, people, here's the piece of advice I will give people. Your life will be a lot easier if you realize the majority of people in every industry are bad at their job. Like once you have that realization, everything else will make sense and your life will be a lot easier, right? So when I did the Anarchist Handbook, which was a collection of essays from various anarchists throughout history, when I submitted it to Amazon, there was a lot of copyright issues. Because they're like, do you have the rights to this essay? Do you have the rights to this essay? I had to go back and forth with them a lot to make sure I had copyright or everything was public domain. And the thing is, you forward it, you update it, you get the information, 3 days, there's another file with them, 3 days, so it's weeks. The other thing with their CreateSpace program is the paperback and the ebook, the Kindle, are approved independently. So just because it's approved for one, it's not approved for the other. After I published the Anarchist Handbook and it was a big success, they unleashed, unrolled, a hardcover edition program. So I'm like, oh, great, I'll put it hardcover. They're like, sorry, this is too similar to Murray Rothbard's Anatomy of the State, which is a pamphlet or short book that Murray Rothbard wrote. I go, oh, wait, I have the entirety of Anatomy of the State in here. I have permission from the Mises to write it, which I'm giving to you to print it. And you guys already have it published for a year as a paperback and ebook. And they're like, too bad, bad block. So it's not available as a hardcover on Amazon, even though it's available. Maybe now it's going to be pulled as a paperback and ebook. So with this book, I was anticipating, all right, there's going to be some whatever. The thing with how it works is you have to upload it and hit publish, and then you got to wait for the approval. I'm like, okay, this is it. Who knows? I just want to get it as fast as possible. 4 a.m. Less than 24 hours, I get a notification. Congratulations, your book's available for sale. I have to run downstairs and pull it from publication because otherwise it was out and I didn't finish editing it. So that's the situation there.
Oh, that's fascinating. But that's like powerful. That's like it's all in your hands. It's all on you.
Yes, and I think the program is great. It charts just like any other book. The quality of the book is great. I am very happy with. I still contact with them. My buddy Tucker Mack, he had a company that did this, and they basically help people self-publish their book. They did Dave Joggins' book. I think it's something that yeah. And he said, I have done dozens, maybe hundreds of books with them. I have never been able to get them on the phone. So I don't know what's going on over there, but guys, if you want to reach out to me, please call me. It's Michael at LexFriedman.com. Yeah, if you ever have any complaints, please just at me on Twitter about Michael. No. Why do you think so few established authors self-publish? I mean, why? It seems like it makes perfect sense in this modern society to be able to, when you finish the book, to publish it within a few days, a few weeks. I think I talked to Jordan Peterson about this, and Michaela, his daughter, also a good friend. She's actually named after Gorbachev, who's a big hero of this book. Also a friend. You know, I was in talks to interview Gorbachev, and then COVID hit, and that's one of the big regrets of my life that I get. I think if I met him, I would be on my knees, literally kissing his feet, crying, because I mean, one of the big points of the White Film is there were so many moments when they were calling him up, stand in the tanks, we won another Tiananmen Square, and he's like, fuck you. So when you have anyone who has the capacity to murder thousands of people and chooses to withhold that power, like all I could do is applaud. He resisted the cynicism. Yeah, wait, so the why the authors why doesn't publish those books? I think they're still in the, you know how like there's this whole idea about if you're a movie actor, you don't go on TV because that like kind of ruins your brand. So, and that's kind of going away. There's a lot of shows where the lead is now a former movie actor, and it's kind of a big thing. Like Matthew McConaughey, you know, he had a TV show on HBO, I believe. So I think there's this kind of like, wait a minute, what's that?
We were talking about the next thing, and she said it was very similar.
All right. Matthew McConaughey, all right. I don't. What? Look at the context. Okay. So I think for them it might be a loss of credibility to some extent, but B, their agent, whose job is to sell them to get a big advance, wouldn't be encouraged them to self-publish because you know. So I don't think it's percolated to powerful people yet how feasible this is and how profitable it is and how they'll still be able to reach their audience. And I feel, you know, I don't. If Anarchist Handbook wasn't such a gigantic success, I would be much more nervous about the White Film. But the fact that it was and that I saw it from start to finish and I know the ins and outs, now I'm like, what you guys bring to the table, so I'm taking years of my time and introducing edits that I will not otherwise agree with. I think for some people, a book is a beacon of reputation. Yes, so it's really important. There's somehow not as much reputation associated with self-published book unless it's successful. Yes, and then like its success outshines the actual, however it was published. Because it used to be you self-publish and you can't get a book deal, so it's like an admission of failure. Yeah, so you would recommend it as something. No, I would recommend it as something for authors of a certain stature, for lack of a better term, because it is still, in terms of your resume and your experience, it's better to get a crappy advance and have a book with St. Martin that goes nowhere than a self-published book that goes nowhere. So the other thing is you have to make sure you have enough of an audience that you can get copy. What about OnlyFans? Would you recommend How much money do you think you guys could make if you did like bathtub scenes in OnlyFans? Not just chilling, just reading like Animal Farm. City Family. Okay, Snowball, sorry, Snowball, yes, Snowball. Alright. What was his name? Snowball, no, the word. I will work harder. And that guy, I worked that guy a lot. Doctor? Yeah, his motto was work harder to anything that happens. So like this, take advantage and is response to everything. He was inspiring to me because he never gave in to the citizens' rights. They killed him. Yeah, but that's a good way to die, never giving in. Well, yeah, there's a lot of that in this book. about the people who were like, you're not gonna break me. Like I think of this. Did you ever believe in Santa? I remember the day I woke up on New Year's and there was a present under my pillow, and it was like, holy shit. Because in Monroe's lipstick, that's the whole thing. He leaves your present in your pillow. Right, you believe, but what? I thought the story was good when you first realized it's not real. I don't remember when I realized it wasn't real, but that story was, I did think it was real. I was like, oh my god. Okay. There's this. And I did too, and I remember, I don't think I can put myself in the mindset of the kind of person that is real. What did I think? What was my worst view that allowed like a giant person in a red suit to be real? Although I do remember, I think the first time the Santa Claus showed up to our living room, it was in this very small apartment. And when we first showed up to our apartment, I just remember because he was really drunk and smelled. It was like a party. It was like a New Year's party or whatever. So one of the people dressed up as Santa Claus. I just remember this. Wow, this got like real bad. Like I remember like thinking, of course it would be like what was I thinking? What was I thinking is gonna be some perfect like being, perfect being, like better than like the best of humanity, which is the regular dude. Kind of fat, but like not sexy fat. It was not really that jolly. So I really have not showered in a while, but also funny. I remember I love telling the story how old I was, and I was 5 or 6, and it was just that age where you distinguish between what's real and what's not. So like Vikings and knights and ninjas are real, and dragons and mermaids and elves are fake. And I was on the corner of Shore Parkway, right before the parking, Bensonhurst in Brooklyn, and around the corner, wearing a Venom vest, was a little person at work. And I saw him, and I was like, all right, back to the drawing board. Like, I don't know if it's real or not anymore, because I just saw it dwarf, so I don't know what's going on. And since then, given your relationship with Alan Jones, you continue the journey of not knowing what's real or not. That's correct. All right, let's talk about the next steps. After Stalin took power, he started to actually implementing some of the policies in this idea of collectivization. Yeah. What's the story of that in the 20s, leading into the 30s? What was this idea? What was the relationship between the regime, the ideology, and the farmers? Well, there's always been, and obviously very much to this day, an enormous amount of enmity, for lack of a better term, hatred between Ukraine and Russia. Centuries in the making, if not more. And the Ukraine, or Ukraine now, but at the time of the region, is and still is the breadbasket of Europe. Very fertile land, where it comes from. And this was an issue also for Lenin, as I discussed in the book, because when you had famines there, you have famines throughout what later became the Soviet Union. And the problem is, this happened in North Korea as well in the 90s, when they don't have food. If you let in foreigners and feed your people, all of a sudden you as the government are either superfluous or downright deleterious to their well-being, and that's a threat to your power. So Lenin let in an American organization in the early 20s, which was actually headed by Herbert Hoover of all people. And after a while, Hoover left because he found that the Bolsheviks were just taking the grain that the Americans were giving to the people and selling it for export while the people suffered. And one of the people who grew up in these starvation times was the young Mikhail Gorbachev, where he had, I think it was like a quarter or a third of the village starved to death during one of these periodic famines. Stalin's idea, this was a good mechanism for him to break the idea of Ukraine being an independent nation with its own identity. And he had this kind of liquidation of the Gulag, very famously, which thankfully is much more discussed now than it was maybe when you and I were kids. And the Kulak, the real meaning, or the literal meaning, is kind of this wealthy landowner, right? but very quickly it's kind of like it becomes outproof. So, you know, there was a big incentive to call someone you didn't like a kulak, and then good luck to you because now the eyes of the state are on you, and you have to prove that you didn't hire people, you didn't have 4 cows or how many acres, so on and so forth. They took a huge percentage of the population of the kulaks, and they just deported them. You know, these are lands that they had for generations and just spread them throughout broader Russia. Many of them never made it. Many of them were killed. This is by design.
And the dark thing about the kulaks, like you said, when it becomes abused, when it becomes the outgroup, is kulak is supposed to be wealthier than sort of the general farmer peasant. And so basically it gives you a mechanism of resentment. Anybody that's better off must be better off because they're kulaks, let's get rid of them. And then it has just from an economics perspective, even leaving ethics aside, it basically completely de-incentivizes productivity. Like, it wants you to fail because if you succeed, you're a kulak, you're tortured, you're deported, you have to be tried, and also you're poor because he's rich. Like that's a big part. So while this was going on, and it was becoming a problem because you had poor weather conditions, there was a campaign about the reason you're hungry is because the kulaks are all importing all the grain. And you're somewhere else in Soviet Union, how are you supposed to know any better? Because you're being told every year the crops are bumper crop. Now there's no food, there's no bread. And so, see, we produced all this bread, it's not getting to you. The kulaks are importing the grain. So they came like what became known as Holodomor and Applebaum, the great historian. Unfortunately, I speak a lot of contemporary politics, but he's done so much great work about the Soviet Union that I wish give her a blank check or whatever she wants to say nowadays. She created a great book with this called Academic, and these activists descended on villages like locusts, and their job was to requisition as much food as possible, and they would come back at all hours of the night to make sure you were hiding food. And this is what was so pernicious about it. Your own body would betray you. They could look at you and see that you're not losing weight, you've got those chubby cheeks, that means you have food, and that's the government. That is the food of the people. And if you are keeping food for yourself, you are stealing from the people, you are envying the people, and you deserve whatever comes to you. And it got to a point where they're eating, they didn't have grain to plant for the next harvest. And what was even sicker is, one of the big criticisms of communists, of the Tsar, was his internal passport system, that I can't go where I want within Russia, the Russian Empire, without permission. Stalin introduced this. So if your village was targeted, you can't leave. And some people got away, they tried to get to the city, and so on and so forth. But you get to the city, and you're starving, you have no clothes, you're a kulak. So I'm hungry because of you, and now you're too lazy to work. Get the F out of there. And there were stories, I have them in the Whiteville, of this starving teenage girl, and she's begging for food, and the guy knocks the shopkeeper knocks food out of her hand, and she dies on the spot, and everyone in that line knew not to give her any food or any sympathy because she's a kulak sympathizer. Very quickly, if you're a kulak sympathizer, all that happened is your license called. I think it was the NKVD at the time, and they different names, check out the secret police, and then be like, oh, what did you see? Whatever her name was, Jenya? Well, she was a kulak sympathizer. We saw kulak, we was trying to shake her down with food because she lazy to work, and she felt so bad for them. So you might want to check in on her. But in 32 and 33, Holodomor, it wasn't just small injustice here and there. It was mass starvation. Millions starved. In Ukraine alone, and by design. So you mentioned and Applebaum was recommended. Yes, I was born in Ukraine. But another excellent book on the topic, and frankly, thank you for mentioning that. Yeah, it's a really, really powerful book about not just about Holodomor, but the context of Ukraine, basically the history of Ukraine that's relevant to today. Yeah. understand the relationship between Russia and Ukraine. But another great book is One Land Zero Between Hitler and Stalin. And I don't know, I think you also recommended that. Maybe not. I have, but I'm familiar with that and read it. So he does quite a bit of, it's brief, but it's extremely well researched writing about cannibalism. And that it was not uncommon during the Stalin imposed famine, so Ukraine parents were cooking with their children. He writes, quote, "The battle was immoral as well as a struggle. One doctor wrote to a friend in June 1933 that she had not yet become a cannibal, but was not sure that it shall not be blamed by the time my letter reaches you." The good people died first. Those who refused to steal and prostitute themselves died. Those who gave food to others died. Those who refused to eat corpses died. Those who refused to kill their fellow man died. Parents died before their children did. And there's stories in there about cooking your children. The other thing about cannibalism, about family in general, that stood out to me, unlike a lot of atrocities, is the people that are starving are exhausted. They're basically unable to think. So they don't even have the energy to protest. It's a strange kind of way to kill thinking in the populace. So it kind of, I suppose it was obvious, but there's something fundamental about salvation where it slowly removes your humanity. There was a scene in the book where a lot of times people literally go crazy. And there's a scene where mom was nursing, train station was nursing her kid. She was going mad with hunger, and she starts beating the crap out of her baby and kicking it, and she just breaks the normal. That was like, I mean, I don't know the physiological cause of this. It's not just, I think it's, if someone's got like glycogen depletion, it affects them, things like that. So taking to an extreme, who knows what happens with parts of the brain that are functioning. But yeah, what just happened is something that's really cool regarding Hollywood war. So there was one Western journalist, Gareth Jones, who was like, all right, something's not adding up here. So he was supposed to take a train to Ukraine, and he got out early and decided to start walking through the countryside. And I'll get to this story in a minute. Right before we started recording, I got this book in the mail. I ordered it on November 20th from Great Britain. It was the only copy available on the whole internet. It's called Experiences in Russia, 1931. It is anonymous, and it's Gareth Jones wrote the introduction. It was published by the Alton Press in Pittsburgh. It was self-published, and it just says forward with just by author. So it was the author who went alongside Gareth Jones was someone by the name of Henry John Hines, who was heir to the Hines fortune. And you only know that if you start with the internet. Well, I opened this book up right when I got it, right before we're taping, and it was signed by him. And it took me a second. I'm like, wait a minute, who's this signed by? And it's H.J. Hines, with the name is Jack Hines, but it's Henry John Hines. So this is, I'm very excited that I have this book. The Christmas miracle. It's a Christmas miracle. They travel together. So this is a diary of their travel. But you think so? They was able to do it. So there were several reasons. First of all, if you were a Western journalist in the Soviet Union, you were under very strict circumstances. First of all, you could be deported at any time. There's no pretense that you have a right to be a journalist, in, especially as a representative of capitalist Western paper. Second, it was a complete nightmare getting articles filed, because you had a censor that you had to go through, and the censor's job, life depended on it, was to make sure that your story was advantageous to the Soviet Union or was neutral. And they had all sorts of techniques. They spied on you all the time, they followed you around.
But also, that censor has to answer something. All the censor has to do is be like, look, I having trouble with my supervisor, and the reporter can be like, look, I talked to the supervisor, and the month's right, it's not possible. And he's on deadline, but it's too bad. Bureaucracy doesn't recognize the need. So there was a big a lot of pressure on Western journalists to have to get through this bag, and that's literally true. Every story is going to be a fight. So at a certain point, you're just going to be like, all right, and you're going to tweet that to yourself. All right, if I do this, it's not going to get through. I think human beings are naturally, and also a lot of these journalists were pro-Soviet. They thought in the society of the future, at least everyone was trying to make it a better country for everyone, not like back home. We're still cracks. We got to do what we can to make it. And, there was a lot of, I don't know if it's conspiracy, but within the industry, there was a consensus that Stalin wasn't a good guy, they were not bad guys, so when this news of famine started percolating, all the other Western journalists, Gareth Jones and Tom Buckeridge, saying this is true. It's nothing that they haven't seen before. The paper that took the lead in this Times, their guy was Ferenczi, who was previously won a Pulitzer, had interviewed Stalin, enormous or a Westerner. And he, because he had so much experience covering Russia and the Soviet Union, he basically took the lead, and other people followed his lead. He was kind of the dean of the press corps in Russia. And he made it one, and the thing, there's so many quotes I have from him, where he's not only denying that this mass starvation is happening, he's also going after journalists who are questioning the narrative. And he says things like, look, this is nothing Russians have experienced before. They're simply tightening their belt. And it's like, you only have to tighten your belt when you don't have enough food. It's not like they started a new exercise regimen and now the body fat's dropping. That's why would someone tighten their belt? So that was one. And there was the New York Times had a 13-page article, big headline, Russia's hungry, not starving. And he went after Jones, he went after Buckeridge, I believe. He dig up Buckeridge. The point being that this is just propaganda for people who want the Soviet Union to fail. They don't understand what they're building here. He had so many excuses. The reason all these Russians are supposedly leaving their villages to go to the cities is because there's no food. It's because they're nomadic. It's tradition. They go around the town looking for new experiences. And it's just, at a certain point, I think it's 1941, when he was eventually like, or 51 rather, he was like, oh, well, that was kind of wrong. And it's like any journalist worth his salt would admit when he's wrong. And it's like, well, were you worth your salt? Because you surely explicitly said there's no point in sending out journalists to look for themselves out in the countryside and every time. And it's just that the loudest people are making noise, whereas everyone else is doing the work and trying to make. And this isn't about famine, but it's about Westerners skeptical about collectivization, which is just simply a new way of farming. And yeah, it was a new way of farming, and the results were by design, and also accidentally absolutely catastrophic.
How hard was it to see the trends that happened? You think that was a mistake? It's understandable to make as a journalist.
It's my job as a journalist. I have two bosses if I'm in Moscow. I've got my reporter in New York or London, whatever. But I've got my censor here. And he is making sure I have a house, an apartment. He makes sure I have food. He makes sure I have access to dignitaries. He's my lifeline. If I piss him off, I'm on the next plane out of town. So
Is that enough? Is that enough? Slowly, or was it some nation in terms of journalists?
I don't think it was slow at all. It was clearly because when they get to agree with that,
I think the failure of integrity has to come from the American side. And it's just of the flock of fish or whatever that's all the same narrative. Right? I think journalists like to be the kind of people that have like, so they are conscious of sacrificing their own integrity, they wouldn't do it. If they're conscious of the act, it's doing what they should do. So it has to happen like the opposite. No, I think it happens with everyone else. It's a Greek chorus, right? It's a chorus. But that's right. So it's not about the act. I've talked to journalists where I get the sense that they will suffer so fast. Because that's their job. There's something they do. Journalists do. I've seen American journalists. They take a huge amount of pride in having gotten done interviews. Yeah, and first of all, they're glowing with pride. It seems like they're always showing up to the other journalists in America. And they're glowing up and showing off like, look, I got the access we did. And the second thing they're doing when they show up to that interview is they ask all the questions of signaling the other journalists that we're on the same side. They ask the most generic, aggressive questions to which they know the answer. They want to basically get the access and ask the quote unquote hard-hitting questions that they know will not be answered. And this is the entire machinery. It's not it's modern journalism. I suppose at that time it was worse. It was worse. They weren't even doing the hard-hitting. This is as hard-hitting questions. Because there's PR. Think about what high status that is. If I'm an American journalist, I'm allowed in this British country. I'm a guy very privileged to have access to live in Moscow and tell Americans we're all fascinated about this side of the future, what it's like. And as soon as I kind of start questioning the narrative, I'm going to get kicked out and humiliated very publicly. Whoa, I thought you were in Moscow. What am I supposed to say? So, Eugene Lyon himself was he's one of the heroes in the book. He was a young communist, and I think it was United Press. He was working for the extent there. And when he went there, he was like, oh, this is not what I thought it was going to be like. This is horrible, and he turned very heavily against it. He talks about how they would write one thing and say another thing and then think another thing. And each of those steps was just more and more like kind of lying in terms of maintaining your sanity and maintaining your narrative. So you reference that and say that, quote, starvation was not simply a consequence, it was the goal, it was the law. Stalin intended to bring the Ukrainians to the law. It thus became common for villagers to spy and inform on one another, turning in a baby or having a sack of grain, easiest and safest way to procure food for one's family. Yeah. So basically, to what degree was this intention? Would Stalin participate in this kind of suffering? I don't know that he intended the suffering because of its legitimization, but it was quite apparent, and I think there's a pretty heavy consensus nowadays that his goal was very much because Ukraine again, resented the Tsar and had this kind of very contentious relationship with Russia, which obviously very clearly remains today. I mean, the hatred of Ukrainians for Russians. To make sure you weren't putting out bad information. I mean, when I was a kid, I was collaborating, but my parents just told me like the hatred that they had. And understandably, they're basically their foreign occupation. What they were going to support their occupation for their parents talked about the hatred by Ukrainians for Russians. Oh yeah. I haven't visited there this year because of the most recent invasion in February. That hatred is very intense. And I don't know. I think the feeling, the emotion, but at the same time, they were under occupation, right? And they couldn't speak Ukrainian and Russian. So this was a thing. But because of the forced intermixing, it's a more complex story. Okay. I mean, they weren't certainly fans. People that came from Russia, they're marrying, they're falling in love, they're working with each other. So like there's a the bigger atrocity of genocide. There's also the reality of
Obviously,
sure, I mean, there's the atrocity of slavery in the United States, but there's also a reality.
The military ever combined station to pick up press releases
and
and
they fall in love. We live after
notifications. The military came back to
yeah,
make sure
like,
nothing left behind.
after the genocide proceeds and the kind of generational integration that still remembers like the suffering reverberates. Like, there's still different conflicts. And now I think I mean I'm complex living. Most of my family is from Ukraine, so and my understanding is grounded in Soviet Ukraine. There's something in the last 30 years. And now, after the last Soviet Union, when you reunify that's a different thing. There's also a difference, like, you know, if I go to North Korea as an American, right, they're very friendly now, right? They don't perceive me as part of the Yang devil. They're like, okay, you're an American, but you come from America, so yeah, there's going to be intermarriage, but that's a big difference between perception of Russia as an entity as opposed to some individual Russians. I just that wasn't the experience I've had talking to a lot of friends and family in Ukraine until the war started. Really? So they really didn't have this kind of low-key animosity toward Russia. So there was a lot of action.
The military came in and suggested that you not release the story.
Now,
Sort of thing happening on a regular basis.
I think there's a clarity now.
An aircraft accident or something.
That wasn't there before. So this is, I was saying earlier, how humans can find themselves by opposition. So now that there's a war, it's like, again, it's all this little stuff doesn't matter. We're all united because we have a common enemy. But there's also, as you know, there's regions and there's groups of different people. And then one of the big divides, of course, is city versus rural. And then in the case of Ukraine, it's eastern Ukraine and western Ukraine. It's very difficult. My personal experience is sampled, right? I don't know, like 30 or 40 people on this trip, like 30 or 40, and then I'm close, just thinking it's cool. But then it's hard to know, you get a lot of Western press perspective, you get the Russian perspective, you get other perspectives. It's very hard to know how much hate there is. Outside of these conflicts, so my primary question is, and this is what I ask a lot of people, this is Ukraine, is will you ever be able to forgive the Russians? A lot of people said, never. This is assuming we win, assuming we win, we still never forgive. Never forgive. And we said in the way of not only us, but our children. And it wasn't just, you know what, it wasn't just about Russia or the Russian leadership, it was about the Russian people. But a lot of people also said that this is our feeling currently, as I understand. That you're lost in the rage of war. Yeah. I mean, if you ask Americans, would you ever be friends with Germany or Japan? They'd be like, are you kidding? After Pearl Harbor. Yeah, but of course most Americans think Pearl Harbor is different. It's a good point with German land. When imagine was Pearl Harbor, it was New York, and Chicago, and Dallas, and all these cities.
I would suggest that there were some people who said, boy, this must be a big story.
Just to linger on this war in Ukraine currently.
So
does it break your heart to see what's going on there now? That it's on the same land as the same cities, the same stories are now brought back to the surface. The generation of pain, as it was in the time that you were reading about. Do you think it's a fundamentally different country, different situation, or is it, do you hear echoes of the same? I don't think it's the same because I think there is no one, or I mean, there is no one who is like, I'm glad this is happening to Ukraine, right? So even the people who are for Putin and for the invasion and whatever justification they might have for his war, no one is like, yeah, let's get those darn Ukrainians. I think there was that sense in America after 9/11 when we invaded Afghanistan and Iraq, and there was like those Iraqis. Whereas now, I think it's completely opposite. I also think a lot of Russians, I'm sure if I ask them, they're not thinking like, let's fight the Ukrainians. I think whatever reason they have, it's not kind of going after them. Even if you have to kind of rile up people against this, it's not that level of the hatred of the kulaks, hatred of. There's still a belief though amongst the soldiers outside the big cities that believe that the Ukrainian people, the Russian soldiers believe that their brothers and sisters are occupied by any regime. Okay, and that they're safe in the regime. That's also very different from the Holodomor. And also there is dispute in the press about causes, consequences, victims, villains of Putin's war. But when it came to this, no one is denying that the war is happening. The New York Times is saying everything is fine, and the only reason people are saying it's a problem is because they hate Putin or they hate them. That's not his name. And the fact that we have so much footage of what's happening in Ukraine. It's 2 seconds to go to Google, and you have a map of Russian advancements, what parts are they occupying, what parts are not under their control. I did a live stream. I raised money for Ukrainian refugees to feed them. Looks like my concern just keep the people fed. There was not that. And the two people who kind of spoke the truth, Gareth Jones was shot, I think, the day before his 30th birthday while he was covering news in Mongolia. Malcolm Margaret had problems finding work. He exposed this. And I think, like we were talking earlier, the ubiquity of things like cell phones and camera phones make something like this. I don't know, I wouldn't say an impossibility. If they could still do it, but it'd be really hard to cover it up. Well, sort of push back on that, just look at it wrong. I would draw a different, so I agree with you mostly, but I would also draw a different distinction with the atrocities happening to your own people versus the war. Ukraine is a sovereign nation, there's not a war nation. It feels like it's easier for journalists to somehow when the atrocities happen within the Soviet Union. For some reason, it's easier to hide. It's easier for journalists to see themselves and easier for the authoritarian leader to hide the evidence. So that's the dark. That's why people educate them. This is why I think they'll talk about other atrocities, the good and forward, because it's inside the country. Yeah, it's not a Holocaust. That's part of a war.
You were saying
why is that?
We was a neighbor, and we lived out near his ranch in the summer of 1992.
What is it that no one cover the atrocities because inside the country? Like it's their business. What is it? I think it's that what we refer to as the news is in the business of selling narratives, right? And the narrative of the Holocaust is a very powerful one, which is if you let hatred of a subgroup in a population get out of control, this is the ultimate consequence, and this is something that we all have to be scared of and do everything in our power to avoid in the future for anything to happen. Whereas, what's the narrative of the Holodomor? Sometimes governments kill their own citizens. There's nothing you can do about it. There's nothing they wouldn't let us send. They wouldn't acknowledge, like the newspapers in Russia weren't acknowledging it. Like, what's this? Like, some of the issues I had with regard to trying to advocate for the North Korean people. The reporters were like, well, what can I do as an American? It's a very natural question. And I'm like, I don't know. I like, all I know is how to speak what is happening. But in terms of next steps, I don't have a good answer for you. So that is where the news kind of does break down. If there isn't a story or a call to action, you're kind of almost like have
equals. Like, what am I supposed to do here? Like, this is not scratching that itch. But for me, as a consumer of news, layman, he's like, okay, here's the story. There was a bad guy, the cop shot him, or they took him to jail, and now the bad guy's caught, beginning, middle, end. Here it's just like, now did this. A lot of people were executed and starved. Isn't that awful? Well, and now still in power, now Richard Nixon is raising a toast to him. Like, that story is just like, how am I supposed to feel about this?
Yeah, it feels like when there's tanks, when there's war, there's military conflict, and it's more actionably covered.
Yeah.
When it didn't seem like Nazi Germany, I don't know if the Holocaust was the thing that made it more coverable. I think it was that this is a
Movie hit in summer of 1947.
civilization or anything like this. That's what makes it coverable.
You're, of course,
The
aware
Holocaust was happening just inside the country.
Now, you have no personal
Well,
knowledge
even
of
if
what
it doesn't
happened.
expand beyond Poland.
You didn't see anything.
Yeah, it would be like a footnote.
It
It wasn't many ways a footnote. Like, many of the early steps to it was like, they cover it. So it's like, all right, they're being present for their own people. Okay.
Especially given some of the maybe you can negotiate certain peace treaties with the Soviet Union or Germany, like with to the basically pacifist narrative. Oh boy.
He would have
Sorry,
gone
Sam.
by the
What do you say every time you graduate
just on the way to plant,
after you're done?
but he would come out
sorry.
this way to come to the mile.
All right.
But he
That,
didn't
I hate it when you don't get the end because it leaves me with a whole idea for myself.
Now they said
And I
he
sit there and I go, this is
Sally is your daughter.
get my sadness.
had 2 sons.
Long have you been writing this book? I mean, 2 years, mentally, the years, spending the time with it. What,
Remember him.
now almost 3, 2.5, yeah. Yeah, I suppose it's much longer, like you said, you have. So, in many ways, this is a book you've been writing all life. I think I can spare that all my work. It's certainly the most, in my opinion, the most important thing I've done.
If it was dry,
What stands out to
and
you
it was dry more
about Harlem?
than anything else.
What moments? What aspects of human nature stand out?
They were feeding, marking lambs.
I don't know. I think that story is, I don't know the story, but I think that incident
Oh, yes,
is,
because we had a,
I mean, I was familiar with it before. You know what I mean? So I kind of knew about it,
we had a little old dinky shack.
and
It had a
coming from
porch.
Ukraine. The thing that was also kind of insane about it is that they were taking all this grain and not using it even to feed the Russian people that were selling it for export for foreign currency.
How much you got from?
I think what the takeaway there, and I think again this is something Westerners and especially Americans don't appreciate, they think that evil often has like a logic to it, right? And it's like, why would, like, because it makes no sense to them, like, why would they kill their own people? Therefore, it probably didn't happen, right? There's that thing. They really think, like, okay, they can understand, you know, country A conquers country B, and just slaughters a bunch of people in country B as a means of conquest. Like, that kind of makes sense that they know that thing. But, like, why are you starving all these people? What are you gaining out of it? That doesn't make sense to them. And because it doesn't make sense, there's kind of like, well, there's probably more of the story that I'm hearing. And a lot of times there's not. It's just like evil for the sake of power. And we don't really have that, certainly anywhere near that scale, and never have, certainly, I guess, America. It's, and the fact that this is like the 30s, you know what I mean? But I think also the some point is how, you know, technology is also something that kind of people have these feelings about. I think, like I said this before, and I think I did that very slowly, the ability of information to be captured and spread easily is such an effective tool in exposing humanity at its weakest. Because that it's one thing if I sit here and tell you what I saw in these villages. It's another thing if I sat you down and showed you a YouTube. And I don't know what it's like to look at the eyes of someone who's thinking about eating their own kids. I mean, I just see that face, and you know it's, you know, not some CGI. It will haunt you forever.
Just looking at the different were mechanisms that made all of this happen. So this is not just one guy, Stalin, having a policy. There's a whole system. And one of it is just a system of fear. How do you implement that system? Well, one, there's a giant bureaucracy. Yeah. So what he implemented with the Great Terror is, that's in the 30s, in the late 30s. It's throughout the 30s, but yeah, like it starts in basically, communism is based on the common good and public good. And anything private was a problem. When they started with the revolution, the revolution, they wanted to recreate society entirely, and that included like, okay, let's make it so everyone eats in like cafeterias, they're not eating by themselves. Let's design buildings so everyone has to share bathrooms. Like their whole plan was to eliminate any kind of concept of privacy at all. They also had this bizarre kind of radical idea of like attacking shame. So many of these before the 1917 people also thought like we love the idea of like, having this private bond with husband and wife was also bourgeois and old fashioned in the future. That changed relatively quickly. But they were talking about things like raising kids communally and so forth. So for Stalin, if you and I are friends, we have a bond, and that's a threat to him. The family's a threat. Any kind of organization is a threat because it's a power center that is not between the relation between you and him, now it's a relation with somebody else. So he systemically went through that whole society, and it became there's certain things that became a crime. Then it became a crime to be a spouse of the enemy of the people. Now, right away, I, as a child, become orphaned because my dad was an enemy of the people, my mom was married to an enemy of the people. Now I don't have parents, they get arrested for whatever. And now I have nowhere to go, but I can't go to my friend's house because their family is going to take in a child. You had this culture where everyone was very much encouraged to turn people in. And if you're arrested, you get tortured, you're like, okay, well, you're accomplices. And now you just got to maintain what you did. And then it becomes this whole chain. And it's like, how am I going to protest my innocence? If Lex just said, I worked with Michael and we're working with Trotsky and we're plotting to overthrow Stalin. Lex testified to this. It's not a confession. What am I supposed to do now, right? So it worked its way in the most viral fashion in the whole society. There was an amazing moment where these poor people, peasants, because obviously powerless, they're often part of the web. They were going to jail for being Trotskyites, and they had to ask themselves what the Trotsky was. They didn't even know who Trotsky was. And the other thing is, ethnicity was a problem, right? If you were an ethnicity, you had more power with other members of that ethnicity than you had with this kind of broader Soviet culture. So you would just deport entire populations from their ancestral lands to other parts, to spread the population around, but also to break that link between the peoples and their lands. There was this 1937 NKVD order against Polish people where it's just like, if you had come from Poland or had just this whole list, and basically people were being arrested because they had Polish last names, and I think it was 1 million people were killed, like some astronomical number. So there was this, anything that was a bomb was a threat to him. And he went to these so after he had all these kind of executions of people who were like Lenin's people, the old Bolsheviks, then he went after, he started arresting the secret police. He arrested all the cops, he arrested all the judges, and all of these prisoners got to see the judges who yelled at them for being counter-revolutionary spies. Now they were in jail. If you were a foreigner, there was from the Soviet Union toward African Americans, right? Because they're like, look, you're living in a racist country. Here we have no racial inequality. Come live here. A bunch of them went, and they were all vanished. Anyone who knew information about the outside world was a foreigner. Andre Babel, his first name. He had a French writer he was friends with. He was arrested and shot as a spy because you're friends with Monroe. And a foreigner spy. Speaking Esperanto became a crime. Having a pen pal. Literally anything that was some kind of chain between yourself and someone else was a threat, and it was
grounds for arrest. It was the Russians would joke about how relieved they would be if someone knocked on your door in the middle of the night and thought your house was on fire. Because it wasn't the activity coming to rescue.
And of course, most of their accusations probably completely false. Not only did you not do all of those things, you were also a victim of
Being late to work became a felony. And also not doing your job became a felony because now you're taking food or product away from the people, and you're supposed to be there working for the people. There's this one story which, I was doing the audiobook, and this is, like, I still trying to get through that crime. This was 1920, where a bunch of kids in Moscow were pickpockets between ages 11 and 15. They rounded them up, and they're like, all right, point out your accomplices. And they would take them in the trams and point out people, then they would take them back to the cellar, the crap out of these children, and then they take them out again. And they point out to anybody, then they're like, all right, they just start pointing at random. And the thing that was really slick about this story, I wasn't thinking of, is that the screen that the other criminals, the adult hardened criminals, had to hear these children, and they realized they were being taken back to the cellar. It was just horrible.
So they torture people. They torture confessions at scale. And the dark aspect of this is it's like this weird, it's a bureaucracy. So like, it's not like there's the torturer is afraid of it does it so they doesn't become a prisoner.
Right, because then it's like, oh, you get a confession out of him. Are you anything now as well? And the thing that was even crazier is that a lot of these interrogators were frustrated because they're like, look, no, you're in. Just sign this confession and make my life easier. They knew it was crap. Stalin joked about this. This is one of his little jokes. There was a kid who was arrested, and he said, oh, was forced to say, you wrote Gino Negin, the play. That play was by Pushkin. And they tortured him. And then his parents are walking down the street, and they run into the police, and they go, congratulations. And they go, for what? They go, your son wrote Gino Negin. Like, he admitted to it last night. Like, it's just like they could get you to say anything, and what else was really, really ridiculous, which they understood, is if they lowered the death penalty for kids, I think either 14 or 12, I don't remember off the top of my head. And what Stalin and the police did is when you were interrogating someone, you either had to have some of your family members possession of the death or a copy of the decree that saying, that they can go after your family. And the amount of people who could invest in anything because they saw their family was in danger, and they knew this wasn't a fluff, was astronomical. But then it becomes a change, because if you confess, and I have your confession, how hard is it to get your neighbors?
When you look at that, for a time, for most of the time, the MKVD was the head of MKVD, Leonid Pavlovich Beria.
Oh, Beria, yeah. I have a death warrant signed by him hanging in my kitchen that I acquired. He was one of the most evil people who ever lived. The thing that Americans don't appreciate is how clever some of this sadism is. So there was one actress, I think he took her back to his house, and he asked her to try to get her to sleep with him, and he promised her that if she did, her father and either her husband or her grandfather was going to be released from jail. Well, they were already dead at that point. He had been executed. They're still finding the bodies of the women he murdered in the ground of his dacha in Embassy now. And the thing is, Stalin knew, because at one point, there's a picture of Stalin's daughter in his lap. And she was at his house one day, and Stalin called us to get out there immediately. So he, like a good bureaucrat, had a link at the list of all of his sexual partners still sealed. But both him and his bodyguard had this list. So just to clarify,
he headed the operation that this whole giant mechanism of forced confessions.
Yes.
He was part of its manual gulag, so he was in the head of the gulag. So he was
and his famous quote was, "Show me the man, and I'll show you the crime."
But on top of that, what you're describing is also related or not, was also mass rapes. Yes, and there's some dispute about whether he went after kids with his rapes, but there's plenty of adult women that were targets for this. There's also another little joke about him about how Stalin is looking for his pipe and he can't find it in Bulgaria. And he's like, okay, I can't find this pipe. And the album in Bulgaria again. He's like, oh, I found the pipe. He goes, we're come by Stalin. We got 4 people to confess the guilt already. So you have to laugh, but then you think about the nature of how it operates.
Well, also the fact that this kind of person was allowed to run.
I mean, I suppose it's all different kinds of evil. Rape was just a part of the story.
Could they have done anything else?
Willingness to oversee torture and commit torture. But it's also what happens when you're in a country that has no rights anymore. And by the way, I should mention that people should get your book. And what is your audiobook? Gave me the great honor of voicing this man. That's for the promo. Yeah, for the promo. Yeah, excellent. I appreciate that. For a moment, actually, it was really difficult. Really? Yeah. Just the fact. I understand. Because it takes you through that place. Oh yeah. Because he told the person that he wanted. And he was right. That's the thing. He wasn't bluffing. These women could scream their head off. He would drive around Moscow at night in his limo looking for victims. So he's saying those words. I'm sure. Because this is where we came from. You know what I mean? This isn't just like some kind of Tolkien villain. It also is tough because I could see myself being somewhere in that machine somewhere. Like somehow that put me right there. Like I could see this.
Any idea what
like there
man would be paid
any cog in that machine?
Iran in those days?
Yeah. That's the dark thing. I think the higher you are to the top, the closer you are to the top, the more ability you have to stop it.
What are a handgun
less
per day?
The more freedom you have to stop it. Good point, yeah. The little things. The barrier has the freedom to commit rape or not to. And so he chooses to sort of increase the amount of people he's putting out in the world. And then you have to counterbalance that, as dark as the calculus is, after Stalin dies, like that week, they start making the gulag shrink. They start pulling back on the concentration labor camps. So, I mean, so that is a big plus in his side. Like you start liberating, having this mass amnesty and freeing people from work camps. That's not minor thing. So it's crazy. Like it's like I'm not saying Peter, right? I don't know. I'm not saying he's a good person, but it's kind of insane that someone can do things that everyone listens to this with regard to pure evil, and at the same time, this guy also, when the time came, saved 10,000 lives. So Stalin is kind of a cancer that permeates all the Soviet minds. And once it's gone, you almost like wake up with, what the fuck was that part? And Khrushchev in, was it 56, when he gave his secret speech, behind closed doors, and he's just like, all this criticism of Stalin is true. This is complete on what Marxism, even Stalin says, not what Marxism is about. You can't have a personality cult. Stalin killed all these top generals, and when Hitler started to betray the pact and invaded, Stalin didn't believe his money Hitler was going to do this, and as a result of this, we lost a lot of territory and lives. This is not a military genius. This was Stalin being an idiot or a moron, whatever term you want to be. So, but the thing is, Khrushchev also was a butcher. He had a lot of blood in his hands, without having overlooked a lot of murder and chaos. So it's such a that's why it's called sometimes the tale of good and evil. There's so much malevolence to go around.
Yeah.
That's we think it was going to 20s and the 30s. acknowledge the reality of the suffering he was causing? What does it take to do that? I'm almost interested to extract lessons from that for leaders of today. How hard is it? Is it that Stalin is evil? Or can you just dilute yourself gradually to where you don't have a sense of the effect of your policies on others? Well, you're not diluting yourself because you have around you an entire government of people telling you 24/7 how great you are, how thankful they are for you, how awesome you are, you're the best. So that's certainly going to play into it. I've asked myself that question as well. Because people believe in bullshit. And I think the receipts are with Elena Ceausescu, who's one of the 4 women on the cover, when she's being taken away to be executed in 1989, she's yelling at the soldiers, how could you? I raised you like a mother. So she at least believed her own bullshit. With Stalin, he's obviously extremely intelligent. I think it's kind of easy for us to kind of psychologize and say he's a sociopath, he's a narcissist, this and that. But at a certain point, if you're surrounded by a culture dedicated to glorifying you, and everyone believes is so happy to see you, and oh my God, all your pronouncements are so good. And you know what? If you make a decision that's wrong, the people around you, it's their job to tell you why it's not your fault. It's the fault of the records, or the fault of Hitler, whoever it is, the kulaks. At a certain point, the human mind wants to believe how great it is, especially someone in that vaunted position. But he had his love. There was this one funny quote when Hitler invaded Russia, and he couldn't believe it, and he's just missing in action for days. How could Hitler betray me? We had a deal, birds of a feather, and he got this quote about like we've taken less seconds and shit it out of our ass. I think he was very aware. That's no question that he was aware that in terms of being a philosopher or a thinker, he wasn't a one, right? So that was, I'm sure, played a lot into society. He never quite looked at it. Everything he tried. There's some sense of the relativization that this idea was a failure. The way he responds to the economic policy being a failure is to lean in and basically torture anyone who says it's a failure. Double down on the policy. That says something about, but it wasn't a failure. It broke faith. You don't think he believed it early on. That's what it turned into. You don't think in the very early days there was a thought that colonization is the right to enact communism. But I think his goal was to break their spirit, and getting them fed was secondary, right? And given the fact that they stopped complaining and they're dead, he got what he wanted. He got a compliant population. I mean, that's really interesting. I wonder how much disagreement there is about, because if that was the goal from the beginning, that's different. I think that was clearly, so like I said earlier, he broke with Lenin because he wanted socialism in one country, right? That was his vision, right? And he was also very aware that what became the Soviet Union was extremely diverse. It was a gigantic country. It's not only gigantic, you had all these peoples, these nationalities within it that have had historical enmity, and they're not going to have loyalty to Moscow. He's a Georgian himself, which is always a problem. So that was what he wanted to do as well, homogenize and have them be standardized. And I don't see how you do that without either massive re-education, which is only going to go so far, or really just crushing people's spirit. So like a forced homogeneity. Yeah. And the other big thing, a big element of Soviet culture and the Soviet mythology, I mean, his name was, he gave his name to Stalin, I can't even pronounce it, Georgian, it was really or something like that. It means man of steel. So a large part of and this still remains in Russian culture to this day. I see it in my family too, and other Russians I know. There is this pride in losing, and it's kind of like, I'm so tough, like nothing can affect me. Like, yeah, we're going to suffer, but it's for a greater good for the long term, and not to become
emotional or squeamish about things. Like that was a big part of it.
Don't take that away from me too, Michael. But he takes everything.
Am I wrong?
I admire not stoicism, but that kind of hardness. I look for myself. That's going to do with Stalin.
But not to the extent that, like, if some, like, for example, like if you see someone suffering and that's being used as a mechanism to get you to change your opinion, you're like, they're not going to get to me. Like that is very much part of that Russian psychology.
At least it's that.
Yeah, I think still largely no. I'm not going to be manipulated by someone else's suffering. That kind of thing. I think that's really part of it to this day.
I don't know how much of his character, how much of his reality.
Sure. I remember I knew of someone who was him and his fiancee were Russian, and they had this big fight. She took off the ring, right?
Can you say this
And
his house or your house?
he's like, that's it. And just like the way he told the story to me, she's like, what do you want me to say? Oh, don't leave me, baby. I can't live without you. Like that nasty bull.
I don't know, but I know you're. I don't know if there's a Russian thing. It's just
I don't think that's an American thing.
I think there's all kinds of flavors and they're different by region of the way that people deal with each other.
Sure, not arguing
In America, New Jersey is different than Texas, is different than California.
You don't think Americans are a higher trust, more kind society than Russia?
Working a lot of meetings.
Higher trust. I'm not going to. So first of all, I have very complex feelings about Russia today.
I'm talking about let's talk about January before the war. I'm talking about nowadays.
I think it's a complex psychological dynamic of what trusting means. I think Russians are generally less friendly, but have more intimate friendships.
Yes, I think that's true.
So it's just a difference.
It's not different. It's just one is more trusting.
Which is more trust.
American.
But then we should define trust.
I'll give you an example. If someone's having a party in America and people come over, okay, that's fine. Everyone's welcome. If it's in Russia, it's like, what'd you bring? And there's much more about like, let me be sure that it's okay this person's here. Right? You don't have a party.
I have never been at a party.
And you don't come to mine. And that's it's very sad.
Well, I love that.
Well, you should have showed it. I showed you.
Man, I hide from the world and I'm afraid of social interaction. I just lay on the ground and said, I'm sorry for myself.
It's not that bad. It's that bad.
Well, I conserve my emotional energy towards this one day of the year. Intensely spread my joy. Alright, speaking of which, tell a Christmas story.
Are you spoiling that chapter? Oh, my heart.
Alright, I'm not going to spoil it. Okay, it's really good.
I was very proud of that chapter. Because the ending, the Christmas story is just like, I know everyone reading it's going to Google it. Like, you can't be real. But it's not real.
I mean, that just has to do with the bigger picture. We don't have to do the bigger picture of there was an iron curtain that was coming down in complex ways. How would you define the iron curtain? There's a set of ideologies, a set of countries united by an ideology, a set of countries united by a different ideology. And there's a curtain that divided them, and then eventually came down. So how would you describe how it came down?
I hate that I can never remember, ever remember it. This was Hemingway. No, it was Hemingway. It came down to a gradually but suddenly. The thing with the Iron Curtain and Warsaw Pact, these were a bunch of nations with, continents, but they were all, almost all, under the sway of Moscow. So if they were going to make big changes, Moscow had to. It was in the 50s when Hungary decided to rebel, were not liberalized, and they were thinking of leaving the Warsaw Pact, and the Russians said to the thanks. And you had the development of what was called the Brezhnev Doctrine, which was the idea that it is the duty of all the Warsaw Pact nations if another country tries, and this is also Czechoslovakia, if a nation wants to leave socialism, I'm going to go to socialist nations to do whatever necessary to make sure there isn't a counter-revolution. So they were very much under Moscow's thumb. And one of the big waves it changed was one man, and that was Mikhail Gorbachev. And he was the first Russian leader who was born after the October Revolution. He grew up, and his grandfather was arrested for being a Trotskyite. The other one was arrested for this or that. He saw his village starve as a result of Stalin. So even though he was a very committed communist, he also was very and increasingly skeptical of authoritarianism. And in Poland, for example, you had the and the labor union movement and the government didn't know what to do. They're getting support people. They had strikes that exact shipyard started, and basically Moscow told them, either you crack down or we're cracking down on you. And they're like, all right. They declared martial law. They arrested leaders away. But then when Gorbachev, there wasn't a gun to their back. And it was the communist leaders themselves who were like, you know what, there's this really funny moment where, like Valesa is meeting with Margaret Thatcher. And he's telling her what solidarity the movement wants. And she had to meet with the Polish government as well. And she's like, look, tell them, what, because they had, they wanted, the government wanted her to tell them they wanted to negotiate. And she goes, all right, tell the government what it is that you're asking for. And just point to the deal. She goes, oh yeah, our meetings are fun anyway. But they then had the freedom because they knew that Gorbachev wasn't forcing them to drive solidarity underground. So they had the idea of, let's work together with these people. But as a result of this, Poland liberalized and freed itself fairly easily and with a minimum of bloodshed in '89. And there was this whole argument with the Vietnam War, which is called domino theory, which is if you use Vietnam, then you're going to use Laos. If you use Cambodia, one by one, the country's going to turn dominoes. But people didn't realize the reverse was true. Because after Poland liberalized, then you have, Hungary, then you have, Czechoslovakia, then, you had East Germany, all the Berlin Wall. So it's a great thing because as this is happening, the people are looking around and they're like, wait, that's it. Like, we got a new trick. And it wasn't a trick. So one of my favorite books, which is a big inspiration for this one, was about my favorite historian. I apologize to David Petrusha. David Petrusha, I don't remember my second and third. They're tied. But Victor Sebastian wrote a book called Revolution 1999. And he just talked about that year and how all these countries, one after another, liberalized. And it's just such a beauty. And none of them thought this was possible. One of my favorite moments in this book is Helmut Kohl, who's the head of West Germany. He's in Warsaw, like Valesa, accepting the Berlin Wall. And like Valesa's like, I don't think it's getting around for like another, few years. And Helmut Kohl laughs at him. And he goes, look, you're young. This isn't how things work. Like, this is going to take some doing. It fell the next day. And Helmut Kohl literally said, I'm at the wrong party. And he got in a plane and got out of Warsaw. So there are, why this book has a broader message than the actual stories of these incidents is that as these wonderful things are happening, the universal consensus of the finding it's never going to happen. Or if it does going to happen, it's going to happen only through an enormous amount of carnage and loss. And when it doesn't, then everyone's like, oh, well, it's inevitable. You didn't say it was inevitable. You only said it was inevitable after the fact. And the other thing that I really brought me a lot of joy is there are so many moments of men with guns saying, we're not shooting anyone. Because they wanted several Tiananmen Square. They wanted it in East Berlin. They wanted it in Romania. They wanted it in Moscow. And strong, tough, trained men with guns were like, no, we're not shooting civilians. And then everything else was history.
Yeah, just as surprising as the mass violence committed by police on its own citizenry equally surprising as when they choose not to. Yeah, it's impossible. Yeah. What is that? What? How do you explain? How do you explain this progress that happened so suddenly? How do you explain that in the beginning of the 20th century, so much revolution happened with no sound? How do you explain that the collapse of that across so many nations? I think a large part of it had to do with the closer interconnections between people like Gorbachev and Thatcher, Gorbachev and Reagan, because both of them visited Red Square years before. These are enemies. They want to invade. They want to kill us. The Americans thought this about the Russians. The Russians thought this about the Americans. Obviously, about the British, and they got on really well. When Gorbachev came to Chequers, which is the prime minister's countryside estate, Thatcher sat him down and she's lecturing him about human rights, and she's lecturing him about economics, she's lecturing him about this, that, and then she's lecturing him about why he's an eating one, yelling at her, and he goes, Thatcher, like, I know you have a lot of strong opinions. I do too. I haven't been sent here to recruit you for the Communist Party. And she just started laughing. But right away, there was such a tense air of, we're spending all this money on missiles, we're spending all this money on the military, it's expensive. And for what? We don't have to be looking at each other as enemies. We can try to work together to kind of, at the very least, lower the volume. How much credit do you give to Gorbachev? Meaning, how much power does he have? I could not give him more credit. I had a tweet last year where I said, who do you think is the greatest person alive right now? And my answer by far would be Gorbachev. Then he died. I don't know who it is right now. But it's just funny because Gorbachev also had his I think he said, that would be a good. Now I wish I had Gorbachev. The famous question: what would you like best about the mouse? I took the transition after the Soviet fell to Russia, and Yeltsin was hasty with one by one. As I say at the end of the book, it's not like it was happening around. My point, broader point is you take the wins and you get people now had access to passports. They don't have to have. They can leave the country. They have food. They have access to information. It's somewhat censored, but it's still nothing like it was under the Soviet Union. And they didn't have to live in this kind of constant fear. And they had opportunities, and it was such a step forward. And there was one great moment, and how good. There's a super. Boris Yeltsin became president of Russia. He's also mayor of Moscow. There. And he came here to visit NASA, the capacity of one another. And while he was there, he went to visit a supermarket. It was a Randall's, then I think it's now it still exists. I'm going to go there. I'm going to start falling. And as he's looking around, like he had never seen so much food. And this is food that like even wealthy people in Russia have access to. And there's pictures of him just like this. And the scene that really was poignant to me is on his flight back. He's sitting there on the plane, and he's like, they had to lie to the people because if they knew, they wouldn't have it. And that's the moment where it's just like, oh, this wasn't like skewed propaganda. This was like they knew, and it was a lie from A to Z. And he was just like, holy crap. It's like, and you can just imagine when that plane is great reprogramming. Because if you're taught since you're a kid, you still older than you still tell me, you think, okay, the Americans are starving poor and they're lynching people every day. And then you go to a supermarket, the most banal place on earth, and you see, like, I think one of the articles said, like, they couldn't believe how big the onions were or something like that. And you're seeing this, and you're seeing these, like, janitors, school teachers, these are dignitaries. And they're regular people, whatever they want, and you're just like it's like the equivalent of having a stroke. Yeah, I do think that that's one of the most powerful things is the grocery stuff. That guy, in terms of drawing the distinction between the two systems.
Yeah.
Because you can have like technology, you can show off technology and so on. kind of sign up, write off technologies like okay, this is the mechanism of the devil. Like when you look at just fruits and veggies and like very big fruits and veggies and like fruit in particular, like certain kinds of fruit they're just not available in Russia. Yeah, that really shows it's interesting, like when you're older, you have to face the reality that what you believe to be true, like your whole life has been based on a set of lies. And yours not mistakes, not like a little bit, like blatant lies from top to bottom or start to finish. That I don't know what that's like. How much you start to Yes. As one does. So before the revolution, she was born in Russia, and she witnessed the revolution to the United States in 26. Anyway, you're right that she spent a lot of her life trying to convince Americans and the world that the negative effects of totalitarian government. Just maybe using her as an example, but also this question: can we draw a distinction between authoritarian regimes and communism? Is it possible to state that the case that not all implementations of socialism and communism will lead to the atrocities we've seen in the Soviet Union and in China and Nepal? Like when you've been studying all of this, how much blame do you put on the ideologies of Marxist ideologies versus the particular leaders? Well, you have to blame the leaders a lot because they had different leaders in different countries who were different from each other. Dubček, who took over Czechoslovakia and tried to introduce socialism to the face in the Prague Spring of 1968. He was like, all right, we got to do away with this authoritarianism. We got to have more free speech. He was thinking the elements of democracy. Now that the Russians said thanks, but the point is, he certainly was someone who was like, all right, this has got to stop. This is absolutely crazy. Khrushchev and Stalin were not the same animal at all. So I think the problem with communism in the Marxist sense is that you're going to have an introduce an element of authoritarianism simply because you can't have economic planning. If I don't have a price mechanism, I don't know how price is what is me knowing as a consumer or a producer what should be produced or what there's a shortage of. As prices increase, that's a signal that we have a shortage here. As prices decrease, that means there's a surplus here. But if I'm setting the price, I don't really have to know how much wheat I can produce compared to corn as compared to shoes. It's very standard process. So that is a big problem. The other issue is if you have one agency, the government, having a monopoly on the supposed news, like you were talking about earlier with Twitter, it's going to be really hard to have any kind of objective discourse because everyone is going to be working for the same organization. That is going to cause a problem in terms of having a feedback mechanism, even in the best scenario, in terms of this is a problem, this isn't a problem. And when you have a monopoly, which is what a government is, I think people are very familiar with what the problems happen with monopoly. There's lack of accountability, bureaucracies are faceless and then no one's to blame, and everyone suffers as a consequence. So it doesn't necessarily have to be as authoritarian as Stalinism, but you can't have it a government which is authority by its nature be this pervasive without a strong amount of oppression. And same thing with even if you just have like socialized healthcare, you're going to have to make it illegal for doctors to practice privately. You're going to have rationing, so on and so forth. Now, that might be a price that people are willing to pay because you can't have infinite spending on healthcare, right? So something's going to have to give somewhere. So there is an element of authoritarianism there. People are comfortable with that and have a head around. You're going to have one organization running literally everything in society. I don't see how you do that and have any measure of liberalism. Why do you think I ran into trouble telling people the danger of Soviet Stalinism? Pertinent question is why did Emma Goldman,
Alexander Berkman have so much problem with. So they were hardcore.
These are anarchists.
Yeah, they're Epigolans on the cover. They were deported from the U.S. J. Edgar Hoover saw them off at Ellis Island. They were sent to Russia. They were bloodthirsty revolutionaries. They had no shortage in advocating violence. And when they went there, they were just like I heard they both individually had meetings with Lenin, complaining about political prisoners, complaining about lack of free speech. He told them, this is a revolutionary time. You can do that later. And when they both left, she wrote her memoir was split into two books, My Disillusionment in Russia, My First Disillusionment in Russia. He wrote the Bolshevik Myth, and she was in England, and she gave a speech, and she's just like, if you guys think this is for the workers, this is the biggest lie I've ever heard. Like, they're oppressing the workers, like real capitalism I've ever imagined. And as she described it, like people were just shifting their sheets, they were interrupting her, and when she opened her talk, she had a standing ovation, and when she was done, you could hear a pin drop. So they didn't want to hear it because this was this kind of, and Eugene Lyons talks about it later, this was like the guinea pig theory of the Russian people. Like, we're going to experiment on them over there. If it works, great, we're right. If it's wrong, it's their problem. And sure, these animals feel, but everything does, and of course they're going to make some noise. But, this is a noble experiment. But they're experimenting on a country, several countries. So I think an ideology like this, which appeals to intellectuals, because if it works or if it's implemented, they're the ones who are gods, in effect, in a society, their status cannot be higher. They really want this to work. Like, they want a society where they are the aristocracy of the most important people. And their criticisms of America, they had a binary worldview. If America's bad, it's the opposite of America, then by definition it's good. And the other binary that they wanted to do is the Nazis, the fascists hate the communists, and the communists, true, up to a point, hated the fascists and the Nazis. Okay, well, Hitler is evil. These guys against Hitler, we're with him. So that's an argument that's still made in schools growing up. When we talk about World War II, where they're like, with Stalin, and they don't really talk about Stalin being a bad guy, but like, we worked with him to fight Hitler because Hitler was evil. Now, that is certainly true that Hitler's evil, but that doesn't mean or even imply that Stalin is somehow an angel or a saint.
Do you think some of the lessons of history are forgotten here in our modern political discourse that are important to remember?
I was so triggered because I was in the supermarket and there was like a company that's selling Russian ice cream because it meets these high-level Soviet standards, and I'm just like, you think this is some kind of joke? You think this is some kind of kitschy punchline that you had decades of people who were taught in school turn their parents into the police if they were hoarding grain, even at the cost of their own lives? Where it was a crime to be married to someone who was an enemy of the state, where you had torture being the norm, where people were institutionalized because they were politically disadvantaged and they were called insane. Like, this isn't just like oh, this hammer and sickle is cool white symbol. Like, the amount of blood under this symbol was just enormous. And yeah, I think that lesson is very much forgotten.
How did the ice cream taste?
It was fine. I'm a Baskin Robbins guy. Let's go back a little. This is great work.
Baskin Robbins doesn't have any. I'm gonna self-publish a book of jokes. Coming out. Okay. What was the hardest part about writing this book? Yours writing it.
So when I write books for celebrities and I was co-authoring them, I did a kind of method acting. I try to get into their head as much as possible, kind of speak in their voice. And when you're dealing with children being tortured, harmed, starved, and you're trying to empathize with the characters, it's hard to take. The other big part I had, like I was saying earlier, is just I was just very, very concerned that I told this story that it did justice. Because I think this is something that is, I still don't understand, and I'm kind of angry about it, that it's fallen on me to tell this story. This is some minor incident that happens in a random town, pick a state, this is half the world for 70, 80 years, and the fact that it's just the 80s. I mean, you're not old enough to remember the 80s. It's a show. I remember the 80s. The fact that all these things have just kind of, we have this collective amnesia. And it's not even amnesia. I think a lot of this stuff, even I was not known even at the time. It was kind of obscured. I remember I was at the Blaze network run by Glenn Beck, and they're conservatives. I have a lot of fun there. And I'm just sitting there, and sometimes they veer off. They're like, oh, fine, it's a communist. But I'm like, we talk so much about slavery, Civil War, the atrocities, remember World War II, and the Holocaust. I'm like, how is no one talking about this? And this just can very easily be portrayed as the conservatives' big victory, just making a statue so instrumental in guiding this to a safe landing. And I'm like, how is that the story? And then one day my brain is like, you write books for a living, this is kind of your job. And I'm like, all right, but I still don't, I gotta tell you, I'm kind of confused that I'm the one who has to do this, because this should be a dirty books like this. And it's a model.
Yeah, and it's also there's such recent history.
Yeah.
But it also kind of makes you realize that there might be other fights for progress going on right now. The world that we don't know about. So you wrote about North Korea. I don't know to what degree there could possibly be fights there, progress. But they could be boiling up. In China, it could be boiling up battles of progress. In other parts of the world, Russia, it could be.
And in America?
And these are all different kind of battles of progress. Now, sometimes I tend to criticize battles of progress, like on the left, we call it like wokeism, whatever. We pick extreme elements of it and show how silly and ridiculous it is, not realizing it, not acknowledging that there's a more civil battle going on underneath, or actually more respecting human dignity from all people for all walks of life. In the same attempt to call anybody who questions mainstream narratives, conspiracy theories, dismissing them immediately. And they're ultimately fighting for progress. People who criticize college and everything else. I don't know if they're, I think they want institutions that serve the public. They're fighting for progress too. We tend to dismiss them if each side does not care for the other. But the battle for progress is fascinating. And I guess that's what you're, that's the whole point, right? That there's progress being made. Somehow we're all making progress here.
I think where the hopeful message is that it's not possible that we have to lose. Like if someone tells you this great face you can't win, the enemy is too impressive and strong. Like, what are you talking about? Look, this was the Soviet Union, and it happened, relatively quickly and relatively peacefully. Again, it wasn't because I'm like, oh, I'm just gonna vacate my seat. He was like sending the tanks, and the military guy said no. So they wanted blood. There were plenty of people who wanted blood and would have been happy to have it.
So to you, maybe it's not the fall of the Soviet Union, the fall of the Iron Curtain. It's a great leap of progress in the 20th century.
I don't see how it
So that gives you hope that humanity would do that.
Yes, and at the same time, we were told at the time, give it up, be realistic, it's utopian to think this is going anywhere, maybe in 100 years. Look, there's a reason Chekhov was on Star Trek, because the idea is even in the far future, you're going to have America and you're going to have the Soviet Union. Like, this is the reality. It's called realpolitik. We're going to have détente. From the stalemate, we had the Vietnam War, we got our asses kicked, Russia's not going anywhere, America's not going anywhere, we gotta look at each other, blah, blah, blah. And Reagan said, you know what I hear my strategy for the Cold War. Some people might say it's simple or even simplistic. Here it is: we win, they lose, and the people who won were the Russian people and the Ukrainian people and the Lithuanian people and the Polish people and the Romanian people especially and the Hungarian people. It's just there's so many moments of great joy that just tears coming down my face because you're like in Prague when Dubček again tried to liberalize in 1968, and then when they sent the tanks, they supported the Slovakia somewhere to do some forestry job. Like he appears in their big squares, waving to the balcony like this ghost 20 years prior, being like, look, the spirit of '68 is still alive here in Czechoslovakia, and it was like a matter of weeks. The entire government was dying, and then they lived alive. It's just so many things about just overnight just change from sound better. And people are so committed to making sure you don't have hope things get better. It doesn't really matter because the broader picture never gets better. And there's lots of data to the contrary where that's happened before. And this isn't some magical faraway place. This is the opposite of magical faraway place in Eastern Europe. And to me, I think one narrative that people assume will always be true, or just to a degree will always be true, like in American politics, is the extreme levels of division. And it seems to me like that too. So the division in American politics that seems to be counterproductive. And I think the division in geopolitics currently with Russia, China, and the United States, particularly China and the United States, to be overcome. And I think that requires great leadership that galvanizes the populace to the better edges of their nature. I got hope for that. People have become really cynical on social media and elsewhere in the way they talk. The liberals have destroyed this country. The conservatives have destroyed this country. This kind of language has become more and more popular. I think I hope that that's temporary.
Not that anybody put anything.
That's my way. I don't know if you have that kind of popular. What does hope look like for you in American politics? Forget American politics. American, the nation, the country, people.
But your memories then are just pretty vague about what you said.
Which I don't think is an unrealistic one, is that the next generation has a better life than you and I have had. And I think anyone who thinks that America is over or is one president away from being destroyed cannot in good conscience call themselves a patriot. Because if you think America is so weak that it takes Trump to rather or Obama to irrevocably destroy it, then it's already a wrap. I think that's just absolutely ridiculous. If you look what this country has survived: Great Depression, World War II, Civil War. I mean, my God. So we've been through wars before. It wasn't always easy, certainly not. But it's so hard for me as someone who's a hopeful person, not by my nature, not Michael Kindness, who does work for Random House. I look at even like the thing is when you speak positively, it sounds corny. That's how screwed up our cynical you're verified. But even like something like Etsy, like you could go on Etsy, $50 or whatever. I heard it. It's an opportunity for independent artists to create something special and cool, and I bought a lot of stuff from them. That in and of itself is something that's pretty awesome. There's so much right? The point is, there's like dozens of artisans every day when you have a shave, it brings you joy. There's just so many things that are wonderful, and I know there's people and then roll their eyes. How can you talk about shaving soaps with my daughter or with my wife or when blah blah blah? And I'm not disparaging or dismissing what you're regarding as a problem. My point is, hope means the belief that it's not at all a certainty that this problem will be insurmountable. That's all it means. What do you look forward to in 2023? Since this is a holiday special. Honestly, like if I look forward to a lot of young people realizing that they still have lots of opportunity in this country and taking control of their own selves and realizing they can be a better person tomorrow than they are today, that the entirety of their identity is not a function of a culture, which maybe they may not identify, or government, which they might not identify with, or like, or think is level, and realize, you know what, I have it in me to improve and find joy and happiness, and also that fact that that is so compelling and contagious. That is what I would want in 2023, and also for New York to get new. Those two things could be accomplished. And I go back and switch the order because I think New York won. Oh, the jokes. One day, friends, work hard enough to believe in yourself. You too can you too can spend your days dressing up. Grown men dressing up in a Santa outfit and putting on lipstick, having hours upon hours of conversation with each other, loving every second. Thank you for writing this really, really cool. Please buy the white gun. I love you too. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Michael Ballas. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words of Shelley Silverstein. Listen to the Muslims, child. Listen to the dogs. Listen to the shouldn'ts, the possibles for those. Listen to the never haves, and listen close to me. Anything can happen, child. Anything can be. Thank you for listening. Hope to see you next time.
Did she ever mention this at all? Never brought it up. Wasn't really that major of an event in anybody's life.
I guess it was, and even though you can imagine it, something. Now I can't.
When it's quiet, that's what it is. Yeah. I think that's what a lot of people experience when they come back from conflict. Everything that was life and death, everything that mattered, all the noise, all the chaos, all the people that are around that would die for you, kill for you, you would kill for them. All these millions of dollars worth of equipment that you were responsible for, all gone. It's just you.
It wasn't horrible.
It was scary. This conversation as a security specialist who has worked many years on counter narcotics and organized crime investigation in the northern border region of Mexico. I highly recommend you follow the writing courses at his Patreon and website, edmanifesto.com. This is a Lex Reading podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Ed on the Rock. What does your experience in counter narcotics, the game Mexican drug cartel, teach you about human nature? First off, anything can be got. Anybody can get arrested. You work in that field and you realistically the training we got, profiling and investigation and stuff like that was basically you learn from the older guys there. Some of those guys were already corrected from the start. So trust no one. Remember seeing the X-Files episode that was stable. You quickly learn that even if you are somebody that your own mind fears interrupted, small changes happen around you, deals get reached, money gets put in front of you, and or things get threatened from your life. And sometimes the payment for some of this corruption is to continue on living. You encounter people that seem corruptible, that go through FBI background checks, that go through all of the the security measures that all of us are put to polygraph. And then later on, turns out they wound up before they became somebody that was corrupted. I think what I found out is that it was like many levels. It could be a very strong, hard to get person right now, but people get corrupted through their families, like the things where a lot of instability occurs. So financial they're corrupted more through the wall and Mexico has a culture of corruption. Like, you have your kid that goes to school in public school and you want him to be in the morning, not in the afternoon
as far as
time period. So you go out and grease the wheels with the director of the schools involved here in this Mexico on their head because this is something that happens from early on. There's a systemic and cultural thing to it as far as getting around. And this stuff happens because, people that are in charge of the government is, their tandem amount of trust between criminals and the cartels and their violent cultures. People trust the government and criminality. When you meet a person sticking out being responsible for taking out justice, he says,
that knows all the details about the entire operation.
How long did you talk to that person? You pretty much private life just a friend.
I was there.
Or is trust the thing that's never really cared?
Number one,
I think trust is never really guaranteed. I know a lot of people are going to say it's sad and hard of living your life, life experience on my end. People change. The dynamics of the relationship might change. I look at people's character, specifically their past experiences, if they can't. Somebody that presents himself in front of you as somebody quickly learn that somebody's a match for something that they kind of created for themselves. And they might not even be aware of it. I guess there's some deep psychological stuff. Sometimes I've experienced a lot of failure in my life. You can see it in my nose. You can see it in my lack of digit. The amount of failure. Something how to wear them. Sometimes it's a pretty telling thing as far as them being able to trust it or that you can trust experience. I mean, I've met some criminals, like former criminals, or some people with that background that I trusted in my life, because they're not informed. But they figured out that that's not a life that can live long enough to continue on. And I've also met people that are in law enforcement that I've just trusted my car, because they're going for someone they've adopted over the years. It's a pretty good mask. Sometimes it's such a good mask, they don't even know they're wearing it. And then on top of that, it's not just the psychology, there's also neurobiology. I'm very fortunate. I surround myself with good people throughout my life. But I recently got observed, not closely, but nearby, somebody that could be classified as a sociopath. And a narcissist. I don't use the psychology. It's like, people are biology too. It's not just like the trauma you might experience in your early life and all the deep complexity that leads to the psychology that you are have as an adult. But it's also the biology of what the nature that you might not just have the machine that can empathize with the experience of others. Or maybe a machine that gets off. It's dopamine rush from the manipulation of other people or control of other people. I mean, for example, of my background. My mom didn't have a father. He left really early on in their childhood. My mom raised the two sisters and basically kept the household. She was a great mom. She was a badass. She was very independent. She showed me how to be independent. She showed me how to watch out for others and kind of build me up in that way. And I had a great childhood as far as her. Kind of like a puppy molded. Later on, I figured out that I had my own kid. I figured out that she was basically trying to make me into what she didn't have. And if I can get the people experience, that's usually a sign of something for me as far as figuring out what people are. I think there's something about nature and nurture
just born with that predatory instinct, you never know. You're going to spend their whole life trying to have to hide it. But if you can figure out somebody's background, how where they're from, you kind of tell something about, I'm from Tijuana, to survive. That's my background as far as where culturally, genetically, psychologically, yeah, I guess some people are born with certain predispositions, and if they're in the right environment, some of these negative aspects might go on others. For me, I grew up skateboarding in Tijuana, and I remember breaking into my first backyard pool house in Cartagena, just skating both in the back and getting back. So I don't have a problem with padlocks, a small vehicle hydraulic lift. And I remember doing that, and later on in life, I got to train from one of the Mexicans and work with them. And I remember pulling that trick off, and they were like looking at me, like, for like a Tijuana. I felt like, wow, this is like all people in Tijuana like that. And I said, no, we're not like that, but I guess in some way we are, because basically, Tijuana produces kids like that, yeah. Because it's like the environment itself is a pretty specific person. Our normal or baseline the trajectories that you can take in life are defined in a way that aren't what else do I know of. So you develop part of that psychological, part of that is cultural influence, part of that is cultural trauma, and then also the ethical line, basically corruption. Because I grew up in the Soviet Union, there's the same kind of understanding that there's some gray area of corruption. There's always things there, like if I'm on the outskirts or even in the center. How you can read things and make things easier, and how it's like a personal thing. How just pay off the Tijuana we have to pay a comp off. Need the bike. So and what's the light? So you get stopped for a traffic violation of some sort. The cop walks up to you, obviously you don't say the word bike, but like a blank or and he asks for your paperwork, and you get fined or get a ticket. You say, "Can I pay the ticket here?" Is what they say. And but they're finding inside the paperwork and hand over like, I won't do that. You think it's, I'm just going to do it, and nobody knows, so it's a systemic thing. Everybody, so like a lot of people do it, and then they don't trust the police because they are bad with that. Yeah, it's the same thing. Then there's something inside you. With that kind of, those opportunities come, like with the police officers, you realize you're going to pay a little bit of money and get out of it. And then you realize you can pay a little bit of money or do a favor and get your kids in the university. There comes opportunities where, all right, if I do this little thing, I can get a huge promotion, I can get a huge increase in my power, I can get a lot of money, and something inside you says, yeah. And I wonder what that is. That it's like, I wonder because it feels different than the ecosystem operate. There's some kind of basic human integrity. I wonder if that's like constructed or it's always there. It's like, again, nature. I think, for me, it was looking at the being as somebody else that I kind of learned about. There's a man that I consider a mentor figure. His name is Lieutenant He was a lieutenant colonel from the army, but he came over and took over the group that I used to work for. He was, incorruptible. He was, that was the essence of the aura that he projected. The first time he went on patrol, like the charge of us, I actually, drove him around when he wanted. He was one of those leads from the front type of people. The amount of assassination attempts he got was basically a proof of how corrupted he is, because they kept trying to pay him off, and that point, they tried to kill him. People last assassination attempts in his life. That meant he's still a dangerous person in my mind. But for me, and people can gather a little bit about my background from some of the access I currently have to training in federal institutions here in the U.S. as far as my background.
of guilt that's kind of built into some of us is always kind of there, you know. The devil was under the bed, you know. So I don't consider myself Catholic. I consider myself culturally Catholic. I think is what I kind of figured out. I had a pretty good structure with my dad and my mom in the house, and you know, they never let me get away from things. And I think my mom was pretty big moral compass for me. But I think Jimmy Carl kind of lead you for example, seeing his work and how much profound change he caused in the people that work with as far as, you know, we felt supported and we felt like we had a guiding figure during this. Tijuana was the most dangerous city on the planet when I was working there, and he took charge.
What does it take to be a man, Lieutenant Colonel, who maintains integrity after assassination? Is it possible for you to do that, or can it be genetic?
That's an interesting question. I'll say based on seeing him in the last assassination attempt he had, then I'll stick with use of the right to kid. There was some recklessness to it. You know, I can see that now. Now that I have enough distance, I can see that there's a recklessness to being that way. And also, you put gentle people around you. You take that route. So I think there's a sacrifice to it, a very powerful and hard one to make. For me, it was I would get picked to get on board with some of the operations that I wanted to work with because I was not taking money or not being trusted by certain holder of the organization I was with because they knew that I wasn't on I wouldn't get money. There's always a sacrifice. You're almost kind of like masochist getting that money. When you get approached with it, why are you being an idiot? You know, why are you driving around that beat up car with a Hummer H2 that just drove in the other guy that's doing exactly the same job? Society as a whole down there doesn't support it, or at least doesn't see it in people that don't take that route, and for that reason, all cops are all. And seeing it like again from the outside, I'm not there. There was almost like a that could have been easier, or you could have been dead wrong. So, people that are on the takedown were usually owned by one side or the other. And when that gets found out, if you have somebody that's going on that takes you out on drug operations in the area, your rivals are pretty killing you.
Money aside, like a Hummer aside, how much of a motivator is a year?
I will say, for me, I don't think I was going to look to see certain details. I was sure.
Did that concept scare you, or was it just a principle of life that you're operating?
I lost my brother when I was 13. He was 19. He was like the VIP of the family. He was skateboarding, BMX, motorcycle hunter, one of the best marksmen that I've ever been shooting.
Better than you.
Yeah, he was the best of us. And when he died, there was almost like a concert at this, like naturally healed his girlfriend that all introduced herself, like the one, I would to this day, every now and then I get pulled aside down when I go back home, and it hurts. It hurts, bro. Despite all the stuff that I've done, I'm still there. Every now and then, groups of people down there that made my mom and my dad go into a horrible depression, and basically, got to use my devices when I was a kid. Observing on, I had this self-destructive, aspect to me after that. I think, something come up in therapy, after I've been talking about it. And have this notion that if I can only die good in some way, shape, or form, or for some, that it would matter, and they would kind of look at me with the same reverence that they do in brothers.
But dying is the problem. The goal of life is to die.
I believe that was my mindset going through that job. I remember
let them happen. That wasn't an option anymore from the economy was horrible. Couldn't afford to stay there. So I thought that in the newspaper, and my big brother, still writing it. He's like, I'm not gonna do that shit. We were there. And I was in the field, carrying my hair shaved off. A bunch of the guys that we were turning into the cartel, military were in charge of our training. Yeah, and I went through that process. What skills were you in life? What the hell was going through your mind? What was the leap that you took? I was sold the idea of this being an Americanized police force that they were constructing in Mexico. So elite, special force, kind of prestigious. The people in charge of our training were a lot of basically Mexican people. Gopis are what the special forces kind of related to. A lot of their members turned into the Zeta cartel, so they were brutal in their training. We were sold this idea of it being, scientific, educated base, like a career path. All of them were this refurbished prison that wasn't good enough to be a prison, and they turned it into a training ground. And they quickly kind of realized that they were training us to be a paramilitary, not a community policing organization. Which in my mind, that's what I thought. What was the hardest part of that training? Because this is like a fragile and process. They're trying us into something. I think the breaking down. They break down the individual. I think it's a half-done initiation process. I think in a way, looking at it from now to the past, the shaving of the hair, stripping off your identity. Everybody gets a number. The uniforms, the running around it, and being treated like human garbage. The first thing they said to us when we were lined up in that field was, I find you that medical anarchy, which means that there's bread and to eat here, and the bread ran out a week ago. So it was, I can't equate it to anything in the military here in the United States because people down there could actually get physical with us. They could actually hit us, which is not allowed here anymore, at least in most of the militaries is what was down there. The AK-47 being shot around us. In reality, basically causing hearing loss, that type of stuff. Chaos, abuse, challenging. And then moving the war there always. So if you don't want to be here, you just walk out. And the more you go into it, time-wise, the more effective you are. So in a way, you're kind of building your own chains. When it comes to the where you tend to walk up, several times. Specifically seeing some of the ways that people that I thought were better, stronger than you were walking on quitting because of something that happened. There was some sexual assault stuff happening there as well. Were you afraid of that? Always, if you're in a place like that, there's females in the environment, some of the instructors doing what they do. So that was like a cause for alarm. These people are in charge of safety and engagement with what's happening. You could see some of the smarter ones leaving, not looking at this as a viable choice for life. How did that change you? I had this motivation, this idealistic motivation in my head, making a difference. They drill a lot of nationalistic, flag marching. It being part of a group being, behind you and all of this. Well, what was the nationalistic pride? Was it in the nation of Mexico? Yeah. So there was the vision of this great nation. Did you believe? Did it get into your plan? I got into it. It's an indoctrination, it's a paramilitary group, so everything there is basically modeled after the military. So that's what they were trying to kind of instill in us. I was a team leader, and then after 3 months, basically, we went through a bunch of trials, physical trials, mental trials, stuff like that. Some of us were named team leaders, and I bought into it. I'm supposed to be here. Look at me. I'm making headway. I'm sticking out a bit, and just very proud of what I was going through in 6 months. So then you get the reality check where you signed it out of line, and how that none of it meant anything as far as what we were about to go out and do. An example of this, we were trained with a 92 FS Beretta, which is a 9mm pistol, Italian made. We got to shoot 20 rounds out of that gun. And when we got out, we were handed a 17, which I've never seen in my life. I was trying to figure out where the safety was. A few other people there were handling those guns in a horrible manner. So we were very entertained and equipped, and there was a lot of assumptions about what we knew, and all of a sudden Catholic. We start out one of the bloodiest and longest modern conflicts in our history that doesn't get called out, but it's basically an ongoing war in Mexico that is still to this day a massive the Mexican drug war, the Mexican drug war, which is it's hard to pinpoint exactly when it started because when I was going through training, there was already stuff going on. In 2004, and then we're already, major cartel related to Mexico, but not at the size or scope that was about to go into when President Felipe Calderon kind of took office. And actually officially kind of kicked it off by putting the military in play as far as it basically militarized the drug war, including us.
One of the major players in this drug war, so politicians, military, police force, cartels, all Mexican, the United States, China, just the layout of these.
First off, there are giant local drug markets in Mexico that are a lot of just local drug markets that are huge scope.
So no exporting to other locations, just the stars.
So a big problem in Mexico is basically the local drug markets. And an example of that, and one I have a lot of experience with, is the whiskey one, which not only feeds local populace, but also feeds the populace in San Diego that crosses down into Tijuana and buys their products. And now, the phenomenon that's occurring now is marijuana trafficking is going from California down into Mexico because they produce better weed, which is fascinating to see now.
So that's radio channel, kind of using that channel.
Yeah, there's a lot of people on vehicles getting checked when they drive down Tijuana. It's being called San Diego South now because all the economic migrants. 90% of the wineholders in Tijuana are being bought up by America. So that really tells you something about the impact and change that's going on down there. So you have these local drug markets that are being bought over. You also have these drug routes that go through Mexico, up into Mexico, around Mexico, through the ocean, and under the wall, drug tunnels, over the wall. And on backpacks, on migrants that go up into the United States. Not only the cartel make money off drug trafficking, but also extortion, money laundering, paid protection scheme. Any mining operation in Mexico will have to pay protection, or else they'll get hit. A lot of times, the largest money makers for some of these companies are, protecting the tax money that goes across the border. So that's also a big issue. And it's not just, again, that's some Americans that just like the cartels, they can imagine this single or maybe 2 or 3 groups. There's several out there. I don't have a current estimate, but last time I checked, it was somewhere where it was 50, 70 different groups, some small, that just dedicate themselves to a single little town somewhere.
there are armed groups that are basically control that area to some bigger federations, like Sinaloa cartel, which is probably the largest and most powerful one in Mexico, and the new generation cartel, which is growing exponentially right now. So these kind of groups are players and conflict. Then another player that we get talked about is politicians. There's an ongoing discussion that has been going on, I think, since Trump was elected, about cartels being a terrorist organization. Cartels being terrorist organizations. They fit that description. So, we are living through multiple assassinations on political candidates out in Mexico right now. And most of those assassinations are motivated by one side sponsoring one candidate and the other side sponsoring the other. By sides, I mean cartel groups. So they have elected officials that are on the take. And we have many governors who are under investigation on the run for president now. State governor. So politics is often, that's a big player as well. That doesn't, when you think about the cartel problems, you don't think, most people don't think about that aspect of it. So to have integrity as a politician in Mexico means no protection and other consequences threat of assassination. We just seen the arrest and prosecution of the head of all counter-cartel operations when I was active in the form of Tim, who was the guy. The governor who kicked off the drug war. That was his guy. Turns out he was another day. That spectrum of power on the taking feet. Are there ethical lines across some of it is money? Is it possible to operate in a gray area that does not result in destructive ethical violations? Ethical violations? I have no idea. I don't think there is realistically. I mean, if anything, that supports some of these groups. You're supporting things of horrible nature. I just posted recently on my Instagram account a couple of ladies that was when I watched them. People that abuse and assassinate women. Kids, there's a bunch of groups and organizations out there in Mexico. Some people that I've actually worked with who are taking control of trying to find the bodies of the kids. Maria, Carmela, and mother Serge, missing son, shot to death outside her home. On Sunday, her son Osmar Vasquez disappeared on June 14th. 46-year-old woman, the fifth mother killed this year while searching for the missing loved ones. Member of the Yamo missing person collective. There's many groups out in Mexico who basically have given up on trusting the government to find the kids. The number of missing in Mexico is a debated topic because the government itself doesn't release those numbers, or the police haven't done a good job about keeping them. Mexico is a country that is industrialized body disposal. In Tijuana, we have a steam maker, a legendary steam maker, which is a guy that basically used caustic acid to get rid of bodies at a massive level. Because there's a separate operation to get rid of bodies in Luna. At least in Tijuana, we saw that phenomenon, and it's obvious that it's going around over Mexico. Having this discussion about mass murder, I've been reading a lot about World War II. So there's a corrective innovation of the Nazi side or how to get rid of the longest time with the Soviets, and then the Soviets this literally, it's an engineering problem. How do you kill a large energy and get rid of their bodies? So the Soviets were more into just laying people down into the grave, face down and shooting them in the head. And then doing that mass kills, just plowing people off. And then there's obviously a nation of all things. I'm not sure exactly where the training around skills are coming from specifically. Discussions of Israelis training some of the cartel groups back in the late 90s, specifically the RELP cartel. There's a lot of stories about that. A security specialist coming out and showing things like how to make caustic soda, how to put
And this is a horrible thing. When it actually cracked. It's straight crack. It's straight crack, and there's a link to the U.S. as far as that straight crack. You have to remember that the United States had a thing called School of the Americas, and the CIA, and they showed things, and a lot of that stuff is out there in the hands of people that are of that generation. And there's a manual. There's a manual on the chapters. There's how to get around the body. There's manuals out there. How to constraints, how identifiable can the body be afterwards, in order to graphical constraints, all that kind of stuff. I think that was common just back in the early 2000s and maybe late 90s when some of these things were going on. But they've lost even that as far as respect for the government or bodies being found. Right now, what you usually see is just bodies being burned with crisp and buried in the field. That's usually what you see. Some of the groups like this woman put on to basically taking it upon themselves to go out to find graves in the outskirts of the towns that they live in, probing the ground with these probes, and seeing whatever they encounter on the bottom of these clandestine graves stinks or not. If they find ID, they kind of gather that and basically present it to the refugee authorities in the towns. They've basically been doing their job. Over 90% of them are resolved. I mean, so they stop trying to get rid of the body. How does a cartel take power? How does it gain control of this local area that you mentioned and then grow, take control of the region? And how does it do so in this dynamic relationship between politicians and the military? And it's a thing that happens over time. There's always been a big effort when I was to buy or own certain members of the police force, even when going through training. Some people get pulled out during training because they were found out to have some sort of parental simply that is a cartel member over the background check came back negative, when they were already in training programs. So I think part of it is, first off, they take advantage of the fact that Mexico is a young country. We have a big group of young people that have getting to know opportunities come up. When I went to take that career path, one of my friends took the other option. They went to work for some of these criminal groups. So they have this, they usually have a lot of bodies to hire cheaply and leverage in terms of forcing those bodies to do whatever is needed, because the alternative for those people is there's no option. So you have a kid somewhere who's working on a field, or you have a kid like me that's out of a job, out of school, and the only option for them was that of the newspaper, see like a lawn shop, or going with some of my friends that had cars now, and we're hanging out all night in the bars, and some of them had Draco, AK-47 pistols in their car. So there is a trajectory, there's many trajectories possibly in your life where you could have been still operating in a organization. Yeah, a lot of options. You think you'd be good at it? I don't know. I mean, I'm pretty good at what I do now, just teaching people how to detect it and kind of fight against it. So I think I have a sense that the skills transfer pretty well. That's also the dark side of this whole thing. A lot of the people that I used to work with, I know things, and I have them trained, have them do specialized training that currently do, and presentations to the Secret Service, the FBI, you name it, I've gone there and trained what I do. A lot of the people I used to work with who are out of the job, some of these people are way more trained than I am. It's interesting that the reason why I get people for they ask me questions is because I actually have the experience. My university was the most dangerous city in the West. And people ask me about some of that stuff, like speaking from experience was encountering some of that directly.
some of the people I used to work with were way better than I. Oh, what? Interesting thing in Mexico, more of a police organization, and you get fired or you quit, you are ineligible to join another police organization that discounts you. So for someone like me who was a professional operations group member, police officer in Mexico from that region, there's no options for me outside of that. So they themselves basically have created this inescapable box for some of these people that go into the line work. And where do they go after? I've heard offers of $12,000 to join some of the organizations out there. Plus, they get benefits from the government. I'm still waiting for my liquidation. My liquidation check has been out of service for like 6-7 years. I'm still waiting for my check. So some of these people, it's obvious that the opportunities presented to them out there are stronger. And again, the youth is what gets this war. And that's one of the main things that they start with. Just the youth. We have a phenomenon in late 90s, early 2000s called the Michael Juniors. Michael Juniors are basically for middle class or upper class families have kids that are born and they just join some of these cartel groups. These cartel groups on them opportunities to get into regular industry, to go through family businesses, to kind of establish themselves. Some other businesses just still wear to figure out how to use some of their transportation businesses or drug dealing. So I think this is how we start getting into different areas that they regularly could. And that's how it starts. You blow somebody, they get into paid protection, the type of schemes, which are also common all over Mexico. And sooner or later, they start owning businesses. They regulate some of their income, so they become part of the local economy in a big way. I had this experience and seen a lot when we were driving down this shitty street, and all of a sudden it became a cool, nice, curvy highway type thing. And I looked around and I said, nice road. The guy was with me and said, yeah, no, don't go. He shows some of these towns, okay? The cartels of the government, then he built the hospital, they built the churches, they built the schools. COVID happens, they're enforcing the mask mandate. They're out enforcing the mask mandate. The stay-at-home policy. They're the ones delivering supplies to the townspeople in bags, courtesy of so-and-so cartel. So they become the wildly good characters in their environments. If they're smart, these groups basically turn into that. While stealing from the rich and giving to the poor, or at least that's the projection that they give.
I'll tell you another thing.
What's the role of violence?
Military reservations has no effect.
It used to be that there were rules to say, like,
don't
go after kids, don't women, but all those things are gone. They have been gone for decades, I think. The escalation of violence, kill one line, I'll kill four on your own, you kill four in line, I'll go after your family because you're in hiding. There's stories of high-level contact people getting their sons and daughters martyred in revenge killings. So I think it's at the point where it's inspired about semblance of a rule set as well as who could get exposed to some of the violence. Those highly concise videos where they show torture and execution. According to some of the sources that I've talked to here in the United States that were looking at that phenomenon, they said that it seems to be that was influenced by some of the narco blog videos that were coming out of Mexico early in the 2000s. Basically, that some of these groups were the first ones that got wind of the fact that you can export terror or the horror that an execution has to children. Way back when Facebook was a bit more in the wildland area, you can see news feeds, videos of executions, tortures, and stuff like that coming out of Mexico on Facebook. Way back when. This was a different time.
For people who criticize social media as moderation, it's a tough job. It's a brutal world out there. I mean,
I remember seeing some of the ISIS videos on Facebook way back when, and they cracked down on all that. But one that's kind of clear, and I'm just not going to say where to find it, but people out there might have seen it because some of these videos get shared to WhatsApp groups and chat groups out there. One of the ones that caught my attention way back when, two guys getting executed by chainsaw. And you know, people can kind of imagine what that would be like, but
Produced on purpose.
like just a cartel group caught two rival cartel members, and a way to send a message to those of the rival cartellers to basically execute these people in front of the camera. I mean, you can't get to your rivals, but you can make them see what they're doing, or at least make their people look at what happens. You know, invade the territory.
Just an escalation of brutality and violence, and at least the terror. That's communication.
Yeah, I mean, you have videos of some of these people engaging in cameras in front of the video to see how people they are, or people taking out some of the target and filming it. And, you know, used to be social media as a whole. You would see some of these videos, they would get put down in a few days. But now there's Telegram groups, there's like leaks, there's a bunch of other sites out there that kind of disperse some of this video, and it's basically like a bulletin board as far as, hey, you got into my territory, this is what's going to happen.
There game theoretics way to remove this kind of brutality, to de-escalate the brutality. And it seems like the cartel takes power that exceeds the power of politicians. For brutality, there's a strong incentive to reduce the brutality, to crack down on this kind of chainsaw executions. There was a recent leak of government files called the Guacamaya leaks. It's a version of WikiLeaks, I guess. And it was mostly document coming out of the Mexican military. I haven't even talked about a lot here in the United States. Pretty big thing out of Mexico. And some of the documents it reveals how powerless the government is as far as the military. So that's another player in Mexico, the military. The military has been out in force in the streets, basically, doing policing roles since the Calvin administration basically militarized the drug war. And the Calvin was to the right of the political spectrum. And his main rival, way to the left, is now in power. And one of the promises he had was to demilitarize the drug war, and send the military back to its bearings and all that. And he's basically continuing now, and they just passed the legislation that basically keeps the military on the streets for more years. And I think some of these documents that were leaked are very telling as far as why that is. We have the military now has a vast amount of power when it comes to the security industry. I mean, they're in charge of building airports, plane lines in Mexico now. Their documents themselves show how certain regions in Mexico have a specific military presence work for one side or favor one side of the cartel. They're corrupted. So there's the military forces that are part corrupted.
Yes.
And the cartel that operates with violence, somehow finding a balance between each other. It just feels like throughout human history there's dictators or leaders that come into situations like this and really crack down. It seems like that's not happening. It seems like there's a kind of market of violence happening.
There's a systemic amnesia that happens in every president. So, president comes in and 5 to 6 years, whatever he needs to, and he does everything. And as soon as he's gone, everything he did, even when he's working, chopped off. Police organizations get defunded or change. The names they change. Uniforms change.
So there's a lot of turnover.
Everywhere, every 5 years federally, there's a turnover. And things change.
What about the cartels? Do they persist?
Yeah,
The leadership persists.
I mean,
Sinaloa cartel has had a figurehead behind it since the same one. You know, I mean, it's a federation of smaller cartels that all kind of linked up, but pretty much historically he was considered the head of the Sinaloa cartel. Omayo Zambada has been there since the 80s. So in a way, yeah, he's persistent. He's surviving all of these presidencies. Again, these documents that were leaked are a clear sign of what strengths and weaknesses that there are as far as the government's main weapon against Russians, which is the military. And if people doubt that they could look it up now online, because all the documents are out there. But, you know, it's a clear thing. The Mexican Navy or La Marina doesn't work with the Mexican Army. They don't speak to each other. So that should tell you everything you need to know as far as trust.
That could be just bureaucratic dysfunction.
They don't trust each other.
Are they both struggling with the COVID problem in Russia?
Some of these documents that are already out there talk about the ports in Mexico, which are probably the main conduit of precursors of methamphetamine, precursors of things like fentanyl into the country. They're operated and guarded by them. So these things are happening under their watch. And then you get talk about the army in certain places basically working counter operations on to specifically one side, not the other, you know, as far as the rival groups out there. And we have a long history of some of these groups going on, military groups going well with that prime example of these special forces units that basically turned around and went to work as bodyguards for the Gulf cartel, and then decided to, what they basically did was they internship with the cartel. You know, they went out there as a bodyguard for the Gulf cartel. And then realized they can do a better job than they were doing, so they started their own. Sparking off one of these, and one of the bloodiest kind of internal cartel wars in Mexico's history. Who was El Chapo? El Chapo was part of the leadership, or at least a faction of the leadership in the cartel. It's a federation of different small organizations. Well, I say small organizations. Basically, families or organizations that could conform this larger group, which is the Sinaloa cartel that is based around Sinaloa. Basically, they are people that have family and power and abuses there in Sinaloa. Who was he? I think he was a private operator of the Sinaloa cartel. He had his own drug routes, his own networks, his family. His family nucleus down there is still in control of some of those operations. His rest really didn't change anything. But he wasn't the mastermind number one leader that I think the media and the government should portray in that. If you go down there and you read most of the brave journalists in Mexico that we have, I say as an aspect of this, there's a lot of journalists get killed. I think Mexico has some of the top numbers in the world. And this is no secret to anybody. Omayo Zambada is the name of the historical figurehead of this cartel, or at least somebody who people theorize or suspect to be the main guy, or the person that is in charge of something. That's what this word alive. Let's go on to the next thing. Very much alive. The interesting thing about him is that he brought his craft in Los Angeles. So people think he's in some lower cartel. It's actually he apparently learned a lot of his craft from people in the United States. Yeah.
And that's the craft of leadership, the craft of business, the craft of generating,
the craft of getting a product from Colombia, putting it through Mexico, and the logistics part of it.
Yeah. And he somehow is operating in the shadows. So he's not a dynamic entity.
I don't have a clear number of this, but he was interviewed by a magazine called Proceso in Mexico, and the pictures were taken of him. There was over 10 years ago, probably, and that's the last time we've ever seen the pictures.
What's it like to be a journalist? So, can a journalist have a conversation with him?
Unless he asked to have that conversation, I think he reached out to this journalist to talk about there's a video to the work that we do, a sister page called Demo Bear. And
6 months.
It's run by some pretty good people, and the way we met is that was basically training them how to work in hostile environments. And they were like, oh, we're going to go report on cartel activity in Texas. And I was like, that is
40 or 50 children.
a year and a half ago. A reporter went to the president's daily brief press conference that he has. They call him my Mañanera. And told him to his face, like, I have threats on my life, they try to kill me. And it happened. There's assassinations and murders of the press all over Mexico. It's not an easy job. Either they say too much, or they say things that favor one side or the other, which is another aspect of this business. I don't consider myself a reporter. I don't report on the things in Mexico. I have friends who do that very well. I commented on some of it. But you see a lot of these cartel reporters go down there and talk to a specific side and basically speak one side of the story, and that is not something that the other side wants. If you go down there and speak to one side, you're saying what they want people to know or hear. So in a way, you're kind of spreading some of their cartel propaganda in a way, and that's how some people, get shot.
It's possible
To go in there and have a conversation with a cartel leader, or somebody like me, or somebody like Trump. This is what we said. After that whole event thing, I think a lot of people would reconsider anybody of any level that has any variety in the United States. They won't trust anybody to get that clear. There are people out there that will talk to reporters, people that are working on lab laboratory somewhere in a hillside somewhere down south in Seattle. Low-level people that get authorization to speak to reports and stuff like that, but they don't say anything that is really taught or shown. There's very few ways around it out there for you. And some of these guys have instruments, some of these guys have blogged about the leaders, take down the police. I think after what happened to Chapo Guzman, that opportunity, that window was closed for some of the leadership down there. I disagree. I think they're just more sensitive. They've been realizing that there has to be deep trust. It's not just anybody, and not any high profile. I've gotten a chance to speak to some very high profile leaders that don't speak to journalists, and they understand the value of trust. If they have something to say, which I don't think they do, I don't think they, unless at some point in the future, which is something I suspect might be coming, that there is some sort of armed intervention and external attack on some of these members, that we put some pressure on them. You don't think there's a human empathy, this a human being wanting the story should be known, versus this is different than the propaganda machine. I have something to say, I have some message to put out there to play the game of politics and power and money and all that kind of stuff. Isn't there also a human being underneath all that armor that, for the sake of perhaps ego, legacy, wants to be understood? I think in a way they already do that. They use corridos, which are basically Mexican folk songs that get sung about some of them. So in a way, some of these singers are reporting on some of their lines, and it's like it's a great honor to have a corrido made about you. I had somebody did corrido about me based on my interviews, right? I haven't paid for it, so it's a real one. It feels cool to creating the myth, the legend of the man. I think it's about. I think a way you can find somebody like that is somebody that wants to get their story specifically clear and straight. Coming from that culture and getting to work for the government down there, and then not working for the government down there, and being on the outside, being critical of not only the government that is in place now, but also the government that is working with. I can tell you that there's still some in place now. Everybody's at all levels, in some way, shape, or form. And some of these people, I think in a way, including El Chapo, I think that some of that meeting was about film writing and stories and being able to get his story out there. I think, I'm not too sure if I wasn't there, but I suspect that some of that was going on. If you can bring an honest voice down there that can you do that kind of thing, because ultimately in some of those places, like inside a cartel at the very top, so you could show the raw aspects of human nature in the camps and elsewhere. There's a youth coming into power. And when I say youth, I mean some of the old guard is coming out and some of the new guard is coming in. An example of this is some of the Guzman's son, who are now in their own right kind of getting legendary status. His thought there was an attempted arrest on his son that led to the famous Canasso incident, which we're now learning more about because some of the Guacamaya elites are speaking more about what happened that day. Basically, a federal operation, they say, to arrest or capture Guzman's son, turned into a siege to try and get him free. They called in the cavalry, basically the whole of the Sinaloa cartel showed up to try and rescue him. The interesting thing about that is, in some of the documents and all of the statements that we presented out of that incident, the cartels were the ones evacuating the citizenship from the area. They were the ones going restaurant to restaurant, saying, if you want to exit the city, go through here. Take your family, sit down, but you have to leave because the army's coming. So there's like a huge morality to all of that. Underneath love, it's all and they were fighting for their home, they were fighting for leadership from their home. There was a morality, there was a humanity there, and again, I don't know if people want to paint them all with the villainy aspect, everybody's a villain and they fit somebody else's story. If you kind of look at it that way, people should check out your page, check out your field notes, your writer, you write about, you have a quote in your field notes about villains. Quote, I once more was the savior of the sun and the biblical demon of all gods, a true product of his environment, who was the best and the worst of us. We're all potential villains in someone else's story, he would say to us, as we would head out into the unknowns with the night and waiting for us. It was during one of these nights that I looked around me and saw one pitchforks among my people and realized what he had meant. We were no knights of the round table, whatever we were, and yet I guess that justified most of what was about to happen. Do you think El Chapo, do you think you like him? Good or I think there's no one without the other. I think there's a cost. There's a cost to their goodness. But once they build the hospitals, their career path that they paid for. There are doctors in Mexico that their careers were paid for high. And they do a lot. He's good for the community. I remember there was a surgeon who constructed in one of my travels that I did out there. They have spent the time actually going out there after I got a job to train people and the type of stuff that I do. And they told me, like, I told them, you're doing God's work. This stuff is like legit, this is God's work. Building smile for people. And then kill toxins. He says, my career path was paid for by cartel. They paid for my career path because they wanted somebody on hand who could fix it. Do you think some aspect of that is just to manipulate and control, or is some of it also just, again, a care for the population, for fellow human beings that are wanted to like there's again, it's hard to just make them saints or devils. Some of the good they do in some of their communities and don't ask anything for in return. And even if they don't ask it for anything in return, when the military shows up, they are immediately met with rocks and roadblocks. And everybody's main weapon down there is most Mexicans can't buy or own firearms. The main weapon down there is violence. And there are people that they consider the good guys in their mind, right? So that's a hard question. I think it's a bit of both. And the government and the criminal operation. silence is their main weapon. So El Chapo's currently in prison. Is he worth talking to? I say yes. Yes, there are things that people are interesting about him that are still not understood. Is he a window into something that you don't understand about that world still? Or curious about that world?
I think he's a window into the family dynamics of that world. When I say family dynamics, Mexico has a big thing about compadres, and hermanos. We have people that we call family, or not necessarily our family. He is somebody that witnessed the construction of what is now, let's even call cartel. Like he was in it way back when he started off as a farmer, and then went into trafficking from a town called Mirawan, which is basically, that's the Wakanda cartel, basically. That's where a lot of that originates. The thing that he saw as far as how some of these things got built, I think would be an interesting topic of conversation with somebody like him. So that story is a story involving family dynamics. It's not a story of the cartels, getting into humans, marrying other families, getting named fucking everything godfathers to other people's kids, forming family with blood ties and influence ties to people not only in Mexico but in the United States. And seeing how that dynamic and family dynamic is still there, so he's gone, he's in prison, but he's probably on his way to be our next clandestine saint. We go to the chapel of Malverde. Malverde is basically Mexican Robin Hood, the folk saint down there, the saint trafficker. And at his shrine, we have a small chapel shrine right next to it. So he's on his way to sainthood in Mexico, not recognized by the Catholic Church, but that doesn't matter in Mexico anymore. Speaking to somebody like him, who you can consider him somebody lost, he's arrested, but his family's okay. His legacy is out there. He's probably going to be the next folk saint.
You think he feels like the new wave of what the cartels would call is betraying themselves behind? Or because it seems like the way the cartel operated has changed over the decades.
Yeah. Number one, their power and influence is bigger. There are small cartel operations in Colombia, straight like doors of it. And then there are we have a clear presence in places like Chicago, Los Angeles, and the United States. The whole thought process that a lot of Americans have, like, we don't want that trouble over here, we don't want them to get here, build a wall and all this.
So they're deeply integrated into legitimate businesses.
I mean, they've been having these kids and families up here for a long time. Some of these people have American passports that work not only directly for them, but have blood ties. There's been dragons and arrest of some of these criminal organizations. New Generation Cartel had 1, 2, 3 years ago. Against Operation Anaconda, I think it was called. There was over 80 of their operatives. This is a new cartel that is very militaristic and growing in Mexico. They had over 80 arrested in the United States that members of them operating here.
And so you could be a legitimate operator inside the United States. That's hard to detect. Makes you wonder how many in the U.S. government, the politicians here, the role of the United States in the drug war, financially in terms of power, is very big. Yeah, sure, there's politicians that have a finger into this. Immigration is part of it. Illegal immigration, that's part of it. The influence of that happening as a bargaining chip, political chip. The first care of coming up and how it was politicized. The money, fast and furious, and guns being basically like walk down into Mexico. People that don't know, basically, the ATF had this operation where they were looking at straw purchases of firearms. Basically, people buying up a specific type of firearms that were on a shopping list that the cartels wanted to buy, including 50 cals, FM57 pistols, small pistols with a high velocity round that will go through a bulletproof vest. AR-15s of all kinds that could quickly be modified into full auto without Mexico with drilling a few holes and shooting a few things.
So these people are buying all these vehicles, launching them, and allowing them to launch those firearms from Mexico under the guise of trying to track them somehow, which doesn't make a lot of sense, but most people have that. The only people who found the only reason people found out about it was because of the murder of the federal agents of the U.S. federal agents that were killed in those companies. One of my friends was shot with one of those pistols outside his house. They shot him and they shot his wife. Both of them were killed. His daughter was in the backseat, lost part of her arm. When that happened, the guns were weak. So again, well, we didn't know what the Mata Policía, what they call them, they're cop killers. I haven't seen those before. So they were unique and interesting. And later on in life, I was watching CNN and the hearing going out of the Congress. Two federal a lot was politicized and the whole scandal up here. But in Mexico, how many people died with those firearms being let down, being let go down? And also, what type of the United States after all those attempts were basically handed over to some of these groups. So gun trafficking is another giant part of the equation, part of the problem, as far as the amount of munitions, weapons, and now we're also getting trade craft confidence outside of Mexico. Those weaponized drones. The first time you saw some of those weaponized drones was in Syria, and like a few weeks later, grenades were being dropped. Some public officials build cartels using drones that have been going on for a while. There's a place in Michoacan, just an area, and the interesting part of it is because the federal police down there are actually working hand in hand with the United Carteles Unidos, which is basically the local cartels that fight off the new generation cartels moving into Michoacan. So the federal forces are fighting with the cartels to try to keep the larger cartel out. And there's videos of these drones being dropping explosives. And, they found some explosives and testing lasers out there that are basically replicating stuff that you see the IRA during the conflict of troubles out there. From homemade mortars, IEDs have been used in Mexico. Not that much, but they're making a presence again. We don't have a lot of ordnance around like Iraq, but we do have a big mining industry down there. So mining explosives of all kinds for you to get. So we start seeing that, and also there's some exotic weaponry coming in from the south and from the ocean. Some of it is probably U.S. military equipment sold to various South American governments that are now not as stable as they were, and they're making their way into the black market. So a lot of those 50 caliber vehicle mounted technical type machine guns and some of the RPG and man-pads or remote control guided missiles that have been found in cartel hands are probably coming the way up down south.
You get these like multi-million-dollar systems, like the HIMARS system in Ukraine. You get like super sophisticated technology. So like this is like military grade. I'm not sure what the applications are exactly.
Somewhat sophisticated stuff I see in our man-pads, which is basically remote guided missiles. That's what I've seen some of those found down there. The application exactly.
Display of power.
There are no fly zones over parts of Mexico. The Spanish cartel down a helicopter. There's been incidents of military helicopters falling from the sky, and it's said that it's here mechanical. But again, I'm not going to get the conspiracy theories out there, but there's a lot of videos on TikTok of cartel forces that are carrying around rocket launchers on the back. So
there's an increased probability of mechanical failures over those areas when you're flying a helicopter.
There's no flight zones in some parts of Mexico. Okay. And another thing you're seeing now is night vision equipment that is clearly military grade from the U.S. That was probably abandoned in some airfield out there, so maybe Afghanistan or somewhere like that. And it's being found in safe houses and in the hands of cartel forces. You want to talk about a scary opponent. Somebody wearing night vision, you're going to suppress firearms. those types of capabilities are now out there. Also, there's this tendency to think, and every now and then you'll start to look at these guys carrying around these 50 cal, they're in there boasting about the rifles, and everybody laughs at them because 50 cal or anything like that without an optic on it, you can shoot, you can pray and shoot basically, so you can hit it anywhere. But now there's a few of my sources of being sophisticated laser rangefinders and lighting systems on some of these that are being found.
How much damage can 50 cal? What was the application?
They start getting them specifically with the proliferation of vehicles in Mexico has a giant industry in armored vehicles.
So there's a race in terms of armoring, protecting, especially high value targets, and then weapons that can deal with those armored, protected, high value targets.
There was attempted assassination of a state prosecutor somewhere in central Middle, I forget exactly where. He was riding around a armored Jeep, Cherokee, I think it was, and the main use of firepower was 50 cal in that car left. He survived, and I think the armored vehicle company sold it. The vehicle had the flavor. Then before my time, probably 2 years before I was actually active, they tried to kill the head of public security in Baja, and with him it was a grenade launcher, 40 millimeter grenade launcher. It skipped off the armored vehicle and flagged into the car behind it, made it back. One of the guys that I used to work with was actually in that car. But you started to see all the vehicles out. Let's get 50 caliber. Now to trying to beat that armor. So that there's always this shrink of technology basically. Armored vehicles, how they take on an armored vehicle. Well, there's two ways: 50 cals, if you can mount them in right way and shoot at the car like that, or a bunch of kids with balloons and acrylic paint on the front windshield and blind the vehicles so they can't drive it anymore. There's an unholy tow line across the road, painted black so you can't see it. Cut the thing in half. Again, I'm not saying it's secret, it's a thing that you can see out there. Shoot at the radiators. Some of these radiators are not even the more sophisticated vehicles out there don't have a sufficient armoring around the radiator or battery housing of some of these vehicles. There was a case of a guy, I think his nickname was Felavaca or something like that, a local cartel guy. He had an armored vehicle, he was riding around, got ambushed, shot in his car. He was like, I have armor, you can't shoot me. And somebody went up to his car, put the barrel right in the locking mechanism, back up, So it's an interesting place as far as people getting certain types of guns. Armor is prolific down there. Everybody's down there in cartons, you're seeing long plate on. So that's an issue. It's not like you can shoot somebody square in the chest and go down.
Are they afraid to kill Americans? Australia and Ukraine are the front. So like a lot of journalists will travel with like armored vehicles. And at first I was like, it seems like this would attract attention.
Yeah.
Like it seems like they would want to name those armors. But then I realized over time, there's a fear of killing Americans. There could be a drastic escalation of conflict.
It's taking a beehive. There's a tendency to shy away and stay away from that. I mean, they don't want to be heated or attention.
Outside of that,
everyone's game, but also there's been many cases of Americans being killed down there. I mean, we saw the Mormon massacre that happened down there, and all of them were American, Mexican, both nationalities. Blonde kids, white, being massacred in the middle of desert. Cars basically catching fire. This happened. Americans sent the FBI down there to review what happened. And I think that was when Trump started talking about kind of reviving this whole notion of cartel being labeled. Probably more for other political pressure point to try and get Mexico to enforce its southern border, which but this escalation, this already happened and nothing happened, so you can probably get away with it. And again, there's a newer generation moving forward now of people coming into power.
More brutal, more technically savvy.
Well, they have the experience of their parents and the people behind them and what they've done and what they've gotten away with, and now, more savvy about information warfare. Their main recruiting tool is TikTok. If you go to TikTok and you see a bunch of these kids narco party dancing around, and some of these are videos by cartel members filming other cartel members in cartel control territory, and that's a window into that life for on TikTok.
And then attaching that with the money, the fun, the high roll of life,
and the possibility of making it to a level,
fame of respect, power,
money. Here in the U.S., somebody might, I want a mansion, like that's their mindset. They want to be, like that rapper. Down there, I mean, if you can buy a house for your mom, or pay off some debt that you might have, or a car, that's enough to kill them.
So you also, one of the main things you did is security, trying to protect in this war, trying to protect people, high value people. Yeah, how do you do, you and others, how is it possible to protect a high value target like a celebrity or an important politician?
So I was tasked to protect the governor of Baja. I was basically replacing a whole contingency of people that were already there that turned out to be corrupted. That wasn't my field's operational. I was working with other people doing the counter narcotic stuff. And the director of the institution that I worked on basically called me and said, "Hey, you're going to go and replace these people." What happened?
So you were known as a person that could be kind of trusted.
I was tasked for that, so I think they considered that, and I specifically worked for a governor named Jose Guadalupe Zunavilla, who's probably one of the best governors we have had in the state. People want to see if I'm trustworthy or not. They can ask me directly. I still speak to one members of the staff. I'm still friends with them.
Is protecting people like technically a difficult problem?
From my experience in that time, he was basically spearheading counts that the drug war and we have threats from all over, not only him but his family. First thing I realized working that job in Mexico is that we had people coming in to specialized training of that regard, Israelis, teaching them how they would do things in Israel. That didn't make a lot of sense for us in Mexico. We had people that have the Secret Service experience, kind of showing us how they would do like celebrities, the bodyguarding somebody in California, so of that nature. Didn't make sense for us. Then we got to experience some cross training with NSW, Navy Special Warfare people, who were coming off protection details in Afghanistan and Iraq. We were struggling with the acceptance that we were basically doing protection details in a war zone.
So the approach that had to be taken in Mexico was something that the approach should have taken in Afghanistan during a war.
Some of the overt militaristic type of approaches to security that we had to adopt, from using the single armored vehicle. We had two of them that looked exactly alike. So when we would move around, we would switch one car to the other. Every now and then we would arrive to an event. They would open the door and would be one of us and hey, what's the governor? He's in the back. So we had to do stuff like that. And again, and having specialized training, I was learning some of these things, going online, learning about other vehicles, learning about architectural armor.
I think you just described a large percentage of the Ukrainian military on the outreach, which is on YouTube, trying to figure out how to use some of it. And that's actually very effective. Yeah, I do quite a lot of stuff where I'm totally expert, totally uneducated, and so on. It's kind of surprising how quickly you can come up, as we're talking offline. You take a course, you talk to an expert, if you learn from an expert, you can catch up really quickly.
For me, it was all of a sudden to have this director calling me in, and I'm wearing a band, jeans, t-shirt, and all of a sudden I had a meeting meet some people that I had to. I was in charge of security planes. What do I know about that? Airport hangars, the operating vehicle maintenance, purchasing, figuring out how to set up a counter assault for a protection detail, and I was like, where am I going to learn all this? To be able to do it on the fly, basically. As I was going, I remember having this experience being in the security office on my laptop, figuring out how to set up a counter surveillance side to our protection detail. Basically, how to have people looking for people that might be looking for us, that kind of. And then going to San Diego, Coronado, and training with some people from SEAL guys and NCIS people who did that job before, and seeing them critique some of the solutions we came up with on the fly and being like, oh, we never saw that before. Yeah, we're doing it now. And getting that and also getting their feedback from this and that. It was a learning process on the fly. It was pretty intense.
Is it possible for the family and for the high value person to have a sense of normalcy kind of on the line?
I mean, I was already starting off on the long foot basically because trust had been violated by the people that I was replacing. So I had to gain that back. Then young kids in that family that wanted to have go out and stuff like that and looking by a fitness planet. So I had to do my homework and figure out places where it was safe to go to. Make friends with certain club owners and figure out ways to put security in some of these places and having to create this bubble of normalcy around some of these people was pretty difficult. And, there's no way that is unusual for anybody. And, God bless them. I know it wasn't easy. It affected their lives. They lost on a big part of being under that security supervision level. Does a lot for somebody specifically growing up the rules, opportunities. So they don't take it for granted. Just going out, just not telling anybody, going to the store. If you want to get some snacks or something like that, that's not real. I have
to be honest, Graham, no, I could hang out. I could
Great for that. If you have protective custody, that's a good idea for you die. It's like
I joke, of course, there's some complexes in terms of normalcy and family, how to operate, and have a mental clarity and a lack of fear. Basically be good at your job, whatever that job is, as a politician, as a leader, even as a soldier. Somebody,
and there's something like this there's nothing wrong with being paranoid. It's about educating your paranoia and knowing what to be afraid of. If you're afraid of everything, you're basically overwhelmed. But if you start educating yourself as far as specifically what to prioritize, as far as what to worry about, working, protecting somebody, you're not looking at everybody's faces, you're just looking at their hands because that's what's going to kill you. That's an example of colliding with paranoid and afraid of.
Looking at the hands and the specific different situation, but also figuring out which situations to avoid and which. Okay, that's like ultimately one of the biggest things you can do.
Route analysis. You have to get to the airport and you send off 2 cars to analyze 2 routes, and then on the fly you can change trajectory to create randomness and unpredictability, and have that as a security feature. Having a convoy of 4 vehicles separated into 2 convoys and show up different parts. Again, you can hardly guess what it would be. Putting out false information as far as who's going to be and who's going to be. That type of stuff.
Kind of amazing how many assassination attempts have been avoided just by having a pretty strict schedule and being a little bit off in terms of timing. Just like showing up 15 minutes late or just slightly different location.
Really going to trainings specifically around the type of stuff and operational training. They basically showed us how to ambush people. When I started making a group for myself as far as counter ambush, these cat teams, they call them, was basically a group to respond to a high violence ambush. First off, the first rule, if you find yourself in an ambush, it wasn't a successful ambush. Because if you find yourself in a lie, but if you want to create an amazing counter ambush, you have to, you have to make an ambush. And with an ambush, you can figure out where all the opportunities are, not only successful are your favor, but also escape. Like, we're not going to be received by virgins in heaven. That's not the type of mentality that we have down there. But we start learning about some of these things and also seeing cartel forces, utilizing these ambush tactics. The military, federal forces. What is an ambush? That's a surprise attack with the use of power. There's a contingency somewhere towards a place they can control and help, where you have the advantage, where they can't see you, but you can't see, you can see them, where they can't predict you, but you can predict where they're going to pass, go through, places where you forcibly have to pass, places that are predictable, places where you can not only predict, but also have a plan for yourself to escape and exit that place. How do you train you turn like a perfect amateur, that's a train account.
So always trying to make sure you have more information about other people, with the surprise of those things.
And that's actually would say, the story. Yeah, basically that simplified.
There's a lot of enemies in Mexico. There's a lot of I guess that's the value analysis.
You prepare for the problem, and if it's possible, happens to have out of it. Hopefully, if you find yourself in an ambush, it wasn't successful. You need to, as far as the training and concussion mindset, the adversarial thinking part of it has always been a whole one. I think one that a lot of people ignore and leave to the wayside. Specifically in all conflicts out there, there's a tendency for a military force or a conventional force of any kind to be trained in a way that the enemy. And when that happens, you become blind to the enemy's story, his capability, his story, his ability. If you treat the other side like a it's hard to take notice.
So this part of this is radical empathy for the quote unquote enemy.
So that's me personally. I was one of the guys that would grab the shit out of him, put him in the back of the van, just tie him up, gag him. I learned that from my mother, that nobody's against you, Ed. They're for themselves on this, and you will make friends with them. She said that when I graduated, and I carried my way throughout my whole career.
But isn't there the pain that kills you? But there isn't. Again, I apologize to go back to Ukraine as my only experience in this kind of martial art. There's a dehumanization that I suppose it's common war. There's something like a video game aspect where people almost having fun. There's humor. And I think underneath that prerequisite is to see the enemy the same way you see the enemy in Call of Duty. You don't really think, you think of them as NPCs, the bad guys. The Russians call them the ones. There's all kinds of other names.
Like dirty. There's always something
Over time, those just words. So over time, it gathers a kind of like a meaning to it. That's more than just a word. They're less than people. They're dirty. They're too dumb to understand everything they're doing. Whatever like it's useful. But like that's what some of them do have stories of momentarily remembering that there was somebody on the other side. I talked to one woman who was this really badass soldier. She saw this really great soldier on the side do something that was almost stupid, ugly. just tried to shoot him, she missed. And she said she couldn't sleep the night after, thinking, why did she miss? Why did she miss? And she thought she missed because he was a hero. And she had this brief realization that there was a hero on the other side, like on the outside there's heroes. And then, but then that quickly disappeared. Again, she had this moment of a human being that rises to defend his nation, defend his people, and he can be heroic on the other side. There are things that are trained to depress or to keep you alive and kill. And that's when you're trained for something like that. But when you're in a conflict zone like that, and you hear the narrative constantly being played out that the other side is or whatever word you want to use. But we live in a day and age when you can see Americans going on to Japan, shaking hands with the former enemy, and how things change. I think years from now, a lot of the stuff that we are taking right now is stuff that the young people won't matter anymore. The question is going to be here. That's the question I ask a lot of people in that part of the world. And a lot of them currently, also some that are, they're like, I'm not sure I trust my current. Yeah, but the current feelings are generational. Like for decades, I will not just hate the leadership, I will hate all. I can't understand that on my side of my life experience because our war has been a German war, amongst our people, amongst our house. While that is a propaganda, there's also a deep grain of truth that there's a oneness to the people of that region. Yeah. But people will get very offended at that idea because right now it's a very strong nationalist borders. There is a cultural history that connects people. In some deep sense, we're all connected. We all come from Western Africa, and then all came from fish before that depended. Review of history and of life on Earth. But there is a oneness to us. Often we forget that. I had an experience working. There was a friend of mine who took the other path. And went to work with some of the criminal groups. I was operational and we saw a bunch of people in the gas station parking. Back then, the main modus operandi that they had was that they would impersonate and dress up as federal police. And that's how they would move around the city. We saw these suburban gas stations. And some of the guys were carrying on AK-47. That's not an animation firearm. So, we saw that, and I got on foot and walked by to try and get a better sense of what was going on. Took everything on routine teacher, and I got a whistle from one of the guys living there, and my neighbor called. It was one of the guys that I remember. Redhead kid, looked like he kind of just redhead probably some of the Irish that betrayed the American flag during the Mexico-American War and stayed there. A bunch of kids probably stronger, stronger than anything. This redhead kid, when I say kid, to my eye, he goes to be younger. He was so my name, say, hey, guys, like he come, I'm like, what are you doing? Going home, so we're going to get a taxi. Okay, we walk there as a plate carrier, they came, well, magazine. They came on stock on that was the only husband who could feel the magazine on my chest. When I knew I had the gun on me, tucked. And next step is buzzing in my back pocket. As people are trying to figure out what's going on. Gas me, small talk shit. Hey, what are you doing? What do you work at? God, looking for a job. Used to work at a business store. So it's like, in a while. How was so-and-so your family? Good. How's so-and-so your family? Like, yeah, like, it was an interesting job, yeah. Yeah, 3
pretty good. You pay as well. You get you get a car, money, and all you have to do, you get respect. That's awesome. Yeah. And if you want that, you can get you in. If you want that, like, I've got too much of a calendar for that.
Conversation like any other.
Yeah. Right. He hugs me before I go. Something I can't remember what. And he says, hey, in my ear, I know what you do for a living. It's not a safe place for you to be. And I walk off. A few moments later, the army showed up. And you could feel the amount of rounds going on from 2 blocks away. We came back with our guy, and it was over. I looked at the bodies, the cars that were left. There was bodies all over the place. People left there. It was a mess.
I will say one thing, though.
It's been like an hour looking for
Keep reading the Bible. Which is your argument.
Really, where I could recognize him. I stayed with his body overall all night. There's a bridge. And we goes over the river. Place called Amazing. And that's where the forensic officer was. The body was taken there, and I stayed with his body for 2 days. I told his family.
Christ did not put us on this earth to die in a
And I asked them to auspicious them from the enemy like that.
evil entities or
Told me those were nobody's against you, they just put themselves, so don't make the big confusion out of anything. And those rothschild
love Christ, and unfortunately,
I could have shown the face
that I
but asked all the conflict things with
my
me.
fellow countrymen
Bad guy, good guy.
I think actually it's a form of disinformation and government propaganda to believe it.
There's an instance that
Yeah.
it goes away.
Okay.
Is your mom still with us? No. 2 weeks before I decided to quit, she passed away.
Did that have a
Major. After I got done on the protection detail with the government, like everything down there, I got the whole cycle.
Okay.
You got to turn. So when he went away, the politics changed.
18 years old.
Down there, basically, if you're a gubernatorial candidate, you have either a friend of a friend, a family member, be the bodyguard guy, and the guy who won the election is the bodyguard guy over there. So all of us were sent back to whatever we came from, so I went back to Main Street. I was back on the operations group. I was working with some director, directly with him, basically back on the ground doing stuff that I was doing before that job. We were away from the successes that have been had by people like Legal, who were in charge of that whole process that I used to work with. Some of the only successes we have counter push against cartels in Mexico, and you can it's documented, you can read about it, lots of people wrote papers on it. Some of the only successes were had by Legal and places we had leadership. He not only pacified Tijuana, he also did the same in Juarez, and to be a police chief in Juarez. But politics change and everything come down. A lot of people started calling him villain because of his unorthodox approach and human rights violations and all this and that type of stuff kind of come to the forefront. And people forgot. Forgot what it took to get Tijuana off the most dangerous and dangerous ground. And people were vilified. People like him. And the police force that I was a part of started getting compromised. A lot of the things that we put forth to try and keep us honest. There was a program. We had these centers called C3. Basically, we go there every year to get your financials checked, get a physical, psychological evaluation, get a polygraph exam done on all the works to try and see if you're somebody who told something wrong. And all of that was canceled because it violated human rights. You get fired from a
job because of a failed polygraph exam, because that was not an actual admissible way of firing somebody. So all of a sudden you have people that were known cartel compromised people that were fired by security to shift back up to work with their back pain and everything. So it started happening, and they quickly realized that it was going to be hard to stay there. I was driving home from work, and I got a call from my brother that my mom had been going through some health issues that had turned as a psychiatric issue. They basically taking turns trying to take care of her, locking the doors that she was wandered off, stuff like that. So not only was I dealing with the job on the street, but I was dealing with that, and also I had a 2-year-old. And the marriage that was difficult at that time. I was trying to figure all these things out. It was more difficult by your job. My financially secure job, and the pressures that it has, and odd hours and all that made it really hard. And then all of a sudden, my brother calls me and tells me that he's go to a hospital. Something happened to my mom. It wasn't my turn to go watch her, so I felt pretty shitty about that. I got to the hospital and the doctors came out and told us that she was gone. Massive heart attack. She had a pacemaker by then, so she was gone. She was in her 60s. Kind of expected something, but not, that was like hard to keep in mind. So she was thinking what happened, I just started working. The ground was removed. There was nobody. There's nothing underneath. I get 3 days off work. That's what they gave. And I'm trying to breathe as I go back to work. Dark shit crosses my mind as I'm going through that process of trying to figure things out. Dark shit, like suicide, that dark shit. Yeah. So it was very low for you. Very hard. Yeah. I wasn't allowed to breathe, basically. And I wasn't allowed to breathe for a few years for different reasons. I went back to work, and I worked with a lot of other people, and also you yourself weren't allowed yourself to breathe. There was other people with me that didn't agree. I went to work, got called into the office, and I was basically told that I was going to be reassigned. After I just went through, the reassignment was going to be something that I saw as unacceptable. It was people in charge at that point were obviously corrupted. And what I got from their conversation was that they wanted us to work for a specific side. And I knew that that was the time to go. I asked for a license. Basically, a license is unpaid absence of work. So leave of absence, I think is what you call it up here, which by law is allowed. And I was denied for no reason. So I'm invested in this job, I have a good salary, and I have a category in there. So by the level of time you spend in there, you get a category. So it was a pretty high category agent. I had all this training, and again, training that would be useless in the private sector or in the public sector in Mexico. I couldn't change from one corporation to another. I couldn't go to work for another police institution. So I took a deep breath and I resigned. I went to the office. I said, I need to resign. They said, what? I need to resign. Some of the people in the office that knew me from a long time were like, what's wrong with you? They thought I was having a mental breakdown. I handed all the paperwork. Took a big trash bag, put all my stuff in there. Plate armor, tear gas grenades, gas mask,
satellite radio, MP5 magazines, and MP5, the submachine gun, Glock magazines all over the helmet. And I put it in the I handed it over in the armory, and I left. I made some phone calls. I was married to an American, and I was American. I never envisioned myself coming to the United States to do that process for myself. I was invested in that job. I thought I was going to die or retire from that. And quickly became like an issue. They're wondering why I left the town to from them. So there was a threat to me when I left. But people inside the office had a problem. But not on the street.
There's significant pressure on Russia. It's hard to do a job. The system makes it believe individuals, to the degree they might be corrupt, really don't want you to leave. There's no support. There's no support, and there's probably the absence of support. And almost like implied or explicit or implicit threats. Luckily, I developed some friendships in the United States with some of the people that I used to work with and cross-train with them. Some friendships that I developed with the people that I would just talk to and make friends with stateside. One of them was Felix in the United States. Stan Stanfield and his wife Kelly. They opened the door of the house and my kid who started at that time. As I speak basically the American dream across the border for being a geological engineer as well as a structural engineer. They didn't tell anybody, just military and life applications. And I was off. I had helped build two main when I came to the States. I already kind of dabbled in the whole training field, showing some of my experience with people. So at least the seed of that out there. People knew me for that. But all of a sudden I was in the middle of an avocado orchard, whatever you want to call them. And I was one of California. Probably the only everything's quiet over here. And 2 other survivors. There's no more radio. No one in the board. One cell phone on the counter. There's no guns. There's no rifles. There's no baby people calling to see what's going on. There's nothing. It's just quiet. And during the time when Trump got elected, the immigration process that usually will take. Number one, an immigration process that would take part of most of the year. It's going to be very shocking. So part of what I'm going to tell you is probably not going to be very unusual process. They not only come to the U.S., but come to the U.S. with that pressure, kind of underlying pressure as far as being an immigrant at that time. And then your own personal psychological PTSD of going from a war zone to your local law library, your nearest law work, PTSD, and GPI. All of these one continues to do their homework. It was the people that got to me in training that were Marines. I love the countries and I'm living in more than I love our guys. We have those people that started giving words to things that I felt, which I didn't really know. We would treat post-traumatic stress with alcohol and vacation time. People on the ground military bases and the black budget. When you see the bottom of it, when you first started the guy who was emphasizing the black budget, I was an alcoholic as well. There was all the other stuff. I was drinking myself to sleep every third night. My married daughter was the gross national product. The entire gross national product was in the United States. President gross national product was great. She did what she could. I went back on the process with it, but at least 5.023 trillion. I think that's what a lot of people didn't come back like complications like military bases. Everything that was like that, everything is down around the military base, all these people that are around you that would die for you, kill for you, you will kill for them. millions of dollars worth of equipment, stuff like that you're responsible for, and all on it. It's just you walking into Circle K and buying 3 cans of Foster's to drink yourself to sleep. Yeah, you write on your Patreon about PTSD, about the conflict things you've done. Quote, when it's over, we're far from chaos and noise and death being close and life being real. That is when some of us remember quiet nights in the fields of Tennessee, looking at fireflies, walking to a fair, holding hands with a lover, asking you what's wrong. At the kid's birthday party, you early to avoid the ending of the celebration. That is what the quiet means to some of us. But I'm speaking to that sound quiet. How do you live with and thrive with this new large term of PTSD? If anything, I would recommend people that have issues that go to places where other people have their issues. It's not a competition. If you get to the scope of problems and promote them, sometimes you're kind of lucky as far as your problems. But it helps you. Yeah, that makes you appreciate them all of them. I'm not support bullshit, but some people don't want bullshit or stuff that I don't think I could survive. When I went through that process of figuring things out, and the first thing that I learned or stuck out to me was my inability to process things. Like there was a big pause button there, a giant one, everything was on pause. My breathing, not only my mom, but my brother. So I had a pause button on. So for 3 days outside of the borders, then I got to bury many of my friends, a tree from their wives or girlfriends and what have you. And now again it paused because I wasn't allowed to process. It has been years without going on vacation because I was still workaholic. And I found at the core of the issue the giant pause button and pointed alcohol basically putting my problems away. Specifically, like if you have a message in your house, put a big tarp over it, cover it up with alcohol and fester more and more as I not only went through the process of learning about PTSD, going to therapy, but refusing to let that go. Like going to therapy, seeing what other people's problems were. I don't want to, this is the only thing I have. I'm not hurting anybody with it, why do I need to get rid of that? But this point, I was traveling across the country, training, showing some of the experiences that I had, like speaking on podcasts and having conversations about going on with just getting to the skills that you develop. And my basic one is to put a bunch of shit for myself every time I do. So it was getting triggered, and this is where the managed that was I would drink, at the end of the night after the weekend class. When I talk about fireflies up there in the hill station, it was a moment where I was forcing myself to find so there's a medical class out on the hill in Tennessee, a beautiful green people family there that hosted us. And I found I was a firefly. And I was like, thought I was having an experience. Why did the death go away? That's what I thought. A friend of mine who was involved with the veterans different times ran off to the woods and grabbed home, supplies them, showed it all. What is that firefly? How did they go? I don't know. And it's crushed in his hand. It's gone. And I brought me back immediately to, holy shit, because I lost something class. And I had to go back. I went through that process of like going off again, getting off, going off again. Separated. And I was another end of the world. Yeah, but everything. I lost my mother. I lost her job and marriage. It was on me.
Another thing, this story is
basically went somewhere and
this is basically
did a stock of everything that was going on.
so that time for a gentleman
And
to
made the decision to
stop
stop drinking.
my partner was pointing and saying in terms
How that's a bad relationship after. And just came to a place where I really stop drinking. You guys did went so well. The decision you arrived at by yourself, was there some inspiration, or was it just the point of so love so much? It was the start of COVID, so this recent. I'm gonna have 2 years over in summer. So when we stopped the road the first time, you're still stuck. I was in and out of the car, basically, so I was saying, I was in out of trying to get rid of it. That must be a super stressful experience talking to Joe Rogan the first time you drink that night. The second time I was there, I went somewhere. It was stressful, not for any other reason than I felt the responsibility to the people that couldn't speak about it. So that's depression. It was the start of COVID and things started getting shut down. So my dad got really sick and almost died. We had to set up like Jason Bourne level shit at my brother's place. He was in Mexico, so we had to bribe a guy to get us an oxygen tank, and we had to trade it. It was
of large cities underground. They're connected by high-speed monorail magneto-leviton trains that can go up the model.
He survived it. They were ready for the doctor to like say goodbye. And my dad was like, "Yeah, say goodbye."
Recently, have been written about this activity, all of which is verified because we are
we did some gangster shit. But on my end, I've been isolated basically. COVID is going down, no more classes, no more excuses to go out there and drink, and no more socializing. So social drinking turned into alone drinking more and more and more.
Richard Sauber.
I bought a bottle of gin because I was down in Mexico taking care of my dad, and they closed down beer production. So beer went away, and beer was a way I kind of managed it. It's not hard alcohol, it's just beer, so but that went away, so it was just hard alcohol. One night alone at the house. I drank a bottle of gin. I almost died. And after that, people started noticing that I was isolating more and more. I was in a relationship at that point, and I started seeing everything kind of fall apart around me. And I drank half of a glass of wine, and it made me sick. And then my kid said, I don't know, nobody coached me, nobody said anything. Pretty intuitive kid. So I don't drink anymore there.
Basically,
Out of nowhere, in the middle of the night.
the technology
Stopped that night. I stopped that night. I remember waking up at 3 in the morning and taking the cooler that I had, just dumping all the beers in it and chucking them in the garbage, and with a knife poking each of them to not, be tempted to go back for them. And then the second day, I went around and started finding the hides that I had. I had some, hides, and then I went somewhere and locked myself in for 2 weeks. I had the withdrawal, the clearest nightmares that I'd ever had in my life for 2-3 weeks. I went somewhere, and I want to keep it private, but I went somewhere where they offered a place for me. And
And I asked him about it. It's a community. I gave him some money for their school as a donation. I gave him a few $1,000s. I said, yeah, sure, come. You can go to this process here. It's fun. The first thing they did when I got there is they set me up in front of everybody to thank me for the donation. And then told everybody that I was an alcoholic, and if anybody saw me drinking, I was to be kicked out of there immediately. And I felt horrible. So that was where I started.
The temptation.
There was a moment when it was, and some therapy circle. There's a rodeo clown friend of mine who his bodies basically fused together, type of guy. We've been friends and enemies, and friends again, during that therapy circle session.
Oh, so like there's an intimacy there.
Yeah. He didn't know anything about me. One time when we were telling our story, he stood up and told me his story. And then he heard mine, and then he was pissed off at me and didn't want to talk to me for a while. And then later he told me that it was because he saw what I did with my experience and how much of a difference that he perceived that I was making with it. And he felt jealous that he couldn't do the same with his experience because he was just a broken ex-rodeo clown. He told me when I was going through the process, like, hey, you're an internet celebrity person. You're known. Aren't you worried about people finding out that you're recovering drunk? And I said, yeah. So I can scare the shit if people find out that I am going through this process. It's scary. I already get a lot of shit for being an ex-police officer in Mexico and all that, all the negativity that comes from that. And he said, don't be. You can't pickpocket a naked man, so just get naked. What does that mean? Write about it. Don't sit online. You never know. Somebody out there might get inspired through their own kind of process. So I started posting that. Cowardly in a way because I wanted to make other people keep me on the path, But in other ways, desperation. I don't want to drink anymore. I want to go back to that path, which I know leads directly to a bad death. I'm not afraid of death. I just want a good one. I don't want a bad one. I think that was going to lead me to a bad death. I started writing about it, sharing it online, through my fever dreams post and just being humorous about it online and getting a lot of hate on one side, having a few people and companies that I work with kind of step back and seeing this guy has some issues that too, having other people kind of make fun of or make light of that weakness portrayed.
Also getting hate, getting criticism, because here you are, a counter narcotics police officer, there's now has a drinking problem. So is that like supposed to be what, like flaws revealed?
Weakness, or a perception of alpha in the U.S., I guess, that some people have,
You were supposed to be strong, and here you are.
I mean, I'm not Jocko Willink. I'm not David Goggins. I wake up at 10 in the morning sometimes, and I'll have cornflakes with my 8-year-old. I like days off. I used to wake up at 3:30 in the morning every day to review what happened during the night, and then go off for a jog and the gym, and just be ready to be able to murder somebody with my hands if I had to. But I couldn't maintain that during the whole process of getting out of it. Now, leaving alcohol, I remember just being honest with it and just seeing the two sides of it. Joe told me never read the comment section. So it's just a beautiful piece of advice, but it gets you sometimes when you talk about some of these things openly. And some of the comments were positive, and I've been seeing people comment, sending me messages, and meeting people on the road that are 10 months. Some people that have been on that wagon for way longer than I have, and it's cool when you meet people that are superhuman or perform, and taken extreme ownership of things and are just amazing people that are, thriving out there. It's inspirational. I see some of these people and I'm like, holy shit, I need to figure out how to get to some semblance of that. But I'm not that. Yeah. I've been through the ringer. I fucked up a shit ton of times. My nose is an example of that. A few missing teeth. But in a way, I think all of that is part of the process and not all people talk about, independently of the experience I got down there, some of the things that I show and talk about, and some of the advocacy I do related to women like her that are, trying to look for a better life and trying to find their missing kids, training people to not get into those situations, but also showcasing the fact that people that go through some of these processes have a journey to go through. I just came into your studio with a duffel bag straight from the airport, and I'm going to leave early tomorrow morning to somewhere else. I've been on the road for almost, I think, 5 years nonstop. I go back to a specific place every week to see my kid for 2-3 days, and then I'm back out. Some people are like, are you running? Like, are you worried? Are just afraid about them? No. But I am, on this weird path, I guess, trying to look for something I think I've been missing, as far as my afterlife of a sort, coming out of that.
Are you looking for some kind of deeper understanding of humanity, like from the specific experiences you had to get some deeper understanding of what the hell we're all doing here?
I meet people every weekend with different stories. People come to some of my classes. I show them how to weaponize the environment, how to arm themselves, how to not get abducted. I meet people that have gone through this experience and are basically trying to work through some of their own issues by going through training like that. I get to meet people that are, people that I've only seen online, or just even videos. I remember meeting Royce Gracie in Harbor City. I heard of that guy. He's a pretty interesting character. I remember seeing him in a bootleg VHS video. I told him about it. We were doing a class out at Emerson Knives. It's a knife company, but Mr. Emerson also has like a jiu-jitsu gym there where Royce trains out. That's his thing. And they're teaching how to defend against somebody trying to stab you, and I'm showing them all the ways you can get around that and fabricate and improvise and smuggle things, basically the adversarial side of that. That's what I'm known for. The psychology and kind of the ways that people do that. And I remember him seeing some of the stuff that I was doing and just being like, where are you from? Mexico. That makes sense, Somebody from Brazil, tipping the hat to somebody from Mexico, as far as him seeing the violence and some of the mentality behind it.
So, for people who don't know, Royce Gracie is the legendary martial artist that probably introduced Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu to the American audience, to the world, through the process of UFC and showing the effectiveness of it in practice, that a little skinny guy can defeat a big, aggressive guy. So,
an anaconda, a small anaconda walking into that ring with his family behind, wearing pajamas. And I was like, what is this guy wearing pajamas for? And then he would strangle people with those pajamas. I remember seeing that and just having it. I think probably what a generation before had with Bruce Lee, I guess. My generation was Royce walking into that octagon and changing, paradigm. Seeing him in that gym, it's also an avid gun owner and shooter, which is interesting. Seeing somebody like him who is, well versed with his hands, also be a man that has gone into the realm of being well versed with weapons, which is an aspect of martial arts and the martial way of thinking that some people kind of, the purists will stick with one side of it, but he's obviously a warrior in a lot of ways.
So just as a small tangent, so you're somebody that you don't just look at unarmed combat, you look at the full spectrum of the chaos of combat. It's outside of the realm of jiu-jitsu and even just mixed martial arts. Unarmed, armed with knives, beyond. Was his mind open to the polar spectrum of violence?
Yeah, I mean, he was in the middle of this class that we were doing where people were basically focusing on both. Ernest Emerson, who's famous for his knives. He has a knife company. He's done knives for NASA. Not only that, but he's also a very avid martial artist. He trained with a lot of Filipino martial arts related to knives and stuff like that. But a different mindset, a defensive mindset, trying to train people how to defend against that. And you have Royce, who's from Brazil. I mean, he has some street in him. That's something that those guys, I would say in Mexico. Seeing the ways he stepped in there and provided some encouragement to the people there, as far as how people sometimes focus on the this is a system and this is a way, but there's other ways out there that might negate or defeat the ways that you were concentrating on. So trying to get out of that bubble. My whole kind of speciality, I focus on is mindset and figuring out the software that some of these people gain and gather from. If I need to arm myself, the easiest thing to manufacture in most places is a pointed object. So I can take that crystal big pen that you're writing on that notepad with, and using friction from the carpet, I could turn it into a hypodermic needle that you can then poke into somebody's neck. What's the process? So I could do it right now if you want.
Can you use your voice for those that else except there, right?
No. I could basically, you can take the friction, the heat and friction created in this carpet.
Yes.
You can grab that pen. In and of itself, it will pierce flesh, but it will slow itself down because it has a few angles on the tip.
Oh, you want to wear it on angles.
So if you take that tip off and you grab it and then grind it on an angle on the carpet, the heat will actually turn it into a hypodermic needle, if you know what you're doing.
Hypodermic meaning like it smoothens the entry.
It'll make a point and an angle that will guide its way into your flesh. So you can actually go to a torso with that if you know what you're doing.
As a small tangent, you also gave me a present. Could be one of the most epic presents I've ever received. You give it to Rogan. Can you explain what I'm holding in my hands?
There's a guy online, Coffin Tramp. This is a moniker. It is a G10 rod. G10 is a very strong material, basically capable. A lot of people make actually G10 knives, which are basically non-magnetic, non-ferrous objects that can be utilized as a stabbing instrument. The core of it isn't an actual pencil core. It's a G10 core, and it's encased in oak, hard oak. So that is capable again of stabbing through a torso. Now, the guy that made that is an artisan. He makes that it look like a pencil, concealed in the nature of the object itself. So that small object is capable of being introduced into the chest cavity. All it takes is about the half of your thumb or the length of your thumb to stab into your chest cavity, and now your pericardium is pierced and it's being filled with blood, or your whole heart is pierced and you have a few minutes to live if you're at a standing heart rate.
So this is life, essentially.
It has the effectiveness of a shank or an ice pick. It's not going to cut, but it's going to make a hole where not the shouldn't be.
Yeah, the pen is
the sword. Yeah. Well,
this is really epic from like a perspective of an academic. This is a symbol of both intelligence and violence. I love it.
And also the current state of affairs where people need to arm themselves with things that are concealed as far as a purpose. In a place where, in a country or in a society that limits their ability to arm themselves. So if you're going to a safe place, you're going to a place where no weapons allowed, which means target-rich environment if you're a predator. That's a sign of rebellion.
Let this be a signal. Everyone should be terrified when you're around me. Because even a pencil can murder you. And I intend to use this.
And nobody owns life, but anybody that can hold a frying pan owns death. Is a quote that I heard once, which is a beautiful one.
Look at you. If anyone betrays me, this is the way to go. Can you, given all your experience and all the different ways when you think about martial arts and violence in Mexico and in the world, speaking of Hoist, what is your approach to conflict like a street fight? What advice would you give people in the full spectrum of what a street altercation might entail, what's the best way to approach it?
I think before you get there, you have to prepare. So like one of the first things I tell people is if you don't have a basic TCCC training class behind you, you should reanalyze your life and your ability to prepare.
TCCC.
Basically, how to stop somebody from bleeding out or dying from a stab wound, gunshot, or any of those types of wounds, or an amputated leg during an ID scenario. Anything you would see in a Boston marathon type event or a Vegas shooting event where people are getting shot, stabbed, cut.
So understand how to help people, how to help yourself post.
You're no good. You don't want to be a detriment to the situation. You want to be an asset. So build yourself up as an asset in a situation like that, because you might be doing that on yourself or on somebody else.
And also it helps you understand what situations are going to result in a difficult situation to deal with afterwards.
Yeah, it also teaches you what to stab, what to shoot. If you're thinking about it in on all the dimensions of it, there's all knowledge can be weaponized, and I think that's the approach that all people should kind of figure out for themselves when they start getting ready, or if they want to take the responsibility of their own safety in their hands.
So in a self-defense situation, there's a lot of questions here, but what does one stab?
There's the carotid arteries, which are used commonly in jiu-jitsu as something to choke because they feed the computer,
So there's a lot of blood flowing through that required for the successful operation of the computer.
And not a lot of stuff is guarding the outside world from your carotid arteries.
It's a really weird design, by the way.
It is not a smart one.
It doesn't even make sense because with mammals, they bite each other's neck. Like, why can't you have more protection? Because this is the only, like us humans don't use our mouth to just kill each other, but most mammals, most predators do. It's like, why the hell don't we protect this?
We do have a defensive mechanism, and you see it sometimes when people are ambushed and people try to open up each other's necks from behind. If you push somebody's neck forward, the carotids will actually lower themselves and be encased in more flesh and muscle. If you pull a head back, not so much. So that's a way that at least I think it's evolutionary. We have a defensive mechanism for that. There's a few videos out there of people getting their necks sewn back shut after somebody pushed their head forward to try and slice their necks, and they survived. So this is a viable target. The heart is another one. Interesting about the thing about the heart, people get alarmed when I talk about this and show it in classes. Again, a lot of the classes I do are for orientation and for people to recognize that behavior. So a lot of law enforcement comes to some of these classes and go, oh, that's horrible. That's how somebody will kill somebody. Yeah, this is how people that know their shit will try and approach somebody and stab you to death. This is how they would do it. There's a tendency to view what we see in John Wick or view what we see in this martial arts community where they're slicing and dicing people with different myriads of ways. A lot of that is based on dueling-based cultures, like the Filipino martial arts or some of the Italian martial arts out there where somebody's facing off with somebody else with a similar weapon, and both of us are agreeing to basically get into a stabbing competition. That would make sense in that scenario, in that context, but I've never seen a lot of people actually get into these one-on-one knife altercations. What we see now in the modern context, when we talk about weaponry, is an counter-ambush based scenario where somebody pulls out a knife during a grappling situation on the street, or when somebody turns to striking, exchange of punches into pulling out a cheap gas station knife or a pen or a rock from the ground or a handgun. Most modern combatives, when it comes to weaponry, should be kind of based on the whole aspect of ambush and counter ambush. There's a lot of people showing valuable type of material and coursework on this out there. My whole approach and my specific kind of realm is in the aspect of how people go from the process of learning some of these things from experiential stuff. People that grow up in rural places, grow up on pig farms, that actually get the experience of processing a pig, for example, or processing an animal. Those people will have more skills, like hunters. Those people will have more skills with a knife if they pick it up as a weapon than most of the martial arts that I've seen kind of approach some of these classes where I go and have a simulated torso in the form of a pig hanging in a room somewhere.
Some of that has to do with just the familiarity and the comfort of just like the biology of a living organism. Like that you cut off certain things, if you cut a certain thing, like it's just a meat vehicle.
It's the same thing now. The medical training should come first, or if you don't have that, be a hunter or go to a butcher class. That will teach you more about how to use a knife on somebody else than anything. That'll give you the experience of flesh. Most people, I do this example every now and then where I have people bring in a tactical knife and bring in a butter knife, and I ask them which will go through a torso. We have a pig there, so it simulates a torso pretty closely. Most people will say that butter knife's not going to go through, and it does. It does go through. It's thin enough, strong enough, sturdy enough that it'll go through. Kitchen knife, a cheap one that costs 89 cents at a Walmart, and an expensive $400 one. And the cheap one will outperform the expensive one. The tip will snap off during some of it.
Yeah, I have to say that just as a small tangent, I went to a farm and just seeing the butchering of meat and so on, and the processing of meat, pigs and cows. Ooh, that's uncomfortable.
Yeah.
But I think it's honest and raw, and like that's something that probably everyone should experience regularly. It's also humbling to remind you. When I had dog Homer, he's a Newfoundland. I was very close with him. We lost him, and I just remember carrying him. He was like 200 something pounds. So I had to carry him. I had to put him to sleep, and like one of the biggest realizations is like, oh, this is just a biological thing.
Yeah.
To realize that this is just meat. This is not, and you can cut it, and then if you bleed, all of a sudden the life can disappear from you.
Yeah.
And it's all gone. It's like, holy shit, there's this meat vehicle that some people have referred to as Lex. I'm just a few stabbings away from
bleeding.
From bleeding goodbye. So
it used to be that we had to hang around, people would come back from battle and we would hear things at their campfire. As far as, you stab somebody here, this happens. But now we live in an age where you can, when I do a class, this is a stab to the heart, and here's like 5 videos of it happening live, on live leaks or whatever. And we can deconstruct that. Not only that, but what weapon was used. Oh, it was a gas station full, or it was a Pioneer Woman knife from Walmart with flowers on the handle, whatever it was. And people start realizing that it doesn't take a lot. That it doesn't take a lot of training, because a lot of these people are not high-level assassins trained by ninjas in the hills or anything like that. They're people that grew up rurally or learned by seeing that behavior in others. And when they start coming to the realization that it's pretty easy to do that, and they start figuring out, how do you counteract that? Well, number one, learn the behavior yourself so you can recognize it. The whole aspect of being a good counter-ambush team is to be the best ambusher in the planet. So again, the whole aspect of Musashi saying, know your enemy with his sword. You figure that out as far as learning that behavior. When you start seeing how some of these stabbings occur, the first thing you notice is that one of the hands is always kind of out of the picture, where there's a lack of symmetry in the people that are about to do something horrible. So when you see lack of symmetry in the environment, somebody with their hands going backwards, there's a crowd of people and two or one individual is looking counter where everybody else is looking, or there's a hyper-aware individual in the crowd. The hyper-aware are always usually out there to fuck somebody over, or are there trying to keep those predators from fucking somebody else over. So unless you step back and you put yourself in the process of learning how they learn, and you become that potential nightmare person, it's hard to recognize that in a crowd.
It feels like one of the significant ways to win or this street fight is avoided by sort of sending pacifist signals in every way, meaning avoiding the situation whenever there's like a hyper-vigilant people. You just kind of avoid signaling that you're one of the players of interest.
Yeah.
If we're talking about counter ambush, at which point do you do that versus shift to the aggression?
I think violence should be always an option. everybody should have that option, and you need to be good at that option. Because I think I heard Jordan Peterson talk about the fact that everybody needs to be dangerous, but keep that shit under control. You know.
I think he was referring to a different context, but
I know. I know. I'm referring to the ability of
little physical conflict.
there's two cases that I saw of people utilizing social engineering to a beautiful degree to de-escalate shit. One guy somewhere. First off, if you're in a place where people are grabbing your wife's ass or something like that, like, what are you doing there? You know, there's a load of things that are wrong with everything that you're doing in your life to be in that environment. Let's say you're in an inescapable situation. There was this guy who was in a compromised position. Somebody wanted to fight him, legit kick his ass. And he said, okay, let's go, but I need to warn you that I have Hep C before we go outside. And that, I was getting my phone out to film this, you know, maybe. And even I was just lowered my phone to give him a slow clap. That was a beautiful move, you know. And then there was this other man. There was a riot somewhere in Ensenada, the municipality of Ensenada, Baja. They were protesting. Some of the people that picked those fields down there, part of a tribe called the very hardworking people, but nefarious people too. They're pretty good at their thing. There was a riot line they couldn't break, and this old man walks in the middle of the riot line and yells, "Grenade!" and throws an avocado in the middle of all the cops. You know, like, broke that riot line with an avocado.
That could have gone wrong in so many ways.
But it didn't. I don't know. To me, there's small lessons there. There was a case to be made about social engineering, about learning about behavior, about learning how to lie, and how to kind of move your way or navigate your way around situations like that. Small things like bartering, knowing how to bribe people in conflict zones is the thing that I show when I talk about or train people to working on through environment. De-escalation, you know, specifically kind of figuring out what is of value in the environment, what things you shouldn't be doing in an environment that might be considered disrespectful or out of place. You know, when people have a tendency that didn't grow up in places that are violent to make continuous eye contact with somebody, that might be an issue. Or smiling when there's nothing to smile about. I think, there's a picture I saw somewhere of Russians taking a portrait, and there's Americans there, and the Americans are smiling, but the Russians aren't, because what is there to smile about? Which is true.
And of course, it's not as simple as smiling or not smiling. There's subtlety to it, like you said. Eye contact is a super interesting one because I found in my own life, like not making eye contact is, that people be joking, but it's a really powerful way to de-escalate. And there's such a fascinating thing, though, because you could talk about drunk fights that are just that are harmless, but I feel like the same dynamic applies to the most violent conflicts, including wars. I feel like ego is part of this. So to me, the question of conflict, whether it's a street fight or anything else, is the calculus of, are you willing to take an hour? In terms of psychology, somebody grabs your wife's ass, you mentioned. Boy, if you let that happen, you go home, you're gonna have to pay the price of you were the person who didn't defend you. Like in your relationship, you didn't defend your wife's honor.
Yeah.
You're gonna psychologically pay that price yourself, and depending on your wife, she might secretly also lose a little bit of respect.
Yeah.
Now, how do you play that calculus? Because now we see the war in Ukraine. I would say there is elements of similar posturing in the United States, in Europe, in Ukraine, Russia, China, a macro level at effect. But in geopolitics, it's still somebody grabs somebody's ass, and you're not backing down.
So take the flosses and basically just posture, lower your head and live to fight another day type that situation. The thing with modern violence is, the access to weaponry. And again, nobody owns life, but anybody can hold a frying pan and own death. I've seen people, get double-leg takedown somebody on the ground. It's a different thing doing in the mats versus concrete. That's a good way to kill somebody. The most prolific impact weapon on the planet is the planet itself. see various videos of people online where they fall and they hit their head, or somebody hits their head, and they go into this stretched out fit, basically. And that might not kill you then, but it'll kill you that night. So the second night, if you don't get checked out, people bleed out and get in the deep. Again, the whole aspect of me showing how some of these things, not only some of these methodologies and some how people prepare for violence and how people experience violence, how they make their weapons, how people fight in the streets and stuff like that. It's to recognize that behavior from the inception. There's a video I show where it's a bunch of street kids in Rio de Janeiro. I think it's during the Olympics, where they're snatching chains and cell phones from people. And it's a fun video. See it. The first thing you learn about it is how they target people. Who are they going after? There's a bunch of people there. Why are they going after that specific person? And we start learning about profiling, how they identify victim mentality. The perfect victim. Lack of awareness. They keep on a straight line. Avoidance of eye contact if they're doing something nefarious or wrong, and how they pick who they're going to go after. The small people, the women, even some of the men. And they separate the men that they're perfect victims versus the men that's going to turn around and punch them in the face. What are they looking for? Well, first off, you notice that the men that are in that environment that look at them and are aware of their presence, the hyper aware, are the ones that are not good to target. So that's the first lesson there. So probably a good idea not only to be hyper aware,